Chapter 1, Graduation Ceremony. You turned it into an engagement ceremony? In the auditorium, graduation ceremony. Today is a memorable day for senior students. The principal stood on the stage and gave an impassioned speech. The students sat in the audience, looking drowsy. It was not until the host came on stage that everyone was awakened from their slumber. And the principal has finished his speech, and next, we invite student representative Su Mushiue to come to the stage and speak. Pa. There was warm applause in the auditorium. Under the scorching gazes of many male classmates, Su Mushiue, wearing a bachelor's gown, walked slowly onto the stage with her long, white legs. She had a smile on her face and a gentle look, giving people a feeling like a spring breeze. As Su Mushiue came on stage, the students below began to talk. And schoolgirl Su is so beautiful, and she looks so good in a bachelor's gown. She is worthy of being called the school belle, and of course, Miss Su is my goddess, and I heard that Su Mushiue seems to be still single, Su Mushiue held the microphone and glanced at the students in the audience. Then she took out a small notebook and wrote down all the notes for today's speech. And hello everyone, I'm Su Mushiue. I am honored to be selected as a student representative and to give a speech on behalf of the students. And 4 years of college passed in a flash, and I think these 4 years are a precious memory for the students present here, and I hope that this memory will be engraved in everyone's hearts forever. At the end, Su Mushiue paused. She put away the notebook, a shy expression appeared on her face, and she looked at the audience and said, On this memorable occasion, I want to say something to a certain student present here. As soon as these words were spoken, the students present suddenly became agitated. They looked at each other, wondering what Su Mushiue wanted to say. Just as they were confused, Su Mushiue raised her head and looked at the man sitting at the back of the crowd. He was wearing a white shirt and had a bright smile on his face. Those dark and deep eyes seemed to be able to speak, and he was also looking at Su Mushiue. His name is Lin Feng. It has been 4 years since I traveled to this world. From the time I entered college as a freshman to now when I graduated as a senior, the dog system has been reluctant to activate. As a result, he can only develop in a humble way and is still an unknown person till now. Apart from being handsome, he has nothing. At this time, he was also a little curious about what Su Mushiue wanted to say. At this moment, Su Mushiue raised the microphone and spoke with courage. Lin Feng, actually, I have liked you for a long time, and can I marry you, As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell into dead silence. Su Mushiue's confession was like a bolt from the blue, shaking the entire auditorium. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Su Mushiue actually confessed to Lin Feng in public? And not only was he a confession, he proposed on the spot? When Lin Feng heard this, he stood there in a daze, his mind going blank. He didn't expect that Su Mushiue would propose to him. And oh my god, did I hear it wrong? The school beauty actually confessed her love in public? And you heard it right. Not only did school beauty Su confess her love, she also proposed to me on the spot, And what is the origin of this Lin Feng? How could he win the heart of the school beauty Su, And damn it, I'm going to fight him to the death, And my dream goddess, how could you do this, I must be dreaming, this can't be real, There was chaos in the auditorium, and countless students were filled with indignation. The male classmates who had a crush on Su Mushiue now had hostile looks on their faces. They wished they could find Lin Feng and eat him alive. The few who knew Lin Feng focused their attention on him. Lin Feng himself was also confused. Before Su Mushiue spoke, he had never thought that he would have such good fortune. He is not familiar with Su Mushiue. The total number of words I have spoken to her is no more than 10. But at this moment, she actually proposed to him in public at the graduation ceremony? What is going on? But now, that's not the point. All the students in the auditorium followed Su Mushiue's gaze and focused on herself. It would be fine if the school beauty confessed to me in private. After all, Lin Feng has admired Su Mushiue for a long time. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a great figure. The most important thing is that it is said that Su Mushiue never had a boyfriend in her 4 years in college. That means she might still be. But now, at this sacred and solemn graduation ceremony, I saw the murderous look in the principal's eyes and the envious and jealous looks of my classmates. Lin Feng was a little at a loss. What to do? Should I agree or refuse? In just a few seconds, countless thoughts flashed through Lin Feng's mind. At this time, Su Muxue stood on the stage, looking at Lin Feng with burning eyes, and was very nervous. Because she was not sure whether Lin Feng would agree to her. In the eyes of others, she is the school belle, an unattainable existence. But only she herself knows that in front of Lin Feng, she is nothing. She had fallen in love with Lin Feng since the day she entered college, but she had never had the courage to confess to him. I am about to graduate from college. If I don't take the initiative now, I will never have another chance in the future. Her heart started pounding at the thought. Lin Feng was sitting in the audience and was in a dilemma for a moment. Bite. Host's emotional fluctuations detected, model husband system activated. Option 1, accept Su Muxue's proposal, get a marriage certificate with her, and enter the marriage hall. Reward, 10 million in cash. Option 2, reject Su Muxue in public, the system will be in standby mode, waiting for the next activation. Reward, title of straight man of steel. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng's whole body skipped a beat. Damn, for whole years. Do you know how I spent the past 4 years? I'm about to graduate from college, and you're just showing up? After traveling to this world, Lin Feng has been doing nothing for 4 years, waiting for the system to appear. He once thought that he was just unlucky. As the chosen one, he traveled to a parallel world and found that there was not even a system. Unexpectedly, Su Muxue proposed to me today. It actually shocked the system. And I'll choose one, and. Seeing the system options, Lin Feng made a decision without thinking. For that 10 million in cash. Not to mention marrying a school beauty, even marrying a Sao, Lin Feng would consider it. And that, school beauty Su, and when are we going to get the certificate, Yen? Lin Feng looked at Su Muxue on the stage and said while trying to suppress his excitement. And how about, now, N? Su Muxue was stunned when she heard this, then she said with a blushing face. Seeing this scene, all the students present were stunned. What a joke! Are you going to get the certificate now? Sitting next to Lin Feng were his roommates. Everyone had their mouths open and the expressions on their faces were incredible. And fuck, is this true or false, Owen? Enfengzi, you actually want to get a marriage certificate with school beauty Su, N? And are you kidding me? You turned the graduation ceremony into an engagement ceremony, N. And you don't act like this in TV dramas, N. And those male classmates who had a crush on Su Muxue or had pursued her, their mentality collapsed on the spot. Is school beauty Su going to get married? This is outrageous. Not alive anymore. Chapter 2, 10 million has arrived. Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Feng came out holding Su Muxue's hand. Each of them held a red book in their hands. From now on, he is Su Muxue's legal husband. At this moment, the system's voice also sounded. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing option 1. 10 million cash has been received, please check it. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and took a look. Sure enough, I received a transfer message showing that 10 million had been deposited. Seeing this, Lin Feng was extremely excited. After 4 years of traveling, the system finally arrived, and he also had a school beauty wife. It feels so good. And Lin Feng, what are you daydreaming about, N? Su Muxue asked doubtfully, and are you regretting marrying me, Lin? And how could it be, N? Lin Feng looked at Su Muxue in front of him and joked. But now that we've got the certificate, isn't it time for you to change your tune, N? And call me husband and let me hear it, N. After saying that, Lin Feng leaned his head towards Su Muxue. Ina? Ugh. Hearing this, Su Muxue's pretty face turned red instantly. But she recovered quickly. In husband, N. And well, that's good, N. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Binhai University. The story of school beauty Su Muxue proposing to Lin Feng. It soon caused a sensation in the school. Not only that, the news has also spread to several surrounding universities. Many people filmed videos and posted them on TikTok, Weibo, and Binhai University's Tieba. The popularity soared instantly, topping the top 10 trending searches. You know, Su Muxue is one of the most beautiful school beauties in the entire Binhai city. She is a goddess in the eyes of students and the dream object of many boys. During her 4 years in college, countless rich second-generation men wanted to pursue her, but she rejected them all. She has always been aloof, but now she actually took the initiative to propose to Lin Feng. This is simply the envy of others. After receiving the certificate, Lin Feng took Su Muxue back to the dormitory to pack their things. Just then, several of my roommates came back from the auditorium. When they saw Lin Feng and Su Muxue, several roommates were startled at first, but then they calmed down and gathered around to talk. Enfengzi, have you received your certificate, N? And yeah, I just received it, N. Lin Feng said with a smile, and we are now a legal couple, N. Su Muxue felt a little embarrassed when she heard the word in husband and wifeine. My roommates all looked shocked. Damn, it's Fengzi as expected. Others are racking their brains to think about how to hook up with the school belle. You are so lucky that you were picked up by the school beauty. It seems that the old saying is really proven true. Being handsome means you can do whatever you want, it's absolutely true. They looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Enfengzi, you have been in college for 4 years and you will graduate soon. N. And we will all go our separate ways from now on. I don't know if we will have the chance to meet again. N. And why don't we go out together, have a farewell dinner, and get together one last time, N. Lin Feng subconsciously glanced at Su Muxue. And honey, what do you think, N? Su Muxue was stunned for a moment and didn't react for a long time. Because after I came out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Feng has always called himself Su Muxue. But at this time, he actually called himself his wife in front of his roommates? Su Muxue was very happy though. But in front of so many people, she was somewhat shy. But shyness is shyness. Su Muxue really enjoys this feeling. Su Muxue's cheeks flushed, and she said in a mosquito-like voice, and what's wrong? Husband, N. Lin Feng said, and you heard it just now. My roommate asked me to go out for a farewell dinner. N. And how about you join us, Lin? Su Muxue nodded, and okay, I'm hungry, N. And but, will this disturb you, Lin? Seeing this, several roommates hurriedly shook their heads and said, no. Why would we disturb you, Lin? And it's our honor to have dinner with the school beauty, N. And we're really looking forward to it, N. Su Muxue chuckled and then said, and then let's go, N. At the same time, inside an office building in Binhai City, a beautiful office lady wearing a tight skirt and with long legs walked in gracefully from outside. She was holding a cup of coffee in her hand and looked a little hurried. Her name is Su Anchi, and she is Su Muxue's biological sister. After graduating from college, she joined her family's beauty company and worked as the marketing director. At the age of less than 30, he led a team of hundreds of people. Although there was help from her family, it was more of a reflection of her personal abilities. The employees in the marketing department are still very convinced of Su Anchi's strength. Su Anchi took the coffee, returned to her workstation and started processing documents. Suddenly I heard the employees outside, gathered together and gossiping. The person being talked about was her younger sister Su Muxue. She was just about to stand up and go out to ask and see what they were talking about. But at this moment, her cell phone rang. It was a TikTok video sent by her bestie. A few more words are included below. NNG, I heard your sister is getting married? Congratulations, N. And when are they having their wedding, N? And remember to call me when the time comes, Ian. When Su Anchi saw these words, she was completely stunned. My sister is getting married? What is going on? She clicked on the video and started watching it immediately. At the solemn and grand graduation ceremony, Su Muxue actually proposed to someone in public. The two of them hit it off and went straight to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Seeing this, Su Anchi trembled all over. Is my sister's lifelong event decided just like that? As far as she knew, her sister had always been polite and uninterested in approaching boys. I never had a romantic relationship during my 4 years in college. It's not that she doesn't want to find a boyfriend, nor is it that no one is pursuing her. It's just that she is disgusted with those so-called rich second generations. She is aloof by nature and doesn't like socializing, so naturally she doesn't like being bothered by others. But no one expected that she would actually propose to someone in public. This is simply unbelievable. NL, this is such an important matter, I must ask her clearly, Lin. Thinking of this, Su Anchi took out her cell phone and sent a few messages directly to Su Muxue. Chapter 3 Happy Wedding. The other side. Lin Feng held Su Muxue's hand and walked out of the school. Several roommates followed behind, looking at their backs with envious looks on their faces. Su Muxue is dressed particularly beautifully today. She changed out of her bachelor's gown and put on a short suspender skirt, revealing her slender figure. Under the short skirt are two long, white, beautiful legs. Paired with a pair of white canvas shoes, it looks particularly youthful and beautiful. Just then, Su Mushue's cell phone rang. It was a message from her sister Su Anchi. "En Mushue, someone just sent me a video of your graduation ceremony. En I saw you propose to a boy named Lin Feng at the graduation ceremony. And what on earth is going on? Su Anchi's tone sounded a little excited. Su Muxue was stunned for a moment, then clicked on the voice message and replied, "Well, sister, don't get excited yet. And I'll go back and explain to you when I'm done here. And I still have to accompany my husband and his roommates to a farewell dinner. And that's all for now, bye, sis. After saying that, Su Muxue turned off WeChat and turned her phone to silent mode. In the office, Su Anchi was in a mess. What Su Muxue said just now was very clear. What happened at graduation was real. She really married Lin Feng. What is going on? Who is this person called Lin Feng? He was able to capture the heart of his own sister and even get her to propose to him in public? Su Anchi was full of doubts. She knows her sister's personality best. Although she seems silly on weekdays, she is very serious about love. But now, she married someone without saying a word? How impulsive. The more Su Anchi thought about it, the angrier she became. If my parents knew about this, they would definitely not let her go. How about calling my parents right now and telling them about this? See how they react? Su Anchi thought about it and put the phone down. Since Muxue said just now, she will explain to me when she comes back. Then let us hear what she says. As for her parents, she didn't know how they would react. However, if the boy really treats his sister well. As an older sister, she would naturally stand on her younger sister's side and mediate with her parents. After replying the message, Su Muxue put the phone back into her pocket. Lin Feng naturally noticed her unusual behavior and couldn't help but ask. "And wife, what did your sister tell you, Su Muxue frowned and said, "And she seems to know that we have obtained the marriage certificate. And it will probably get to my parents soon. And but this is just right. It saves me from having to tell them. Hearing this, Lin Feng jokingly asked, "And do you regret getting married with me now, And of course not, And marrying you has been my biggest wish during my 4 years in college, Su Mushue's tone was firm. Lin Feng put his arms around Su Mushue's slender waist, held her in his arms, and said with a smile. "And then wait, let's post it on WeChat moments together and make it official. And okay, wife, Su Mushue's face turned slightly red and she nodded shyly. It is also a great fortune for her to be recognized by Lin Feng and become his wife. The roommates standing behind the two of them. Seeing this scene, I was filled with dog food. As singles, how could one withstand such an impact? Today, graduating from college is a very sad thing. Especially for the gay friends in the same dormitory, after 4 years of living together in college, it would be a lie to say that there is no affection between us. After we say goodbye today, I don't know when we will meet again. The mood is heavy enough already. I didn't expect that I would have to eat dog food before leaving. Do you think this is something a human would do? We are single guys and don't even have a girlfriend. And you are fine. It's too much to be directly thrown to you by the school beauty. Enfingzi, speaking of you and school beauty Sue, can you two keep a low profile, And are you still human when you show your affection in front of a bunch of singles like us, And it is simply unscrupulous, insane, and shameless, Several people expressed their condemnation, with expressions that showed they were deeply hurt. Lin Feng laughed and shrugged helplessly. "Anyway, who told you not to find a girlfriend? Roommates. Paralysis. Are we not looking for girlfriends? Do you think everyone is like you, looking as handsome as Panin, and all the school beauties are willing to pay for you?" A few minutes later, everyone came to the snack street near the school. The snack street is bustling with people, and all kinds of restaurants are lined up. During the 4 years of college, Lin Feng's roommates would choose to come here every time they had a dinner party. Therefore, I am very familiar with the environment and taste here. As they walked, Lin Feng and his roommates came to a Sichuan restaurant they often visited. The Sichuan restaurant is not large, but the dishes are very rich. There are all kinds of dishes, such as mapo tofu, garlic pork, fuchi fipian, kung pao chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork. Lin Feng and several roommates found a seat by the window and sat down. There were many people in the store who came to have a farewell dinner. Most of them are roommates or best friends, and a few are couples. As graduation approaches, everyone feels sad. As I ate, tears started to flow unconsciously. When the boss saw Lin Feng and his companions, he hurried over to greet them. "En Chao Lin, you are here, come and sit down, En." After sitting down, he met Lin Feng's closest roommate. His name is Wang Bo, he is fat and a senior otaku. "En boss, it's the same old stuff, another dozen beers, Un." After Wang Bo finished speaking, he looked at Lin Feng and asked, "En Fengzi, can school beauty Su drink, En?" Su Mushua shook her head, "En. I'm allergic to alcohol, I can just drink a beverage, anything is fine. Un. And then let's have a dozen beers and a bottle of soy milk, En." "Ok, En." The boss responded and happily went to work. Su Mushua took out her cell phone and said to Lin Feng, "En honey, let's take a selfie before the food comes out. En. And didn't you say you were going to make an official announcement on WeChat Moments, En? And then let's take an official photo together with our marriage certificate. En. And by the way, you have to hug me, so it looks intimate. En. And ok. En. Lin Feng responded, then moved over and held Su Mushua in his arms. The postures of the two are ambiguous, but also very harmonious. With a click, a photo was taken. Lin Feng posted a circle of friends, with the caption, "And 4 years of college are over, happy wedding, En." Su Mushua also posted a circle of friends, captioning, "And got what I wished for, got the certificate and started working, En." Not long after I posted it on my Moments, I received hundreds of likes. The comments below also exploded. Especially in Su Mushua's circle of friends, the message notifications never stopped. Those boys who have a crush on her, when they saw Su Mushua posting her marriage certificate, wanted to swallow their phones. Her relatives were all confused and had no idea what was going on. Chapter 4: The little cotton padded jacket has been worn by someone. Lin Feng and Su Mushua both posted official announcements on their Moments at the same time. The two people's WeChat messages exploded instantly. Received countless likes and comments. Of course, more of it is the shock of relatives and friends. First, let us look at Lin Feng's side. His relatives and friends only knew that Lin Feng was handsome and had good academic performance. But unexpectedly, he got married and got a marriage certificate right after graduating from college? And the woman looks so beautiful, like a fairy. Lin Feng's uncles, aunts, uncles-in-law, and cousins all left messages below. "And Yuri amazing, you got married right after graduating from college, En. And brother Feng, you are so mean. You got married and you didn't even tell me, En. And this girl looks so beautiful, even prettier than the female stars on TV, En. And aunt, you are out of date, right? My sister-in-law is the campus beauty of Binhai University. Didn't you watch TikTok, En? No wonder I was browsing Douyin yesterday and saw someone who looked a lot like Lin Feng. And by the way, Xiaofeng, when are you going to hold your wedding? Remember to invite your cousin, En." Lin Feng's relatives and friends were all surprised about Lin Feng's marriage. It's not their fault, after all, Lin Feng just graduated from university. At the age of 22, just reaching the legal age for marriage, they got the marriage certificate. This kind of thing is very rare even now. Moreover, they got married in a flash. They confessed their love and got the marriage certificate on the same day. That's why their official announcement caused such a big sensation. The other side. Mingyue Villa. It took less than 5 minutes for Su Mushua to post on WeChat Moments. Zhao Yalan is in the villa garden, playing with the dog and drinking afternoon tea with her girlfriends. Suddenly someone called me. In the garden, there were more than a dozen noble ladies scattered around. These ladies are all graceful and elegant, and are all well-known wives of wealthy families in Binhai City, with a net worth of hundreds of billions. One of the ladies ran to Zhao Yalan in a hurry, holding her cell phone. "And Sister Yalan, I think you don't consider us as friends at all, En. And such a big thing is still hidden, En. Zhao Yalan is Su Mushua's mother. She is in her 40s, well-maintained, with a plump figure and fair skin. Time seems to have never left any trace on her. Moreover, Zhao Yalan has a gentle personality and is very considerate in her dealings with others. She has a very harmonious relationship with those wealthy ladies. She is the leader in the circle of coastal ladies. It is precisely because of this that the Su group can occupy a place in Binhai City. But at this moment, hearing her best friend's questioning, Zhao Yalan was a little confused. What do you mean you don't consider her a friend? Still hiding it? And Sister Wang, what do you mean by this, N? And why don't I consider you a friend, N? Sister Wang didn't say anything, she just took out her cell phone and handed it over. And you can see for yourself. I was just bored and checked my moments.N. I saw someone post a selfie with a marriage certificate in hand. And at first, I didn't take it seriously, but when I looked carefully, I found that the person who posted on WeChat Moments was actually your little daughter, Su Mushue, Sister Yalan Yen. Having said that, Sister Wang paused and pointed at the phone screen. And Sister Yalan, the person in this photo is your youngest daughter Mushue, right, N? And speaking of this, I have to say a few more words about you. You said we have been good sisters for so many years.N. E and I usually tell you everything, but you didn't even tell me about your youngest daughter's wedding, N. And aren't you treating me as an outsider, N? Several noble ladies nearby, upon hearing the commotion, came over. And Sister Wang, what did you just say, N? And you said Miss Yalan's youngest daughter got married, N? And is this true? I also have Mushue's WeChat, why didn't I see it, Yen? Hearing the doubt, Sister Wang enlarged the photo so that everyone could see it clearly, and did you see it? Isn't that Sister Yalan's little daughter in this photo, N? The people in the photo were Lin Feng and Su Mushue. They were seen behaving intimately, each holding their marriage certificate and smiling very sweetly. It can be said that they are a perfect match, talented man and beautiful woman. And oh my goodness, Mushue is actually married, N. And but you know what, Mushue has a good eye. She actually found a handsome guy, N. And they look like a good match, they look like a couple, N. And but, I have to say it, Sister Yalan, you are really a bit unkind. You didn't even tell us that Mushue of your family got married, N. Faced with the condemnation from her friends, Zhao Yalan was completely confused and didn't know how to respond. After all, she didn't know that her daughter was married. And, if you haven't seen it with your own eyes. Zhao Yalan couldn't believe it. My sweet and sensible little daughter actually got married secretly without telling me. And Sister Wang, Sister Chen, it's not that I'm unkind, Dun. And but the matter of this child getting the marriage certificate, I don't know either, and you guys continue playing. I'm going to leave for a while and talk to her dad about this matter, and Zhao Yalan greeted these old girlfriends. Then he drove directly towards Su Group. As a mother, she was still in the dark about her daughter's marriage. This is really outrageous. Su Group. It's not just Zhao Yalan. Even Su Mushue's father was confused. Just now, he also saw this circle of friends. I didn't expect that I would raise this little cotton-padded jacket for 20 years. There's a leak. And someone put it on. Damn it, which father can tolerate this? Su Jiangwo sat on the sofa and took a deep puff of the cigar in his mouth. The smoke is thick. The whole office was filled with a pungent smell. His eyes were always on the photo of Lin Feng and Su Mushue. Before I knew it, the cigar in my hand had burned to the end. Su Jiangwo sighed, put out his cigar and placed it on the ashtray. Never mind N. And girls should not be kept at home when they grow up. N. Ain't as long as that brat can be nicer to Mushue, everything can be discussed. N. He picked up his phone and saved the photos of Lin Feng and Su Mushue. Just at this moment, Zhao Yalan ran in hurriedly wearing high heels. Her chest heaved and she looked breathless. And old Su, do you know, N? And just now I was at home, having afternoon tea with my girlfriends, and they said Mushue, N. Before Zhao Yalan could finish her words, Su Jiangwo waved his hand and showed her his cell phone. On the mobile phone screen, the official photo of Lin Feng and Su Mushue appeared. Zhao Yalan looked at him in surprise. And you know everything about Mushue's marriage, N? Su Jiangwo nodded and sighed helplessly. And so, what do you think, N? Zhao Yalan continued to ask. And what else can I do, N? And they've already got the marriage certificate, you can't let your daughter get divorced, right, N? And first, let's see if this guy is reliable. Didn't he just graduate, N? And let him join the company and make him a department manager to see what he is capable of. N. Ain't as long as he is truly good to Mushue, everything else will be easy to deal with. N. Whether it is Su Jiangwo or Zhao Yalan, they are both open-minded parents. Although Su Mushue married her college classmate without telling them, they didn't mind. As long as my daughter is happy, that's enough. However, Mushue has always been an aloof child. His standards for people and his requirements for his significant other are quite high. Since she chose to marry Lin Feng, that means that Lin Feng must have some outstanding qualities. Thinking of this, Su Jiangwo also felt a little bit of expectation for Lin Feng. And okay, let's observe for a few days first. Zhao Yalan nodded and agreed with Su Jiangwo's approach. Chapter 5, Be a Wife-Loving Man. After the farewell dinner, Su Mushue brought Lin Feng back home. This villa was bought for Su Mushue by her parents. It is less than 10 minutes away from Binhai University, making it very convenient for commuting to school. Although her family's villa is only half an hour's drive from the school. But she doesn't like staying at home. She wants to become an independent woman of the new era through her own efforts. Since the second semester of my senior year, I went to my family's company for an internship. She never asked for a penny from her family and relied on herself for daily expenses. Su Mushue supported Lin Feng and sat on the sofa in the living room. Seeing Lin Feng's slightly tipsy expression, Su Mushue asked with concern, "And husband, are you tired? Do you want me to get you a glass of water, and?" Lin Feng shook his head, "And I am fine, you should sit down and rest for a while, and." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he began to look around the furnishings in the room. Brand new furniture, a tidy living room, and flowers and plants on the balcony. The whole house seems particularly cozy and makes people feel warm. As soon as Lin Feng sat down, Su Mushue started to busy herself around. Without even having time to change clothes, he ran to the kitchen and cooked a bowl of egg soup for Lin Feng to sober him up. "And hubby, drink this bowl of soup quickly. I'm going to take a shower first, and." Su Mushue put down the hangover soup in her hand, turned around and walked into the bathroom. The pretty figure almost never stopped. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was deeply moved. Because in his previous life, he was a 996 office worker and was targeted by his superiors and colleagues all day long. His parents died in a car accident when he was in elementary school. So since he was a child, he had to rely on himself, and no one had ever treated him like this. But now, traveling to this world, not only did he awaken the system, but he also got a school beauty wife. Not only is she virtuous and considerate, she also has her own large mansion. This feeling is so good. But this also strengthened Lin Feng's determination. Since Su Mushue treated him like this, he would definitely not let Su Mushue down. In this life, he must make Su Mushue the happiest woman in the world. Thinking of this, Lin Feng woke up the system and studied it carefully. When the system was just activated, Su Mushue confessed to him in public in the auditorium. He had no time to study it, so now is a good time to take a look. "And system, what functions do you have in?" While Su Mushue was taking a shower, Lin Feng said to the system in his heart. Replying to the host, this system is to help the host become the best model husband. As long as the host can make his wife feel happy, or complete tasks related to his wife, he can get corresponding rewards. After listening to the systematic explanation, Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. To put it bluntly, this system. I just want Lin Feng to be a man who dotes on his wife. As long as you can make your wife happy, the rewards will naturally come in an endless stream. Bang! Just then, the bathroom door opened. Su Mushue finished taking a shower and walked out. Lin Feng subconsciously looked towards the door. At this time, Su Mushue was wearing a suspender pajamas and walked towards me with her long beautiful legs. Her hair was not completely dry yet and her pretty face was red. The fullness of her body looks particularly attractive when wrapped in the suspender pajamas. Lin Feng was stunned and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. It seems I really found a treasure this time. "And honey, I'm done, do you want to take a shower, N?" Su Mushue's voice rang in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng shook his head, calmed down his excitement, and looked at Su Mushue. "And honey, do you want to come in and rub my back, N?" Under the influence of alcohol, Lin Feng became bolder and teased Su Mushue. "And I haven't cleaned the kitchen yet. Go wash it yourself, N." When Su Mushue heard that she was going to rub his back, her pretty face immediately turned red and she ran to the kitchen as if escaping. Seeing this, Lin Feng just smiled and shook his head, not forcing it. Although they both have already obtained their marriage certificate. But the time we spent together was too short, less than a day. So it is normal for Su Mushue to be a little shy. Walking into the bathroom, Lin Feng took a bath in no time. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. After taking a shower, Lin Feng looked in the bathroom mirror and began to think about life. As an ordinary person, to be able to marry a wife like Su Mushue, it must be because of good deeds done in the previous life. However, how will Lin Feng get along with Su Mushue in the days to come? After all, the gap between him and Su Mushue is too big. In this world, Su Mushue is a stunning school beauty and comes from a wealthy family. She is the object of pursuit for countless boys. But what about Lin Feng? Apart from being handsome, he has nothing. Even if Su Mushue doesn't care, her parents, and her relatives and friends. There will definitely be all kinds of doubts. There will definitely be a lot of rumors in society. Lin Feng could guess that there must be many people in other places who are discussing this matter right now, saying that he is not worthy of Su Mushue at all. Having been a coward for so long in his previous life, Lin Feng doesn't want to continue to be so cowardly in this life. What should we do? Just then, a crisp sound came from his mind. Bite. The first step to being a model husband is to cook for your wife and get her praise. A gift pack for newbies. When Lin Feng heard the task issued by the system, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Cooking for your wife? Want to get her praise? When it comes to doing other things, Lin Feng can still do it with some effort. But he really knows nothing about cooking. Never mind, it's getting late now. Let us talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 6 Newbie Gift Pack. The next day, early morning. The sunlight shines into the house, directly illuminating the entire living room. Lin Feng woke up from his sleep, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and looked at Su Mushue in the bedroom. Last night, Lin Feng wanted to do something. But Su Mushue was very resistant, and Lin Feng did not force her. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. In order to prevent myself from taking action, Lin Feng took the initiative to come to the living room and spent the night on the sofa. And Su Mushue was still lying on the bed, snoring like a little pig. After washing up, Lin Feng remembered the task issued by the system last night. Cook for my wife. And get her praise. Thinking of this, he went to the kitchen and prepared to make a loving breakfast for his wife. Lin Feng opened the refrigerator and found a bunch of ingredients. However, as a stay-at-home in his previous life, he didn't know how to cook any dishes except instant noodles. In the end, he decided to cook a simple bowl of beef ramen. Prepare the meat, turn on the fire, cook the noodles. 10 minutes later, a bowl of steaming beef ramen was ready. Lin Feng picked up the chopsticks and took a quick bite. It tasted okay, at least the meat was cooked. But if you want to get Su Mushue's praise, this is probably far from enough. Just then, the system's voice sounded. Bite. Because the host cooks for his wife. Reward attributes, cooking skills +1, physical strength +1. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng was stunned. Oh shit. Is this okay? Didn't you expect that you could get rewards just by cooking a bowl of noodles? It seems that the system is not deceiving. As long as you do things that make your wife happy, you will get corresponding rewards. Thinking of this, Lin Feng showed a satisfied smile on his face. Next, he cooked another bowl of beef ramen. The next second, the system voice sounded again. Bite. Because the host cooks for his wife. Reward attributes, cooking skills +1, stamina +1. Lin Feng tasted the freshly made beef ramen and found that with the help of his cooking skills, this bowl of noodles was obviously much better than the previous one. Lin Feng then cooked another bowl of beef ramen. This is already the third bowl of noodles. Although I don't know if I can finish the noodles later. But in the spirit of striving for perfection, Lin Feng decided to make a few more bowls. After all, as long as you make a few more bowls, your cooking skills will be improved. Apart from wasting some ingredients, there is no harm at all. Half an hour later, Lin Feng brought the fifth bowl of beef ramen to the table and stopped cooking. At this time, Su Mushue had not yet gotten up. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Feng opened the system panel and checked his various attributes. Host, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Age, 22. Strength, 5. Endurance, 5. Physical strength, 6. Agility, 3. Charm, 10. Cooking skills, 7 intermediate level, comparable to hotel chefs. Lucky, 2. Talent skills, none. On the system panel, all the values are clearly marked. Lin Feng took a few casual glances and had a general understanding of his various attributes. When he saw the cooking column, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It seems that these bowls of beef ramen were not made in vain. In just one morning, he had improved his cooking skills to an intermediate level. It's completely comparable to a restaurant chef. After checking the properties, Lin Feng brought the remaining bowls of beef ramen to the dining table. Then, he walked into the house and whispered to Su Muxue. "And wife, get up and have breakfast, Inamen." Su Muxue, who was sleeping, heard Lin Feng's voice and couldn't help but moan, then slowly opened her eyes. The next second, a handsome face came into her sight. Lin Feng is already very handsome, and wearing an apron, he looks like a good family man. This kind of visual impact is still very lethal to women. Therefore, after Su Muxue opened her eyes and saw Lin Feng, her pretty face immediately turned red. Thinking about what happened last night, Lin Feng wanted to take her by force, and the two of them had some physical contact. Although she was pushed away in the end, she was still a little shy and didn't dare to look Lin Feng in the eyes. At this time, Lin Feng also saw this scene. He didn't point it out, but chuckled and said, "And get up and have breakfast. Inam, n." Su Muxue nodded obediently, threw back the quilt and prepared to get up. But at this moment, her movements froze. Because at this moment, the suspender pajamas on her body actually slipped down. Lin Feng was still watching beside. Those deep eyes made Su Muxue feel a little scared when looking at her. Ina, n. Su Muxue was terrified. She quickly pulled up her pajamas and ran to the bathroom. Inside the restaurant, Su Muxue's pretty face was still blushing. But after seeing Lin Feng making breakfast for her, she felt very touched. She never expected that Lin Feng would be so considerate and was truly the epitome of a good husband. At this moment, Su Muxue felt warm, and an inexplicable emotion spread in her heart. Although she was married to Lin Feng, she was not used to his presence. However, since she has decided to marry him, Su Muxue will slowly adapt and fulfill her obligations as a wife. And this bowl of noodles tastes the best, try it, n. Lin Feng pushed the last bowl of beef ramen he made in front of Su Muxue, signaling Su Muxue to use her chopsticks quickly. Enum.n. Su Muxue nodded implicitly. She picked up the chopsticks, picked up a few noodles and tasted them. When she put the ramen into her mouth and chewed it carefully for a few times, the expression on her face suddenly became surprised. Originally, she thought that she would be a handsome guy like Lin Feng. The food you make will definitely not be very delicious. But Su Muxue was already very satisfied that he had this kind of heart. However, she never expected that the breakfast made by Lin Feng tasted so good. It's not an exaggeration to say that it was packed up and brought back from outside. Su Muxue had eaten early last night and was already starving. She picked up the chopsticks and started to wolf down the food. Soon, she finished a bowl of beef ramen. And how does it taste? Is it delicious, n? Lin Feng looked at Su Muxue and asked. And very good, husband, n. And your cooking skills are even better than those in other restaurants, n. Su Muxue gave a thumbs up and couldn't help but praise. Hearing this, Lin Feng showed a satisfied smile. And if it's delicious, eat more. I cooked several bowls, Lin Feng said in a doting tone. As a husband, he must of course take good care of Su Muxue and fulfill his responsibilities as a husband. Enum, n. Su Muxue nodded happily. Even though it was just breakfast. But through this incident, Su Muxue also developed a better impression of Lin Feng. She also began to truly accept Lin Feng in her heart and regarded him as her husband. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the task, received praise from your wife, and are rewarded with a novice gift pack. Skills included, super memory, poetic talent, masculine virility. Technology included, future computer systems, hacker technology. Chapter 7, Future Computer System. After opening the novice gift pack, a series of rewards followed. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that just a breakfast would bring him such a generous reward. Open the system panel, and the introduction of the 3 skills instantly appears before your eyes. Super memory. As a model husband, of course you can't forget various anniversaries, and having a super memory is essential. Poet's talent, only with a poet's talent can you impress your wife. Male glory, men never say no. After reading the explanation of the three skills, Lin Feng was suddenly speechless. This is too childish. The first two skills are still somewhat useful to him. But the last one? Are you kidding? He doesn't need it at all. And right, system.N. And what is this future computer system, N? Lin Feng asked silently in his heart. Not long after, the system's voice was heard. Return to the host, future computer system. It is a high-tech computer system from the year 2233, independently developed by the Dragon Country team. This system is compiled in Dragon Mandarin and is the pinnacle of domestic computer systems. After listening to the systematic explanation, Lin Feng was overjoyed. Computer system from the future. And it was independently developed by the Longhua team. This thing can be said to be a priceless treasure. Compared to the 10 million previously awarded by the system, it is a million times more awesome. The wealth that this thing can create is absolutely immeasurable. You should know that most of the computers in the world are running Microsoft Windows or Apple systems. Its market share is extremely large and it is in an absolutely dominant position. Moreover, these two systems were developed by the United States, and their security issues are a huge hidden danger. Once the United States wants to make trouble, all the data of Dragon Country will be exposed. After all, Long Country lags far behind the United States in computer systems. Such shortcomings are a major stumbling block to the development of Longhua's science and technology. If we can have our own domestic system, we can not only create wealth, but also lead Longhua to a new level. Why not do something like this? Thinking of this, Lin Feng decided to set up a technology company. The 10 million cash rewarded by the system can be used as starting capital. However, if we want to develop a domestic operating system, this 10 million is definitely not enough. However, Lin Feng is not worried about money matters. As long as you have the skills, integrating a few of his small goals would be a piece of cake, right? Besides, he still has the system in his hands. I'm not afraid of a hammer. And honey, what are you daydreaming about, N? N come and eat together. N. Seeing Lin Feng standing there in a daze, Su Muxue couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng came back to his senses, nodded and said, "N okay. N." As soon as he sat down, Su Muxue handed him a pair of chopsticks, and come on, husband, here are the chopsticks for you. N. Immediately afterwards, Su Muxue took out her cell phone and tapped the beef noodles on the table. Then I opened WeChat and posted a message to my friends. Caption, first meal after marriage, heart-shaped noodles made by my husband heart-shape. Not long after I sent the message, my phone started buzzing. Su Muxue's relatives, friends, college classmates, and her parents. Without exception, everyone saw this post on WeChat Moments. Seeing this photo full of dog food, everyone is envious and jealous. I hate myself for not having such a good husband. It was early in the morning and I was fed dog food. I didn't even have to eat breakfast. En Muxue, is it really okay for you to show your affection like this, N? And have you ever considered the feelings of us single guys, N? And that's right, it's early in the morning, I haven't even brushed my teeth yet, but you've already fed me, N. And is this something Lin Feng made for you? It looks really good. I didn't expect he has this side to him, N. And sisters, don't say anything, I'll drink this bowl of dog food first, N. I saw the messages from my best friends in the circle of friends. Su Muxue couldn't help but burst out laughing, her face filled with a happy smile. The curved eyelashes and sweet smile make people unable to help but be intoxicated by them. Lin Feng was also stunned, staring at Su Muxue. A beauty like Su Muxue is extremely attractive to any man. Especially her innocent smile with two dimples. It makes people feel like spring is coming, and they want to cherish and love her. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. My wife is so cute. En Muxue, stop playing with your phone. N. And eat the noodles quickly before they get cold, N. Su Muxue nodded obediently, put her phone aside and continued eating. And husband, do you know, N? I discovered that I had a really good eye. And not only did I find a handsome husband, but he's also such a good cook and is so gentle to me. I'm so lucky, N. Lin Feng smiled and said, and it is my luck to marry you as my wife. N. Su Muxue smiled sweetly, her face filled with happiness. In this way, the two of them boasted to each other. Before I knew it, I had finished all the noodles in the bowl. And hubby, can I still eat the breakfast you make in the future? Su Mushue asked with some anticipation. Lin Feng nodded, and of course, as long as you don't mind my cooking skills. And how could I dislike it? Su Mushue smiled playfully, and my husband's cooking skills are the best in the world. Lin Feng felt a little embarrassed after being praised so much by Su Mushue. He waved his hand and said, and it's over. And what happened? Su Mushue asked doubtfully. I mean, you're flattering me a little too much. Su Mushue curled her lips and said, nay, I'm not flattering you. I'm telling the truth. Really? Conditions like Su Mushue's family. She has eaten all kinds of delicacies from land and sea, and she is very strict about the food. But the beef noodles made by Lin Feng gave her a sense of home warmth. That is why Su Mushue thinks that Lin Feng's cooking skills are the best in the world. Although the dishes in the 5-star hotel are well cooked, they are delicious and tasty. But it lacks the warmth of home, and you will get sick of it if you eat too much. In comparison, the home-cooked meals made by Lin Feng make people feel more belonging. Her words came from the heart and were not just flattery. Looking at Su Mushue's sincere look, Lin Feng didn't continue to dwell on her words. Because he believed that a naive girl like Su Mushue would not lie. Chapter 8 Silly Wife. Mingyue Villa. Su Jiangwo sat at the dining table. Looking at the sumptuous breakfast on the table, I have no appetite at all. Because just now, he saw the circle of friends that Su Mushue posted. The whole person fell into deep thought. He sighed heavily. It's like a daughter once she's married off is like water spilled out. He's already living with someone else, and he doesn't even bother to call home. You only know how to post on moments, but don't know how to block yourself. Isn't this just making things difficult for yourself? The more he thought about it, the more upset he became. He just picked up the sandwich and stuffed it into his mouth. But when I put the sandwich in my mouth, it tasted like chewing wax. His little cotton padded jacket had been worn away by someone else, and as a father, he felt very upset. Seeing Su Jiangwo's aggrieved look, Zhao Yalan, who was sitting beside him, almost laughed like a pig. She coughed lightly and jokingly said, and honey, what's wrong with you? Who made you angry again, Su Jiangwo rolled his eyes at her and said unhappily. And it's already this hour, and you're still in the mood to joke with me, Lin. And come to think of it, you are also responsible for this matter, Su Jiangwo suddenly turned his attention to Zhao Yalan. Zhao Yalan was stunned. She frowned and asked, and what is my responsibility, Lin? And if you hadn't spoiled Mushue since she was a child, would she have become like this, Lin? Hearing this, Zhao Yalan was speechless. To say that Su Mushue is spoiled. Is there anyone in this world who can compare to you? Thinking of this, Zhao Yalan snorted coldly. But she was too lazy to argue with Su Jiangwo, so she changed the subject. And okay, no more jokes, let's get serious. And do you think we should contact Lin Feng's parents, And since they are both married, shouldn't we discuss when to hold the wedding, Before Su Jiangwo could speak, Zhao Yalan continued. Oh, there is one more very important thing, And that's the gift, Su Jiangwo was a little unhappy when he heard what Zhao Yalan said. And wife, I thought you were an open-minded parent like me, And we are not short of money, there is no need to act like we are selling our daughter, And you have to know that for our Mushue, her happiness is the top priority, And as long as Lin Feng is truly kind to my daughter, I won't say a word even if he throws himself at her, Hearing this, Zhao Yalan's face turned completely dark. She rolled her eyes at Su Jiangwo and said coldly, and what are you talking about here? I haven't even finished my words yet, why are you so anxious, And what I mean is that the bride price must be given, And because this is a traditional etiquette, it doesn't matter how much money you pay, And but my idea is that after we receive the betrothal gift, we can return it tenfold, Su Jiangwo was stunned for a moment, then asked, and return 10 times the amount, In this way, we can have both face and substance, And it can also show the generosity of our Su family. What do you think? Ahem. Su Jiangwo was drinking water and almost choked. Good boy, return it 10 times? What a family. No matter how generous you are, you can't do it like this, right? Aren't you afraid that Lin Feng will ask for a dowry of millions? Wouldn't that mean we would have to return tens of millions? And wife, you are exaggerating. No, no, N. Su Jiangwo quickly waved his hand to refuse. Zhao Yalan said, and what's wrong with this? It's settled, N. And please clean up the dishes. I'll go upstairs and hang up the clothes. N. Having said that, she stood up and walked towards the stairs. Su Jiangwo looked at her back and sighed helplessly. Well. What is this? I have to pay for my daughter's marriage out of my own pocket. This is really a huge loss. But after all, she is my own daughter. Even if I feel uncomfortable, I can't let my daughter down. Just make it 10 times. After all, money is a minor issue. As long as my daughter can live a happy life, that is more important than anything else. Besides, it is said that Lin Feng's family conditions aren't very good. Su Jiangwo estimated that the most he could come up with was a 100,000 yuan dowry. Even if it is returned 10 times, it would only be 1 million. This is all small money. Thinking of this, Su Jiangwo felt much better. The only thing that is a bit uncomfortable is the fact that my daughter got the marriage certificate secretly. Now he only hopes that Lin Feng can be nicer to Mu Shui. But judging from the circle of friends that Mu Shui just posted, Lin Feng made breakfast for Mu Shui. That's a good point. As for other aspects, that remains to be investigated. On the other side, in the dining room, Su Mushui finished 2 bowls of beef noodles and leaned back in her chair contentedly. I'm so full. She touched her stomach and found it was a little bloated. Lin Feng put the bowl down and couldn't help but joke. I didn't expect that school beauty Su has such a good figure and eats so much. N. And if the students of Binhai University knew this, they would probably be shocked, right, N? Su Mushui rolled her eyes at him and said, I don't care what they think, N. And by the way, why do you still call me school beauty Su, N? And call me wife, N. Lin Feng smiled and said, and okay, my dear wife, N. Lin Feng stood up from his chair and prepared to clean up the dishes. Seeing this, Su Mushui hurriedly grabbed his hand and said, and husband, sit down and have a rest, N. And just leave the small matter of washing the dishes to me, N. Lin Feng smiled and said, and it's okay. I'm not tired anyway. N. No, I have to wash it. N. And Yuri already working hard enough making breakfast, N. Su Mushui pouted and said sweetly, and from now on, you cook and I wash the dishes, N. And when we work together as men and women, the work won't be tiring, N. Hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. And wife, I didn't expect you to be such a good wife and mother. N. And of course, N. Su Mushui puffed out her chest and continued, but I'm not good enough now. I will study hard in the future and strive to be a good wife, N. Lin Feng looked at her, but, you are already very good now. N. No, it's not good enough, it has to be better, N. After washing the dishes, Su Mushui sat on the sofa, leaning against Lin Feng. It's still early, not even 8 o'clock. There is still more than an hour before Su Mushui goes to work. And wife, it's still early. N. And do you think we should, N? Su Mushui glared at him and said in horror. And hubby, you're not going to do anything bad, are you, N? Lin Feng chuckled and said defensively, and do you think I look like that kind of person, N? And so what do you want to do, N? Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just picked up Su Mushui by the waist and walked upstairs. And get up so early. N. And let's go back and take a nap. N. No, I have to go to work later, N. Before Su Mushui could finish her words, Lin Feng carried her into the bedroom and threw her onto the bed. And wife, do you know, N? And if a couple does not fulfill their obligations, it is against the law, N. Hearing this, Su Mushui suddenly panicked. Breaking the law? Is this true or false? If it were someone else, they might not believe it at all. But Su Mushui is just a silly girl, she believes whatever Lin Feng says. And well, in that case, N. And then you win, N. Seeing Su Mushui's blushing cheeks, Lin Feng was secretly happy. My own wife. It's so deceptive. Chapter 9, Start a business and refuse to live off others. Half an hour later. The two had a deep exchange. But the final step was never taken. It's not that Lin Feng can't do it, but Su Mushui is a little resistant. After all, she has never had a boyfriend or had any close contact with the opposite sex since she was a child. She couldn't accept having to do that kind of thing after just 2 days of marriage. Lin Feng did not force it, because he knew that a forced melon is not sweet. It's better for things like this to happen naturally. Su Muxue lay on the bed, nestling obediently in Lin Feng's arms, looking a little shy. It was almost 9 o'clock. But Su Muxue didn't care about being late at all. Anyway, I'm going to work at my family's company, so no one dares to say anything even if I'm late. She just wants to spend more time with her husband now. Lin Feng didn't say anything and hugged Su Muxue tightly. At this moment, the mobile phone on the bedside table suddenly lit up. Su Muxue picked up the phone and found that Su Anqi had called her several times. But at that time, she was being intimate with Lin Feng. So I didn't hear it at all. And it's not time to go to work yet, and my elder sister called me so many times. Is it because I got the marriage certificate without my permission and made my parents unhappy? Lin Su Muxue muttered to herself. She originally planned to send a WeChat message to ask. But then I thought, I have to go to work soon. It would be better to talk about it after we meet. It won't take too long. Thinking of this, she threw her phone aside, quietly enjoying the wonderful time alone with Lin Feng. And that's right, husband.N. And how about I take you to meet my parents some other day, and my parents haven't met you yet.N. Lin Feng nodded, and okay.N. And but when the time comes, I have to be prepared.N. And if your parents don't like me, that would be troublesome, un. Su Muxue giggled, and don't worry, they will definitely like you, N. Then, she couldn't help but add, and speaking of this, I'm more worried about whether my parents-in-law will like me.Un. Speaking of Lin Feng's parents. They called me last night when I was going to bed. He severely reprimanded Lin Feng, saying that he did not even tell his parents about such a big thing as getting married. Although Lin Feng's parents seemed angry on the surface, they still like Su Muxue as their daughter-in-law very much. After all, he was able to marry such a beautiful wife without spending a penny. As expected, he is from the Lin family. And don't worry, wife.N. And my parents and my relatives, they all like you very much, N. Su Muxue was skeptical, and really, N. Lin Feng nodded, and of course it's true, N. And after all, my wife is so beautiful, who wouldn't like her, N. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Su Muxue's already flushed face became even redder. She is so charming when she is shy. And hubby, you're so annoying, N. Su Muxue covered her face with her hands and said something coquettishly. But I feel very sweet in my heart. She was very happy to be praised by Lin Feng. And oh, honey, I have something else to tell you.N. That's the thing about me starting a business. Su Muxue was a little surprised and said with wide eyes, and husband, you want to start a business, Un? Annie's, N. Lin Feng nodded and said, and I can't just keep living off others, right, N? And we are married now, but I don't even have a house, so I can only live in your house, then. And for a man, this is a very damaging thing. Besides, we still have a long time to live. I can't let you support me, right, N? So, I plan to start my own business and own a company. Lin Feng will not reveal too much about the domestic system. But what needs to be said still needs to be said. Su Muxue hugged Lin Feng's arm and said with a smile, and husband, then I support you, and I believe you can definitely succeed.Un. And keep working hard.Un. Lin Feng nodded. Su Muxue continued to ask, and husband, what do you plan to start your business with, Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, I plan to open a technology company, but I haven't decided on the specific business yet.N. Su Muxue smiled and said, and it's okay, don't worry, take your time.N. And we have just graduated, and now is the time to show our talents. Let's work together, N. And but husband, I want you to know one thing, that is, no matter what happens, I will stand behind you and support you silently, N. And besides, if you need startup capital, I can give it to you, N. As Su Muxue spoke, she took the wallet from the bedside table, which contained 2 bank cards. One of them was the New Year's money she had received since she was a child, totaling more than 5 million. The other one was the salary card that Su Jiangwo gave her, which also contained nearly 1 million in cash. She handed both bank cards to Lin Feng. And husband, take this money and use it, N. And if it's not enough, tell me and I'll make it up for you.N. Lin Feng looked at the thick bank card in his hand and felt warm in his heart. He returned the bank card to Su Muxue. And wife, I will figure out the money issue myself.N. And take your bank card back, N. Seeing Lin Feng's refusal, Su Muxue became a little anxious. No, husband, N. And when starting a business, the most important thing is startup capital.N. And we're remarried now, so half of this money is yours, just take it, N. Lin Feng is not a male chauvinist. I don't mind the issue of whether or not to be a gigolo. If he had no money, he would definitely accept the money. But the problem is that he now has the system and 10 million in cash, so he doesn't have to worry about money at all. And wife, let's put it this way. You keep the bank card for now, N. And when I need money someday, I'll tell you, N. And all right, N. Su Muxue nodded reluctantly, then looked at the time, and honey, it's getting late, I should go to work, N. And but, husband, I really can't bear to leave you, N. And you'll miss me at home, won't you, N? Lin Feng smiled and said, and of course, N. Su Muxue stood up and prepared to get dressed. She felt somewhat embarrassed to change clothes in front of a boy, so she asked Lin Feng to wait outside the door. After changing clothes, Su Muxue came out. When Lin Feng saw Su Muxue in front of him, his eyes suddenly lit up. Su Muxue was wearing an OL suit, her white legs wrapped in stockings, looking particularly attractive. She picked up her bag, said goodbye to Lin Feng, and drove to Su Group. Lin Feng stayed at home and packed his things. I am going to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register the company name. But at this moment, the system's voice came. Bite. Because the host is constantly striving to improve himself, he refuses to be a freeloader. Bonus attributes: charm +1. Luck +1. Bonus skill: protection for new entrepreneurs. Chapter 10: The Domineering Female President. Seeing the reward in front of him, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. The first two are easy to understand. What is this protection for new entrepreneurs? As if sensing Lin Feng's doubts, the system responded immediately. Return to the host: protection for novice entrepreneurs is a continuous skill. With this skill, when the host is engaged in entrepreneurial activities, the system will automatically escort the host. To put it simply, it is equivalent to the novice period in the game. Before the host establishes a company and the market value exceeds 100 million yuan, he will enjoy the protection of this skill. After listening to the system's explanation, Lin Feng couldn't help but grin. This skill is a good thing. In this day and age, 9 out of 10 startups fail. No matter how awesome you are, you can't beat bad luck or run into a big pit, which can bankrupt your company. But with this skill, you can avoid these risks and safeguard your future entrepreneurial journey. I have to say, the skill is very necessary. Lin Feng was secretly excited for a while. He looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. At this time, the Industrial and Commercial Bureau should be open for business. He went into the bathroom, tidied himself up, and changed into a formal suit. The whole person looks exceptionally handsome. Afterwards, he went out and took a taxi directly to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. It took half an hour to register the new company. As for the name of the new company, Lin Feng named it Fengshan Technology Company, Limited. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng came to the center of Binhai City and found an office building that looked good. I directly rented an office of over 1,000 square meters. As for the price, it is definitely a bit expensive. But for the long-term development of the company, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and took it directly. Besides, Lin Feng now has 10 million in cash. It shouldn't be a problem to maintain the company's expenses for half a year. In the next 6 months, it depends on how the company develops. As long as the company can raise the first round of funds, it will be able to gain a foothold in Binhai, and it will be easier to make money then. And Lin Feng also has system help. As long as nothing unexpected happens. Lin Feng is confident that within half a year, Fengshan Technology will become the world's top technology company. After finishing these things, the next thing is the issue of employees. To succeed in starting a business, besides capital, the most important things are technology and talent. This is especially important for technology companies. As for the technical aspect, Lin Feng doesn't have to worry at all. He now has in his hands the top computer operating system from the future. And it was compiled in Chinese. Once it is launched, Lin Feng believes that it will be popular within half a month. The name of Fengshan Technology Company will resound throughout the Dragon Country and even the world. Now, he only needs to recruit a group of system maintenance talents. Naturally, the salary Lin Feng offers to his employees will not be too low. As for 996 or something like that. Lin Feng was not interested in that either. Since we want to be an industry benchmark, we must not only be ahead of the country in technology. In terms of employee system, we must naturally crush those vampire-like companies in the country and become a model of industry benchmark. The pattern needs to be opened up so that the industry can be convinced. Thinking of this, Lin Feng went home and started to get busy. At the same time, Su Muxue drove to the Su Group. After graduation, Su Muxue can actually develop abroad. But she chose to stay in the country and work for her family's company. Her idea was simple. That is, she doesn't like life abroad, she wants to stay in Longwa and work hard on her favorite career. She wants to create a domestic cosmetics brand that will be well known internationally. Let domestic products go global. She is not like some people who think the moon is rounder abroad than at home after going abroad. After coming back, he would speak a few English words at every turn and thought he was superior to others. The most annoying thing is that whenever they mention domestic brands, they show a disdainful expression on their faces. It seems that foreign cosmetics brands are the truth. This made her very disgusted. So, from the moment she entered college, she made a life plan for herself. Before graduating from college, find a boy you like and marry him. Then start focusing on your career. She must let these people know that the so-called domestic products are no worse than others. This is also what makes Su Muxue charming. She is very ambitious, knows what she wants and what is right. She wants more than just making money. She wants to make domestic brands shine on the international stage. This is also called opening the pattern. Su Muxue walked into the elevator. Come to the floor where the project department is located. At this time, many colleagues were talking about Su Muxue. Look, Sister Muxue is here just now. And if I remember correctly, this is the first time Sister Muxue is late after working for so long, right? And yeah, if it were any other time, she would have been here a long time ago. And several female colleagues were talking about it, and one of them, a hot beauty, covered her mouth and laughed. And what's so strange about this? Yesterday at Binhai University's graduation ceremony, President Su proposed to a student named Lin Feng on the spot. And besides, last night, she even posted an official announcement on her Moments. And they posted their marriage certificate. Lin Feng is so handsome. I'm so envious. And so, last night was the couple's wedding night. And I assented normal to be late today. And remember this time last year, Xiaolan, you just got a boyfriend, but the next day, just as they were gossiping, Su Muxue came over. When everyone saw her, they immediately shut up. They also understood that Su Muxue was a person who always clearly distinguished between public and private matters. Privately, she is a very nice girl who can chat with anyone. But when she is working, she is still very dedicated, never procrastinating, and always acting decisively. If she found out that an employee had a bad work attitude, she will deal with it seriously. So, everyone is in awe of her, but not afraid of her. Otherwise, I wouldn't call her Sister Muxue in private. And Sister Muxue, good morning. And seeing Su Muxue coming, colleagues in the project department stood up and greeted her. Su Muxue nodded, and well, sorry, I'm late. And Xiaolan, print out the previous plan and send it to my office. And then call Mr. Wang and tell him that we have a new product coming to the market. How is his preparation going? After saying that, Su Muxue walked straight into the office. Once it's time to go to work, Su Muxue seems like a different person. She was wearing a hip-hugging miniskirt, and her long, white legs were tightly wrapped in stockings. A pair of black high heels, about 10 centimeters high, made a crisp sound when they stepped on the floor. The whole person looks noble, sexy, and cool. She is just like a domineering female president. After entering the office, Su Muxue sat in her office chair. Turn on the computer and start working seriously. It was almost noon when Su Anchi arrived at the office door. She knocked on the door. Come in. Su Muxue spoke to the outside while processing documents. Su Anchi opened the door and walked in. Muxue, I called you so many times, why didn't you answer? And also, I was late for work today. And when you came, you didn't even bother to come to my office to find me first. Hearing her sister's accusation, Su Muxue looked up at her and smiled. Sorry, sister, I overslept today. But why are you calling me so early? Is there something wrong? Su Anchi curled her lips and said, I have nothing to do with you. It's our mom who wants to invite you to lunch.un. And she said she wanted to talk to you about linfeng.n. Chapter 11, An Opportunity to Make a Fortune. Hearing this, Su Muxue immediately put down the work in her hands, looking at Su Anqi intently. And sister, what did you just say, N? And mom, do you already know about my marriage to Linfeng Yen? Su Anqi was a little amused when she heard this. And nonsense, do you think everyone is blind, N? And you posted selfies, showed off your breakfast, and even posted your marriage certificate, N. And any normal person would know this, right, N? After hearing this, Su Muxue suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Oops. I actually forgot to block my parents. Su Muxue asked, and what do my parents think, N? And what else can you think? You've already got your marriage certificate, N. And even if they don't agree, they can only compromise now, N. And you are such a fool. You didn't even tell us about such a big thing as marriage and just went straight to get the marriage certificate, N. And aren't you afraid of being cheated, N? Looking at her silly sister, Su Anqi was speechless. Hearing this, Su Muxue smiled and said, and sister, so my parents agree to my marriage, N? Su Anqi rolled her eyes at her and said speechlessly. And Muxue, don't misunderstand me. I just said that my parents don't object to your marriage, N. And but I didn't say they would like Linfeng.un. Su Muxue, N. And why didn't you tell me earlier? I was so happy for nothing, N. Su Muxue muttered, her face full of disappointment. Seeing this scene, Su Anqi sighed and spoke to comfort her. And don't be too sad. In fact, my parents still admire Linfeng very much, N. And otherwise, they would have captured you long ago, N. And okay, I won't talk to you anymore. Mom is still in the restaurant, waiting for us to come over, Xian. And put down what you are doing and follow me, N. Su Muxue nodded, no, okay, N. 10 minutes later. Su Anqi brought Su Muxue to a private restaurant near the company. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Jia Yalan. She sat in a window seat. And Muxue, Anqi, you are here, please sit down, N. Su Muxue couldn't help but speak not long after she sat down. And mom, I'm sorry, N. E and I went to the Civil Affairs Bureau with Linfeng to get the marriage certificate without consulting you, N. Of course, this can't be blamed on Su Muxue. You know, it took her a lot of effort to muster up the courage to confess to Linfeng. If we don't strike while the iron is hot and get the marriage certificate first, what if Linfeng suddenly changes his mind the next day? By then, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Seeing Su Muxue acting like a child who had done something wrong, Jia Yalan couldn't help but laugh. And silly girl, don't be nervous. Mom doesn't blame you, N. And actually, your father and I have no objection to your marriage to Linfeng. After all, you are an adult now, N. And but we hope that if you make any important decisions in the future, you can tell us in advance, okay, N. Su Anqi, who was sitting nearby, also said, and yes. You are too impulsive, N. Su Muxue nodded, then asked cautiously. And but, mom, since you don't object to me marrying Linfeng.n. And so you called me out today just to tell me this, N. And it shouldn't be that simple, right, N? Su Muxue was right. Zhao Yalan did have other purposes in asking her out today. Seeing her daughter speak so tactfully, Zhao Yalan immediately smiled. And Muxue, you are right, N. And mom asked you to come out today because she has something else to do, N. And mom wants you to talk to Linfeng after get off work and give me his parents' phone number, N. Ina, N. Su Muxue was a little puzzled, and why do you want his parents' phone number, Hien? Zhao Yalan said with a smile. And Muxue, since you two are planning to get married, N. And then next, we must plan the wedding and hold the banquet, N. And don't worry about these things. Your father, Linfeng's parents, and I will help you with it, N. And when can you call Linfeng's parents out? Let's meet together and see what kind of people they are, N. And in addition, we can also talk about the betrothal gifts and the 3 golds, N. Zhao Yalan looked at Su Muxue with a smile. After hearing the previous things, Su Muxue didn't have any objections. After all, things like booking hotels and organizing banquets should be done by the elders. However, when Zhao Yalan mentioned the bride price and the 3 golds, Su Muxue frowned immediately and said hurriedly, and mom, our family is not short of money, why are you asking my husband for a betrothal gift, En? Hearing this, Zhao Yalan was suddenly speechless. This girl? You are really capable. You haven't even gotten married yet, but your elbows are already turning outward? Zhao Yalan rolled her eyes and said, and yes, our family is not short of money, but we can't even refuse the betrothal gift and our Su family is a well-known and prestigious family in Binhai, and if this gets out, it will be so ugly, Lin. Su Mushue curled her lips, looking unhappy. No, I don't agree. N. Su Mushue is a very stubborn person, she will not easily change her decision. My husband has just entered society and is starting his own business, which is already hard enough. She didn't want to add to Lin Feng's burden. But Zhao Yalan's next words made her completely change her mind. And Mushue, your father said. N. And no matter how much Lin Feng gives as a betrothal gift, he will return it tenfold. And are you sure you want him not to give the bride price? N. Hearing this, Su Mushue was stunned. And what, 10 times the return? N. And mom, you are kidding me. N. And when did my dad become so generous? En. Hearing this, Zhao Yalan couldn't help but say in her heart, and your father is such a stingy person. If it weren't for my little trick, would he have become so generous? N. But she still said, and Mu Shui, look at what you said. N. And your father is actually quite generous to you, N. Su Mushue smiled and said, and yes. My dad is the best to me, N. And what about your mother, N? And mom is very good to me too, N. Zhao Yalan glared at her and said, and you little bitch, you still have a conscience. N. But let us get back to the issue of the bride price. No matter how much you give, dad will return it tenfold. A bold idea suddenly came to Su Mushue's mind. Doesn't your husband want to start a business recently? Although he said that he could handle the money issue himself. However, everything is difficult at the beginning. My husband just graduated and doesn't have many connections in Binhai. Plus, my husband's family conditions don't seem to be particularly good. Without sufficient funds, it would be difficult to start a business. But now, an opportunity to make a fortune is right in front of you. As long as he gives his savings to Lin Feng, he can use the money as a marriage gift. In this way, I can cheat my dad out of his money. No, it was borrowed. Then wouldn't my husband have a source of funds for starting his own business? Thinking of this, Su Mushue secretly gave herself a thumbs up for her intelligence. Chapter 12, Your sister wants to have dinner with me? Finish lunch. Zhao Yalan stood up first and went to the front desk to pay the bill. Then he took Su Mushue and Su Anqi and left the private restaurant. Before leaving, she did not forget to instruct Su Mushue. And Mushue, when you go back, remember to tell Lin Feng. N. And give me his parents' phone number, N. Su Mushue nodded, and okay, mom. N. And aren't you going back with us, Lin? Zhao Yalan waved her hand and said, no, you and she should go back. Mom has something to deal with later, Yen. And okay mom, then be careful on the road, and after Zhao Yalan left, Su Anqi and Su Mushue walked towards the Su group. On the way, Su Anqi seemed a little absent-minded. I remember that a few days ago, my sister was still single. I haven't even had a boyfriend in 4 years of college, but it's only been a few days. She actually got the certificate. How embarrassing it is for her as an elder sister. My sister is married, but I am still single. I feel sad just thinking about it. And judging from the 2 posts Su Mushue posted on WeChat Moments. The first one is a selfie of the 2 of them. My brother-in-law is indeed very good-looking. Su Anqi has been in society for many years and has seen all kinds of handsome guys. But after seeing Lin Feng, I still feel a little excited. The second one is the loving breakfast made by Lin Feng, and it seems that his cooking skills are also very good. Not only is he handsome, he's also very talented. This is definitely a high-quality stock. Su Anqi couldn't help but ask, and Mushue, was it really Lin Feng who made breakfast for you today? And he's. N. Su Mushue boasted with a proud expression. It tastes amazing, even better than a Michelin chef. And my husband is very nice to me. He said he will make breakfast for me from now on, Yen. And sister, do you know what it feels like to be spoiled by a man, Yen? Before Su Anqi could speak, Su Mushue continued, and forget it, you're a single dog, you won't understand even if I tell you, and hearing this, Su Anqi was so angry that her teeth were itching. I never thought that one day I would be despised by my own sister. Not only will you be despised, but you will also have to eat the dog food she spreads. It's so infuriating. In cut N. I don't believe that Lin Feng is as good as you say. N. Ain't as the saying goes, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. I think you are just blinded by love, N. Su Anqi retorted mercilessly. She actually said this to herself. She didn't believe that her sister could find such an outstanding boy just by marrying someone casually. How could she, and an old maiden who had gone on hundreds of blind dates and had more than a dozen boyfriends, face her? Su Muxue curled her lips and said, and if you don't believe it, forget it. If you have ever met Lin Feng, you would never say such a thing, And how about this, I'll ask Lin Feng out tonight. N. And let's have a meal together, 3 of us. It's a good opportunity for you to meet my husband. N. And then you will know whether I have been blinded by love, N. Su Anqi nodded, and okay, I want to see if this Lin Feng is as good as you said, N. Su Muxue snorted coldly, and just wait and see. N. After returning to Su Group, Su Muxue walked into her office. He took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Feng. N honey, are you done with your work, N? Seeing the WeChat message from Su Muxue, Lin Feng replied directly via voice message. N almost. The company has been registered and the office has been rented. N. And the next step is just to recruit employees, N. And what's wrong, wife, what do you want from me, N? Su Muxue typed, N yes. My sister wants to have dinner with you tonight, are you free, N? And your sister wants to have dinner with me, N. Lin Feng said in surprise. And yes, we have already obtained the marriage certificate, but my family has not met you yet. N. And during this period of time, I plan to take you to meet my family and friends bit by bit. N. And also, when are you going to take me back to meet your parents, N? And I am really scared that my parents-in-law won't like me, N. Finally, Su Muxue made an aggrieved expression. See the message sent by Su Muxue. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. He had originally planned to take Su Muxue back to his hometown to meet his parents in the next 2 days. After all, my parents have been urging me to take my wife back home. But Lin Feng just established the company. Next, there are still many things to do. At least we have to wait until he has recruited all the employees and got the company up and running. Only then can I leave for a while. So now, let's put this matter on hold for a while. And wife, let's talk about this later. N. And I am very busy at work right now and can't get away. N. Hearing this, Su Muxue was a little disappointed. But soon, she recovered and typed. And well, it won't be too late for us to go after you're done with this. N. And it just so happens that I can take advantage of this time to think about what kind of gift I should prepare for my parents-in-law. N. And also, I'm going to have dinner with my sister tonight. N. And are you free tonight, N? Lin Feng replied, no problem, I'll go to your company to find you when you get off work in the evening, N. Ina? Su Muxue was stunned for a moment and said in surprise. N honey, are you coming to the company to see me, N? And so, does this count as picking up my wife from get off work, N? Lin Feng smiled and said, and you can understand it that way. N. And well, then we have a deal. N. And see you at 7 p.m., N. Lin Feng replied with an emoticon that said okay. After closing WeChat, Su Muxue felt warm in her heart. It feels so wonderful to have a man like this who pampers and loves her. She was already looking forward to it, a few hours later. When Lin Feng came to the company to pick him up from get off work. What kind of expressions would their other colleagues have when they saw this? This scene has even appeared in Su Muxue's mind, and she feels happy just thinking about it. Chapter 13, Social Death Scene. Afternoon. Because Lin Feng posted the recruitment information on the recruitment software. And offer extremely generous salaries. So soon, I received more than a dozen resumes. Lin Feng made an appointment with them to meet at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Throughout the entire afternoon, Lin Feng interviewed nearly 20 applicants. But in the end, only 5 people were admitted. The others had frustrated expressions on their faces because they lost the election. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh, what if he didn't have the awakening system? Now you may have become a corporate slave, running around in various office buildings, struggling to find a job with a meager salary. Living a 996 life, just living a dull and boring life. But now, we have a system. Lin Feng's fate will also undergo earth-shaking changes. Lin Feng shook his head, calmed himself down, and looked at the time. It was almost 6:30. I have to pick up my wife later, so let us end the interview here for today. According to his plan, he wanted to build a domestic operating system. At least hundreds of employees are needed. After all, this is a big project. Even though he had the help of the system, he had obtained the source code of the domestic system. Just hire a few programmers and let them write them one by one according to the source code. But even so, it is far from enough to make function technology a large enterprise. A mature enterprise requires employees from many different departments to cooperate with each other. Only by cooperating with each other can we make the company bigger and stronger. Lin Feng was very clear about this. So what Lin Feng has to do next is very simple. That is, crazy recruiting. After realizing this, Lin Feng locked the door and left the office. Then he called a taxi and rushed to Su Group. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng came to Su Group. He walked straight into the building and sent a message to Su Muxue. "And wife, I'm already at the Su Group. Which floor are you on, N? And honey, I'm on the 8th floor, in the project department. N. And wait downstairs. I'll go down to find you. N." After Su Muxue replied to the message, she quickly put down the documents in her hand. Then he walked out of the office and went downstairs to find Lin Feng. Seeing Su Muxue's hurried look, colleagues in the project department. No one could sit still and started talking. "And sisters, did you see the message sent in the group just now, N? And the lady at the front desk just said in the group that Lin Feng seems to have come to our company. N. And now, he is on the first floor, N." Hearing this, other colleagues immediately became interested. They gathered together and asked with gossipy expressions, "And Lin Feng? Are you talking about Sister Muxue's husband Lin Feng, N? And is this true? Which group message was sent, N? And do you have any photos? Let me see, N." Having said that, everyone immediately opened WeChat and clicked on their internal small groups. Soon, I saw the photos taken secretly by the front desk. In the photo, Lin Feng is wearing formal attire and looks very elegant. There was a faint smile on his face. When people watch it, they can't help but immerse themselves in it. What a handsome guy. Moreover, this is Apple's original picture, without any beauty or filter. Even so, Lin Feng in the photo is still extremely handsome. You can imagine how handsome he is in person. And wow, is this Sister Muxue's husband, N? And so handsome, like someone who came out of a comic book, N. And oh my goodness, Sister Muxue is so lucky to have found such a handsome husband, N. And if I could marry him, even if it meant my breasts would be 2 sizes smaller, I would be willing. Ugh. Everyone. What kind of lewd words are these? But when I saw the female colleague who was talking, her breasts were as big as an airport. Everyone was relieved. There was nothing in the first place, so where could dust gather? The other side. Su Muxue took the elevator and came to the first floor lobby. I saw Lin Feng standing at the door. "In husband, N." Su Muxue shouted excitedly. Then he ran quickly towards Lin Feng. Although she really wanted to give Lin Feng a hug or a kiss. But this is in the company after all, and as a manager, she still needs to maintain her dignity. So don't be too enthusiastic. She couldn't ruin her image as a domineering female CEO. Otherwise, how can she survive in the company in the future? But, although Su Muxue thought so in her heart. But just now, because she was too excited, she called out in husbandin. It's just too loud. It can be said that it echoed throughout the entire hall. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. The colleagues around me all had strange expressions on their faces. The employees passing by also stopped and looked at the two. Seeing this scene, Su Muxue's pretty face turned red and she was extremely embarrassed. This is simply a social death scene. Lin Feng didn't care and walked over slowly. With a faint smile on his face, he looked at Su Muxue and said, "And honey, are you done, N? And wait, where are we going to eat, N?" Su Muxue calmed down her awkward mood and waved her hand. I'm not done yet, N. I have some work on my hands, it will take me a few minutes to finish. N. And honey, do you want to come up with me and wait for me at the project department, N? Lin Feng nodded, and okay. N. Su Muxue said, and then let's go up. N. Being stared at by so many people, Su Muxue felt uncomfortable all over and wished she could get into the elevator immediately. The scene just now was so outrageous. After entering the elevator, Su Muxue hurriedly pressed the button for the 8th floor. The embarrassment on my body slowly subsided. The elevator reached the 8th floor, and Su Muxue took Lin Feng and walked directly to the project department. Honey, this is where I work. And the Su group is divided into 5 departments in total, and each department is responsible for different tasks. And the project department is the largest department in the company. It can be said to be the heart of the company. My mother and I are jointly responsible for it. And come in, I'll show you around my office. Su Muxue took Lin Feng and walked directly to the project department's office area. When the figures of Su Muxue and Lin Feng appeared in front of everyone, all the employees in the project department were stunned. Sister Muxue's husband is hundreds of times more handsome than in the photo. Whether it's appearance or figure, she can be said to be absolutely beautiful. When they saw Lin Feng, the female employees' eyes sparkled and they looked like crazy fans. The male employees showed expressions of envy and jealousy. Oh shit. He is so damn handsome. No wonder he can win the heart of Mr. Su's daughter so many times. And let's go, husband.N. And my office is inside.N. Su Muxue took Lin Feng into the office. The employees of the project department began to discuss heatedly again. The female colleagues are all extremely fascinated by Lin Feng's appearance. As for the male colleague, he just stood there in a daze, speechless. Compared with Lin Feng, they found that they looked so shabby. Sure enough, this era. Appearance is king. Chapter 14, What is Missing is Typhoon. Enter the office. Su Muxue closed the door. She walked up to Lin Feng shyly. And honey, I miss you so much. N. It's only been a while since we last met, but it feels like a long time has passed. Lin Feng laughed and said, and how can it be so exaggerated? It's only been half a day. N. But it really feels like a long time has passed. Su Muxue pouted, looking aggrieved. She looked up at Lin Feng and asked in confusion, and honey, why do I feel like you're more handsome than this morning, N? Lin Feng touched his cheek and smiled, and really? Maybe you missed me too much. N. Lin Feng made up an excuse to get away with it. But he knew that Su Muxue had such a feeling because the system rewarded him with 1 charm point in the morning. After all, the bonus of charm value is still amazing. In addition, Lin Feng has a good foundation, so the bonus of his charm value will naturally be higher. N. And what you said makes sense, Lin. Su Muxue heard this without any doubt. No matter what Lin Feng said, she would choose to believe it unconditionally. She nodded and said, and hubby, please sit down for a while. I'll be done soon. We'll go eat later, N. And okay, go ahead and do your thing, N. And don't worry, no matter how late it is, I will wait for you, N. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said gently. And hubby, you're so nice, N. Su Muxue threw herself into Lin Feng's arms, her eyes suddenly becoming blurred. And hubby, do you want to, N? And Bobo with me, N? Lin Feng thought he had heard it wrong. What his wife just said was, kiss her. Did I hear it right? Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng and said in a delicate voice. Yeah. And hubby, you heard it right, N. And you were pretty awesome in the morning, weren't you, N? As Su Muxue spoke, her eyes narrowed into 2 crescents. She stretched out her hands, hooked them around Lin Feng's neck, and offered her red lips. Lin Feng was a little flattered. This was his wife, and it was the first time she took the initiative to ask for a kiss. And wife, N. And are you serious, N? Lin Feng asked excitedly. Su Muxue nodded and pouted. Lin Feng was delighted and was about to bend down to kiss Su Muxue. But at this moment, Su Muxue suddenly broke free and started giggling. And ha ha ha, hubby, I'm just teasing you, N. And you really want to do this, N? To be honest, although Su Muxue and Lin Feng are already married. Moreover, in the past 2 days, under Lin Feng's intense offensive, the two of them had done everything. Except for not taking the last step, Su Muxue can be said to have been completely conquered by Lin Feng. However, Su Muxue still didn't know how to get along with Lin Feng. So, in the afternoon, she secretly watched some videos on the internet. That is how to maintain intimacy between husband and wife. The video mentions that if you want your husband to continue to be sexually interested in you, then you have to tease him from time to time. Judging from the practice just now, the effect seems to be quite good. It seems that I need to improve my knowledge in this area in the future. Although she is very confident in her charm. But it never hurts to learn more. And wife, I find that you are becoming more and more naughty now. And you dare to play tricks on me, and Lin Feng said with some embarrassment. He originally thought it was nothing, but then Su Muxue did this to him. He felt that he must kiss her. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Muxue quickly showed weakness. And hubby, I really didn't mean to play tricks on you, and I learned it from watching a video, and I want to put it into practice with you. Lin Feng didn't care about that and hugged Su Muxue. He pressed her against the wall and sealed her mouth tightly. And well, husband, and you, don't bite me, and I know I was wrong, please let me go, and Su Muxue was kissed so hard by Lin Feng that she was a little breathless and quickly begged for mercy. And see if you dare to do it again next time, and seeing Su Muxue begging for mercy, Lin Feng let her go. He turned around and sat on the sofa, took out his cell phone and started reading messages. Su Muxue's pretty face flushed red, and she looked at Lin Feng somewhat embarrassedly, then returned to her desk and began to deal with documents absent-mindedly. Lin Feng was browsing WeChat and saw that many classmates had sent him their blessings. I wish him and Su Muxue a happy wedding. Lin Feng is quite popular. Whether in high school or college, I have a lot of friends. Especially the high school friends, when they heard that Lin Feng was proposed to by the school beauty, they were all shocked. It seems that being handsome is really popular. Su Muxue sat in the office chair, looking up at Lin Feng from time to time. The corners of her mouth rose slightly and she began to mutter in her heart. And this stupid husband, and because you're so nice to me. And tonight, I will obey you, and 5 minutes later. Su Muxue finally finished the work. She stood up, stretched, and said to Lin Feng. And honey, I'm done, let's go, and my sister's office is downstairs. Under the leadership of Su Muxue, the two went to the 7th floor together. This is where the marketing department is located. But when I entered the office, I found that Su Anqi was not there at all. After some inquiries, I found out that Su Anqi went to the conference room on the 6th floor for a meeting. Just at this moment, Su Muxue's cell phone rang. It was a message from Su Anqi. And Muxue, I'm sorry. And you and Lin Feng should go to the restaurant first. And I have a meeting here that will not be over for another half an hour. And I'll come straight to you guys after I finish the meeting. Su Muxue replied with an okay expression and then said to Lin Feng. And honey, my sister is in a meeting. And let's go first. It just so happened that Su Muxue planned to take advantage of this gap to take Lin Feng to the lottery shop. Because she knew that she could just give him the money directly. He won't accept it. So I can only rely on lottery. When the time comes, I will lie to my husband and say that he has won the lottery. Transfer all your savings to your husband's card. Let him take this money and use it as a betrothal gift to deceive. Oh no, it's about getting 10 times the financing from my father, so that the company won't have to worry about funds. All the savings I have now, added together, should be around 5 million. If it is returned tenfold, that would be 50 million. A full half of a small goal. This money should be enough to start a business, right? If it is not enough, then I will ask my dad to give me a few houses as a dowry. No matter who suffers, your husband must not suffer. Thinking of this, a sly smile appeared on Su Muxue's face. If Su Jiangwo knew that Su Muxue had betrayed him like this, his heart would probably bleed. It seems that my little cotton jacket is not only leaking air. And what is leaking is the typhoon. Chapter 15, Show affection in front of your sister. Bite. System task released. Host and Su Muxue, please change into couple outfits and go meet Su Anqi. Make your wife feel happy and show your affection in front of your aunt. When the task is completed, you will receive a random skill reward. Just arrived downstairs of the company. The voice of the system came into Lin Feng's mind. However, the task issued by the system this time made him feel a little at a loss. Before, cooking and getting a certificate were not difficult. But this time, the task was issued by the system. It's a bit outrageous indeed. The first time you meet your wife's sister, you have to show your affection in front of her. And they have to wear couple outfits. Wouldn't this be a bit inappropriate? Generally speaking, when meeting the woman's relatives, the man will try to be as low-key as possible. After all, that way you can show that you respect the other person. And others will not think that you are a frivolous person. Only then can I entrust my sister to you with confidence. But if we wear couple outfits, is it a bit too high profile? If my aunt sees this, she won't misunderstand me, right? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, but finally made a decision. There is no way, the reward is too tempting. If it is exchanged for cash. Lin Feng still has to struggle for a while. But this time, the reward is a random skill. If you have a more powerful skill, it cannot be measured by money. Besides, isn't it just wearing couple outfits with my wife and having a meal with my aunt? I haven't done anything immoral. I'm not afraid of a hammer. Lin Feng remembered that there was a large shopping mall nearby. I'll find a chance to go over and buy 2 couple outfits for them later. With my wife's silly personality, there's no problem with asking her to wear couple outfits, or even romantic outfits. At this moment, Su Muxue was thinking only about the lottery. She looked at Lin Feng and said, "And honey, there's a lottery shop up ahead, shall we go in and take a look, in?" "And why go to the lottery shop, in?" Lin Feng asked with some confusion. "And hubby, you don't understand this, do you, N? And there is such a custom in our Binhai business community.N. And that is, whenever a new company opens, it must go to the lottery shop and buy a lottery ticket.N. And this will not only bring good fortune, but also bless the new company, so that everything will go smoothly in the future, N." Hearing Su Muxue talking nonsense, Lin Feng showed a helpless expression. What on earth is my wife's brain made of? Are you fooling around here? Is there really anyone who would believe such outrageous words? But Lin Feng was too lazy to expose her and said with a smile. "N okay, N. And then let's go in and buy one.N." After entering the lottery shop, Su Muxue directly bought hundreds of welfare lottery tickets. She stuffed all the lottery tickets into her bag, then took Lin Feng's hand and walked outside. Lin Feng didn't care about this matter either. Because Lin Feng knew that there was no way he could win the prize. Welfare lottery, it starts with the word welfare, don't you understand? It's never your turn to win the lottery. I just don't know why my wife buys so many lottery tickets. Lin Feng looked at Su Muxue and said, "And wife, it's still early, why don't we go shopping in the mall, N?" "N ha, N. And going shopping at this time, N." Su Muxue hesitated for a moment and said, "N honey, my sister will be here soon.N. And let's go to the restaurant and reserve a table first. If we go too late, we'll probably have to queue, N." Lin Feng shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I want to buy couples clothes.N." "And what, N? Buy couple outfits?" Su Muxue was completely stunned. She stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes, her face full of shock. "And yeah, we'll look good in couple outfits.N. And don't you want to wear it, N?" Lin Feng said with a smile. "And yes. Of course I do, N." Su Muxue nodded hurriedly. She took Lin Feng's arm and said excitedly, "And hubby, let's go buy couple outfits.N. And just in front of my sister, let me show off, N." Lin Feng's proposal coincided with Su Muxue's idea. A few minutes later, Lin Feng and Su Muxue arrived at the nearby large shopping mall. The two of them picked and chose and finally bought a set of couple outfits. There is a big dog head printed on the couple's outfit. There is another sentence next to the dog head. "And hey, your dog food, N. And hey, eat the dog food, N." It's infuriating and provocative just to watch. Su Muxue fell in love with this dress at first sight. "And honey, let's buy this set." Ugh. Leaving the mall, the two wore their newly bought couple outfits. Holding hands, they walked towards the restaurant while chatting. Along the way, it attracted countless people's attention. Especially the words on the clothes. Let those single guys feel full of malice. The most important thing is that both Lin Feng and Su Muxue are very good looking. Standing together, they are simply a match made in heaven. Moreover, Lin Feng looks gentle and elegant. He has captured the hearts of countless young girls. Seeing this, those single women feel heartbroken. On the way to the restaurant, Su Muxue's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Su Anqi calling. "N Muxue, where are you, N? And didn't I tell you to go to the restaurant first, N? And how come I'm here now but you guys are nowhere to be seen, N?" Su Mushue looked at the time. It had been more than half an hour since they left the company. She said a little embarrassedly, "And sister, I'm sorry. N. And Lin Feng and I had something to do, so we were delayed for a while. We'll be there now, N." Hearing this, Su Anqi was speechless. It's so unreliable. "And all right, come here quickly. N. And it was at the private restaurant where I had lunch with my mother this afternoon. N. Su Mushue replied, "And okay, we'll be there soon, don't worry. N." After hanging up the phone, Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng and said, "And hubby, we just bought clothes and it took too long. N. And my sister is already in the restaurant, let's go over there. N." Lin Feng nodded, "And then let's go, N." Lin Feng took Su Mushue's hand and walked straight towards the restaurant. Just then, several girls came towards us. They were wearing hip-length skirts, revealing their long, white legs. They looked full of energy and were obviously college students. "And sisters, look quickly, isn't that school beauty Su and senior Lin Feng En?" "And really? Why are they here? And are they wearing matching outfits, N? And wow, they are so in love, they are really showing off to me, N." Several girls gathered together, chattering and looking at Lin Feng and Su Mushue. One of the girls even took out her cell phone and took a few photos secretly. Sent to the class group. In less than 10 seconds, the whole class exploded. Especially those male classmates, even though Su Mushue is 1 year older than them. But many people have tried to pursue Su Mushue. But she rejected them all, and Su Mushue even declared that she didn't want to have a relationship during her 4 years in college. But no one expected that something like this would happen at the graduation ceremony. School beauty Su proposed in public and broke her own vow. They also made the official announcement on the same day and posted a selfie holding their marriage certificate on their WeChat moments. The students of Binhai University were fed a lot of dog food. The dog food in the stomach hasn't been digested yet. You two are still coming? This is not letting people live. The other side. Lin Feng and Su Mushue came to the private restaurant. They opened the door and walked straight in. Soon he found Su Anqi in the corner. They held hands and sat down in front of her. Su Anqi looked at Lin Feng and Su Mushue's clothes and was completely stunned. Especially those two big dog heads. And the text below. "And hey, your dog food, N. And hey, eat the dog food, N." Chapter 16, I'm full of dog food. And are these couple outfits, N? Seeing the scene in front of her, Su Anqi felt as if she had suffered a critical hit of billions of points. She was stunned for a moment. This dress is so infuriating. Very unfriendly to singles. But to be honest, Lin Feng and Su Mushue look quite a good match after putting on couple outfits. The two of them sitting together look like a couple. And you can see that there is a strong love between the two of them. Lin Feng is also much more handsome than he looks in the photo. Su Anqi could not refute this. But finding a husband is not like choosing an idol. You can't just rely on your face. The most important thing is to see how Lin Feng treats his sister. After all, beautiful appearance is monotonous and cannot stand the test of time. When two people live together, only good character and good personality can keep them going. So, for the sake of my sister and her future happy life, Su Anqi decided to take a closer look at her brother-in-law later. She wanted to see whether this Lin Feng was as good as Mushue said. "And honey, let me introduce you, this is my elder sister, Su Anqi. And she is the vice president of our Su group and also the director of the marketing department. N. And as for me, you just saw that I am the person in charge of the project department. N. And I am responsible for product development, and she is responsible for product sales. N. After Su Mushue finished speaking, she introduced to Su Anqi, "And sister, this is my husband, Lin Feng En." Lin Feng glanced at Su Anqi and said with a smile, "And hello, sister Anqi En." Su Anqi nodded politely to Lin Feng. Although Su Anqi and Su Mushue are sisters, their styles are very different. Su Anqi has a sexy and mature style, with a tall and plump figure. Wearing an OL uniform, her two long beautiful legs look particularly attractive. Su Mushue has a pure and cute style and looks like she is easy to bully. Although at work, Su Mushue acts like a strong woman. But this is just her protective color. In private, Su Mushue is still very cute. She is the type of girl next door who can easily arouse men's desire to protect her. Otherwise, the employees in the company would not call the two sisters by two different names. When seeing Su Mushue, most employees would call her sister Muxween. But when it came to Su Anchi, no one dared to call her by her name, and everyone changed it to General Manager soon. From this we can see the huge difference between the two sisters. And how's it going, sis? And are you impressed by my husband's handsomeness? Su Mushue held Lin Feng's arm with a smug look on her face. Su Anchi rolled her eyes and was about to speak. Just then, the waiters brought the dishes up one after another. Su Anchi had already ordered the dishes before they came over. Su Anchi knows her sister's taste very well. But she didn't know much about Lin Feng. But the dishes she ordered were all home-cooked, which should suit most people's tastes. And Lin Feng, I ordered some home-cooked dishes. And look, if there's anything you want to eat, you can keep adding more. As she spoke, Su Anchi picked up the menu and handed it over. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, these dishes are quite to my liking. While the two were talking, Su Mushue had already picked up the chopsticks and secretly took a bite. But soon, she put down her chopsticks. A look of disgust. And what's wrong? Is it not delicious? Seeing this scene, Su Anchi asked with some confusion. And it's okay, but after tasting my husband's cooking this morning. And it feels like the food outside, how can I put it? It's like, a little hard to swallow. Hard to swallow? Hearing this, Su Anchi twitched her lips and said in disbelief. And are you, a little too exaggerated? In fact, Su Mushue was not exaggerating. Maybe it's because I'm tired of eating so much meat and fish. That's why ordinary ramen tastes so good. Moreover, this was the loving breakfast that Lin Feng made for him personally. At least in terms of attitude, we have already won a big victory. When men and women are in love, even instant noodles will feel delicious. But for a single guy, even if you let him eat all the delicacies from land and sea, he will still feel that something is missing. This is what it means: love is enough to satisfy one's hunger, while heartlessness is enough to keep one's golden house cold. Of course, the two cannot be compared. And wife, do you want to try this? And although the food outside can't compare to your husband's cooking. But no matter what, you can't let yourself go hungry, right? Lin Feng picked up a piece of meat and put it into Su Mushue's mouth. And be careful, it's hot. Su Mushue quickly opened her mouth and ate the slice of meat. His face was filled with happiness. Seeing this scene, Su Anchi's face became gloomy again. I can't help but feel a sour feeling in my heart. She asked Lin Feng to come out today mainly to inspect her brother-in-law. But she didn't let you show your affection so wildly in front of her. The chopsticks haven't been moved yet. I'm almost full from eating your dog food. Seeing this, Su Mushue also picked up the soup spoon and brought it to Lin Feng's mouth. And hubby, you eat too, And open your mouth quickly, let me feed you, Su Anchi saw it all and was angry, but there was nothing she could do. She now began to regret why she had agreed to Su Mushue's request to accompany her to dinner with Lin Feng. This is simply asking for humiliation. The two of you, wearing couple outfits, holding hands. Sitting opposite me, they fed each other affectionately. As a single guy, I can only look at the two dog heads on your clothes. And those two provocative words. It's so infuriating. At this time, the customers in the restaurant also looked over here. Seeing Su Mushue and Lin Feng, they are a perfect match. Most people had envious expressions on their faces. But when he looked at Su Anchi, the envy on his face turned into sympathy. Look at this person, she looks like a light bulb. So, I haven't finished my meal yet. Su Anchi made an excuse that she had something to do and left the restaurant first. She couldn't stay in a place like this for even a second. Next time, even if they beat her to death, she would not come to eat with the two of them alone. Good job. The meal hasn't started yet. I'm almost full just from eating the dog food from you two. Who wouldn't be angry? Chapter 17: Lin Feng's parents. On the way back, Su Mushue held Lin Feng's arm. And hubby, you performed well just now, I want to reward you. Lin Feng touched his nose and asked softly. And what are you going to reward me with? And I won't tell you yet, you'll know when the time comes. Su Mushue pretended to be mysterious and continued, and by the way, my mother asked me to go out for lunch today. And before leaving, she asked me to ask you for the phone numbers of my parents-in-law. And what? I need to talk to them about the wedding. And although we have obtained the marriage certificate, we haven't even had the wedding or banquet yet, and let the two adults handle these trivial matters, n. Lin Feng nodded, then took out his cell phone and said, okay, n. And I'll read it to you and you write it down, n. Lin Feng opened the address book and read out his parents' cell phone numbers. Su Muxue wrote it down and sent the number to Jia Yalan. Then she opened WeChat again. I searched for Lin Feng's mother's account and applied to add her as a friend. Because I have her cell phone number, it's easy to find her. The main reason why she wanted to add Lin Feng's mother's WeChat was because after a while, Lin Feng will take her home. She wanted to take advantage of this time to get along well with her mother-in-law. When we meet, I won't be shy. After adding WeChat, Su Muxue typed a few words and sent it. And hello, Auntie. My name is Su Muxue.n. And I am your son Lin Feng's, his wife, N. Lin Feng's mother's name is Wang Yui and his father's name is Lin Weiman. Both of them are working class people, working in the county town under Binhai City. At this moment, the two had just returned home. Wang Yui saw that someone added her WeChat. At first, she thought it was a new colleague in the unit. Unexpectedly, the other party turned out to be his daughter-in-law. Wang Yui immediately opened Su Muxue's circle of friends and started reading. In the past few days, Su Muxue posted several messages on WeChat Moments. They are all related to Lin Feng. Moreover, the background of her circle of friends is also a photo of her and Lin Feng. It seems that the other party is indeed his daughter-in-law. 2 days ago, when she found out that Lin Feng and Su Muxue were getting married, the whole person was a little confused. She is very clear about the conditions of her own family. She never thought that her son would be able to marry such a beautiful wife. And she is the second princess of the Su Group. The Su Group can be said to be the leader in the beauty industry in Binhai City. Create tens of thousands of jobs for the city every year. Even the city leaders had to be polite when meeting Su Jiangwo. Seeing that Wang Yui didn't reply for a long time, Su Muxue couldn't help but ask, Auntie, are you there, N? Wang Yui reacted quickly and typed a reply. N Muxue, I'm here, N. And don't call me Auntie, call me Mom, N. Call, Mom? When Su Muxue saw the message sent by Wang Yui, she was completely stunned. Originally, she was still worried. Does my mother-in-law dislike me? It's been such a long time since I added him as my friend, but he never replied to my messages. But unexpectedly, when she opened her mouth, she went straight to the point and asked her to change her address. With such enthusiasm, what is there to worry about? So, Su Muxue edited the text immediately and sent a reply. Okay, Mom, N. After saying that, he also made a shy expression. Seeing this, Wang Yui stood up excitedly with an anti-smile on her face. At this time, Lin Weiman also came out of the kitchen. He noticed something was wrong with Wang Yui. N wife, are you chatting with your son, N? N so happy, N. N wife, N. And I am talking to you, can you hear me, N? Wang Yui was standing in the living room, busy chatting with Su Muxue. I don't have time to deal with Lin Weiman. And what are you yelling about, N? And have you cooked yet? Go and cook, N. And can't you see that I'm having a great time chatting with my daughter-in-law, N? When he heard the word in daughter-in-law, Lin Weiman's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurried over. He said excitedly, and what daughter-in-law? Is she the girl who married Lin Feng, N? Ever since Lin Feng posted his marriage certificate on his Moments, almost all of Lin's relatives were furious. Especially Lin Feng's aunt and his second cousin. They called one after another to ask Lin Weiman what was going on with Lin Feng. At that time, Lin Weiman and the other man were also confused. They didn't even know that Lin Feng was married? Their reactions were exactly the same as Su Muxue's parents. Therefore, in the past 2 days, they have been calling Lin Feng non-stop, asking him to bring his wife home. Let them take a good look at what their daughter-in-law looks like. And wife, tell our future daughter-in-law .un. And ask her when she is free and ask her to come home with Lin Feng, and just say we want to see her .un. Wang Yui rolled her eyes at him and said, and what future daughter-in-law, un? And Mu Shui is our daughter-in-law, okay, N. They've already got the marriage certificate. Lin Weiman quickly clapped his hands and said, and yes, I was wrong, N. Just then, Su Muxue sent a series of messages. And mom, I added you on WeChat. Actually, there is something I want to tell you. And haven't Lin Feng and I already obtained our marriage certificate? But we haven't held the wedding yet. And my mom said she wanted to talk to you about the wedding. And in a few days, I will go back with Lin Feng and bring you gifts. And you can tell me what you like. Seeing the message sent by Su Mushue, Wang Yue quickly typed a reply. No need to bother, it's good enough if you're here. And if you must bring a gift, then bring me a grandson, and I'll be satisfied. And after sending the message, Wang Yue felt that it was a little inappropriate. I quickly retracted the last sentence. But Su Mushue still saw it. It seems that my parents-in-law still like me very much. We just got married and we're already trying to have a baby. Thinking of this, a sweet smile appeared on Su Mushue's face. And honey, who are you talking to? And such a happy smile. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Su Mushue smiled and said, I'm chatting with our mother Yin. And our mom? Su Mushue nodded, and yes, it's our mother Yin. After saying that, she raised her phone and showed Lin Feng the chat interface. And wife, you can do it, And you hooked up with my mom so quickly, Su Mushue glared at Lin Feng and said coquettishly, And can you speak Yin? And forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you, but husband, And you need to work harder recently and take care of the company's affairs. And then take me to meet my parents-in-law as soon as possible. They seem to like me very much. When she said this, Su Mushue's face was filled with anticipation. Lin Feng nodded and smiled, and okay, and after returning home, Su Mushue took out her cell phone and started watching TikTok. Unexpectedly, while scrolling, I actually saw myself in Lin Feng. And hubby, come and see, and I don't know who secretly filmed the video of us wearing couple outfits. I even posted it on TikTok, and it already has hundreds of thousands of likes. And although secretly taking photos is shameful, I have to say that the photos are pretty good. Su Mushue long pressed to save. Save this video in the album. And honey, let me cast the video to your phone. Lin Feng took the bath towel and replied, and the phone is on the table, please help me vote. After saying that, Lin Feng walked into the bathroom. Su Mushue picked up the phone and began to feel a little troubled. Because she didn't know what Lin Feng's cell phone password was. Could it be my husband's birthday? Or some anniversary? Su Mushue entered it several times according to her own ideas. But it shows the password is wrong. In the end, Su Mushue decided to give it a try. Enter the date when I got my marriage certificate yesterday. Unexpectedly, it succeeded. A smile suddenly appeared on Su Mushue's face. And it seems that my husband still cares about me very much. She silently took out her cell phone and changed the password to the date when she got the marriage certificate yesterday. At this time, in the bathroom, Lin Feng was lying in the bathtub, enjoying an ice bath. Suddenly, the system voice sounded. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the N-wear couple outfits to show affection and mission. Bonus skill, exposure bonus. Chapter 18. The company is on the right track. The next period of time. Lin Feng goes out early and comes back late every day. After his hard work over the past few days, he finally recruited hundreds of employees. Let Fengshan Technology successfully get on the right track. As a technology company, Fengshan Technology is divided into 5 departments in total. They are Human Resources Department, Finance Department, Technology Department, Product Department, and Marketing Department. Hundreds of employees, divided up. Each department can only be assigned about 20 people. Next, we need to continue to expand recruitment and recruit more talents to Fengshan Technology. This morning, Lin Feng held a meeting within the company. At the meeting, Lin Feng made a major decision and set a grand goal for the company. And now Fengshan Technology has officially stepped onto the right track. And next, I hope everyone can work harder and strive to achieve the goal within half a year. Develop a domestic operating system, then bring it to market and replace foreign systems. Lin Feng said in a resounding voice. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. I could hardly believe my ears. Develop a domestic operating system within half a year? And we have to replace foreign systems? Is the boss crazy? In the field of computer operating systems, foreign countries have been leading for more than 20 years and have formed a huge user ecosystem. We want to develop a domestic system within half a year and replace the foreign system. This is simply a foolish dream. Even if it was Chow Bushy's reincarnation, that was impossible. Over the past 2 decades, many large domestic internet companies have attempted to develop domestic operating systems. But in the end, everything ended in failure. And the defeat was complete. So, in the technology circle, everyone sticks to the same rule. That is to do the internet. You can do whatever you want, but don't do operating systems. Because everyone knows that this is absolutely impossible to achieve. And boss, are you sure you want to do this? And our company has just been established and is in its infancy. And whether it's making games, software, or live streaming, it's all possible. But if we start with operating systems, that's a bit too much. Inside the office, a department manager stood up and tried to persuade him. In fact, what he said makes a lot of sense. As an employee, he was willing to risk being fired and stand up to dissuade Lin Feng. He is also a good employee who does his job conscientiously. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, I know this task seems a bit difficult. And after all, it takes a lot of time just to develop the system. But I have saved you this time. After saying that, Lin Feng picked up a stack of folders from the table. It was densely packed with hundreds of documents. They are all data sources. And that's just part of it. There are a lot of key source codes stored in Lin Feng's mind. He planned to wait until the last moment and then input it himself. After all, this thing is the core of the company. He doesn't want the system to be leaked before it is developed. Lin Feng randomly pulled out a file and said, and these are the source codes of the operating system. You can take a look. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The source code of the operating system? How is this possible? The employees present looked at Lin Feng in shock. Especially the programmers in the technical department, they looked at Lin Feng as if they were looking at God. Others may not know what source code means. But they are extremely clear. As long as you have the source code, it is like having a standard answer in your hand during an exam. Just copy it and you're done. Not only convenient but also trouble-free. And you can hand in a perfect answer sheet very quickly. However, how did General Lin get the system source code? The difficulty of developing an operating system is extremely high. Even for large internet companies in Longwa, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to develop a mature system. But Mr. Lin actually said that he already has the source code? How did he do it? Everyone was confused. At this time, Lin Feng waved his hand and spoke slowly. And also, I want to tell you this. And this system is our Dragon country's operating system, compiled entirely in Chinese. And programming in Chinese has its natural advantages. Not only will the threshold for programming be lowered, but many bugs that appear in English assembly language will not exist in Chinese assembly language at all. And so, I want to launch this domestic operating system within half a year. By then, we will not only occupy the Dragon country market. And we need to go overseas and break the US monopoly that has lasted for more than 20 years. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the employees present were deeply touched. After all, these people all come from the internet and technology fields. In terms of technology, Long country lags far behind the United States. Therefore, having a mature domestic system is of utmost importance. After all, now is the age of the internet. If you don't have your own operating system, long-term dependence on foreign countries is not a good thing. Therefore, everyone present supported Lin Feng's move. Many employees on site are ready for a hard fight in the next 6 months. If we can really develop a domestic operating system and break the US monopoly, this is also a happy thing for Longwa. By then, the name of Fengshan Technology Company will be known throughout the world. They are also proud of it. Seeing the angry employees in the office, Lin Feng continued. As for the name of our system, I would like to temporarily name it the Fengshan System. On the one hand, we use the company name to increase the company's visibility. On the other hand, I also hope that this system can sweep the world like a gust of wind. And let those foreigners know that our Dragon country's technology is not much worse than theirs. This is what Lin Feng really thinks. This was also his original intention in founding this company. When Lin Feng finished speaking, the entire conference room burst into applause. At this moment, these employees admired Lin Feng to the extreme. They never thought that which boss would have such great ambitions. Compared with those bosses in China who only know how to exploit their employees, Lin Feng is simply a saint. Everyone started discussing in low voices below. And let alone anything else, I am convinced by Mr. Lin's courage alone. I am more than convinced, I am simply in awe of you. And compared to our CEO Lin, those vampire bosses in the country are nothing but maggots. And that's right. Mr. Lin's salary and benefits are all based on the highest standards in the industry. And work from 9 to 5, have weekends off, and get double pay at the end of the year. If this is posted online, those office workers will be so envious. And let's not talk about it for now. I'll post a message and show it off. Chapter 19, Won the Lottery? After leaving the meeting room, some employees who like to show off immediately posted something online. The content of the post is nothing more than showing off the salary and a humane company system. Not long after the post was published, it was reposted hundreds of thousands of times. An hour later, this post topped the trending search lists on major social media platforms. Even the official media stepped in to praise Fengshen technology. After reading this post, netizens were shocked. They started to post comments. And oh my god? What kind of magical company is this, and 9 to 5, weekends off, and no need to punch in, and the minimum wage for employees starts at 20,000, and for programmers it's 50,000 N. And after becoming a regular employee, I will receive housing allowance, vehicle allowance, and medical allowance every month, and double salary at the end of the year, N. And the most outrageous thing is that after employees join the company, as long as their performance meets the standards, the company will reward them with an 80 square meter house, N. And is this a scam company? The benefits are even better than 10 cents, N. Comments under the trending searches. Most people are questioning whether this company is a scam, because they have never heard of a large domestic company called Fengshen Technology. In their opinion, a company that can offer such generous treatment must be one of the top companies in the country. But some people also think that this company is very reliable. At least the official media has come out to praise it. Another small number of people prepared their resumes overnight and secretly sent them to the recruitment email address of Fengshen Technology. After all, the salary offered by Fengshen Technology is really tempting. Lin Feng was not aware of this. After get off work in the evening, he went to Su Group to pick up Su Muxue after get off work. Arrived downstairs of Su Group, Lin Feng discovered that Su Muxue had been waiting at the door. Seeing Lin Feng appear, Su Muxue hurried over and hugged Lin Feng's arm. And honey, why are you so late today? And Lin Feng smiled and said, I had something to do with the company today, so I was delayed. And come on, let's go home. And what would you like to eat tonight? And Su Muxue raised her head, thought for a moment, and then said the name of the dish she wanted to eat. Then she continued. And that's right, husband. And did you receive a bank transfer message this afternoon? And bank transfer information, N. Lin Feng recalled, and it seems not. The company officially opens today, and there are many things waiting for him to deal with. So Lin Feng had no time to look at his phone. After get off work, he went directly to Su Group to pick up his wife from get off work. Now listen to what Su Muxue said. Lin Feng immediately took out his mobile phone and opened it to take a look. I found that at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, there was indeed a bank transfer message. He clicked on the message and read it carefully. Not long after, I was totally confused, because it's clearly written above. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, I received a transfer of 20 million. Lin Feng was a little confused. He remembered that the system did not give him any reward today. How could there be a transfer of 20 million for no apparent reason? Moreover, the transfer is in the name of a company. What is it called? Spark Media Company. Lin Feng frowned, looked at Su Muxue and asked. And wife, I did receive a transfer of 20 million, N. And what on earth is going on? Facing Lin Feng's question, Su Muxue was a little panicked, but she quickly calmed down. Lin Feng wanted to start a business, but refused to accept his help. So Su Muxue could only settle for the second best. The idea was to target Su Jiangwo. He wanted to help Lin Feng make some money by using the bride price. 10 times of 20 million is 200 million. With this money, my husband won't have to worry about the funding chain. Only. Before I got the cash back from my dad. She absolutely could not tell Lin Feng about this. The only person who knows about this now is only one person. That is her college roommate, best friend, and chairman of Spark Media, Li Yaoyao. Half of the 20 million was paid by Su Muxue herself. The other half was borrowed from her best friend Li Yaoyao. In the morning, Su Muxue transferred the money to Li Yaoyao and asked her to transfer it to Lin Feng's bank card in the name of the company. If Su Muxue transferred the money directly to Lin Feng, he will definitely find out. So, Su Muxue could only explain with a smile. And honey, this is what I forgot to tell you. N. Endo, you remember a few days ago when you just registered the company, N. And aren't we having dinner with my sister, N? Lin Feng nodded, and yes, then what, N? Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng and continued. And then, didn't we go into a lottery shop and buy some lottery tickets, N? And last night was the day when the lottery was drawn, N. And you won the special prize, 20 million, N. Lin Feng was a little bit unbelievable, and won the special prize? 20 million, N. Is this true or false? Lin Feng found it a little unbelievable. Aren't lottery tickets all predetermined? How is it possible to win the prize? Su Muxue pretended to be calm and nodded vigorously. And of course it's true, N. And besides, didn't you receive the bonus, N? And now that you've received it, don't think too much about it, N. And let's think about what to eat tonight, shall we, N? Su Muxue successfully changed the subject. Lin Feng nodded and said, and okay, then what do you want to eat, N? And I want to eat chopped pepper fish head, sweet and sour spare ribs, braised prawns, and hot pot chicken, N. And how about we go buy some groceries now, N? Lin Feng didn't think much, and okay, N. Su Muxue took out the car keys. He walked to a Mercedes-Benz and said to Lin Feng with a smile. And hubby, get in the car. N. Su Muxue drove towards the villa. There is a Walmart right near the villa area. On the way back, Lin Feng continued to ask Su Muxue about the lottery. However, Su Muxue said she accidentally lost the lottery receipt. As for the winning lottery numbers, she also forgot and can't remember clearly. Lin Feng didn't expect that Su Muxue had even thought of an excuse. It seems to be to support my own business. Su Muxue really put in a lot of effort. And okay, husband. N. And don't be suspicious anymore. The bonus has already been given to you. N. And is there anything more real than money, N? Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, there is something wrong with what you said. But in your transfer information, the transferor is a film and television media company? Lin Feng thought, even if you treat me as a fool, you can't fool me like this, right? However, Lin Feng is indeed short of money now. The company has just opened and is burning money every day. Although I know that my wife might be lying to me. But she was doing it for her own good, so Lin Feng didn't expose her. Chapter 20, Taking the Lead in Cheating Your Father. Half an hour later. Lin Feng and his friend came to the supermarket and bought a bunch of food. After returning home, Lin Feng ran to the kitchen and started cooking dinner. Ever since I cooked for my wife last time and received 5 system rewards. After that, it seemed that the system no longer awarded attribute points. Lin Feng therefore concluded that there is an upper limit to the points that the system can add when doing the same thing. And the upper limit will be different for different things. But it makes sense if I could add points infinitely. Wouldn't it be easy to reach the maximum level? After the meal was ready, the two sat at the dining table, eating and chatting. And hubby, at noon today. N. And my mother has already spoken to my mother-in-law on the phone, and they have discussed the wedding. N. And my dad said that after we get married, he will give us a house in the center of Binhai City. N. And not counting the one we live in now. N. And by then, he will also buy us a Porsche Panamera. N. And as for the betrothal gift, he said that 100,000 yuan would be enough, but I think that giving such a small betrothal gift seems a bit too much for you. N. Lin Feng had no problem understanding the first few sentences. But the last sentence. What do you mean it's a bit of a loss for me? With a dowry of 100,000 yuan, you can marry a wife like Su Xiaohua. Isn't this a business that is sure to make money? Moreover, Sumushua's family also gave her a house and a car. The market price of that Porsche Panamera alone is over $1 million. As for the houses in the city center of Binhai, it goes without saying that they cost at least 7 or 8 million. Not to mention a betrothal gift of 100,000 yuan, even if it was 1 million yuan, Lin Feng would feel that it was not a loss. Seeing Lin Feng's puzzled look, Su Mushue continued. And hubby, you don't know .N. And my dad told me before that we should get married .N. And no matter how much you give as a betrothal gift, he will return it tenfold. This is the only way to show the face of our Su family, N. And so I think that a betrothal gift of 100,000 yuan is too little, and it's a big loss for you, N. And why don't you give the 20 million bonus to my dad as a gift .N? And in this way, won't you be able to get a cashback of 200 million N? After hearing what Su Mushue said, Lin Feng's face suddenly turned black. I couldn't help but say it in my heart. Wife. You are truly a filial daughter of our time. Not only filial, but also extremely smart. But to be honest, I heard Su Mushue's proposal. Lin Feng was indeed a little tempted. After all, Fengshen technology was just starting out and needed money everywhere. The system only rewarded him with technology, but did not give him much startup capital. With just the 10 million, it would probably be burned out in no time. If we have these 200 million, the development speed of Fengshen technology will definitely be much faster. It can also save a lot of trouble. But no matter what, Su Jiangwo was still his father-in-law. This is how to trick him. Doesn't that seem a bit bad? Su Mushue seemed to see Lin Feng's hesitation and said with a smile. And hubby, don't worry. N. And my dad is a very stingy person, Yin. And this time, I finally got my mother to persuade me to return 10 times the betrothal gift. N. And we can't be polite to him, N. And besides, if you give more betrothal gifts, it can also show your sincerity, N. And my dad will be very happy when he sees this, N. After listening to Su Mushue's analysis, Lin Feng was completely speechless. If it were someone else. If she received a betrothal gift of 20 million, she would definitely be grinning from ear to ear. But if it were Su Jiangwo, it would be different. When marrying off one's daughter, not only does one have to give a house and a car, but one also has to return 10 times the betrothal gift. The most important thing is that the daughter took the lead in cheating her father and instigated her son-in-law to make money for herself. If Su Jiangwo knew about this, he would probably faint from anger. What a filial daughter of our time. I am almost dying of filial piety to him. At this time, Su Mushue continued to persuade. And husband, when starting a business, the most important thing you need is money, N. And just like the hot search I just saw, it seems to be about our Binhai city, there is a company called Fengshen Technology. N. And it just opened, too. It's in Binhai Creative Park, not far from your company. N. And the benefits they offer to their employees are so good, N. And we work from 9 to 5, with weekends off, and we don't have to punch in. Our employees are paid the highest salary in the industry. N. And the most outrageous thing is that the company will reward employees with housing depending on the situation in. And just this evening, an employee posted something online to show off in. In less than half an hour, it became a hot search on Weibo and TikTok. A lot of people want to apply for this company. After hearing what Su Mushue said, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Eolus Technology? Isn't this your own company? Lin Feng really didn't know that such a thing happened on the internet. And wife, please show me. N. Su Mushue handed the phone to Lin Feng. She only knew that Lin Feng opened a company in Binhai Creative Park. But she didn't know the exact location or the name of the company. Su Mushue said, and husband, now you understand the importance of startup capital, right, N? And take Fengshen Technology for example. If he doesn't have enough funds, it's impossible for him to offer such a salary, N. And it's impossible for it to be on the trending search and give a lot of advertising to my company. N. And if even the employees' wages cannot be guaranteed, such a company will surely go bankrupt soon. N. And so I repeatedly stressed to you that you must have money to start a business, but you just refused to use my money. N. And but now it's all right. You won 20 million in the lottery. N. And when the time comes, you can take this money and give it to my dad as a betrothal gift. N. And then, my dad will give you a cashback of 200 million as agreed. N. And as long as you have these 200 million, you don't have to worry about the company failing, N. After hearing this, Lin Feng no longer thought about the 200 million. But I was wondering why company employees would post something casually. Could it cause such a sensation? Although the salary he offered was indeed much higher than that in the industry. But it shouldn't cause such a big sensation, right? Even the official media has been affected. But when Lin Feng thought about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Because a few days ago, the system rewarded him with a skill called exposure bonus. As long as you have this skill, then you can know the events about Lin Feng and his company. You can get an exposure bonus. No matter what you do, you can become popular. Therefore, this employee's post on the internet attracted so much attention. In less than half an hour, it topped the trending searches on Weibo and TikTok. Even the official media came out and gave verbal praise to Fengshen technology. Chapter 21, Mr. Lin is married? Think of this. Lin Feng opened the system panel. I checked my various attributes and talents. Host, Lin Feng. Gender, male. Age, 22. Strength, 5. Endurance, 5. Physical strength, 6. Agility, 3. Charm, 11. Cooking skills, 7 intermediate level, comparable to hotel chefs. Lucky, 3. Talented skills, super memory, poetic talent, masculine virility, hacking skills, protection for novice entrepreneurs, exposure bonus. Technology items, future computer systems. I can't believe that I have acquired so many skills in just a few days. It seems that with a system, everything can be done conveniently. But aren't these basic attributes of mine a bit too low? Except for the charm value far exceeding that of ordinary people, his other attributes are not even comparable to ordinary people. And hubby, what are you standing there for, And the food is getting cold, let's eat quickly, Su Mushue said to Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng nodded, closed the system panel, and continued eating. Since my wife doesn't know yet, Fengshen Technology is my own company. Then Lin Feng didn't plan to tell her. After a while, the company develops the Fengshen system and successfully launches it on the market. It will surely cause a national sensation. By then, Su Mushue will also learn about this matter through online media. This will surprise her more than just telling her directly. After all, Su Mushue started her own business to support herself. She was not afraid of betraying her father at the cost of justice and even set her sights on her dad. So, Lin Feng also wanted to prove something. That is, her vision was not wrong. I am worthy of her trust. Moreover, even the 200 million yuan of funds from my father-in-law were not given to the wrong person. Once the company is established, the profits he can obtain will definitely not be less than 200 million. Thinking of this, Lin Feng secretly made a decision in his heart. After some time, he will give his wife a big surprise. As for Su Mushue, she also had a little secret in her heart. That's the thing about that 20 million bonus. It would be fine if my husband knew about this. If her father knew that the 20 million yuan in betrothal gift was actually paid by his own daughter. Moreover, it was to cheat him out of his money. I wonder what expression Su Jiangwo will have at that time. So I must keep this secret in my heart. We can't let either of them know. Especially my dad. If he knew about this, I would be in trouble. What's more, if things go wrong, my dad might even die from filial piety. The next day, after breakfast, Su Mushue drove Lin Feng to work. Arriving at the entrepreneurship park, Lin Feng opened the car door and walked out. Su Mushue waved at Lin Feng and said sweetly, "And bye, hubby, And remember to pick me up at the company when you get off work in the evening, And we agreed last night that we would meet with my parents today to discuss the betrothal gift with them. And if you're too embarrassed to speak up, I'll help you speak, Lin Feng said, "And wife, you were so good to me. And of course. And okay, I'm going to go to work too, After Su Mushue drove away, Lin Feng turned around and walked towards the company. As soon as he came downstairs, he met 2 employees of Fengshen Technology. They were wearing black uniforms and high heels, looking like office ladies. After seeing Lin Feng, a smile immediately appeared on his face and he greeted Lin Feng. "And Mr. Lin, good morning, And good morning. Lin Feng nodded and walked towards the company with them. After entering the company, Lin Feng went directly to the office and started dealing with work matters. The two female employees walked to the office area and chatted with their colleagues about gossip. Of course, they were all talking about Lin Feng. And sisters, guess who I saw downstairs just now, N? My colleagues asked with curious expressions. And who is it, N? And our general manager Lin, N. The other colleagues snorted and were speechless. And what's so surprising about seeing Mr. Lin, Yen? And it's working hours now, and the company has just opened. Isn't it normal for Mr. Lin to come, N? Seeing their colleagues' disdainful looks, the two female employees immediately spoke. And don't be so anxious, just listen to what we have to say, N. And let me tell you, we not only saw Mr. Lin, but we also saw Mr. Lin's wife, N. And Boss Lin is actually married, N. And you're so young, and you already have a wife, N. And how is it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Hearing this, the other colleagues were stunned and looked shocked. And you didn't see it wrong, did you, Lin? And absolutely not, we saw it with our own eyes just now downstairs, Lin. The other colleagues fell silent. They were thinking. Mr. Lin is so young, he must not be married yet, maybe he doesn't even have a girlfriend. If they work harder, maybe they can marry Mr. Lin. But now, I heard this bad news. They were completely desperate. And by the way, what does Mr. Lin's wife look like, N? Does it look good? Some female colleagues still asked without giving up. And she is very beautiful and has a great temperament, N. And he looks as young as Mr. Lin. He should have just graduated not long ago, N. And most importantly, you should also know this person, N. And she seems to be the person in charge of the project department of Su Corporation, Su Mushue, N. And I worked as a marketing planner for the Su Group before and met her several times, so I was able to recognize her. N. Hearing Su Mushue's name, the female colleagues present fell silent again. The Su Group is the leading enterprise in Binhai City and is extremely powerful. In the field of beauty industry, it is one of the top brands even in the whole country. Su Mushue is the second princess of the Su Group and is deeply loved by Su Jiangwo. She is a well-known young lady in the entire Binhai City. Since the second semester of her senior year, Su Mushue gave up her job abroad, stayed in Su Group and worked as project manager. As a result, Su Group's performance soared, increasing by several percentage points. A goddess like her, with her beautiful looks and outstanding abilities, naturally has many people pursuing her. But unexpectedly, she got married? And the person she is going to marry is Mr. Lin from their company. Thinking of this, their hearts instantly turned cold. Compared with Su Mushue, they are like ugly ducklings. Not only do we have no chance of winning, we don't even have the qualifications to compare. Chapter 22, I got a husband and forgot my best friend. The other side. Su Mushue drove to Su Group. After parking the car, she walked into the elevator and came to the project department. Not long after she entered the door, the assistant ran over and said to her, And Sister Mushue, and Mr. Li is in the office and has been waiting for you for a long time, N. Mr. Li is mentioned by the assistant. It's Su Mushue's best friend and college roommate Li Yao Yao. The company that transferred money to Lin Feng was owned by her family. After graduating from university, she took over her family's company and became the chairman of Spark Media. And okay, I understand. And go and get busy, Lin. Su Mushue nodded and said to the assistant. Then he walked towards his office. After entering the office, she saw a girl with short hair sitting in her seat. She was wearing hip-length shorts, revealing her slender, white legs and sexy waist. The whole person looks cold and sharp, which is completely different from Su Mushue's delicate and beautiful personality. What a stark contrast! She is Su Mushue's best friend during her 4 years in college. Also my roommate, Li Yao Yao. The two had a very good relationship. When they were in college, they were inseparable. Seeing Su Mushue coming in, she immediately raised her head and complained. And Mushue, where have you been, N? And I've been waiting for you here for a long time, N. Su Mushue closed the door and said with a guilty look. Nay, I'm sorry, Yao Yao, N. And I just dropped my husband off at work, that's why I'm late, N. Hearing this, Li Yao Yao was completely shocked. What Su Mushue said just now was. She sent Lin Feng to work? Are you kidding me? What kind of woman would send a man to work? And Mushue, other people's husbands send their wives to work. N. And you are so good, you actually did it the other way around. N. And but, speaking of which, N. Did Lin Feng receive the 20 million I transferred to him yesterday? N. Su Mushue nodded and replied, and got it, N. And thank you, Yao Yao. N. And I'll return the 10 million to you after my wedding, N. Li Yao Yao waved her hand and said indifferently. And Mushue, that's our relationship. N. And why are you still saying thank you, when? And you don't have to pay back the 10 million, N. And but I have to say that you are really filial to your father, N. And when you told me about this yesterday, I was completely stunned. N. And if this happened to me, my dad would beat me to death, N. Su Mushue looked a little embarrassed and lowered her head. And you also said that, that's your father. N. And my dad is so good to me, he can't bear to hit me, N. And besides, my husband's company just opened and he needs money right now. N. And I think even if my dad knew, he would understand. N. Li Yao Yao smiled and shook her head, saying helplessly. And forget it, let's not talk about these things, N. And but Mushue, I noticed that you seem to have changed after you got married. N. And do you remember when you were in college, the boys who chased you would circle the school 3 times, N. And many tall, rich and handsome men have pursued you passionately, but you rejected them all. N. And at that time, I thought you were a lesbian and didn't like men, N. Having said this, Li Yao Yao paused. Make a scared expression. But I didn't expect it to happen just a few days ago. And you actually told me that you and Lin Feng were married, N. And luckily I didn't attend the graduation ceremony, otherwise I would have stopped you, N. And besides, you have only been married for a few days? How dare you set your sights on my uncle, N. And Mushue, are you afraid that love has carried you to your head, N? Hearing what Li Yao Yao said, Su Mushue had a speechless expression on her face. He shrugged and said a little embarrassedly. And Yao Yao, it's not as exaggerated as you say. N. And besides, I'm married now and have my own family. N. And then I have to think about this family. What's the big deal, N? Li Yao Yao sighed and said helplessly. And forget it, this is your personal matter and I don't want to interfere. N. And but, can you block me when you post on Moments next time, N? And in the past few days, I've seen you guys showing off your affection every day. I'm almost full of dog food. N. Li Yao Yao looked distressed and continued. And you know, I've been single for a long time. N. And I can't bear to see this kind of thing. N. And just consider it a favor and let me go, N. Hearing what Li Yao Yao said, Su Mushue couldn't help but complain. And just pretend with me, N. And people like you who go clubbing every day. N. And are you still short of men? It seems like you're partying every night, N. Li Yao Yao couldn't help but rolled her eyes and said depressedly. And what do you know? I'm close to the lives of young people. N. And how can people like us who work in the media get out of touch with the young people, N? And let's not talk about this anymore. Let's change the subject. Did you see the trending searches on Weibo yesterday, N? Su Mushue nodded and said, And you mean the hot search about function technology, right, N? And yes, as you know, our company makes film and television programs. N. And recently, we started an online variety show. N. It's called Post. Clean Up the Workplace and Post. Who are being cleaned up. And this trending search is particularly in line with the content of our program. I want to use it as material. N. And so, I want our company's employees to interview the boss of function technology to confirm the authenticity of the hot search. N. And your Su family has a wide circle in Binhai City and has more connections than me. N. And can you help me contact the boss of function technology? I want to do an exclusive interview with him, N. Su Mushue frowned, thought for a while and said. And okay, I'll ask for you. N. And but whether they are willing or not is none of my business. N. Li Yao Yao smiled and said, And it's okay, thank you, Mushue, N. And what's there to thank for, N? And you helped me yesterday, so I should do this, N. Su Mushue called immediately. About 10 minutes passed. Li Yao Yao asked, And Mushue, how is it, N? And I found some friends in the creative part. N. And they said that function technology was founded not long ago, and the boss is elusive. N. And no one has ever seen him, and no one has any contact information for him. N. And but the things that are trending are all true. N. And the benefits of their company are really good, and the employees are very motivated, and Li Yaoyao nodded, and okay, I roughly understand. And in that case, I can only do it myself, and go to Function Technology and do a live interview, and Mu Shui, are you free now? Do you want to come with me, and Su Mushui picked up the documents on the table, waved her hand and said, No, I have a lot of things to do, and you should go by yourself, bye, N. Seeing this, Li Yaoyao couldn't help but shook her head and sighed. It's true that now that I have a husband, I forget about my best friends. If this had happened in the past, Li Yaoyao wouldn't even need to ask for it, she would follow him. But now, things are different. Forget it, I'll just go by myself. Li Yaoyao sighed, turned around and left the office, rushing towards Function Technology. Is chapter 23 so complicated? 2 hours later, Li Yaoyao brought her filming team and headed straight to the Binhai Creative Park. For most companies, especially newly established technology companies, we will not boycott media interviews. Because what technology companies lack most is investment. If you want to get investment, you must have news guidance and get enough exposure. Li Yaoyao knew this, so she dared to bring the team here without saying hello. At this point, they had already set up the equipment and started the live broadcast. And hello everyone, I'm Bing Bing, a reporter from Spark Media, and yesterday there was a post about the company's treatment, which attracted the attention of many netizens and the media, and where I am now is the creative park where this company is located. And next, I will lead you to the inside of the company to find out what's going on in. Take a look at what is said in the post to see if it is true. As soon as the live broadcast room was opened, a large number of viewers flocked in immediately. Seeing this, Li Yaoyao was also shocked. She has taken over the company for more than half a year and has conducted countless live broadcasts. But never before have so many audiences come in all at once like today. You know, now is the time for live broadcast to start. Less than 5 minutes had passed. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room has approached 100,000. A large portion of these spectators came just to watch the fun. Another part is programmers who want to find a job. There are many of them, all of whom are re-employed talents who came out of Ali and Tencent and returned to the society. Last night, when they saw this post, I immediately became very interested. After all, as long as you get the job, you can get a salary of at least 20,000 yuan. This does not include regular performance and year-end bonuses. And if you achieve good results, you will have a chance to win a house in Binhai City. You know, a house in Binhai City is worth a lot of money. Even if we calculate it at 30,000 per square meter, an 80 square meter house would cost at least 2.4 million. If this is true, then by then, the competition will definitely be fierce. For programmers, Function Technology is like the flower and fruit mountain. If you go too late, you might not even get to eat peaches. Bing Bing, the reporter in charge of the live broadcast, saw the popularity of the live broadcast room soaring. His eyes almost popped out. From 100,000 viewers, it has soared. It wasn't until the population reached 1 million that it slowly stabilized. This crazy growth rate scared Bing Bing. Even if celebrities hold online concerts, the data wouldn't be so outrageous, right? This is too much. Bing Bing's mouth opened wide. She had completely forgotten that she was now live streaming. As the number of people in the live broadcast room soared, barrages began to fill the entire screen. And fuck, so many people, and brothers, are you all here to watch Bing Bing's live broadcast, and look at your sister. I've been unemployed for more than half a year, how can I have time to look at girls, and that's right. If I don't find a job, I won't even have the energy to glue.n. And I don't know if the treatment at Function Technology is as good as what is said on the internet.n. And yes, I heard that in this company, even the salary for cleaners starts at 20,000, and the minimum for programmers is 50,000 N. And wow, is this true? I'm a laid-off flight attendant. Can I apply for a cleaning job, and is it that bad? Even the flight attendants are trying to take over the cleaning staff's position, and stop talking. I've been working on my resume overnight and I'm just waiting to get the job, and fuck, it's all curled up, and as the audience grows, various barrages of comments also flooded in. Bing Bing held the microphone and led the live broadcast team. Under the leadership of Li Yaoyao, they came directly to Function Technology. As soon as I walked into the company, the girl at the front desk came to greet me with a puzzled expression. And hello, who are you, An? Li Yaoyao came out and said with a smile. And hello, we are reporters from SparkMedia.N. E and I came to your company today because there was a post yesterday about the salary issues in your company.N. And it also became a hot search on Weibo and TikTok, attracting the attention of many netizens. N. So we want to interview your company's boss and employees. E and I don't know. Is it convenient for you, N? The girl at the front desk was stunned for a moment, although she was reluctant. But the other party is from Xingho Media and is quite influential in Binhai City. She didn't dare to neglect it, so she had to nod and agree. And okay. N. And I'll ask our manager for you, N. And but today, it seems that our CEO Lin didn't come to work.N. And he went out with the product manager to purchase equipment.N. And if you want to interview him, you'll probably have to come back another day. I'm afraid there's no hope today.N. And however, I can talk to our manager, Mr. He, about this.N. And wait a moment.N. Li Yaoyao nodded, and okay, thank you for your help, N. Although I couldn't meet the boss of Function Technology, it was also great to be able to interview the manager. As long as we can confirm whether what the post says is true, that's enough. After all, most of the audience came here for this. The other side. Mr. He, the account manager, learned that people from Spark Media had arrived. He immediately took out his cell phone and called Lin Feng. Tell him that there are reporters coming to the company for an interview. Ask Lin Feng whether he wants to be interviewed. Lin Feng did not resist and said there was no problem. As a technology company, as long as it can gain exposure and increase its popularity, it can obtain financing even if its products are terrible. After all, in this era, traffic is king. Now that traffic is coming to your door, how can you refuse it? However, Lin Feng still specifically explained that he could accept the interview. But you cannot disclose information about the product because it is company confidential. Before the function system is developed, it must be kept secret and not disclosed to the outside world. Otherwise, before the system is launched on the market, it will cause a lot of unnecessary controversy and slander from peers. After all, many people have already begun to kneel down in their hearts. I feel that no matter how domestic systems are developed, they can never compare with foreign systems. Instead of wasting time arguing with them here, it would be better to quietly research and develop, make the function system bigger and stronger, then launch it into the market and amaze the world. And okay, Mr. Lin.N. E and I see what you mean.N. E and I won't leak any information about the product, you can rest assured, N. After finishing the call with Lin Feng, Mr. He left the office and came to the company's front desk. The people from Spark Media were already on full alert, setting up the equipment and waiting for Mr. He's arrival. Seeing Mr. He, Li Yaoyao hurried to greet him. And Mr. He, you are finally here.N. And when can we start the interview, N? Mr. He glanced at her and a look of surprise appeared on his face. I never thought that the boss of Spark Media would be so beautiful. And like Mr. Lin, he is also very young. Is it popular for young people to become bosses now? Mr. He smiled and said, and okay, let's get started now.N. And Bing Bing, get ready, N. Li Yaoyao said to Bing Bing. After hearing the order, the reporter named Bing Bing immediately came forward. As the lights came on, Bing Bing handed over the microphone. And hello Mr. He, it's an honor to interview you today.Un. Aina's a member of the management team of Function Technology. What do you think of the post that went viral online yesterday, N? And or in other words, is what the post says true, N? Is there any exaggeration? And many viewers in our live broadcast room want to know this.N. I hope you can answer this for them. Mr. He took the microphone, looked at the camera in front of him and smiled. And hello, everyone, N. Aina's a member of the management team of Function Technology, I can tell you responsibly, N. And everything that post online says is true, N. And although our company was established not long ago, Mr. Lin is eager to recruit talents and values them very much, N. And if you want to join our company, you can directly send your resume to our company's email address, N. And our colleagues in the HR department will work overtime to review it, N. And if you want to know more, I can take you to visit our office environment later.N. With the appearance of Mr. He, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room skyrocketed again. From less than 1 million just now, it soared directly to 1.5 million. A full 500,000 more viewers. Because of the exposure bonus skill. As long as it involves Lin Feng or his company, it will receive exposure bonus. Today's live broadcast rooms are comparable to celebrity online concerts. The gifts alone amounted to hundreds of thousands. Chapter 24, Meet the Father-in-Law and Mother-in-Law. Under the leadership of Mr. He, Li Yaoyao and her group arrived at the Fengshan Technology office area in a mighty procession. As they walked along, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. The office environment of Fengshan Technology exudes a luxurious atmosphere everywhere. Especially the rest area, which is beautifully decorated with high-end furnishings and a variety of entertainment facilities. It was simply astonishing. The audience in the live broadcast room also expressed their envy. Oh my god, is this really an office area? And look at the latest Sony PS5, Xbox, and 3D projector. And are you sure this is where we work? This is simply heaven, And that sofa is bigger than my bed, and there are computer equipment. It costs at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, and it's impossible to come up with such a small price, And stop talking, I'm going to quit my job and join the good side, I don't want a salary, I just want the boss to take me in, And the guy upstairs is just envious of that game console, right, For a moment, barrages of comments flew by wildly. Netizens in the live broadcast room were all impressed by the office environment of Fengshan Technology. Expressed great shock. They have been working as office workers for so long, but have never seen such a comfortable environment. This is not going to work, this is simply enjoying life. From this we can see that the content of yesterday's post was not false at all. And the actual environment is much better than what is described in the post. Many netizens expressed their desire to join Fengshan Technology. Some action-oriented people have already prepared their resumes and sent them to Fengshan Technology's email address. As of 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the HR department's mailbox was about to explode. A total of 20,000 resumes. Many of them are highly educated talents from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Seeing this, Mr. He's mouth was about to burst with laughter, and he thought to himself, And Boss Lin really found a treasure today, After the live broadcast ends, Li Yaoyao asked the employees to return to the company first, and she went to Su Group. She found Su Mushue's office and knocked on the door. After hearing Su Mushue's voice coming from inside, he pushed the door and walked in. As soon as she entered the office, Li Yaoyao sat on the sofa and poured herself a glass of water. Then he started drinking it up. She finally stopped after drinking 4 glasses of water in one breath. Su Mushue looked at her with confusion and asked, And Yaoyao, didn't you go to interview the boss of Fengshan Technology, And the interview is over, when? Li Yaoyao burped and put the cup back in its place. And yeah, it just ended. And Mushue, you don't know that my live broadcast lasted for 4 hours. And not only did we interview their manager, we also visited the company's office area, research area, and rest area. And the environment of their company is so luxurious, even more comfortable than my villa, And at first I thought that yesterday's post was a bit exaggerated and was just a soft advertisement, I didn't expect that after I went on a field trip, I realized that I was narrow-minded. And there's no need to advertise their environment. Everyone who sees it can only say one word, it's awesome, Li Yaoyao said a lot of words in one breath. She took a breath and continued, I can't believe that there is such a company in Binhai. And moreover, the compensation they offer to their employees is also the highest in the industry. I now regret bringing my company's employees to this interview. And when they go back, they will definitely say behind my back that I am Joe Papai, And compared with Fengshan Technology, isn't Spark Media a black-hearted capitalist, Hearing Li Yaoyao's self-deprecating words, Su Mushue covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. And Yaoyao, put it this way. And have you met the boss of their company, Li Yaoyao shrugged, no, he's on a business trip today, But no matter what, today's live broadcast was still very successful, A full 1.5 million viewers, It's almost as good as a celebrity online concert. And we received 500,000 in gifts alone, And if I have the chance next time, I will definitely find their boss and do an exclusive interview, And this kind of profitable business is hard to find nowadays, Li Yaoyao couldn't help but sigh. You know, they do a web show. It takes more than half a year from early planning to final release. The final profit might be around 1 or 2 million. But today, it only took 4 hours and I received $500,000 in rewards. This is simply a money grab. And by the way, Mu Shui, N. And I sent your husband Lin Feng's company also located in the Creative Park, N. And go talk to your husband later and ask him to help me keep an eye out for Function Technology.N. And see what their boss looks like and see if I can get in touch with him.N. Li Yaoyao said this and stood up from the sofa. And it's getting late now.N. And I'll go back first.N. Su Muxue nodded, then looked at Li Yaoyao and said, Endo, you want me to take you there, N? No, just do your thing.N. Li Yaoyao finally took a sip of water and then picked up her bag. Left the office directly. Not long after Li Yaoyao left, Lin Feng sent a message. N honey, are you off work? I'll come find you later, N. And aren't you going to take me to meet my uncle and aunt tonight, N? And let's go buy some gifts before we go over there, while it's still light.N. And otherwise, I would be too rude if I came empty-handed, N. When Su Muxue saw Lin Feng's message, she immediately pouted. And hubby, we're married.N. And why do you still call them uncle and aunt, N? And when we meet later, you have to call them mom and dad, okay, N? Lin Feng replied, and yes, my wife is right, N. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at Su Group. Su Muxue had been waiting in the car for a long time. After Lin Feng got in the car, Su Muxue stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the mall. It took them about half an hour to finally buy the gifts for Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan. Then drive to Su Mansion. On the way, Lin Feng was still feeling very nervous. After all, it was the first time they met their father-in-law and mother-in-law, and they got married so quickly that they were somewhat nervous. Seeing Lin Feng like this, Su Muxue couldn't help but smile secretly. And hubby, don't worry, my parents are very easygoing.N. And besides, we both already got the marriage certificate.N. And even if they don't like you, can they still kick you out, N? And when the time comes, you don't have to say anything, just throw the 20 million in my dad's face.N. And let him see the power of RMB, N. And with such an expensive gift, he will definitely be shocked. It's interesting to think about it.N. Hearing this, Lin Feng was immediately amused. Fortunately, Su Jiangwo was not here, if he had heard what Su Muxue said. I guess he must have been mad to death on the spot. This little cotton jacket, it leaks air. Why do you still have barbs? Just as Su Muxue and the others were rushing to the Su Mansion. Su Anqi has returned home first. Su Muxue had already greeted her before going to the mall. She said that she was going to accompany Lin Feng to the mall to buy some gifts. Let Su Anqi go home first, no need to wait for her. When Su Anqi returned home, it was Zhao Yalan who came out to open the door. And Angie, why are you alone, N? And where are Mu Shui and Lin Feng? Why didn't they come back with you, Lin? Su Anqi replied, and mom, don't worry.N. And Mu Shui and Lin Feng went to buy gifts, saying they were for you and dad.N. Zhao Yalan quickly turned around and shouted at Su Jiangwo. And hubby, take a look.N. And you are such a filial daughter and son-in-law, N. Filial piety is a must. And wait, there are even more filial ones. Chapter 25, a great gift package for keeping fit and looking good. I heard Zhao Yalan's voice outside. A long-lost smile also appeared on Su Jiangwo's face. I didn't expect my son-in-law to be so polite.N. And you even knew to bring gifts, N. Su Jiangwo sat in the house with a very satisfied expression on his face. Just then, Su Anqi walked in and said with a smile. And yes, Dad, N. And you really found a treasure, N. And that Lin Feng is not only handsome, but also very kind to Mu Shui.N. And the last time I ate with them, I almost died of jealousy. They ate several kilograms of dog food alone, N. Hearing this, Su Jiangwo's smile became even more intense. Although Su Muxue married Lin Feng without consulting him. This incident made him a little angry. But I heard Su Anqi say that Lin Feng was good to her daughter. Su Jiangwo's impression of Lin Feng also began to change. Moreover, when he was in the company, he could also hear the employees talking about Lin Feng. Every evening, he would appear downstairs on time to pick Mu Shui up and take her home. This made the female employees very envious. They also hoped to find such a model husband. Good. This guy is really good. As long as his daughter is happy, what is there for a father to complain about? Su Anqi sat on the sofa, picked up the fruit and started eating, then said to Zhao Yalan and Su Jiangwo. And by the way, Mom and Dad, I heard what Mu Shui said. And in addition to introducing Lin Feng to you tonight. And he also wants to talk to you about the gift. When Su Jiangwo heard this, his expression suddenly became a little ugly. And talk about the betrothal gift. And didn't we agree that 100,000 yuan would be enough for the betrothal gift? And we had a discussion with Lin Feng's parents a few days ago. What else are we going to talk about? And does Lin Feng think that a betrothal gift of 100,000 yuan is too much? Su Anqi shook her head and said, I don't know either. Mu Shui didn't tell me in detail. And let's wait until they arrive and hear what Lin Feng has to say. And Dad, don't be too angry. To be honest, there is a gap between the identities and backgrounds of Lin Feng and Su Mushui. Su Mushui comes from a wealthy family and is also the campus belle of Binhai University. And Lin Feng is just an ordinary person. Asking him to give a betrothal gift of 100,000 yuan is already the most kind thing we can do. After all, there are many fairies who look like dinosaurs and have not even graduated from elementary school. The bride price is often hundreds of thousands. Moreover, she is very picky about the men. If the men are ugly, they won't even have the chance to give a betrothal gift. Su Mushui's family only accepted a dowry of 100,000 yuan. And they also gave him a house and a car as a gift. No matter how you look at it, Lin Feng is making huge profit. What is there to talk about? Su Jiangwo didn't understand. At this moment, Zhao Yalan, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. And if you ask me, you all must have misunderstood Lin Feng. And he probably thinks that the betrothal gift is too little and wants to give more. After hearing this, Su Jiangwo's expression eased a little. And if that's the case, then that's fine. And otherwise, this kid is too unkind. Although Su Jiangwo had said before that no matter how much betrothal gift Lin Feng gave, he would return it tenfold. However, Su Jiangwo had also inquired about Lin Feng's family conditions before. And when I talked to Lin Feng's parents on the phone, I also got a general understanding of it. Lin Feng's parents are both employees in Binhai County, and they receive a salary of several thousand yuan per month. It's the kind of family that is so ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary. And now, Lin Feng has just graduated from college. No matter how capable he is, he can't afford much in terms of dowry. Su Jiangwo guessed that he could only take out 200,000 yuan at most? 10 times 200,000 is 2 million. This amount of money is nothing to Su Jiangwo. As long as Lin Feng is truly good to his daughter, he can afford it even if it doubles. Half an hour later, Su Mushui brought Lin Feng to the door of the villa. And honey, are you nervous? Su Mushui looked at Lin Feng with a worried look on her face. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, and not bad. On the way here, Lin Feng was indeed a little nervous. Although he has lived 2 lives, this is the first time he meets his father-in-law and mother-in-law. It's impossible to say I'm not nervous. So he could only pretend to be calm and act like he was not stressed at all. And hubby, don't be afraid. And I am here. Su Mushui grabbed Lin Feng's hand and spoke softly. Then she walked to the door and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. As the doorbell rang, inside the house, Zhao Yalan suddenly stood up and said, And could it be that Mu Shui and the others are here? And Mom, please sit down first. I'll go open the door. And Su Anqi put down the fruit and ran straight to the door. After a while, she opened the door and saw Su Mushui and the other person, and said excitedly, You guys are here? Hearing the sound, Zhao Yalan also walked out of the living room. She looked at Lin Feng carefully. The young man in front of me is handsome and has an outstanding temperament. He looks quite good. Although she had seen Lin Feng's photo in Su Mushui's circle of friends before. But he looks even more handsome in person than in the photo. Especially his temperament and those deep eyes, which seemed full of charm. It makes people addicted and hard to extricate themselves. No wonder his daughter would take the initiative to propose to him. If I were 20 years younger, I probably wouldn't be able to control myself. After all, who doesn't like handsome guys? And Mushui, Xiaolin. And you are here, come in, N. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Feng said, And Dad, Mom, this is the gift I bought for you. I hope you don't dislike it. N. Zhao Yalan didn't hesitate and accepted the gift directly. After all, this is the first time the son-in-law has come to visit. If he didn't accept it, Lin Feng would lose face. And it will make you appear inhumane. And thank you, Xiaolin, you were so thoughtful, N. And come on, come in and sit down, N. Zhao Yalan hurriedly called Lin Feng and sat on the sofa. Then he looked at a few people again and said to Su Anqi. Angie, go to the kitchen and help Mom. N. And is the food ready, N? And now that Xiaolin is here, we can almost have dinner. Un. Su Anqi nodded and ran to the kitchen to take a look. Then he ran out again, looked at Su Muxue and said. And Muxue, come in and help me serve the rice. N. And let Lin Feng talk to his parents alone and don't disturb them. N. Su Muxue understood what her sister meant. He nodded and walked towards the kitchen reluctantly. Before leaving, she looked at Lin Feng reluctantly. And hubby, come on, N. I believe you can do it, N. After saying that, she followed Su Anqi to the kitchen. At this time, in the living room, only Su Muxue's parents and Lin Feng were left. Without the presence of the Su Muxue sisters, the atmosphere in the living room instantly dropped to freezing point. Especially Lin Feng and Su Jiangwo, the two looked at each other and said nothing. There seemed to be a hint of embarrassment in the air. Just at this time, the voice of the system came. Bite. The second step to becoming a model husband is to show your sincerity and gain the approval of your father-in-law and mother-in-law. Reward, a gift pack for good health and beauty. Chapter 26, Huge Dowry. The second step to becoming a model husband? Gain approval from your parents-in-law? See the clear task prompt on the system panel. Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised, he thought to himself. Isn't this easy? If you want to gain their approval, why not just spend money? Just like my wife said before, take out 20 million and give it away as a betrothal gift. This will definitely gain their approval, right? Lin Feng didn't feel any pain at all about the money. Not to mention completing the task, you can get rewards from the system. Moreover, once the betrothal gift is given out, Su Muxue's father will return it tenfold. No matter how you calculate it, Lin Feng will not suffer any loss. It can be said that the system's task is exactly the same as Su Muxue's idea. Lin Feng was a little resistant at first, thinking that this would be unfair to his father-in-law. But now, there is nothing I can do, this is Goddess' will. Although Lin Feng didn't know what was inside this gift package for health and beauty. But judging from the name, it shouldn't be bad. I guess it's something like that for strengthening the body and beautifying the skin. Just right for me and my wife, one each. Lin Feng made a silent decision in his heart. He was just about to speak to Su Jiangwo about the bride price. At this moment, Su Muxue and Su Anqi had already brought out the food. And Mom and Dad, come and eat. N. And if you have anything to say, let's talk after dinner. N. Zhao Yalan looked at Lin Feng, and Xiaolin, let's go, let's eat first. N. Lin Feng nodded, then stood up, looked at Su Jiangwo and said. And Dad, I bought a bottle of wine. N. And how about we have a few drinks later, Yen? Su Jiangwo doesn't have any special hobbies. But I only love drinking. Whether it's red, white, or even beer, he can drink it with gusto. And okay, I'm just worried that no one will drink with me at home, N. And come on, Xiaolin, sit down first, N. When he heard that they were going to drink, Su Jiangwo immediately became interested. He hurriedly asked Lin Feng to sit down. Then, he said to Su Anqi, and Anqi, go to the study and get my bottle of 1982 Lafite in. Su Anqi's face suddenly changed when she heard this. And Dad, that bottle of 1982 Lafite. N. And didn't you say that you would wait until Muxue got married before drinking in? Su Jiangwo waved his hand, and it's okay, go get it, N. And I'll buy more when I'm done drinking it, N. Just then, Su Muxue stood up and said. And sit down and eat, sis. N. And I'll get it, N. After saying that, she ran to the study and found the bottle of 1982 Lafite. Take it out and put it in front of Su Jiangwo. Then looked at Lin Feng. And you should drink less. N. And drinking too much is bad for your health, N. Before Lin Feng could speak, Su Jiangwo spoke. And it's okay, daughter. N. And Dad is in good health, it's okay to drink a little yen. And besides, this is Xiaolin's first time coming to our house, so we have to show some respect. N. After Su Jiangwo finished speaking, the expression on his face was particularly proud. He thought that what Su Mushue said just now was directed at him. As a result, the next second, Su Mushue said something. He was directly brought to a social demise. Enum, Dad, N. And what I just said was to Lin Feng. It has nothing to do with you. N. And if you like to drink, drink as much as you want, it's okay, N. Hearing this, Su Jiangwo's face suddenly turned red. I was completely stunned. What? It took a long time. So he was just being overly sentimental? Mushue doesn't care about herself at all, but is concerned about Lin Feng? Sitting opposite Lin Feng were Su Anqi and Zhao Yalan, mother and daughter. I was drinking chicken soup at that time, and I almost spit it out when I heard the conversation between Su Jiangwo and the other man. Especially Zhao Yalan. When she heard Su Mushue's words, she was indeed touched by her filial piety. As for Su Anqi, she frowned and shook her head helplessly. My sister is too partial. At this time, Su Jiangwo smiled awkwardly, coughed twice, and said, Ahem. And so that's how it is. It seems that Dad got it wrong, N. But it's okay, Xiaolin just graduated from college and is in good health, N. And just drink some wine, nothing will happen, N. As he spoke, Su Jiangwo picked up the corkscrew and pulled out the cork. Poured a full glass of red wine for Lin Feng. N, come on, Xiaolin, N. And let's have a drink first, both of us. N. And let me tell you, this bottle of 1982 Lafite is a rare and fine wine, N. And if you don't have connections, you may not be able to buy it even if you have a lot of money, N. As he spoke, Su Jiangwo also poured himself a glass and raised it up. Seeing Su Jiangwo so enthusiastic, Lin Feng was a little flattered. It seems that my father-in-law is really addicted to alcohol. Lin Feng raised his glass tactfully and said, And Dad, I toast to you, N. In good, N. Lin Feng raised his glass and drank it all. Su Jiangwo was not to be outdone and drank it directly with his head tilted back. It's 1982 Lafite as expected, the taste is just different. And by the way, Xiaolin. N. And I heard that you have other ideas about the betrothal gift, N. And do you think 100,000 is too much, or N? Su Jiangwo put down his wineglass and changed the subject. Lin Feng waved his hands quickly and explained. No, Dad, you misunderstood. N. And I think a betrothal gift of 100,000 yuan is a bit too little, N. And after all, Mushue is the second princess of the Su family. N. And if I give such a small gift, I'm afraid people will laugh at me if the news gets out, N. And so, I want to give you more money, and I can also prove to you how sincere I am to Mushue, N. Hearing this, Su Jiangwo's face was full of smiles. It seems that my son-in-law. What a responsible man. To be honest, Su Jiangwo doesn't need the 1.8 million at all. But Lin Feng can say that. That means, he really has Mushue in his heart. And ha, you kid, N. Su Jiangwo patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said with a smile. And yes, you have this intention, that's enough, N. As for the betrothal gift, it is nothing more than a formality. N. And don't worry too much about it. It doesn't matter how much you give me, N. And wife, do you think what I said is right, N? Zhao Yalan glared at him and said in a cold voice. And right about what? Right, N. And Shaolin said it was for the sake of the Su family's reputation. N. And what are you talking about? If your son-in-law wants to give you more, just keep it, N. After being scolded by Zhao Yalan, Su Jiangwo did not dare to get angry and could only nod repeatedly. And yes, I'll do as you say, N. And Shaolin, how much do you plan to give as a betrothal gift, N? Lin Feng took out a bank card, put it on the table, and pushed it in front of Su Jiangwo. And Dad, there is 20 million in this card. It's my gift to Mushue. N. And I know 20 million is a little too little for you, N. But this is also my intention. And I hope you don't mind, N. Oh shit. 20 million in betrothal gifts? And you still hope that we 1T despise you? Hearing this, Su Jiangwo was completely stunned. Aren't Lin Feng's family conditions very ordinary? How could he have so much money? And if there really is 20 million in this card, doesn't that mean he has to return 200 million to Lin Feng? Chapter 27, Is the company going to be exposed? And Shaolin, you are not kidding, right, N? And do you really want to give 20 million as a betrothal gift, N? At this time, Zhao Yalan could no longer sit still and asked with a shocked expression. A few days ago, she just talked to Lin Feng's parents on the phone. As far as she knew, Lin Feng's family conditions seemed very ordinary. If that is the case, where did he get so much money? When he saw Zhao Yalan and Su Jiangwo, he looked incredulous. Su Anqi stood up, ran to the utility room, and took out a POS machine. And it just so happens that we have a POS machine at home.N. And you can tell if you have that much money by swiping your finger.N. Su Anqi picked up the bank card on the table and swiped it on the POS machine. Find the number shown above. It's indeed 20 million. Seeing this scene, Su Anqi was also shocked. I didn't expect that my brother-in-law is so rich? Could it be that? Has he been playing the pig and eating the tiger before? However, there are three people, Su Jiangwo, Su Anqi, and Zhao Yalan. What they don't know is, this huge sum of 20 million was actually given by Su Muxue. Even Lin Feng was kept in the dark by her at this time. If Su Jiangwo knew that his daughter treated him like this, I guess he would be killed by her on the spot. Good guy. I've never cheated my father as much as you do. The daughter of the family pays money as a betrothal gift to the son-in-law. Then let the son-in-law ask his biological father to return 10 times the amount. Are you playing landlord here? Super double, for 3, can't you afford it? He is so filial to his father. At this time, Su Jiangwo couldn't help but ask. En Shaolin, where did you get this money, En? And if I remember correctly, you should have just graduated from college, En. And your parents also said that your family's conditions are average.N. Seeing this, Zhao Yalan and Su Anqi both pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know where Lin Feng got the money from. Lin Feng did not hide anything and told them Su Mushue's words. After hearing this, the expressions of the three people suddenly became extremely interesting. Especially Su Anqi and Zhao Yalan, they were completely dumbfounded. Are you kidding them? En Mushue, is this true or false, Ellen? Did you really win the lottery? Faced with the questioning, the expression on Su Mushue's face became a little nervous. En. Yeah, just like my husband said, we won the lottery. Although it's a little hard to believe. But Mushue has never been able to lie since she was young. Zhao Yalan had to believe it, and a wonder, I said, Shaolin's family is average, how could they come up with so much money, En? And so that's what happened.N. Su Anqi also said this thoughtfully. In order to prevent everyone from continuing to worry about the source of the bride price, Su Mushue suddenly stood up and changed the subject. And that's right, Dad, En. I suddenly remembered something. I remember you seem to have said that.N. And when I get married, no matter how much Lin Feng gives as a gift, you will return it tenfold, right, En? Hearing this, Su Jiangwo almost vomited blood. Now he understood. After all this time, I found out that it was my own daughter who was setting a trap for me. Su Jiangwo put on a bitter face and pretended not to understand what she was talking about. En Mushue, what do you mean, En? Seeing that Su Jiangwo was playing dumb, Su Mushue showed no mercy and directly exposed him. En Dad, you're not going to cheat, are you, En? And since you said before, you will return it tenfold.N. And now, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise, En? Su Jiangwo still refused to give up and wanted to put the blame on Zhao Yalan. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was her idea. If you want money, go find your mother. But before he could speak, Su Mushue began to use a coquettish attack. En Dad, my good Dad.N. And you can't go back on your word, En. And you know what I admire most about you, En. Su Jiangwo heard this and asked curiously, and which point, En? And my most admired one.Un. And it's your courage to keep your word, En. And as long as it is something you promised, you will definitely do it, En. And so this time, you won't let me down, right, Dad, En? See Su Mushue acting cute. Su Jiangwo's heart instantly softened into a puddle of water. He nodded quickly and said, En okay, I've fallen into your hands.Un. He turned to Zhao Yalan and said, En wife, go upstairs and get me that secondary card.Un. Zhao Yalan smiled helplessly, then tapped Su Mushue's head lightly with her fingers. And you just love to bully your dad, En. Su Mushue also felt that she had suffered a little loss. But then again, as long as my husband has this money, he will definitely be able to build up the company. The money earned by then will definitely be hundreds of times more than this amount. She believes in her husband's ability. There will definitely be no problem. When that day comes, can't I just return the money to Dad? Not long after, Zhao Yalan came down from upstairs. She handed the bank card to Su Mushue. "And Mushue, the secondary card is bound to your father's primary card. And no matter how much you spend, it can be deducted directly from your dad's card. And tomorrow you and Xiaolin go to the bank, withdraw the money, and return the card to me. I have to go on a business trip in 2 days. Su Mushue took the bank card, smiled and nodded. "And don't worry, Mom, N." Then, she said to Lin Feng and husband, "Let's go to the bank to withdraw money tomorrow morning, N. And with these 200 million, your company should not have to worry about funding issues. N. And when the company goes public, we'll return the money to Dad, N. And what do you think, N?" Of course, Lin Feng had no objection to this. Although Su Mushue didn't know what Lin Feng's company did specifically. But she believed that with her husband's intelligence and talent, he would be able to take the company public. As long as it is listed, making money later will be easy. As soon as Su Mushue finished speaking, Su Anqi couldn't help it. She looked at Su Jiangwo and said indignantly, "And Dad, did you hear that?" After all this time, it turns out that Mushue is helping Lin Feng to attract investment, N. And but I'm afraid your investment will soon go down the drain, N. Su Anqi is not optimistic about Lin Feng's entrepreneurship. After all, he had just graduated and had no social experience. And first of all, we want to be a technology company. Although everyone knows that technology companies are very profitable and have a lot of room for development. But that is all for others. Lin Feng has no work experience and no idea of running a company. If you want to get into the technology field, it would be impossible without a year or two. Just then, Zhao Yalan stepped forward to smooth things over. "And okay, stop talking. N. And let's eat quickly, the food is getting cold. And Xiaolin, this lotus seed and pork kidney soup is specially made for you, drink more. Yen." As Zhao Yalan spoke, she served Lin Feng some pork kidney soup. Su Anqi looked at it, an ambiguous smile appeared on her face, and she thought to herself, "And sister, you are blessed tonight, N." As dinner came to an end, Su Jiangwo suddenly remembered and asked, "And by the way, Xiaolin, you said you are starting a business now. N. And which direction do you want to go in, N?" Lin Feng replied, "I run an internet technology company. N. And the specific business is still in the exploratory stage and has not been determined yet. N." Lin Feng did not elaborate on the company's affairs, and Su Jiangwo did not ask too many questions. Now is the age of the internet, as long as you can seize the opportunity. It is easy to start a company. At this moment, a news report was being broadcast on the TV in the living room. This piece of news was about Li Yaoyao's live interview at Fengshan Technology. This piece of news immediately attracted Su Jiangwo's attention. He has heard a lot about Fengshan Technology in the past 2 days. "And Xiaolin, have you heard of Fengshan Technology, N? And it seems to be in your creative park, and it also uses internet technology. N. And you say, isn't this a bit too coincidental?" Chapter 28 found the highlight. Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly panicked. Is the company's affairs about to be exposed? At this time, Su Anqi, who was sitting next to Su Mushue, suddenly said, "And Dad, I remember the Fengshan Technology you mentioned, N. And it seems that it became popular because an employee posted it online, N. And I took a look and that post is still in the top 10 of the trending search list, N. And moreover, the media that went to interview Fengshan Technology seemed to be from Yaoyao's company. N. And I have an impression of this reporter. I think her name is Bing Bing, N. And right, Mushue, N. Su Mushue and Li Yaoyao are good friends and also college roommates." Su Anqi knew this. Su Mushue nodded. "And yes, and Yaoyao came to the company to see me yesterday. N. And she mentioned this Fengshan Technology to me. N. And originally, she was planning on having me go with her, but I was busy, so I didn't go. N. I heard Su Mushue and the others discussing Fengshan Technology. Lin Feng sat next to him without saying a word. If they knew that Fengshan Technology was their own company, I wonder what the reaction will be. Especially Su Mushue. I guess your jaw will drop, right? But now, Lin Feng would definitely not say it out loud. The ELS system has not yet been fully developed. According to the current progress, it will take at least 1 month for it to run smoothly. It may take 2 months at the shortest and 3 months at the longest to go public. They will know it naturally when the time comes. Half an hour later, dinner was over. Su Mushui and Su Anchi were cleaning up the dishes. Lin Feng sat on the sofa and chatted with Su Jiangwo. The content of their conversation mainly revolved around when to meet Lin Feng's parents. Although they had already discussed the wedding over the phone. But before the wedding, you have to meet your in-laws at least, right? N Xiaolin, please ask for us some other day. N. And when are your parents free, N? And let's all come out for a meal and get to know each other. Un. Zhao Yalan gave Lin Feng a warning. Lin Feng nodded, and okay, Mom, N. And thank you for your help, N. And remember to tell us when the time comes. N. And preferably next week, because I have to go on a business trip this week. N. Zhao Yalan paused, then continued, and however, you can take this time to take Mu Shui to meet your parents. N. Next, the two talked about getting married. Time passed quietly and soon it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Mushui checked the time and said to Lin Feng, and hubby, it's getting late. Shouldn't we go home, N? Lin Feng stood up from the sofa and said goodbye to Su Jiangwo and the other person. And Mom and Dad, Mu Shui and I will go back first. N. And sorry to bother you tonight. N. And when we have time another day, Mu Shui and I will come to see you again. N. Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan also stood up. I walked to the door of the villa and watched them leave. Su Anchi sat on the sofa, took out her mobile phone, and kept watching today's live video. After Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan returned to the living room. Seeing Su Anchi playing with her phone, she couldn't help but say, Anchi, you are really something yin. And Mu Shui and Xiaolin are leaving, and you don't even bother to see them off. N. And you only know how to play with your phone. You don't act like a sister at all. N. And he doesn't care about his sister at all. N. It's not that Su Anchi doesn't care. On the contrary, she cares more than anyone else. But after last time, after having dinner with them, she didn't want to care about the relationship between her sister and Lin Feng anymore. Su Anchi quickly said, and Mom, you don't know how embarrassing it was the last time I had dinner with them, N. And they were wearing couple outfits and showing affection in front of me. I was like a big light bulb, N. And the people around me looked at me with great sympathy, N. And from that day on, I swore. N. And I don't want to eat their dog food anymore, N. Zhao Yalan smiled with relief when she heard this. ENICN. And I thought you didn't care about your sister anymore, N. And but in this case, Mu Shui and Xiaolin seem to be quite affectionate, N. Think of this. An anti-smile appeared on Zhao Yalan's face. As long as my daughter is happy, that is more important than anything else. At this time, Su Anchi watched the live video about function technology several times. She wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. Because she discovered the highlight. It seems that the company Function Technology was established a few days ago. According to Mu Shui, Lin Feng's company was established not long ago. And they are all in the Binhai Creative Park. It is also an internet technology company. His name is Function. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? If it's just one point that matches, it can still be called a coincidence. But after all these, could it be that Function Technology is Lin Feng's company? Thinking of this, Su Anchi felt that it was unlikely. Lin Feng has no money, so it is impossible for him to afford such a high salary. And it also provides such a good office environment. Su Anchi was very confused. She planned to ask someone else another day. The other side. Su Mushui drives. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat. The two rushed towards home. On the way, Su Mushui said to Lin Feng, and hubby, my mother said that when you are free, take me to meet my parents-in-law. N. And how about you take me to your house this weekend, N? I've been chatting with my mother-in-law online lately, and we've been having a great time, N. And but she kept urging me, saying she wanted to meet me. N. And I don't know how to respond, N. Lin Feng nodded and said, and okay, then let's do it this weekend, N. And my parents and my aunt have been urging me these past few days, N. And they also threatened me, saying that if I didn't go back, they would form a group to come and see me, N. And I really want to see you, so I'll use any means I can think of, N. It's so scary. Half an hour later, Su Mushui drove back home. Lin Feng drank some wine and walked a little dazedly. Su Muxue supported him and walked directly into the living room and sat on the sofa. Then she poured another cup of hot water. "And hubby, drink some water.N. And be careful with the heat.N." After settling Lin Feng down, Su Muxue took her pajamas and ran to the bathroom to take a shower. Lin Feng sat alone on the sofa. In a daze, he seemed to hear the voice of the system. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and gaining recognition from his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Reward, a gift pack for good health and beauty. Chapter 29. There really is a free lunch in the world. Hear the sound of the system. Lin Feng woke up instantly. The reward has arrived. N system, open the gift package, N. As soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical sound rang in Lin Feng's mind again. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a marrow cleansing pill and a beauty pill. Marrow cleansing pill can wash away impurities in the body, strengthen the tendons and veins, and gain more powerful body functions. Beauty pill, it has the effect of beautifying and nourishing the skin. After taking it, you can stay young forever. May I ask if the host is taking it now? Sure enough, it was just as Lin Feng had guessed before. This big gift package contains things that can strengthen your body and beautify your skin. Things like marrow cleansing pills and beauty pills. Lin Feng was not unfamiliar with him. He had heard of him in many novels. I never thought that one day I would be able to see it with my own eyes. Lin Feng nodded immediately and said to the system, "And take the marrow cleansing pill, N." As soon as he finished speaking, a warm current was injected into Lin Feng's body and began to flow along his meridians. Then, he felt his whole body being enveloped by this warm current. Lin Feng felt extremely comfortable all over. Bite. Because the host took the marrow cleansing pill. Attributes: strength +1, endurance +1, stamina +1, agility +1, charm +1. Fuck. It's so fucking cool. I didn't expect that taking a marrow cleansing pill could add so many points. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and found that the surface of his skin was covered with a layer of black substance, like mud. He quickly ran to the bathroom and wiped his body with a towel. After wiping his body, Lin Feng felt full of strength and his eyes became sharp. He used to be a little nearsighted, but now he sees things very clearly. Lin Feng's appearance has also been greatly improved. Not only did the contours become clearer, but the skin also became whiter. Well, even that aspect seems to have become much stronger. Lin Feng walked towards the living room with light steps. Although there was a door between them, Lin Feng could still sense Su Muxue's movements in the bathroom. If he was not mistaken, she should be getting dressed now? Sure enough, the next second, Su Muxue was wearing a suspender pajamas. She walked towards Lin Feng with her long legs. "And honey, go take a shower.N." As soon as Su Muxue finished speaking, she suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Lin Feng carefully. "And honey, how do I feel, N? And you seem to have become more handsome, N. And the whole person is a little different from before, N." Su Muxue suddenly said. Lin Feng smiled and made up an excuse. "And maybe it's because I was drinking, N. And I am going to take a shower first, N." After saying that, Lin Feng walked into the bathroom and took an ice bath. While taking a shower, Lin Feng discovered that he seemed to have grown a lot. It seems that the marrow cleansing pill is really a good thing. The next day, because Lin Feng got 200 million yuan in funds. So, after arriving at the company, he then announced an important decision. That is, to improve the quality of employees' work. Lin Feng decided to improve the employee cafeteria of Function Technology. After all, the office environment and salary packages are already among the best in the country. There is almost no room for improvement. But when it comes to diet, there is still a lot of plasticity. As the saying goes, food is the most important thing for people. If you can't even eat well, how can you have the energy to work? Therefore, the cafeteria manager of Function Technology issued an announcement at noon that day. In dear colleagues.N. Because Mr. Lin cares about his employees, he decided to improve everyone's meals. And so starting today, meals in the employee cafeteria will undergo a huge change.N. And first of all, the dishes will become more diverse and richer, so that everyone can choose freely.N. And also, each employee will now have 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, instead of the previous 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, and can now choose whatever they want from the cafeteria, and the company won't charge a penny. President Lin will pay for everything. Learned this news. Employees of Fengshan Technology rushed to the cafeteria to get their meals. Those fat otakus who originally liked to eat takeout couldn't resist the temptation of getting something for free. Is there such a thing as a free lunch? Is this true or false? When they arrived at the cafeteria, they saw the dazzling array of dishes and the 7 big words posted on the door. Free buffet meals for employees. The employees were all stunned, with expressions of indescribable surprise on their faces. And fuck, it's actually true, and not only are the dishes more abundant, but they are also all you can eat for free? And seafood, abalone, beef, mutton, fish, fresh vegetables, traditional Chinese soup, whatever you want, we have it here. Am I dreaming? What kind of magical company is this, when not only do they offer the highest salary to their employees, but they also provide such a comfortable office environment? And now even the food is provided at the level of a 5-star hotel. And most importantly, you can get it for free. And our CEO Lin has a very big vision. It seems that if you don't work hard, you will be sorry for this meal, and I dare say that as long as the Fengshan system is successfully developed, it will definitely make a sensation in the whole world, and it's really hard to find such a good boss even with a lantern. I am so happy. The employees were all impressed by Lin Feng's ideas. I was really shocked. I was moved to tears while eating. I'm thinking about working overtime to repay my boss's kindness. The other side. Lin Feng had just finished a meeting with several department managers. When they arrived at the cafeteria, the employees present all stood up. Take the initiative to say hello to Lin Feng. And hello, Mr. Lin, and seeing the employees, their faces were filled with respect. Lin Feng also felt very comfortable. Really? In his previous life, he also suffered from being a social animal. Since he has a second life, he will do whatever he can. He will provide employees with the best working environment. Moreover, we want to create a domestic system that will make a sensation around the world. Employees must fall in love with this job and this company from the bottom of their hearts. Only in this way can we work together and lead the company to the world. Lin Feng smiled at them and nodded. And everyone, please take a seat, and don't be so restrained. Eat when it's time to eat and drink soup when it's time to drink soup, and in the staff cafeteria, whether it's food or meals, everything is free, and if you can't finish it, you can take it home. The employees nodded heavily. Lin Feng looked at several department managers behind him and said, and let's go get some food too. And the meeting was a bit long, you must be hungry. After lunch, many young and beautiful female employees waved to Lin Feng. And Boss Lin, I have a seat here, come sit here, and Boss Lin, this side is clean. I just wiped it specially for you, and Boss Lin, I have something I don't understand and I want to ask you for advice. Can you come over here, and Lin Feng smiled and declined them politely. Sat together with several department managers. Just as he was about to sit down to eat, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. Chapter 30 Excited Relatives. Lin Feng looked at his phone. I found out it was a WeChat message from my mother. Ensign, I just finished talking to Mu Shui on the phone. And I heard from Mu Shui that you guys are planning to go home this weekend, right, En? Seeing the message from his mother, Lin Feng long pressed the screen and sent a voice message back. And well, I'll go back on the weekend. Hear Lin Feng's reply. Wang Yue was so excited that she almost jumped up. I will be able to see my daughter-in-law soon. I feel happy just thinking about it. Although she has been chatting with Su Muxue online these days. But until now, Wang Yue has never met Su Muxue in person. That's why she kept urging Lin Feng. Let him bring his wife home when he is free. She is looking forward to meeting Su Muxue. She was really satisfied with Su Muxue in every way. Not only is she beautiful, she also has excellent academic performance and her family conditions are impeccable. The key is, through these few days, chatting with her online. Wang Yue discovered that Su Muxue was very polite and did not have the slightest arrogance of a rich girl. And he is very sensible. This person has not been seen yet. She bought a lot of supplements from the internet and sent them to Lin Feng's home. Just ask such a daughter-in-law. Who can not love it? Wang Yue held the phone in her hands and smiled so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. She walked into the living room and said to Lin Weiman, "And honey, my son said it, and he will bring Mu Shui home this weekend, and that's what I said." Since Mu Shui dared to say that, it means they must have discussed it beforehand, then. Hearing this, Lin Weiman was a little surprised and snatched the phone. Excitedly said, "And is it true? Let me see, N." Lin Weiman clicked on the voice message and heard Lin Feng's affirmative answer. A smile also appeared on his face. "And this brat, N. And finally you're willing to come home, N. And other people's children, when they graduate from college, the first thing they do is go home, N. And he graduated from college and got married first, and he didn't even tell us, N. And it's been more than 10 days, and I still don't know how to bring my wife back, N. And doesn't he know how anxiously we're waiting, N. Lin Weiman is fine. After all, he is the pillar of the family and he is not that gossipy. But relatives at home, as well as friends and colleagues. He would run home every few days. I came here for no other reason than to ask Lin Feng when he would bring his wife home." Now, after getting Lin Feng's affirmative answer, Wang Yue couldn't bear it any longer, so she directly opened the family group and sent a voice invitation. The family group consists of less than 20 people in total. There are aunt and uncle Lin Feng, second uncle, an aunt, and uncle and aunt, as well as his aunt and his aunt's families. After they got through the voice call, Wang Yue couldn't wait to speak. "And excuse me, everyone, N. And I am calling you in the middle of the day. I hope I didn't disturb your meal, N." Lin Feng's aunt asked, "And sister, what's the matter, En? And look how excited you are. Is Xiaofeng coming back, N? Anus his aunt, I have waited so long to attend his wedding, and Lin Feng's cousin also said, "And aunt, you are not the only one who has suffered from waiting, N. Ana's a cousin, I am no exception, and..." As the two began to speak, other relatives in the group also began to join in the fun. He kept asking, when can he drink at Lin Feng's wedding wine? Seeing this, Wang Yue said with a smile, "It's almost there. And I am not going to make a voice call to you, N. And I just wanted to let you know that you all should come to my house for dinner this Saturday night, En. And when the time comes, Lin Feng will bring Mu Shui back, N. And it's been a long time since we, as a family, have had a meal together, N. And this is a good opportunity for us to have a good gathering, N." The relatives in the group patted their chests and made assurances. "And sister, don't worry, N. And we dared not do anything on Saturday, just waiting to go to your house for dinner, N. And yes, when the time comes, I'll buy some stewed food and go to your house for a good meal, N. And bring a few bottles of old wine. Everyone won't leave until they are drunk, N." After notifying relatives, Wang Yue then chatted with them for a while. Then she hung up the phone, shook her head helplessly and said, "And husband, how come these elders are more excited than me, a mother, N?" Lin Weiman smiled and explained, "And of course, it's your turn to have wedding wine, so why wouldn't you be happy, N? And our Lin Feng is the first one among the younger generation to get married, N. And with Lin Feng taking the lead, they can start urging us to get married, N. And you look like Lin Feng's cousin, who is already in her 20s, N. And I don't even have a boyfriend, N. And is that reasonable, En?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yue nodded in agreement. "And indeed, if I had urged you to get married before, N. And they can also say that none of the younger generations are married, N. And now that our Xiaofeng is married, let's see what they have to say, N." The other side. Lin Feng just returned to the office. "I never thought that I was just replying to a message casually. It happened right at home and caused such a sensation. I also didn't expect that I would become the sword used by relatives to urge me to get married. By then, the brothers and sisters of the same generation as Lin Feng will hate him to death. You say that you are handsome, but why do you want to get married so early?" Lin Feng was unaware of this. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Feng left the office. "I went to Su Group as usual to pick up my wife from get off work. Came downstairs to the company. Lin Feng saw Su Muxue chatting with a woman. This woman had short hair, light makeup on her face, and wore very revealing clothes. She was wearing a suspender t-shirt that barely covered the fullness of her chest. Below is a pair of hip-length shorts, revealing two sexy, white long legs, which looks very tempting. The woman in front of me can be said to be top-notch in terms of both figure and temperament. But compared to Su Muxue, she still lacks a sense of purity. She is Li Yaoyao, who was interviewed at Fengshan Technology last time. Although Lin Feng and Li Yaoyao are both students of Binhai University. But the two had little interaction in college. So they didn't know each other. Seeing Lin Feng, Su Muxue hurried over and introduced him to Li Yaoyao. "And Yaoyao, this is my husband, N. And Lin Feng, N." After saying that, Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm and said sweetly, "And honey, this is my college roommate and also my best friend, N. And her name is Li Yaoyao, and she is now the boss of a media company, N. And some time ago, she went to Fengshan Technology for an interview. Do you remember, N? And that reporter is from Yaoyao's company, N." Chapter 31, My Best Friend S Doubts. Hearing Su Muxue's words, Lin Feng reacted immediately. It turns out that the last interview was conducted by their company. After hearing this, Lin Feng had an impression. "I remember that after the last interview, the mailbox of the company's human resources department was about to explode. We received a total of 20,000 resumes. It was also because of the last interview that Lin Feng and his company were able to become famous among many job seekers. Lin Feng also found a lot of talents from those 20,000 resumes. Now there are many of them who have taken up important positions in Fengshan Technology." Lin Feng looked at Li Yaoyao and nodded to her. When Li Yaoyao saw Lin Feng, she was completely stunned. At this moment, she finally understood why Su Muxue wanted to throw herself at him. Handsome face, high nose bridge, and deep eyes. Every part of Lin Feng is so fascinating. Especially his temperament, his every move seems to have its own BGM. Let alone Su Muxue, a boy like this. Even Li Yaoyao felt like she couldn't take it anymore. Bah. What on earth are you thinking about? Lin Feng is her best friend's husband. No matter how horny you are, you can't set your sights on your best friend's husband, right? Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng and said softly, "And husband, let's go eat together later, Yin. And there's a new barbecue restaurant nearby. I heard the food is pretty good, N. And why don't the three of us try it together, N? And besides, I've long wanted to introduce my best friend to you, N. E and I still remember that after the graduation ceremony, you and your roommates had a farewell dinner together, N. And at that time, I wanted to introduce Yaoyao to you, N. And but she didn't come to the graduation ceremony, N. And but it's not too late to introduce it now, N. On the way to the barbecue restaurant, Su Muxue clung to Lin Feng like a sloth. Every move of the two was full of sweetness, which was breathtaking. What's more, they are accompanied by a tall beauty with a hot body and a cool temperament. Three people walked on the street, attracting passers-by to look back frequently. Li Yaoyao was fine at first, but when someone looked at her like that, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Sure enough, when you go out with your couple, you can't avoid eating dog food. She now feels a little embarrassed. If I had known this, I would have driven there. Although now, it is the rush hour after get off work. If you drive there, you might get stuck in traffic. But even so, it's better than eating dog food on the street, right? Li Yaoyao has been single for so many years, although she has never liked men. But at this moment, she felt how pitiful it was to be a single person. She began to regret why she went out to dinner with Su Muxue. Come to the barbecue restaurant. The three of them found a seat in a corner and sat down. Ordered a pork belly, seasoned beef, honey-glazed beef ribs, and a vegetable platter. The three of them ate and chatted, and the process was quite harmonious. After all, Lin Feng's good looks are there. During this period, Li Yaoyao asked a lot of questions about Lin Feng's company. But Lin Feng just brushed them off. Li Yaoyao was also very tactful and did not ask too many questions. Just instruct Lin Feng. Since we are both working in the Binhai Creative Park, if there is a chance, see if he can introduce me to the boss of Fengshan Technology Company. Li Yaoyao was still thinking, if there was a chance. Be sure to find the boss of Fengshan Technology for a special interview. Ever since the last time I went to Fengshan Technology and did a popular live broadcast, their company's reputation is rising rapidly. In less than 2 days, 50 million yuan of funds were raised. Moreover, that live broadcast attracted millions of viewers and received 500,000 yuan in tips. Even for this reward, Li Yaoyao felt that it was necessary to interview the boss of Fengshen Technology again. Thinking about it, Li Yaoyao suddenly realized that something was wrong. Mu Shui's husband Lin Feng also opened a company in the creative park not long ago. And that day, I heard from the company's front desk that their boss's surname was Lin. And Lin Feng also has the last name Lin. Could it be that there is some connection between the two of them? Thinking of this, Li Yaoyao fell into deep thought. As expected of a journalist. In this regard, Li Yaoyao is indeed more sensitive than ordinary people. Seeing Li Yaoyao in a daze, Su Muxue couldn't help but ask. "And Yaoyao, what are you doing, and why are you daydreaming for no reason, and come on, let's raise a toast and celebrate our graduation, N." Su Muxue raised her glass filled with juice and said to Li Yaoyao. Li Yaoyao also raised her glass. "And best wishes to our dormitory 306N. Happy graduation." The two of them said something to each other and then drank it all in one gulp. However, Li Yaoyao's eyes were always fixed on Lin Feng. She wanted to find some clues. But until the end of dinner, Li Yaoyao didn't notice anything unusual. After all, there are many people with the same name and surname in this world. Not to mention the big surname in linen. She now has no evidence to prove that Lin Feng is the boss of Fengshen Technology. And even Mu Shui didn't notice this. Could it be that I really am overthinking it? After dinner, Lin Feng accompanied Su Muxue to the mall. Because in 2 days, it will be the weekend. Su Muxue wanted to buy some clothes and some gifts. When the time comes, I'll bring it to Lin Feng's parents as a meeting gift. When he arrived at the mall, Lin Feng discovered a truth. That is, no matter what kind of woman she is, she likes to go shopping. This season is the peak tourist season in Binhai City. In order to attract customers, all major businesses have begun to use various tricks. There's a 50% off sale or buy 2 get 1 free sale on all items. There are various ways of discounts and promotions, which are constantly being innovated. They have only one ultimate goal, which is to attract more customers to spend money in their stores. And women always lack one piece of clothing, and Lin Feng remembered that the world's most famous fashion master, Wall Soder, once said this. It reveals women's obsession and madness for clothes. Su Muxue is naturally no exception. The two of them can be seen in every clothing store. Su Muxue tried on various clothes over and over again, without getting tired of it. She was enjoying the process of trying on clothes, especially because she was accompanied by her beloved man, so she unconsciously wanted to show him her beautiful side. Lin Feng was also feasting his eyes. As for my wife's figure, there is naturally nothing to complain about. No matter what kind of clothes she wears, they are so dazzling. Look, Su Muxue just came out of Gucci and ran to the Prada store next door to continue trying on clothes. In husband.N. Does this dress look good? Su Muxue came out of the fitting room, walked up to Lin Feng, and showed off her figure. The latest mini dress of the season, paired with knee-high socks, perfectly sets off her beautiful figure and gives people a clean and pure feeling. Even the store guide was stunned and forgot to sell for a moment. And wife, no matter what clothes.N. And everything looks good on you, Lin Feng smiled and said subconsciously. Su Muxue also smiled happily. After paying the bill, the two left the mall. And thank you, husband.N. And you've been shopping with me for so long. I'm very happy today. Let's go back, N. Su Muxue showed a sweet smile on her face and took Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng leaned closer and whispered in her ear. And in that case, then you should, N. And will you please make it up to me, N. Chapter 32. Back to hometown. 2 days later. The weekend arrived as expected. Lin Feng's home is located in the county town under Binhai City. It is not far from Binhai City and can be reached in about an hour by car. An hour later, Lin Feng and Su Muxue arrived at the door of their home. But what they didn't expect was. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. And Lin Feng, N. Lin Feng looked back. They discovered that standing behind them was a woman with a sexy figure and delicate looks. Her name is Chen Yutong, Lin Feng's second cousin, and his aunt's daughter. I just turned 30 this year and usually work in other places. She also just returned to Binhai City recently. Not long after she returned to Binhai City, she heard that her cousin Lin Feng was actually married. And the person he is going to marry is Su Muxue, the second princess of the Su group. Chen Yutong had also heard of Su Mushue's name before. Not only in Binhai City, but even in the entire Southeast Province, Su Mushue's name is well known. The campus beauty of Binhai University, the second princess of Su Group. Coupled with his excellent academic performance, he was directly hired by a famous foreign company with a high salary. But even so, she still chose to stay in the country. Let domestic products shine. Plus, over the past 6 months, Su Mushue serves as the general manager of the project department of Su Group. It has produced many successful cases and brought domestic cosmetics to a new height. Boys may not understand it very well. But as long as you are a girl, you will like Su Group's cosmetics. Then there is nothing you don't know. Currently there are major online shopping platforms and major anchor selling apps. At least half of those ranked at the top were planned by Su Mushue. Chen Yutong never thought that her cousin would marry Su Mushue. This brat. He usually seems to be idle. I didn't expect that at the critical moment, he was still so reliable. Can he even get a goddess-level figure like Su Mushue? What Chen Yutong didn't know was that their marriage actually started with Su Mushue paying for him. If she knew about this, she would probably faint from fright. "N cousin, when did you come back, N? And why is there no sound, N?" Lin Feng was still quite surprised to see Chen Yutong. "Because my cousin is among so many brothers and sisters. The most beautiful one. And he is also the one who is most motivated." After graduating from college, she traveled around the country, busy with her career. However, I don't know why she suddenly came back to Binhai City recently. Hearing this, Chen Yutong smiled and joked. "And why, brother.N? And aren't you happy to see your cousin back, N?" Lin Feng quickly waved his hands and said, "No, I'm just a little surprised, N." Lin Feng and Chen Yutong are cousins. However, they have had a good relationship since childhood. Whenever we have nothing to do, we chat with each other online. When Lin Feng was in college, Chen Yutong would give him red envelopes. Lin Feng was also very moved by this. Chen Yutong glanced at Su Mushue, then said to Lin Feng, "And brother, seriously.N. And I really didn't expect that you would get married right after graduating from college, N. And some time ago, I saw you posting on WeChat Moments and I thought you were punishing yourself for losing a game, N. And later, I heard from your parents that this was true, and then I dared to believe it, N." Lin Feng smiled and didn't explain anything. Then he said to Su Mushue, "And wife, let me introduce her to you. Her name is Chen Yutong, and she is my cousin.N. And she is also my second aunt's daughter.N. And you've been very good to me since I was a kid.N. And besides, she is very beautiful and has an amazing figure, N." Hearing Lin Feng's words, Chen Yutong was stunned for a moment, and then said, "And brother, I noticed that you have become more sweet-mouthed after you got married, right, N? And it seems like your sister-in-law disciplines you a lot, N. And didn't you always like to argue with me before, En? And now that you're talking like a human being, I'm really not used to it, N. And it seems that what they say on the internet is true. Men become sweeter after getting married, N." Seeing the two of them talking nonsense, Su Mushue also smiled and greeted Chen Yutong, "And hello cousin, my name is Su Mushue, you can just call me Mushue.N." Chen Yutong walked straight forward and grabbed Su Mushue's hand. She said in a very familiar tone, "And Mushue, my brother doesn't bully you, does he, Uyen? And if he dares to bully you, tell your cousin.N. And look how I deal with him, N." Hearing this, Lin Feng felt that he was somewhat wronged. "And cousin, are you mistaken, N? And don't you know what my temper is, N? And from childhood to adulthood, I have been the only one bullied by you. How dare I bully others, N?" At this time, Su Mushue also stood up and spoke for Lin Feng. "And cousin, don't worry, Lin Feng treats me very well, N. And usually at home, he is the one who takes care of me and cooks for me.N. And his cooking skills are top-notch, almost comparable to the state banquet chef, N. And he would pick me up from the company after get off work.N. And he won't force me to do anything I don't want to do.N. And although we have been married for almost half a month, he has been the one taking care of me all this time.N. When I think of this, I feel a little ashamed." After listening to Su Mushue's words, Chen Yutong's first reaction was shock. She looked at Lin Feng in disbelief and said with surprise, "And brother, I didn't expect that, N. And you will be like this after you get married, N. And usually I see you being such a playboy, but now you've become a model husband, N. She is worthy of being my cousin. When it comes to insulting others, he has many tricks to use. See how Chen Yutong and Lin Feng get along with each other. Su Muxue suddenly felt a little envious. It can be seen that the relationship between the two siblings is very good. Moreover, Chen Yutong is a generous and easygoing person. Su Muxue smiled and said, "And cousin, I see that your skin is so good, you should use skin care products regularly, right, N? And it just so happens that our company recently launched a skin care product, which is selling extremely well, N. And I'll talk to the company and ask them to send you a box, N. And if you find it useful, you can come back for more, N." Hearing this, Chen Yutong was completely stunned. Oh my goodness! A box of skin care products? How long will this take? Chen Yutong's face was immediately filled with smiles. "And sister-in-law, are you serious, N?" Su Muxue nodded and smiled, and of course, N. And we are a family now, so it's okay to give her some skincare products. N. And I hope my cousin can take care of me more in the future, N. Chen Yutong quickly said, "And that's for sure, N." She glanced at Lin Feng, but didn't say anything. But from her eyes, Lin Feng seemed to understand what she wanted to say. "And you have good taste, little bastard, N. And my sister-in-law is so sensible, N." For Su Muxue, Chen Yutong is her cousin. It can be said to be 100% satisfied. "And sister-in-law, let's stop standing at the door and go in quickly, N. And my uncle and the others must have been waiting anxiously for a long time, N." Chen Yutong took Su Muxue's hand and walked into the house. Lin Feng followed closely and walked in. Chapter 33, Mutai from 1986. Under the leadership of Chen Yutong, Lin Feng and the other person came into the living room. Seeing Su Muxue appear, the elders in the family hurriedly stood up from the sofa. Lin Feng's aunt, uncle, and aunt, including Wang Yue. Everyone's eyes widened with excitement. "And Muxue, you are here. N. And hurry, come in and sit down, N." Wang Yue held Su Muxue's hand, her face filled with indescribable excitement. Su Muxue was also very excited. "After being married for so long, I finally met my mother-in-law." Su Muxue took Wang Yue's hand and spoke quickly. "And mom. N. And this is the gift I brought for you, please accept it, N." Su Muxue was holding 3 bags in her hands. One of them was given to Lin Weiman and contained a bottle of white wine. This bottle of liquor is Feitian Mutai from 1986. It is also one of the collections of her father Su Jiangwo. It can be said that there is a price but no demand. Very precious. At the same time, Su Jiangwo just came out of the study. He came to the living room and said to Su Anqi with a depressed look on his face, "Anji, have you seen my bottle of Feitian Mutai, N? And it was on the shelf a few days ago, why is it gone today, N? And I don't think I gave it to anyone as a gift, N." Su Anqi shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. "And Dad, why don't you ask Mom, N? And maybe my mother hid it, N." Su Jiangwo nodded, thinking that what Su Anqi said made sense. "And that's right, according to your mother's personality. N. And it's very likely that she did it, N." Thinking of this, Su Jiangwo took out his mobile phone and called Zhao Yalan. At this time, Zhao Yalan was on a business trip. Just as I was about to discuss business with someone, I received a call from Su Jiangwo. As soon as the phone was connected, Su Jiangwo immediately started to question. "And wife. N. And did you see the bottle of mutai I put in the study, N? And when I was cleaning the house just now, I found that the bottle of mutai was missing, N. And or did you hide it from me because you didn't want me to drink, when?" Zhao Yalan walked outside and said with a shy and angry expression. "And what are you talking about, N? And I sent your bottle of mutai just sitting there on the shelf, N. I saw it when I was leaving." Was scolded by Zhao Yalan. Su Jiangwo was completely depressed and didn't dare to say a word. He was also puzzled. Since it was still there yesterday, then why did it disappear today? But it has to be said that a mother understands her daughter best. Soon, Zhao Yalan realized that Su Muxue was going back to her husband's house today. "And hubby, why don't you go ask Muxue, N? And today is the weekend. Didn't she go to Lin Feng's house for dinner, N? And I saw her carrying a bag this morning. Do you think she would, N?" Zhao Yalan stopped talking after this. And Su Jiangwo also reacted instantly, muttering to himself. No way. And no matter what, she is my own daughter. And she couldn't even bear to drink this bottle of wine, so she gave it to her in-laws. Su Jiangwo was originally very confident in Su Muxue. But thinking back to last time, I am a little cotton padded jacket, supporting my husband's entrepreneurship. The bamboo pole hit itself. A full 200 million. Compared to a bottle of liquor, it's nothing. Thinking of this, Su Jiangwo frowned. I think it's very likely. It's just that my little cotton padded jacket is leaking again. Wife.N. I think what you said makes sense. And this bottle of Mutai was most likely given away by Mu Shui. But right now, Mu Shui should be having dinner with her in-laws. And I'll ask her again when I get back tomorrow. Su Jiangwo felt a little sad when he thought of his bottle of Feitian Mutai. It hurts so much that I can't breathe. Good job. The daughter I raised with great effort. In the end, she actually sided with her husband's family. As the saying goes, a daughter who was married off is like water poured out. But Su Muxue is different from others. She has too much water. And he even took the basin away. Okay, wife.N. And just talk about business. I won't bother you anymore. And don't worry, I believe Lin Feng's parents will definitely like our Mu Shui.N. And after all, they even took my bottle of 1986 Maodai, how could they not like it? And finished the phone call with Zhao Yalan. Su Jiangwo walked into the study and locked himself in the room. Looking at the few collections he had left, he began to feel nervous. Next time. I wonder which bottle my daughter will take out next. The other side. In the living room of Lin Feng's house, Su Muxue said to Wang Yue while holding the gift bag. Mom, these 2 gifts are specially given to you, And the things in this bag were bought especially for you after Lin Feng and I spent the whole night shopping in the mall. And it's a Givenchy necklace. It's not very expensive, only tens of thousands of dollars. But I think it matches your temperament very well, so I bought it for you. And besides, this necklace is especially suitable for women of your age. And I believe it will look great on you. Su Muxue said as she took out another bag and continued. And the other one is our company's high-end products, which are facial masks and skin care products. Some of these products have already sold out, and the reviews are particularly good. Mom, you can try it too. Then, Su Muxue looked at Lin Weiman and said. Dad, this is for you. And because I don't know what you like, but I heard from my husband that you usually like to drink. And this bottle of 1986 Feitian Mutai is a collection in my father's study. And he told me to bring it to you. And it's just right for dinner later. I can taste it with my uncles and aunts. And if you like it, I can bring another bottle next time. I guarantee it will be better than this wine. Here, Su Muxue had just finished speaking. Su Jiangwo, who was sitting in the study, began to sneeze violently and had a bad feeling. It's strange, why do I keep sneezing for no reason? Is it a cold? No way. But, why is this happening? Chapter 34 touched the 10 best wives of China. Seeing Su Muxue being so filial, Wang Yue and Lin Weiman hurriedly accepted the gifts. If it were any other time, they would definitely not accept it. After all, these gifts are not cheap. But this is the first time my daughter-in-law has come to visit, and it would seem a bit unkind if I don't accept her. Mom and Dad will accept this gift. And Muxue, thank you. And Su Muxue smiled and said, you're welcome. This is what I should do. And just then, she suddenly remembered something and said to the other relatives present. An aunt. And I am sorry, I didn't expect you guys to be here, so I didn't prepare so many gifts. But next time, I will bring you our company's cosmetics. And it's about 5 or 6,000 per set. And when the time comes, I'll get you a few sets. Hearing Su Muxue's words, Lin Feng's female elders were all extremely excited. At their age, they already pay great attention to skin care and have long coveted Su Group's products. But due to the price, I can only enjoy it with my eyes, I have no money to buy it. But now, Su Muxue actually said that she would give them a few sets. They were so happy that they didn't know what to say. And Lin Feng, I have to say, You are really lucky, N. E and I actually married such a good wife, N. E and I don't know what your aunt and uncle think, N. And but, as an aunt, I like this nephew's wife so much, N. At this time, Lin Feng's other elders also expressed their opinions. He praised Su Muxue profusely. Looking at their expressions, each one is more exaggerated and enthusiastic than the other. Su Muxue was a little flattered. At first, before entering the door, she was a little worried. Although Wang Yue had a good impression of herself. But this does not mean that other relatives will like you. Unexpectedly. Just by using a few sets of cosmetics, I was able to bring everyone closer together. It seems like communication between women. Cosmetics are hard currency. Half an hour later. The food is ready, it's almost time to eat. The whole family was very welcoming and there were a variety of dishes on the table, which looked very tempting. During the meal, Su Muxue didn't have to pick up the food herself. All relatives take turns to take action. Before long, a small mountain of food formed in Su Muxue's bowl. Seeing this scene, Su Muxue felt a little unbelievable. I didn't expect that my husband's relatives would like her so much. And most importantly, Lin Feng's relatives are all honest people and are very warm and welcoming. While eating, I chatted with them about family matters. My aunt was the first to ask, and by the way, Muxue, did Lin Feng go to your house to visit your parents, Yin? Su Muxue nodded and replied. And yes, I went there a few days ago, N. And in addition to visiting my parents, we also discussed the gift again, Yin. And my parents are very satisfied with Lin Feng, Yin. Su Muxue said this, looked at Lin Feng, and continued. In and, N. And my dad was drinking with Lin Feng, N. And after drinking, my dad was so happy, N. Hearing Su Muxue's words, my aunt and the others nodded. Very good. Now that you're even drinking. That means that father-in-law and mother-in-law are quite satisfied with Lin Feng. However, there is only Lin Feng's cousin Chen Yutong. I heard something strange from what Su Muxue said just now. Chen Yutong looked at Su Muxue and Lin Feng and asked curiously. And Muxue, you just said N. And you guys also discussed the gift again, N. And but, wasn't the gift already discussed before, N? At this time, Wang Yue and Lin Weiman were also puzzled. Yes. We agreed on that before. Give a betrothal gift of 100,000 yuan. Why did my son talk to his in-laws again? Could it be that my in-laws are not very satisfied with this little gift? Seeing his parents' reactions, Lin Feng quickly put down his chopsticks and explained to them. He told the whole story in detail. He first started his own company, but when he ran into financial problems, Su Muxue gave him advice, telling him to use the cashback from the betrothal gift to get investment from his father-in-law. Then he won the lottery and received 20 million in cash. Then last time he went to his father-in-law and mother-in-law's house, he used his 20 million bonus to siphon off 200 million of his father-in-law's funds. After listening to what happened, there was a sudden silence in the restaurant. Everyone's eyes widened with a look of disbelief. And what, N? And 200 million cash back, N? At this moment, everyone was shocked by Lin Feng's words. Is this true or false? 200 million yuan in betrothal gifts returned in cash? And Lin Feng, Muxue.N. And you guys are not kidding us, when? And did my father-in-law really give me 200 million as a cashback for the betrothal gift, En? Wang Yue and Lin Weiman were shocked. The other relatives present were also shocked and speechless. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone, opened the online banking, and showed them the deposit records. Sure enough, more than 200 million. In addition to the 200 million cash back given by my father-in-law. Lin Feng still has the 10 million yuan rewarded by the system in his bank card. Although several million were spent, there was still some left. After looking at Lin Feng's deposit, the people present gradually came to their senses. At this time, Aunt Lin Feng spoke. And Lin Feng.N. And look at your wife, she brings you great fortune, N. And just buy a few lottery tickets and you can win 20 million, N. And the most touching thing is that in order to support your business, he even set his sights on his own father, N. And although I feel a little sorry for Muxue's father, N. But I have to say, you are so lucky to marry Muxue, N. I was highly praised by my aunt. Su Muxue felt a little embarrassed. And auntie, don't say that, N. I just did what I was supposed to do. And my husband wants to start a business. As a wife, shouldn't I support him? N. Hearing Su Mushue's words, the male elders present were all envious. Good job. Compared with my own wife, my niece's wife is simply amazing. Unlike the tigress in my own family, who is always meddling in this and that. If I want to drink some wine or smoke a cigarette at home, I will be looked down upon. Not like Mu Shui at all. Not only is she beautiful, she also has a good personality. The most important thing is that in order to support her husband's entrepreneurship, she even dared to cheat her own father. And this pit is a small goal of 200 million. Just based on her achievements, she was named one of the top 10 wives that touched China. That's not too much, right? Whether it is Lin Feng's parents or his older relatives, they were all very satisfied with Su Mushue. Only. While praising Su Mushue, they also sympathized with Su Jiangwo. This little cotton jacket has serious air leakage. I'm afraid Su Jiangwo is going to catch a cold. Chapter 35, Closer Relations. After dinner, everyone chatted for a while. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that the relatives left one after another. After seeing them off, Wang Yue continued to speak to Su Mushue. And Mushue, it's so late. N. And you guys are just staying here for one night? N. Su Mushue nodded and agreed. And okay. N. And then I'll bother you. N. Wang Yue patted Su Mushue's hand and raised her voice. And hey, what are you talking about? N. And we are all family, please don't disturb us. Un. And from today on, this is your home, you can come whenever you want. Un. After that, Wang Yue said to Lin Feng again, Ensign, you and Mu Shui should go back to your room and rest early. And it's getting late. Your father and I will clean up the dishes on the table. N. And don't you guys still have to go to work tomorrow, Monday? N. And go to bed early. N. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng stood up and spoke. And it's okay, Mom. N. And let me help you. N. And wife, why don't you take a shower first? N. Su Mushue did not refuse and nodded obediently. She walked into the bedroom, found her toiletries, and ran to the bathroom to take a shower. After Su Mushue left, Lin Weiman walked up to Lin Feng. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. And Lin Feng, be nicer to Mu Shui from now on. Ian. And she really did everything for you. N. And you can't bully others. N. And however, when it is time to bully, you still have to bully. N. And your mother and I are anxious to have a grandchild. N. Lin Weiman gave Lin Feng an expression that said, you know what I mean. Lin Feng suddenly felt under tremendous pressure. It's not just Lin Weiman. Just now at the dinner table, the relatives of the Lin family also took turns urging Lin Feng to come. Let Lin Feng and Su Mushue have a baby as soon as possible. They are waiting for the full moon banquet. Regarding this aspect, Lin Feng felt that he needed to have a detailed discussion with Su Mushue. After all, they have been married for more than 10 days and have not yet taken the final step. Now it seems that we need to speed up the progress. After cleaning up the table, Wang Yue said to Lin Feng. And Lin Feng, go into the house and have some rest. And tomorrow morning, Mom will make you some chicken soup to nourish you. And go back inside. Lin Feng and Su Mushue both finished taking a bath. At this time, Su Mushue was wearing a lace nightgown. Two white and tender legs were exposed to the air without reservation, and seemed to be dripping with water. Lin Feng looked at it and felt somewhat distracted. He suddenly remembered what Lin Weiman had just said to him. And wife. N. And you know what my dad told me just now? N. Su Mushue asked curiously, and what did you say? N. And my dad said. N. And let me be nice to you and not bully you. N. And but when the time is right, I will bully you a little. N. Hearing this, Su Mushue was stunned for a moment, her expression looking a little confused. What do you mean by be nice to me and don't bully me? But when the time is right, you want to bully yourself? What does this mean? Su Mushue has a simple personality and didn't quite understand at first. She has never been in love since she was a child. I also know very little about matters between men and women. She is the kind of person who is very strict with herself and likes to live her life in a routine manner. So she didn't really understand what Lin Feng meant by what he said just now. Seeing his wife's silly look, Lin Feng stopped beating around the bush. He leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. Su Mushue's face turned red in an instant. And husband, do you know, N? And actually, according to my original plan, I was going to have a child when I was 30 years old. And before I turn 30, I want to focus on my career and promote Chinese products, N. And but, if you want, husband. N. I can make a difference. And for you, I can give up all my plans, N. And because to me, nothing in this world is more important than you, my husband, N. In fact, it started from the day Lin Feng met his parents. Su Muxue planned to completely give herself to Lin Feng. But during that time, Lin Feng was busy with company matters and was very tired. Su Muxue thought about putting this matter on hold for the time being. After that, the two of them slept in the same bed. But at most, there were kisses, hugs and lifts, but there was no substantial development. But now, both sets of parents have met. Su Muxue felt that she could get closer to Lin Feng. After listening to Su Mushue's affectionate confession, Lin Feng was very touched. He leaned over, hugged Su Muxue in his arms, and moved his other hand to her back. "And wife, you look so beautiful today," and these words came from his heart. Because Su Muxue is indeed very beautiful. She has delicate features, fair skin, big watery eyes and legs without any fat. In addition, she was wearing a lace nightgown, revealing her fair skin, which added a bit of sexiness and charm. Just ask, such a woman. Who else can resist it? Feel the movement of Lin Feng's hand. Su Muxue unexpectedly did not resist and even cooperated with Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng was also a little nervous, and his heart was beating fast. After all, this was his first time. Looking at the shy Su Muxue in front of him, Lin Feng had the urge to have it right now. But he still held back. Because when it comes to fine wine, you have to savor it slowly. This is the only way to taste its truest flavor. And that's right, wife. N. And when did you start to fall in love with me, N? Looking at Su Muxue in his arms, Lin Feng suddenly asked. Su Muxue was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Feng to ask such a question. She thought for a moment and then continued. And actually, it was 4 years ago. N. And I fell in love with you when I reported as a freshman. N. And you are different from other boys. At that time, everyone was full of longing for college life, N. And but you stayed out of it and looked so cold. N. And at that time, you attracted me deeply. N. And but I'm timid, N. And I waited until my senior year to confess to you. N. Su Muxue snuggled in Lin Feng's arms and said with a blushing face. Hearing this, Lin Feng was speechless. At that time, he had just crossed over. I was completely confused, and there was no system. So I can only be nonchalant and act as if I am staying out of it. At this time, the fragrance emanating from Su Mushue's body kept flowing into Lin Feng's nostrils. He said teasingly, and actually, I have liked you for a long time. N. When he spoke later, Lin Feng emphasized his tone. Deliberately teased Su Muxue. Looking at Lin Feng's handsome face, Su Muxue clenched her fists and her breathing quickened. In husband. N. And so, do you want it, N? At this moment, the two looked at each other. They both saw the blazing fire in each other's eyes. I'm so hungry. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly said something inexplicable. This left Su Muxue completely confused. However, Su Muxue still spoke immediately. And if you're hungry. N. And I'll go downstairs and give you some. N. When Su Muxue wanted to get up and go out to help Lin Feng cook noodles, Lin Feng exerted force suddenly and pulled her into his arms. Lin Feng looked at her with burning eyes, a sly smile appeared on his lips, and he spoke. And don't bother. N. And I'll just eat you, N. When Su Muxue heard this, her pretty face turned red as if blood could drip out. Of course she knew what Lin Feng meant by this. She put her arms around Lin Feng's neck and let him pick her up and throw her onto the bed. At the same time, the system's voice kept coming. Bite. Because the host makes his wife feel sexually happy. Physical strength +1. Endurance +1. Strength +1. Strength +1. Chapter 36, A God-Level Lottery. The next day, early morning. Lin Feng looked at the messy bedroom and exchanged glances with Su Muxue, who had just woken up. All showed shy smiles. Last night, the two of them were really crazy. Su Mushue's clothes were already soaked with sweat. Fortunately, she stuffed an extra set of clothes in her bag when she left yesterday. Otherwise, she would have nothing to wear today. At this time, Sumushua's body was sticky and covered with sweat. She found a piece of clothing from her bag and ran to the bathroom and the bedroom to take a shower. The bathroom and the bedroom is equipped with a frosted glass door. So Sumushue was not worried that Lin Feng would peek at her taking a bath. Of course, it's okay even if Lin Feng wants to peek. Anyway, he had already seen all the places he should see. As for Lin Feng, he didn't care much about cleanliness. He lay on the bed, thinking about company matters. The development progress of the function system will soon enter the final sprint stage. In less than a month, the development will be completed. Perform the first actual machine operation. Moreover, the company's employees are also very conscious and work diligently in their respective positions. Lin Feng believes that with their efforts, you can definitely complete the task ahead of schedule. Lin Feng can now imagine the day when the function system will be officially announced to the public. What an explosion the scene will be! When the time comes, he will let those foreign netizens see it. Domestic system. How awesome is that? The science and technology industry in Longwa, which has been suppressed for many years, will also usher in a leap-forward development. He was looking forward to that scene. Foreign netizens have always been proud of their technology companies. They think that things from Longwa are backward and can do nothing but piracy. But this time, Lin Feng wants to completely reverse their arrogant and wrong worldview. My lord, times have changed. From now on, the global internet technology field. It will be led and controlled by Longwa and Fengshan technology. Wait for Su Mushue to finish taking a shower. It's already past 8 in the morning. The two of them tidied up and went into the living room. Su Mushue originally wanted to continue taking a nap. After all, she had been busy for 2 hours last night and she hasn't recovered yet. But now, it's at Lin Feng's house. Su Mushue didn't want to leave any bad impression on Wang Yue. She didn't want her mother-in-law to think that she was a lazy and sleepy woman. Arriving at the dining room, Lin Feng and Su Mushue sat down and started drinking chicken soup. Wang Yue looked at the two tired people with an ambiguous smile on her face. He said to Su Mushue, Mushue, did you sleep well last night, Ian? Hearing this, Su Mushue was stunned for a moment. Men. And I slept well. Wang Yue smiled and didn't say anything else. Lin Weiman, who was sitting next to him, also looked at Lin Feng with admiration. Just like that, in an awkward yet warm atmosphere, the two finished their breakfast. After breakfast, it was almost 9 o'clock. Before Lin Feng and Su Mushue went out, Su Mushue did not forget to say this to Wang Yue and Lin Weiman. Dad, Mom. And Lin Feng and I are going to work first. And I'll come back and have dinner with you guys some other day when I'm free. After saying that, the two of them went downstairs. In the parking space, I found Su Mushue's black Mercedes. Su Mushue took out the car keys, pressed the unlock button, and was about to enter the driver's seat. At this moment, Lin Feng's mind came the system's voice. Byte. System task released. Please ask the host to drive and send your wife to work so that she can feel happy. Task completed, reward, 1 God level lottery draw. After listening to the system's task prompts, Lin Feng decisively accepted the task. Driving my wife to work. Isn't this a piece of cake? What's more, after completing the task, the system will reward you with a chance to draw a God level lottery. Although I don't know what reward I can get. But since it contains the word in God levelin, that should be pretty awesome. So, Lin Feng took a leap and went straight to the driver's seat. Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng in surprise, and husband, what are you doing, Ken? Lin Feng smiled and said, and wife, you used to drive me to work, now it's my turn to drive you, and Su Mushue was stunned for a moment. Ina? And honey, can you drive, and? Su Mushue was surprised, but also very excited. To be honest, she had been waiting for this day for a long time. Driving isn't that easy. And it's getting late, get in the car, and. After saying that, Lin Feng fastened his seatbelt and released the handbrake. I still remember that when I first entered college, Lin Feng took the driving test with his roommate. At home, Lin Weiman also spent tens of thousands of yuan to buy a second-hand car. Lin Feng opens it quite often. Although his driving skills are not as good as the god of driving in Akina Mountain. But it's more than enough to send my wife to work. Su Mushue nodded and sat in the passenger seat. After fastening his seatbelt, he said to Lin Feng, "And honey, you can open now, N. I am wearing my seatbelt. N." Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator and drove directly towards the Binhai city area. On the way, Su Mushue took out her mobile phone and took a few photos. Because this was the first time Lin Feng took him to work. For Su Mushue, this is also something worth remembering. For example, the first time Lin Feng cooked for her. And the first official announcement. She has records of them all. And yesterday, I had dinner at Lin Feng's house and met my parents-in-law and other relatives. Before leaving, she took out her mobile phone and took a photo with everyone. So now, she plans to Photoshop these photos. Post a blockbuster circle of friends. On the way to the company, Su Mushue photoshopped the picture and posted several updates in a row. The first update was to share how I felt when I returned to my in-laws' house with Lin Feng yesterday morning. The second update was a photo of him having dinner with the elders of the Lin family. The third update is a photo with Lin Feng's parents. The fourth post was a photo taken by Su Mushue while sitting in the passenger seat. Caption: in memory of my husband sending me to work for the first time, love. These 4 updates are like waves of dog food, thrown in everyone's faces. In less than a moment, it was seen by relatives and friends. Be the first to leave a comment. It was Li Yaoyao that Lin Feng met last time. "And Mushue, aren't you going a little too far, N? And what did I tell you last time, N? And I'll let you show your affection, remember to block me, N. And you just fired 4 shots straight at me, and I haven't even had breakfast yet, N. And eat your dog food now, I'm full, N." Others also commented below and began to condemn Su Mushue. "And yes, that's too much, N. And I was still eating breakfast and was thinking about checking my moments, but I didn't expect the first post to be such a critical hit, N. And if this is just one, that's fine, N. And I can still eat it if I grit my teeth, but this is a lot of dog food. N. Who can stand it? And sisters, don't say anything, I'll drink first, N. And you do it, I'm leaving now. I really can't finish these 4 bowls of dog food, N. Chapter 37. You are such a filial daughter. See the messages from friends. Su Mushue sat in the car, laughing so hard that she was shaking. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, "And wife, what's wrong with you, N?" Su Mushue covered her mouth and smiled, "And it's okay, I just posted a few moments. N. And then, my friend left a comment saying he was full of dog food, N. And I don't know why, but seeing their reactions, I actually felt a little happy. N. No, I need to send another wave. N." Thinking of this, Su Mushue took a selfie with Lin Feng in the car. Then he posted another message on WeChat Moments. Caption: my husband is so handsome. This post on WeChat Moments was filled with criticism. I am. Are you coming again? Help. They are killing dogs again in broad daylight. Seeing these comments, the smile on Su Mushue's face became even brighter. She began to have some doubts. Do I have any quirks? An hour later, Lin Feng drove Su Mushue to the downstairs of Su Group. As soon as the car parked, colleagues coming and going noticed the 2 people in the car. And look, isn't that Sister Mushue, N? And the one driving the car, could it be her husband Lin Feng, N? I am so envious. When can I let my husband take me to work, N? And alas, single people like us may not have a chance in this lifetime, N. In addition to these colleagues, there is also Suanchi. She just happened to see this scene. Seeing this, Suanchi walked straight towards where Lin Feng and Su Mushue were. Although, I had dinner with both of them last time. Suanchi was fed a mouthful of dog food. From that day on, she secretly swore in her heart. Next time, as long as Lin Feng is around, she will definitely not contact Su Mushue. Because, you never know. When will they show you their affection? And it was a critical hit. As a single person, how could Suanchi bear this? Especially this morning, while eating breakfast, Suanchi checked her moments as usual. But unexpectedly, as soon as I opened my moments, I saw the update posted by Su Mushue. She understood now. You can escape the first day, but you can't escape the 15th. Instead of hiding, it's better to face it head-on. Su Mushue is thin-skinned anyway. If I confront her head-on, she would be more restrained. As the saying goes, it is better to strike first than to strike first. Then eat dog food. Su Anqi walked forward, tapped the car window, and spoke to the passenger seat. And Mushue, why did Lin Feng send you to work today, N? And it seems that you were at your mother-in-law's house last night. N. It's quite tiring. And when she went to her husband's house, she didn't forget to take away the fine wine that my father collected. N. And my dad hid in the study room and cried all night last night. And Mu Shui, you are such a filial daughter. N. Being teased by Su Anqi. As expected, Su Mushue blushed suddenly. And sister, what are you talking about, N? And I don't have any, N. Then, Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng and said, And honey, I'm already at the company. N. And go to work quickly, don't be late. N. And after all, you are the boss, you have to set a good example for your employees, N. Lin Feng nodded and looked at Su Mushue. And okay, wife. N. And then I'll go to work first. N. And I'll pick you up after get off work later. N. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he drove away from the Su group. After Lin Feng left, Su Mushue glared at Su Anqi and pouted. And sister, what are you talking about, N? And I didn't take my dad's wine, don't talk nonsense, N. Su Anqi shook her head helplessly and said in a deep voice. And Mu Shui, stop pretending. N. And we all know it. N. And last night, Dad couldn't find his bottle of 1986 Baijiu. N. And I even called my mom, thinking she was the one who hid the wine. N. And but I didn't expect that my mother didn't know either, and she even said that she saw the bottle of wine when she left in the morning. N. And besides me, our parents and I, there are only you left in our family, right, N? Even though she was exposed, Su Mushue remained stubborn and refused to admit it. And sister, I really didn't take it. N. And I don't drink, what do I need it for, N? Su Anqi rolled her eyes. There was nothing they could do to her. And okay, just pretend. N. And I'll see how you can still pretend when you meet Dad later, N. And don't blame me for not warning you in advance. Our dad is very angry now. N. And if you were more sincere, maybe he would forgive you, N. Su Mushue panicked when she heard this. Ina? And Dad is angry? Is this true, N? Su Anqi chuckled, and haha. Now you are confessing yourself, right, N? Only then did Su Mushue realize that she had been tricked by Su Anqi. So he started playing the sympathy card again. And okay, sister, I admit it. N. That bottle of 1986 Mutai is mine. And but I couldn't help it. That night, Lin Feng came to our house for dinner. N. And he was drinking with our dad, and I saw that he loved drinking so much, so I thought my father-in-law should also like drinking. N. And but I'm embarrassed to give away ordinary wine, N. And so I had my eyes on the bottle of liquor in my father's study, N. And sister. My dear sister, come up with me later, N. And I am afraid if Dad gets really angry, he'll beat me too, N. Su Mushue pulled Su Anqi's arm and shook it continuously. Su Anqi said, And I can go up with you, but I have one condition. N. And okay, go ahead, N. And as long as I can do it, I promise you, N. Su Anqi said, And from now on, can you and Lin Feng keep a low profile? Although I know that you two just got married and are in the honeymoon stage. N. And but you should also consider other people's feelings, right, N? And your sister is still single now, N. And how can my heart bear watching you post those things all day long, N? Hearing this, Su Mushue almost couldn't hold back. And okay, I promise you. N. And from now on, I'll try to keep a low profile, N. And well, that's more like it, N. Immediately afterwards, Su Anqi took Su Mushue with her. We arrived at the top floor of the company together. Su Jiangwo's office. The two knocked on the door and walked in. After arriving at the office, Su Anqi spoke first. And Dad, Mu Shui is here. N. Seeing Su Mushue, Su Jiangwo put down the documents in his hand and sat on the sofa. And Mu Shui, please sit down. Dad wants to ask you something. N. And it's like this, Dad has a bottle of Feitian Mutai from 1986. N. And I have collected it for several years, but I have never been willing to drink it. N. And but yesterday, I noticed it was gone. N. And did you bring it to Lin Feng's house to honor his father, N? Su Mushue did not deny it and nodded in acknowledgement. And yes, Dad, N. Su Jiangwo was originally very satisfied with his daughter. But since she married Lin Feng, she has become more and more filial day by day. When you visit your in-laws' house, you can even take your own liquor with you. This filial daughter. It really made him excited. See the conversation between Su Muxue and Su Jiangwo. Su Anqi, who is usually serious, couldn't help but laugh out loud at this moment. And what a great couple, and the husband is kind and the daughter is filial, yen. At the same time, Lin Feng was driving on his way to the creative park. Just then, the system voice came. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the mission and will drive your wife to work. Reward attributes, luck +1, endurance +1. Reward, 1 chance to win a god-level lottery. Chapter 38, Employees' Gratitude. Bite. Host, are we going to start the lottery now? Hear the system prompt. Lin Feng couldn't help but step on the brakes. The god-level lottery he had been waiting for a long time finally arrived. And let's start the lottery, N. Lin Feng said without hesitation. Bite. God-level lucky draw is open. Congratulations to the host for winning a N Global Exposure Ticketon. Global Exposure Coupon. With this coupon, you can get the world's top traffic exposure once, which lasts for half a month. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Feng was ecstatic. This reward is like timely rain for him. As long as you have this scroll, it is equivalent to getting global exposure. A total of more than 8 billion traffic. It seems that the function system is about to be completed. When the product launch event comes, use this exposure coupon and your own exposure bonus skill. That's definitely the hottest value. In this day and age, as long as there is traffic, even a pig can make money. What's more, the computer system developed by Lin Feng Company is the most advanced one. By then, it will not only shock the world. It might even alarm the people above. As the saying goes, even good wine needs to be hidden within a bush. No matter how good your product is. If no one pays attention, it's all in vain. But now, Lin Feng has obtained this exposure volume, which is equivalent to making up for the shortcomings in this area. And it's valid for half a month. In this way, it is hard not to be popular. He is looking forward to the reactions of netizens from all over the world. Thinking of this, Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator and sped up his way to the company. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng drove to the creative park. As usual, a company staff meeting will be held today. Make plans and goals to accomplish this week. At the meeting, Lin Feng took out the most critical section of the source code of the function system. Handed it over to Manager Lu from the technical department. Manager Lu looked at Lin Feng and assured him, patting his chest. And Boss Lin, please rest assured. N. And with this critical source code, I believe in our technical department. N. And as long as we spend another 10 days, we can completely develop the function system. And if everything goes well, I can work overtime on Saturday and Sunday, so it can be completed ahead of schedule next Tuesday. And Boss Lin, do you think we should ask all the employees to work overtime this week? N. After hearing Manager Lu's suggestion, Lin Feng's answer was very clear. That's 2 words no. The function system is indeed needed, so we need to develop it as soon as possible. As the boss of the company, Lin Feng is more anxious than anyone else. After all, the company currently has no profits at all. We are burning money every day. But he didn't want to go against the company's original intention. That is, you can speed up the progress, but you must never exploit your employees to do so. If function technology really did this. So what is the difference between it and other lobby companies? Moreover, some time ago, function technology was on the hot search for several days because of the company's good welfare benefits. If we do this now, wouldn't we be slapping ourselves in the face? Lin Feng looked at Manager Lu and said solemnly. And Manager Lu, I understand what you mean. N. But I hope you remember that we are function technology. N. We must not only create a domestic operating system that is popular around the world. And we want to be a conscientious enterprise and become a benchmark for Dragon Country enterprises. N. That's why I started this company. So no matter how urgent the project is, we can't squeeze our employees' rest time. And do you understand this, Lin? After listening to Lin Feng's passionate words, all the department managers present were stunned. They looked at each other, and a sense of righteousness suddenly rose in their hearts. To be honest, compared with Lin Feng's vision. They are so narrow-minded. After the meeting, Manager Lu from the technical department immediately returned to the department and held a small meeting. After he relayed Lin Feng's words to the staff in the technical department, the employees present were all deeply moved. Unexpectedly, Mr. Lin, as a boss, actually considers his employees in everything. Where can I find such a company? Even if it's not for the bonus. For this company, for Mr. Lin. They also have to work hard, otherwise how can they be worthy of Mr. Lin's kindness? There are a few single employees who are still thinking about having sex after get off work in the evening. Go to the cafeteria to have a meal, and then come back to continue working overtime. They are spontaneous. And count me in. And I'll just play games when I get home anyway, and it would be better to enjoy the air conditioning at the company and develop the function system at the same time, and that's right, if we develop the system ahead of time, we can get the bonus as soon as possible, and I am not doing this for anything else, just because there's a boss like Mr. Lin, I can't let this company go bankrupt, and stop talking, the company is my home, production depends on everyone. Right now. Such scenes not only happened in the technical department. Other departments, whether it is the HR department, the finance department, or the marketing department. They even hope to build up the company and promote the function system to the world more than Lin Feng himself. Because only in this way can they continue to stay in function technology. Such a good company would go bankrupt. That's a big thank you? So, they all worked overtime voluntarily. And sisters, come here quickly, I have something to discuss with you, and today, President Lin criticized Manager Lu for proposing overtime work at the meeting, and I am sure you've all heard that all the colleagues in the technical department are now voluntarily working overtime, and our marketing department can't fall behind, and now I want to ask, as a member of the marketing department, are you willing to accompany me, and anyway, I'll stick with you till the end, and after dinner, I'll come back and continue working overtime, and hearing this, colleagues in the marketing department nodded. And is there any question about this, and if his technical department can work overtime, we certainly can't fall behind, and women are just as good as men. And I'll stick with you till the end, and I'll stick with you till the end. All 20 female colleagues in the marketing department raised their hands in agreement, without exception. And okay, unanimous approval, and after we finish our meal, we'll sneak back here quietly, and we must not let President Lin know that we are secretly working overtime in the company. At this time, Lin Feng was still in the office, dealing with financial statements. He never thought that he had rejected Manager Lu's proposal to work overtime at the meeting. However, after learning about this, the employees from various departments actually hid it from him and secretly worked overtime. If Lin Feng knew about this, I don't know whether I should cry? You should still laugh. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone, took a closer look, and found it was a text message. The text message roughly said, "In dear Mr. Lin, and congratulations. You bought a lottery ticket a few days ago and won the special prize, and please contact us within 7 days to claim your prize. If you miss the redemption time, the lottery will be automatically voided, and received, please reply 1, N." Chapter 39, Did I really win the prize? See this text message. Lin Feng suddenly felt like laughing. What era is this? There are still such fraudulent text messages? Scammers, please be more careful. What a lack of ambition. Lin Feng remembers that he often received such fraudulent text messages when he was in junior high school. Say something like you won 5 million or an iPhone. Let you contact him and pay a deposit. After paying the deposit, the person is gone. I can't believe there are still such scammers in 2023. Who would believe it? Lin Feng put his phone aside and ignored the matter. Continue reviewing the financial statements. The other side. Inside the Binhai City lottery terminal, several staff members were gathered together chatting about gossip. And let me tell you, the lottery has just been drawn, and there's a kid who won the special prize, and guess how much the special prize was that time? The others all showed curious expressions on their faces and asked, and how much, And tell me the number.N. And you won't believe this, I can only say it's quite explosive. Ugh. And forget it, I'd better keep it a little suspense, N. And when the time comes, that kid will be on the news, and you will know about it, N. The other colleagues snorted, looking somewhat disdainful. But soon, they gathered around again and asked. And then, who was the winner last time, N? And can you reveal this, when? The head of the lottery station hesitated for a moment. But when I saw my colleagues with gossipy expressions on their faces, I couldn't help but say it. And okay. I'll just reveal a little to you.N. And the winner of the last lottery is a young man named Lin Feng Yen. And he looks to be in his early 20s, still very young, N. Upon hearing this, the expressions on everyone's faces became even more shocked. But besides being shocked, I felt more envious. NOMG, N. And Yuri only in your early 20s, N. And this is such good luck, N. And I've been buying lottery tickets for more than 10 years, and the biggest prize I've ever won is only 500 yuan, N. And this kid is definitely a winner in life, N. And I won so much money at such a young age. I will have a comfortable life in the future, N. At the same time, Lin Feng didn't know that his luck value had increased. As a result, the lottery ticket he bought with Su Mushua actually won the prize. And it is an unprecedented special prize. I guess even Su Mushua didn't expect this. She had made up an excuse to support Lin Feng's entrepreneurship. Let Lin Feng buy hundreds of lottery tickets. I actually won the prize? At this point, it is estimated that there will only be a few days left before this lie is exposed. Su Mushua used the excuse of winning the lottery to transfer 20 million to Lin Feng. Because she thinks that the probability of winning the lottery is high. That's even less likely than choking to death from drinking water. So it is absolutely impossible to win the prize. And this lie will be buried in her heart forever. But now, due to the increase in luck value, something happened that Su Mushua could not have imagined. Lin Feng actually really won the prize. At this time, Su Mushua knew nothing about this. Lin Feng is no exception. He thought it was a scam text message. It's because the scammers nowadays are so rampant. It's easy for people to have preconceived ideas. And Lin Feng also felt that. The lottery is a scam, no one can win the jackpot. Those so-called winners are nothing more than agents pushed forward by the lottery station. The next period of time, Lin Feng went to get off work and came home as usual, and his life was quite comfortable. It was not until the eve of the holiday that manager Lu from the technical department submitted a document. The document states that 80% of the final stage of research and development of the ELS system has been completed. Next Monday, the final sprint will take place. The progress of the project completion can be said to have completely exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. He originally thought that it would be impossible unless he had to work overtime on Saturdays and Sundays. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to complete 50% of the progress. Because in terms of time, there is simply not enough. But now, 80% of the progress has been completed? This surprised Lin Feng. And manager Lu.N. Ain't as you say.N. We will be able to complete the system development by next Tuesday? Manager Lu looked at Lin Feng and replied. And yes, Mr. Lin, N. I was also surprised about this matter. And I can assure you that they were definitely not asked to work overtime, N. But for some reason, the efficiency of the employees in the technical department suddenly increased dramatically.N. And the task that originally took 2 days to complete was completed in just 1 day, N. After listening to what manager Lu said, Lin Feng always felt something was strange. But I couldn't tell what was wrong. At this moment, Lin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and looked at it. I found out it was Su Mushua calling. Lin Feng waved his hand, indicating that manager Lu could leave first. After manager Lu left, Lin Feng answered the phone and Su Mushua's voice came immediately. And honey, are you still busy? And I am going to attend a cosmetics industry cocktail party tonight, Ian. And by then, there will be many celebrities from Binhai City and giants from Longwa's cosmetics industry participating.N. And I always accompanied my elder sister to attend the event before.N. But today, my sister has something to do and can't get away.N. And so, could you please accompany me to attend the event, N? And if you agree, I can reward you, N. And it's your turn, husband N. Lin Feng grasped the key point immediately. He asked with a playful smile on his face. And what are you going to reward me with, N? And let me see if the reward is generous, and then decide whether to help you or not, N. Originally, Su Muxue should have said something coquettish. Or just act coquettishly towards Lin Feng and he will agree. But now, she insisted on bringing it to my door, saying there was some reward. Speaking of this, Lin Feng became interested. After all, the two of them have just made some substantial progress. Lin Feng hasn't tasted enough of his wife. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Su Muxue felt a little embarrassed for a moment. In fact, she just said this casually just now. I didn't expect Lin Feng to take it seriously. But fortunately, she has studied this a lot in private. There are many articles online saying that men cannot resist the temptation of black stockings. I wonder if it is true. How about trying it yourself some other day? Or should I use this as a reward and ask my husband to accompany me to the cocktail party? Su Muxue has a good figure, with nice breasts and nice legs. Those two chopstick-like legs, I don't know how many people are envious of them. Add to that her amazing looks, and if she wears stockings, who can resist her? If Lin Feng likes it, she wouldn't mind trying it on. But Su Muxue is thin-skinned, how could she dare to ask about this? You can't just say, "And honey, do you like black stockings, N? How about I put it on and let you try it on?" This is too perverted. In this case, wouldn't her image as a cool and aloof school beauty be ruined? This won't do. Su Muxue thought about it and then said, "And honey, what's the point of you asking now, N? And since it's a reward, I will definitely tell you after it's over. Un. That's how it adds a sense of mystery. And don't worry, this reward will definitely not disappoint you, Un." Lin Feng smiled. He didn't expect that his wife actually learned how to play hard to get. He was just about to agree to Su Muxue, but at this moment, the system's voice suddenly came. Chapter 40 Xiao Wei Lai. Bite. System task released. Accompany your wife to a business reception to make her feel happy. Bonus skill, business acumen. Seeing the system prompt in front of him, Lin Feng immediately became interested. As long as you have this skill, you can become a true business genius and understand all business opportunities. This skill is crucial to the future development of Fengshen technology. After all, create a domestic operating system. This is just the company's initial goal. In the future, more applications and software will definitely be developed around this system. Let Fengshen Technology become the world's top technology company. And it is important to have a business mind. Lin Feng just entered society, and this is what he lacks the most. So, he accepted the task without thinking twice. Moreover, even if there was no such task, he would have agreed to it for the so-called reward from his wife. After all, there is the temptation of school beauties. Who can resist it? More importantly, this is the first time my wife has asked me for something. Of course Lin Feng wouldn't refuse. And hubby, are you serious, N? And wait, will you really accompany me to the business reception, N? Su Muxue asked excitedly. Lin Feng smiled and said, and of course it's true. It's just a cocktail party. Since my wife has asked, how dare I refuse, N? And hubby, you're so good to me, N. And then come pick me up after get off work, N. E and I still have some work to do here, N. Lin Feng replied, and okay, N. After hanging up the phone, Su Muxue continued to handle her work. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Immediately afterwards, a female colleague walked in. And Sister Muxue, the person in charge of the cocktail party, called just now, N. And ask you and Mr. Su if we can attend the cocktail party tonight. He needs to count the number of people, N. Su Muxue put down the documents in her hand and looked at her. And you tell him, N. And my sister has something to do, so she won't be attending this cocktail party, N. And but I will be at the reception, N. The female colleague asked in confusion, and are you attending alone, N? No, there's my husband, N. E and I intend to have him go with me, N. As Su Muxue spoke, a happy smile appeared on her face. Okay, I understand. E and I will answer them right away, N. The workplace has always been the birthplace of gossip. When colleagues from other departments of the Su group heard that Su Mushue was going to take Lin Feng to attend the industry cocktail party tonight, they all expressed that they were jealous. Especially the male colleagues, they almost broke down on the spot. And alas, it's true that when you compare goods, you throw them away. When you compare people, you die. And look at Lin Feng, he's still so young, and he's already married the school beauty, and he can accompany his wife to attend this kind of high-class drinking party, but we can only work overtime here, and it's so sour. I'm going to die of sourness, and we are both men. Why is there such a big difference, And others become bosses after graduating from university, but we become leaks after graduating from university, And mad, is there any justice in the world? As the male colleagues' defenses broke down, Lin Feng has already driven to the downstairs of Su group. Su Mushue had been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing her car, Su Mushue got in directly and smiled. And hubby, let's go quickly, And the reception will be held at the Sheraton Hotel in the New City area, In good, Lin Feng nodded and stepped on the accelerator. Half an hour later, the two came to the Sheraton Hotel. Su Mushue took Lin Feng's arm and walked gracefully towards the hotel auditorium. Before they entered the auditorium, a beautiful woman in a strapless evening gown and heavy makeup walked over. She is the boss of Weilai Beauty. Her name is Xiao Weilai. Recently, Weilai Beauty and Su Group have reached a deep cooperation strategy. Privately, Su Mushue and Xiao Weilai also have a good relationship. And Mushue, you're here. Su Mushue smiled and said, and yes, Sister Weilai, you came quite early too, when and I arrived half an hour early. And just now, I heard from others that your sister can't come to this cocktail party because of work reasons. And but you will bring your husband along, And at first, I thought they were joking with me, but I didn't expect it to be true, And Mushue, your husband is quite handsome, Su Mushue smiled and said proudly, and of course. How can my husband not be handsome? Let me introduce him to you. This is my husband Lin Feng. Su Mushue took Lin Feng's arm and continued. And honey, this is the owner of Weilai Cosmetics. You can call her Sister Weilai. And she is one of the most beautiful women in the beauty industry in Binhai City, And he is also my predecessor. He recently signed a cooperation strategy with our Su group. And when I first started, Sister Weilai took good care of me, Lin Feng nodded, as a greeting to Xiao Weilai. Judging from her appearance, Xiao Weilai looks to be in her early 30s at most. But in fact, her real age is around 40 years old, but she looks younger because she takes good care of herself. But the mature charm in her can't deceive anyone. Especially her full breasts, which looked particularly attractive under the restraint of the evening dress. It makes people want to play it well. Xiao Weilai looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile. And okay, let's go in quickly, And the cocktail party is about to start, And I'll be waiting for you. Su Mushue held Lin Feng's hand and said, and let's go, husband, Lin Feng nodded, and yeah, The two followed behind Xiao Weilai. Walked directly towards the auditorium. Chapter 41, found the real evidence. Inside the hotel auditorium. When Su Mushue and Lin Feng appeared in front of everyone, the expressions on the faces of the male compatriots present were all filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. You know, although Su Mushue has just entered the industry not long ago, but her work ability is obvious to all. Add to that her prominent background and her reputation as the campus belle of Binhai University. Who wouldn't want to marry her? But I didn't expect that when graduation was approaching, I would be snatched away by a young boy. Many of them are veterans in society. I originally thought of waiting until Su Mushue graduated. Just start pursuing her. But now, it's too late to say anything. But to be honest, Lin Feng is really handsome. He is 1.82 meters tall, has a handsome face, and a unique temperament. Even men who see this can't help but say, and so cool, No wonder Su Mushue would throw herself at him. Many women present cast passionate glances at Lin Feng. At this time, they all gathered around and greeted Su Mushue. And Mushue, this is your husband, right? He is so handsome. And with this face and this figure, it's simply killer. And no wonder Mushue proposed to him at the graduation ceremony. And And if he gets out into society, won't he be manipulated by those old women? And compared to these greasy men here, your husband is simply a male god. And that's right, I'm so envious. Hearing this, the women present all praised Lin Feng highly. As Lin Feng's wife, Su Mushui also felt very proud. At first, when I was in college, she couldn't understand why those women always showed off their affection. But now, she finally understood. It turns out that my husband was praised by others. I'm so happy. But at this time, the male compatriots standing next to them, they all had bitter faces and looked very ugly. Everything is fine. Who did I offend? Will these girls call me a greasy guy? Especially Lin Feng, you are so handsome, can't you be more low-key? It's already infuriating enough that you married Su Mushui. But now, I even have to accompany her to the cocktail party. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to piss us off to death? He saw the goddess of his dreams being held in Lin Feng's arms. And she even called him husband in public. The male compatriots present totally collapsed. 8 o'clock in the evening. Inside the Su Group office building. Even though it was already past get-off work time. But Su Anqi and Su Jiangwo are the president and vice president of the company. The two of them remained in the office, handling some business matters. By the time I finished the work at hand, it was almost 9 o'clock. Su Jiangwo looked at the time and realized that it was already so late. He packed his things and prepared to leave the office. Just then, the assistant came over and greeted him. "And boss Su, are you done?" Su Jiangwo nodded and asked, "And well, where are Anqi and Mushui?" And there is a business reception tonight. They should be attending, right? The assistant replied, "And Mr. Su, it's like this. Mr. Su didn't attend the reception because he had to work overtime. But Sister Mushui, she has already attended, you don't have to worry. Su Jiangwo nodded, "And okay, I get it, you should get off work early too, it's so late. The assistant bowed and then spoke. "And okay, thank you, Mr. Su. Wait until the assistant leaves." Su Jiangwo walked into the elevator. "Go directly to Su Anqi's office." At this time, Su Anqi was in the office, processing documents. Seeing Su Jiangwo come in, she was stunned for a moment, then asked, "And Dad, why are you here?" Su Jiangwo smiled and said, "I heard from my assistant that you didn't attend the cocktail party, so I came to see you. And forehead N. Su Anqi said embarrassedly, "And actually, I want to participate, but I'm too busy with work recently and can't get away. And then Mushui will go to the cocktail party alone. And nothing will happen, right? And she has just entered society and doesn't drink. Su Jiangwo asked with concern. After all, he is my biological father, even though his little cotton padded jacket is seriously leaking. But no matter what, she is my own daughter. And Dad, don't worry, And with Lin Feng accompanying Mushui, nothing will happen. Su Jiangwo nodded and smiled. I see. And then I feel relieved. But then again, isn't Mushui a little too partial lately? It's only been a few days since we got married, and I'm already taking my husband to a cocktail party. I usually go there by myself. Well, it's true that girls can't be kept when they grow up. And okay, I understand. And you should also pack up and go back to rest. And it's getting late now. After Su Jiangwo finished giving his instructions, he was about to leave the office. At this moment, Su Anqi suddenly said, "And by the way, Dad, I have something to ask you. And oh, you know function technology? What exactly does this company do? Su Jiangwo was slightly stunned and asked in confusion. "ELIS technology, And right, Su Anqi nodded and said, "And it's the technology company that was famous in Binhai City before. Su Jiangwo shook his head and said, "Nay, I'm not sure about this. And after all, our family is in the beauty business, which has nothing to do with the technology industry. But a few days ago, when I was out drinking, I heard from a few bosses in the technology industry. And they said that this company offers very good benefits to its employees, but they don't know what they are specifically for. At this point, Su Jiangwo felt a little strange and continued to ask. But, Angie. And I noticed that you are so interested in this company recently. The reason why Su Anqi is interested in function technology. Because she is 100% sure. Some time ago, function technology was on various hot search lists and caused a sensation in the entire Binhai business district. Actually, it is Lin Feng's company. The reason why Su Anqi is so sure. She had her reasons. Ever since the last time Lin Feng came to visit our home, she began to suspect that function technology was actually Lin Feng's company. After all, there is no such coincidence in the world. It's also a technology company. It also opened a few days ago. It is also located in Binhai Creative Park. Even the company name contains the word in Winden. This is a series of coincidences. Isn't it confirmed? That's why Su Anqi secretly investigated the matter. After her investigation, she found out that Lin Feng did often go in and out of function technology. And the front desk staff all call him N-Boss Lin, N. This can be said to be a foregone conclusion. Only. What made Su Anqi curious was, what exactly does Lin Feng's company do? Although it is a technology company, no one knows what it does specifically. For this reason, Su Anqi even went to Li Yaoyao to inquire. After all, Li Yaoyao had done a live interview at Lin Feng's company before. According to her, when she went to interview, everyone was very cooperative. But there was only one department that rejected her interview. That's the technical department. Hearing this, Su Anqi's heart was filled with doubts. Why are other departments of function technology able to accept interviews? But why is it that only the technical department is not good enough? Could it be that? What is function technology developing? Afraid of being found out in advance? Chapter 42, A Chance to Go Down in History. Seeing Su Anqi in a daze, Su Jiangwo couldn't help but speak. NNG, what are you thinking about, N? And why are you so stunned, N? Su Anqi came back to her senses when she heard Su Jiangwo's voice. And nothing. And I am just wondering what function technology does. And they pay their employees such high salaries, but no one knows about their company's business, Su Anqi made up an excuse and got away with it. Before figuring out what Lin Feng company does, she didn't want to tell Su Jiangwo and Su Mushuet about this. Su Jiangwo touched his chin and said thoughtfully, and how about this, Angie, N? And since you are so interested in this company, N? And Dad has a lot of friends in the creative park. I'll ask them to help you find out, N. And if there is any result, Dad will tell you, N. Su Anqi nodded and smiled. And okay, Dad, N. And you go back first, N. And I'll be busy for a while, N. Su Jiangwo packed up and drove home. At this time, Su Anqi was the only one left in the entire Su group. She stayed in the office and had no intention of working anymore. The more she thought about it, the more curious she became. What exactly is Lin Feng's company researching? It's so mysterious. Could it be that Lin Feng is really doing something big? Just because he is an undergraduate graduate. What can you come up with? The more Su Anqi thought about it, the more anxious she became. It's like a cat scratching you. 10 o'clock at night. The reception ended on time. Lin Feng drove and took Su Mushuet home. Su Mushuet sat in the passenger seat, touched her belly and said, and honey, I'm so hungry, N. And I haven't eaten anything since I got off work, N. And at the reception, I was busy chatting with people and didn't eat much, N. Lin Feng smiled and said, and wife, I'll cook for you when we get back later, N. And N. And hubby, you're so good to me, N. Su Mushuet had just finished speaking. The voice of the system came into Lin Feng's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the mission and will be attending the cocktail party with your wife. Bonus skill, business acumen. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng felt his head tighten. Countless business knowledge, like a vast ocean, poured into his brain. Lin Feng feels that his understanding of business has reached an unprecedented level. After a while, Lin Feng let out a long sigh and felt particularly happy. Now everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. As long as the function system is developed. And hold a new product launch conference. By then, the function system will definitely cause a global sensation. Lin Feng was really looking forward to it more and more. After all, it breaks the decades-long monopoly of foreign operating systems. Let domestic systems step onto the global stage. This feat will be recorded in the history of Dragon Country's internet. The next period of time. Lin Feng goes to get off work and comes home as usual every day. Life is quite fulfilling. However, on Monday, something happened that Lin Feng did not expect. Manager Lu from the technical department, holding a document. He ran in a hurry. "And Boss Lin, this is the work progress of our technical department this week, N. And please take a look, N." Lin Feng took the document, glanced at it, and continued. "And just tell me directly, N." Manager Lu replied, "And okay, Mr. Lin, N. And at present, the work efficiency of our technical department employees is getting higher and higher every day, N. As of now, the ELIS system has been developed and is in the final testing phase. As long as there are no problems with the test, we can hold a product launch conference at any time. Get the product on the market." Although it was expected. But when Lin Feng heard this result, he was still a little surprised. According to his original plan, it would take at least 3 months to complete the development work. But now, it was completed in less than a month? Lin Feng was getting more and more confused. The employee goes to get off work and comes home as usual every day. And we also have 2 days off on Saturdays and Sundays. But this is the work process. Why are things getting faster every week? Now the system has been developed 1.5 months ahead of schedule. It's so terrifying. It seems that this group of employees is incredibly efficient. Now, after the final testing, the function system will be available for sale. But in fact, this is a reward given by the system. Generally speaking, there will be no bugs even if there is no testing. In other words, the system can be put on the market and sold now. But just to be on the safe side, let us test it. There is no need to rush. At this time, inside the technical department, more than 20 employees have just finished their work for the day. Everyone was exhausted. However, just thinking about next week, the function system will be successfully launched on the market. They were full of energy again and became full of fighting spirit. "And brothers, starting from tomorrow, let's continue to speed up the progress, N. And we will try to complete the testing of the function system before Friday, N. And this way, we can hold a press conference next week, N. And we can also slow down a bit, N. Mentioned the launch conference of function system. The employees in the technical department were even more excited than Lin Feng himself. If only this time, the domestic system could be successfully released. So what are their names? It will also be recorded in the history of Dragon Country's internet. Therefore, every employee in the technical department has a look of anticipation on his face. They expect that the function system will cause heated discussions across the entire network after its release. It even caused a sensation on foreign social media. Let those foreign netizens have a good look at the Dragon Country's technology. You know, China started too late in the field of internet. We are outclassed by foreign countries in every aspect. But now, with the completion of the development of the function system, this situation will be completely broken. And most importantly, this is a great opportunity to leave your name in history. Foreigners used to say that. In the field of internet technology, Longwa only knows how to play games and make money, and has no sense of the overall situation. After all, no matter how popular your game is, after all, it still has to run on a foreign operating system. If one day, the two countries fall out, with just a little effort and some changes to the data, they can strangle you. This feeling is not so pleasant. By then, even if your company has a market value of tens of billions or hundreds of billions, they can also turn you into ashes overnight. This is the disadvantage brought about by backward technology. But now, the launch of the function system will completely solve this drawback. Break the invisible hands of foreign countries. Get rid of the constraints of others. Thinking of this, colleagues in the technical department became extremely excited. Because that day is not far away. At least from now on, the countdown has begun. There are only a few days left until the release of the function system. Chapter 43, Overtime Discovered. The next few days. The company has entered a in-war preparation and state. After a period of running in, employees from all departments of function technology have almost reached a good understanding. That is every evening, after eating in the cafeteria. Then wait until Lin Feng and the company's senior executives leave. They then sneak back to the company and continue working overtime to catch up on the work progress. On the one hand, they didn't want Lin Feng to have any psychological burden, because Lin Feng is against employees working overtime. After all, he had severely condemned such behavior at a company meeting. So, colleagues would secretly work overtime without telling Lin Feng. On the other hand, every employee actually hopes that the function system can be launched on the market as soon as possible. If a company is in a loss-making state for a long time, then there is a high possibility that insufficient cash flow will eventually lead to bankruptcy. They don't want to see function technology go this far. After all, it is such a good company, with such high salary and such a visionary boss. Where can I find it? So, if not for anything else, then for yourself. They also have to work overtime to get the function system out ahead of schedule. One evening, around 6 o'clock, the employees went to the cafeteria and had a buffet dinner. After finishing their meal, a few colleagues returned to the office building to see if Lin Feng and other senior executives had left work. After making sure that there is no one in the company, come back and inform other colleagues. Then everyone swarmed into the office building. At the same time, in a restaurant opposite the creative park, Li Yaoyao and her company's reporter Bingbing were sitting by the window eating dinner. They had just finished interviewing other companies in the creative park. We finally sat down to have dinner. Finally, they found out. A group of employees were rushing towards the office building. Seeing this, reporter Bingbing became a little puzzled. And Sister Yaoyao, if I'm not mistaken. And these employees should all be from function technology, right? And didn't function technology become a hot topic a while ago because of its good treatment and no overtime? And why are you asking employees to work overtime now? And could it be that function technology has started to reap profits? Li Yaoyao showed a solemn expression when she saw this. Judging from her limited experience in the media industry, this matter should not be that simple. And Bingbing, let's sneak over and take a look. E and I have a feeling that we will be able to dig up big news tonight. Bingbing was surprised when she heard this. And big news, Is this true or false? When Li Yaoyao and Bingbing followed, all employees of function technology have returned to the company. And when they were downstairs in the company, they heard some employees talking. Have someone stand guard downstairs. It can't be discovered by General Manager Lin and other company executives. It seems like they are going to work overtime until the early hours? Hearing this, Li Yaoyao was completely dumbfounded. Even Bingbing showed an expression of disbelief. She has been a reporter for so many years and has never seen anything strange. But before, she had only heard that capitalists force their employees to work overtime. Not only do they not pay overtime, they even make employees pay out of their own pocket. But she had never heard of an employee working overtime voluntarily. And in order to prevent the boss from finding out, you even sent someone to follow you? And Sister Yaoyao. And did you hear that? And they said they had to work overtime until the early hours of the morning, and they couldn't let the boss find out. And that means they are working overtime voluntarily. And I've been a reporter for so many years, and I've never encountered anything like this. And this is outrageous. And Sister Yaoyao, what you said just now is right. If this matter is reported, it will definitely become explosive news. Not only Bingbing thought so, Li Yaoyao also thought so. But at this moment, Li Yaoyao didn't know the boss of function technology. In fact, he is her best friend Su Mushue's husband. If she knew about this, I wonder how she would react. Just then, Bingbing suddenly spoke. And Sister Yaoyao. And how about we go in now and interview them, and ask them why they work overtime voluntarily and hide it from their bosses. Or ask them what they think of the company's boss. Li Yaoyao shook her head and said quickly, and Bingbing, don't worry, let's wait a little longer. And they are now sending people to keep watch downstairs because they don't want people to know they are working overtime. And if we go over to interview them now, they will definitely reject us. And so, let's wait a little longer. Bingbing thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case. And how long do we have to wait? Li Yaoyao replied, and at least, we have to wait until they finish their overtime work, right? And don't worry, they are working overtime voluntarily now and won't work until very late. And after all, they are working overtime for free anyway. And you're hiding it from your boss, which means there will definitely be no overtime pay, and if that's the case, then it won't take long. I estimate it will only take half an hour at most, and when the time comes, they will definitely come out. Hearing this, Bing Bing finally breathed a sigh of relief. If you only wait half an hour, that's fine. Okay, and then let's just wait a little longer, At the same time, after Function Technology employees returned to the company, several colleagues who took the lead spoke up. Comrades, and it's 7 o'clock in the evening, and everyone return to your workstations and start catching up on the progress. Try to finish the work before 12 o'clock, and this way, when Mr. Lin comes to work tomorrow, we can submit the test report of the function system, and maybe we can hold a system launch conference that afternoon. After hearing this, the 200 employees present nodded. Brothers and sisters, let us work together tonight. And if you feel really sleepy at night, you can go and see your colleagues in the finance department. And let them order some coffee to perk everyone up. As soon as he finished speaking, colleagues from various departments, they returned to their respective workstations and began to work hard. They are ready to work overtime until the early morning. At this time, Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing were ambushing outside Function Technology, is waiting patiently. Especially Bing Bing, she thought to herself, isn't it just half an hour? It's only 7 o'clock in the evening. In another half hour, it will be 7:30. It's still early. But half an hour passed. The lights in the Function Technology office building were still on, and no one showed any intention of leaving get off work. Bing Bing looked at Li Yaoyao and said, Sister Yaoyao, half an hour is up. But why haven't the Function Technology employees come out yet? Li Yaoyao looked at her phone and said, don't be impatient, wait a little longer. I estimate that in half an hour, that is, at 8 o'clock, they will definitely come out. Bing Bing heard it and said, 8 o'clock, right? That's fine. Not bad. But another half hour passed. Bing Bing looked at her phone, then looked at the situation in the office building. I found out that they had no intention of leaving get off work at all. Sister Yaoyao. It's 8 o'clock, why, no one has come out yet, At this time, Li Yaoyao was also a little unsure. She could only say a few perfunctory words to calm Bing Bing down. After all, opportunities are rare. She didn't want to miss out on such explosive news after finally catching it. So, Li Yaoyao said to Bing Bing, wait a little longer, and they are working overtime voluntarily. I'm sure they will work until 10 o'clock at night at the latest, and at 10 o'clock, they will definitely come out, Hearing this, Bing Bing sighed helplessly. From 7 to 8, and now to 10. Isn't this gap a bit too big? However, it only means waiting for another 2 hours, which is barely acceptable. But by 10 o'clock, still no one came out. See the situation. Li Yaoyao couldn't sit still anymore. Even if their General Lin has great charisma, he can't do this, right? A total of 200 employees worked overtime voluntarily. It's 10 o'clock in the evening and no one has left work? This is not scientific. Chapter 44 System Testing completed. It was 10 o'clock at night. Bing Bing was so sleepy that she could hardly keep her eyes open. She was already tired enough today from interviewing other companies. I didn't expect that after get off work, I would be dragged around by my boss. Stay here. If it weren't for this big news. That means giving her 2 days off, she doesn't want to squat anymore. Sister Yaoyao. Is anyone coming out? Bing Bing leaned against the wall of the office building with a drowsy look on her face. It should be soon, right? Li Yaoyao couldn't hold on any longer. She said dazedly, hold on a little longer. Waited until 12 o'clock in the morning. Bing Bing opened her eyes and asked, trying to resist the sleepiness, Sister Yaoyao, haven't you come out yet? Soon. Li Yaoyao said weakly. It was 1 o'clock in the morning. Bing Bing asked again, Sister Yaoyao, are you out? I don't know, go to sleep, I am watching here. Li Yaoyao slapped her face to regain consciousness. Sister Yaoyao, I remember you said that. This is their employees' voluntary overtime, at most half an hour. And but now, it's almost 1 in the morning, why haven't they come out yet, N? Li Yaoyao sighed and said helplessly, and who knows, N. And the employees in their company are really willing to work overtime, N. I don't know what kind of drug their boss gave them, N. Until 2 o'clock in the morning. There was a burst of enthusiastic cheers from the office area where the technical department was located. From 7 in the evening until 2 in the morning. After 7 hours of hard work, they finally completed the testing of the function system. And after testing, the performance of this system is simply unparalleled. Unprecedented. Once it is launched on the market, it will definitely set off a market boom. At this time, colleagues from other departments also came to the technical department to celebrate together. They took out the peanuts, melon seeds, beer, and drinks that they had prepared in advance and had a good drink. Cheer for the birth of the function system. And come on, brothers and sisters. N. And let's drink together and wish our company a prosperous future again. After the function system is released, we will strive to break the foreign monopoly and become the light of domestic technology. And at the same time, we also want to let those foreign netizens have a good look at it, N. And in the field of the internet, our dragon country is no weaker than them, N. Starting today, the entire internet. N. And it will be led by our function technology, N. Employees from all departments raised their glasses. Leave a vivid and colorful mark for this memorable moment. Bing Bing woke up immediately when she heard the cheers coming from the office building. She quickly woke Li Yaoyao up and said to her, "And Sister Yaoyao, listen quickly, there is a sound inside, N. And they should have finished their overtime work, we can go in for the interview, N." Hearing this, Li Yaoyao was also excited. Oh my god. They finally finished overtime? It's so hard to bear. I've been squatting here all night. It's more tiring than going clubbing. Li Yaoyao looked at the time and it was almost 3:30 in the morning. There are less than 2 hours left until dawn. Li Yaoyao couldn't help but sigh in her heart. How much personal charm does Mr. Lin of their company have? It actually made employees work overtime voluntarily and work all night long. Wait, she must ask carefully. After all, this news is so explosive. Once it is released, it will definitely attract the attention of countless netizens. Thinking of this, Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing walked towards the office building. I heard footsteps outside. The function technology employees who were having a great time suddenly pricked up their ears and became alert. And listen, there seemed to be footsteps outside, N. And yeah, I heard that too. And who could it be at this late hour, N? And could it be that Mr. Lin found out about us secretly working overtime, N? And it doesn't matter if you find out. The system has been tested anyway. N. Out of curiosity, the colleague from the HR department walked outside. Only then did he realize that the person coming was not Lin Feng. Instead, it was Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing who came to the company last time and did the interview. Seeing the staff from the Human Resources Department, Li Yaoyao spoke first. And hello, I'm the person in charge of Spark Media, N. And my name is Li Yaoyao, do you remember, N? And the person standing next to me is Bing Bing, the reporter who interviewed you at the time. N. The employees of Function Technology nodded one after another. And so it's you guys. N. The response to the live interview you did last time was really good. And that afternoon, our HR department was about to explode with the amount of resumes it received, N. And so N. And are you still here for an interview this time, N? Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing nodded, and yes, N. And but N. And how did you know that we were working overtime here, N? Li Yaoyao did not hide anything and answered directly. And this afternoon, N. No, it was yesterday, N. And we had dinner at the restaurant opposite the Creative Park at 6 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And I just happened to see you guys coming back to work overtime, so I followed you here, thinking I'd interview you after you finish your overtime. N. After all, I work in the media. How can you survive if you don't even know the most basic speaking skills? The employees suddenly realized what was going on after hearing this. So that's how it is. And okay, anyway, we have already completed the work now. N. And even if the boss finds out and forbids us from working overtime, that's fine. N. And you want to interview me, right? Then go ahead and ask me anything you want, N. The employees thought. It's almost 4 in the morning. Even when I go home, I can't sleep for more than a few hours. It would be better to stay in the company, accept interviews from reporters, and expose this incident. The launch conference of the function system will be held soon. Maybe. This event can also bring some traffic to the system launch conference. It can also have a good publicity effect on the company's image. The employees present all reached a unanimous agreement. Finally, everyone nodded and said, "And let's get started now, shall we?" And after obtaining unanimous consent from all employees of Function Technology, Li Yaoyao was so excited that she woke up completely. For a media person. Breaking news. It's like a shot of chicken blood, which can instantly refresh you. She was so sleepy that she was about to fall asleep, but now she is instantly full of energy. She quickly said to Bing Bing, "And Bing Bing, set up the equipment, let's start the interview right away." The two of them carried with them a Sony S7 and a little B recording device. Although a bit crude. But for the interview, it's good enough. Chapter 45 was on the hot search again, shocking the entire network. The next day. 7 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng was still sleeping when he was suddenly woken up by Su Muxue. "And hubby, wake up. And I have something to ask you." And Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and asked in confusion, "And wife, what are you doing, and?" Su Muxue had a half smile on her face. "And husband, and are you hiding something from me, and?" Lin Feng was surprised. "And why do you suddenly ask this, and?" Su Muxue took out her mobile phone, opened the social software, and showed it to Lin Feng. "And see for yourself, and your company is Function Technology, and it has already been on the hot search list of major platforms, and the whole network is now discussing it, and not only that, even major news media are conducting large-scale follow-up reports, and moreover, within 2 hours of the news being released, the popularity value has reached hundreds of millions. Almost half of the people in the country have seen this news, and this number continues to soar, and hubby, I really didn't expect that some time ago. And the Function Technology that Yao Yao went to interview turned out to be my husband's company, and what shocked me the most was that the product your company developed was actually a computer operating system, and according to your company's employees, this system is even better than foreign Windows and Apple systems, and is this true, and?" Su Muxue said this and handed the phone to Lin Feng. Lin Feng widened his eyes and looked at it carefully. "I found that whether it is Weibo, Douyin, or Kuaishou, among the top 10 hot searches, almost 5 are related to Function Technology or him himself." Lin Feng looked at the trending searches and the tens of thousands of likes and comments below. I was completely stunned. The Function system has been tested in advance? And you don't even know it? What is going on? At this moment, Lin Feng was completely confused. Until I read the news carefully. Only then did I realize that the employees had been secretly working overtime until the early hours of the morning without telling me. No wonder the system development progress has been so rapid during this period. It turns out that they were all secretly working overtime. And he kept it from her. Lin Feng looked at Su Muxue and began to explain to her. "And wife, actually this matter, and..." Just as Lin Feng was explaining to Su Muxue, there are many Chinese people studying or working abroad. Everyone has also seen this explosive news. Some netizens working in the media even processed this news in an artistic way, made into tweets or short videos, and posted on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. After all, as a descendant of the dragon, in the field of internet technology, we are always ridiculed by foreigners. They've had enough. But now, domestic systems have emerged. Of course they have to show off and let those foreigners know that Dragon Country's technology is not inferior to yours. And not only that. Su Muxue's parents are Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan. The two of them were going to attend an industry summit today, so they got up at 6 in the morning. At about 7 o'clock, we set off for the hotel. As a result, as soon as they arrived at the summit, many bosses from the same industry came to congratulate them. And Director Su, President Zhao, and your son-in-law is not a simple person. They developed a domestic operating system without making any noise. And you know, this is a disruptive development for our Dragon Country's technology field. And amazing. It's amazing. After hearing what they said, Zhao Yalan and Su Jiangwo were confused. What the hell? Domestic operating system? This was made by Xiaolin? In addition to Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan, there were also Lin Feng's parents, and many relatives of the Lin family. They were all shocked. It can be said that the sensation caused by this hot search has spread to every corner. Even the Longhua Daily at around 8 in the morning. A report was also released about Fengshen Technology developing a domestic system, a disruptive breakthrough. With the release of this tweet, Lin Feng's name is known throughout the Dragon Kingdom. All netizens started to get excited. After all, domestic operating systems are different from other things. In today's internet age, the operating system is as important as the heart. If even your heart is held in the hands of others, how can we develop with peace of mind then? But this time, with Fengshen Technology developing a domestic system, it can be said that it saved the life of the entire Dragon Country internet industry. Moreover, this is also a major breakthrough in the history of global internet technology. That's why it caused such a sensation. And at this moment, after explanation from colleagues, Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan finally understood, their faces filled with shock. Annihilus Technology is actually Xiaolin's company, and how is this possible? And moreover, Xiaolin and his team also developed a domestic operating system, Isn't this incredible? Zhao Yalan pinched herself, thinking she was dreaming. As for Su Jiangwo, after spending some time together, he has already had a deep understanding of Lin Feng. Although I know that Lin Feng is not an ordinary person. But he didn't expect it. Lin Feng actually did such an awesome thing. This is a domestic operating system. Even the Dragon Country's top internet companies, such as Alibaba, Tencent, Baidu, etc. Something that even they couldn't accomplish. He actually let his son-in-law complete it? To be honest, Su Jiangwo, the father-in-law, was quite shocked. But at the same time, I feel very relieved. At this moment, more and more colleagues gathered around. Congratulations to Su Jiangwo and the other man. And Director Su, President Zhao, and your son-in-law is truly a rare talent. And if you have the chance in the future, don't forget to introduce us. And yes, at the age of just over 20, he has made such a huge achievement. And how can we old men face this? It's true that the waves behind push the waves ahead. I'm getting old. Hearing colleagues praising Lin Feng, Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan also felt a sense of pride. After all, it is an honor for the Mother's family that their son-in-law has achieved such great success. They have always been proud of Su Muxue and Su Anqi for their outstanding achievements in the cosmetics industry. But this time, Lin Feng's move was simply a king bomb. They never thought that their son-in-law would be so capable. At this time, Su Jiangwo realized one thing. That is, at the beginning, Su Muxue tried every means to get the cash back of the betrothal gift, just to support Lin Feng's entrepreneurship. I have to say, these 200 million are well spent. But what Su Jiangwo didn't know was, the 20 million yuan dowry that Lin Feng gave him was not won from the lottery. And it's my daughter's money. If he knew about this, I wonder how he would feel. Chapter 46. The little secret is about to be exposed. The other side. After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, Su Muxue also showed an expression of sudden enlightenment on her face. And husband, you are so stupid, and it's Fengshen Technology, this company is yours, and in that case, why didn't you admit it when Yao Yao came to your company for an interview, and now that I think about it, I was really embarrassed at the time, and I actually told you how great Fengshen Technology is. And I also want you to learn from him how to run a company well. But I didn't expect that this company would actually be yours, and you must have laughed at me in your heart, right, and I assent that, right, Lin Feng came over and held Su Muxue in his arms. And how could that be, wife, and you are always the smartest in my heart. And really, Su Muxue looked puzzled and asked, is it the kind of smartness that is very smart? I can't even recognize my husband's company. I'm so stupid, and people say that pregnancy makes people stupid for 3 years, but I'm not pregnant yet, and it's so abominable that he has become stupid, Lin Feng comforted her, wife, don't blame yourself, it's normal that you didn't notice it, And because you are only thinking about how to support me in starting my own business. On. And as for the other aspects, you just didn't pay attention to them. N. And besides, I have something to thank you for. N. Sumushua pointed at herself and asked, and thank me when? Annie's. N. Lin Feng looked at Sumushua and said, and if you hadn't taken me to buy the lottery, would I have won the 20 million prize? N. And if I didn't have that 20 million, how could I get an investment of 200 million from your father? N. And if it weren't for this investment, the little money I had would have been burned long ago. N. And so, in a word, you are the greatest contributor to Fengshen technology. N. And thank you, my wife, for always supporting me silently. N. And I am lucky to marry you. N. Hearing this, Sumushua felt a little embarrassed. She waved her hands and said shyly, and honey, why are you talking about this? And we are a couple. Since we are a couple, isn't it normal for us to help each other? N. And okay, let's not talk about this anymore, let's get up. N. And I have to go to work later. N. And besides, your company caused such a big stir today. N. And I guess you'll be busy today. N. And so get up quickly. N. Lin Feng nodded and kissed Sumushua gently. Then he ran to the bathroom and washed up. After finishing breakfast, Lin Feng sent Sumushua to work. Sumushua, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said, and husband, do you know, N. And I can already imagine the reactions of my parents-in-law and my aunt N. And if they knew that Fengshen Technology is your company. N. And your company has also developed the Fengshen system. They will definitely be shocked. N. And especially my aunt, given her personality, she will definitely post more than a dozen moments in a row. N. And your cousin will be happy for you too. N. Lin Feng nodded and said, and yes, based on my understanding of my aunt, she might indeed do that. N. Sumushua said, and what do you mean by possible? This is absolutely 100% true. N. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Then he said, and wife, I realize that you know a lot about my relatives. N. And you seem to understand it better than I do. Even my aunt's personality is perfectly grasped by you. N. Sumushua raised her head and said proudly, and of course, as the saying goes, a woman follows her husband. N. And since I'm married to you, of course I have to get to know you better. N. And what's more, your relatives. N. And everyone likes me so much. N. Lin Feng smiled and said, yes, my wife is right. N. And why? Are you jealous of me? N. Sumushua looked at Lin Feng and asked. No, N. And I can't be jealous of that. N. Sumushua pouted and said proudly, and humph, it's good that you know it. N. Just then, Lin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. It's the local phone number in Binhai. Lin Feng was driving and it was not convenient for him to answer the phone, so he said, and honey, help me answer it. N. And it might be a reporter who wants to interview our company. N. Sumushua nodded, and okay. N. She picked up the phone, answered the call, and turned on the speakerphone. As soon as the phone was connected, a gentle voice came from the other end. And hello, are you Mr. Lin? N. And it's like this. You bought a few lottery tickets in our lottery shop before. Do you remember, N? And I am calling you now to ask you something. N. And are you free now to come and claim your award? N. And it's been half a month since the prize was drawn and you haven't come to claim the prize. We were afraid you'd forgotten, so we called to let you know. N. And if it's inconvenient for you, you can also ask relatives or friends to come and pick it up on your behalf. N. That's possible too. Hear the voice on the other end of the phone. Lin Feng, who was driving, looked a little confused. What is happening? Let me go over and receive the award? Could it be another scam text message? At this time, Sumushua, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked a little panicked. She never expected it. Lin Feng actually won the prize? No way. Is it really that unlucky? At this time, Sumushua suddenly had a bad feeling. I'm afraid my little secret is about to be exposed. It would be fine if Lin Feng knew about this. If Su Jiangwo knew, he would question his life. Wrong. He would probably shut himself up on the spot. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly spoke. I am sorry. N. And did you make a mistake, N? And hasn't the lottery winnings already been paid out, N? Hearing this, the employee on the other end of the phone said with some confusion, Mr. Lin. And you mean to say that we gave you a bonus before when? And that's impossible. We have records here. You haven't received your bonus yet, and a bonus of your rank. And we won't make any mistakes, Lin. When Lin Feng heard this, he was a little confused. What's going on? Are there two bonuses? Is there such a good thing in the world? At this time, the person on the other end of the phone said, and Mr. Lin, if it's convenient for you, can you come over next Monday to collect your bonus? And Lin Feng didn't think much about it and answered directly. And okay, I understand. And when the time comes, I will go and collect it. The other party replied, and okay, Mr. Lin, then I congratulate you in advance, and I wish you a happy life, goodbye. At this time, inside a lottery company, an employee in his early 30s put down the phone. He curiously asked several other colleagues about the bonus. Several other colleagues gave the same results. That is, this bonus has not been claimed by anyone. That's strange. If that's the case, then why did Mr. Lin just say? Has anyone given him a bonus before? What's going on? At this time, the employee began to feel a little confused. And by the way, did you watch the news today? And the news said that there is a company called Function Technology in Binhai that seems to have developed a domestic operating system, and even the Dragon Country Daily tweeted its congratulations. And related information is on the hot search lists of all major software and I know, the boss of this company seems to be called Lin Feng, right? Hearing this, one of the employees who was drinking water, he choked and sprayed it out immediately. He said excitedly, "NOA, the boss of Function Technology is actually called Lin Feng Yin." And yeah, what's wrong, and have you forgotten? The winner of the last special prize seems to be also called Lin Feng. And oh yes, his name is Lin Feng. And could it be that they have the same name, and however, he is also from Binhai City and is also in his early 20s. And could it be the same person? No way. Is it really the same person? Colleagues from other departments quickly retrieved the winner's information and compared it with Lin Feng in the news. Seemingly, it's really the same person. NOMG.N. No way? They are really the same person, and he was only in his early 20s, but he founded a company and developed a domestic operating system. And I also got the sky-high bonus from the previous issue, and this is so lucky. Many male compatriots present showed envious expressions. Look at what she looks like at the age of 20. Look at myself again, I'm 30 years old and still living like a dog. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Chapter 47, Hold a press conference. On the other side, inside the car. After the call ended, Lin Feng looked at Su Muxue and asked, "And wife, what's going on, and won't you explain this to me, and?" Su Muxue didn't know how to answer Lin Feng. She can't always say, "To support my husband's business." Are you setting your sights on your own father? If these words were to be spread out, it would really be too filial. Su Muxue thought about it carefully. Given the current situation, it was almost impossible to continue hiding it. She could only sigh and confess. "And okay, husband, I admit it, and before, didn't you just start a business, and everything needs money, but you refuse to accept my help. And plus, my dad said, when I get married, no matter how much you give as a gift, he will return it tenfold, and so I thought, if I could use this matter to help you get some funds. It will also be of great help to your future entrepreneurship. But since you refused to take my money, I had no choice but to use the lottery to transfer the money to your card. And I'll let you use that money to get 10 times the return from my father. And the account that will transfer money to you belongs to Yao Yao Company. And that's probably what happened, and when she said this, Su Muxue was a little nervous. After all, no matter how you look at it, this is also a kind of deception. Even if it is a white lie, it is still a lie. But after listening to it, Lin Feng felt a little amused and said to himself, "No wonder. The company that gave me the money in the first place would be a media company." At that time, Lin Feng discovered something was wrong. It's just because I'm busy with company matters. I didn't go into details. Anyway, the bonus had already arrived, and he was indeed a little short of money at the time. But now that I think about it, this matter is indeed full of doubts. Seeing Su Mushue's nervous look, Lin Feng comforted her. And it's okay, wife.N. And you don't need to blame yourself for this.N. And I won't blame you. After all, you are doing this for my own good, N. Su Mushue asked, and husband, I lied to you, aren't you angry with me, Lin? And why should I be angry, N? And Yuri helping me anyway, N. And I can't thank you enough, N. Lin Feng paused, then changed the subject and said, and however, if my father-in-law knew about this, he would definitely be very angry.N. And so I think you'd better not tell him.N. Su Mushue thought for a moment and said, and then? I'll tell him after this incident is over, N. And but I think even if my dad knew, he wouldn't be angry.N. And after all, you have accomplished so much with this money, N. N is so happy, N. Lin Feng said, and I think what you said makes sense, N. And you decide for yourself. Anyway, I will definitely stand by your side when the time comes, N. Su Mushue nodded and said nothing more. 5 minutes later, Lin Feng drove to Su Group. Su Mushue got out of the car and said to Lin Feng, and husband, please go to the company.N. I am going to work.N. And bye-bye.N. Seeing Su Mushue walk into the company, Lin Feng drove towards Function Technology. I guess the company should be very agitated at this time. And at this time, the Su Group is no exception. At this time, inside the Su Group, the employees gathered together and began to talk. And sisters, have you seen the trending searches this morning, N? And I never thought that Sister Mushue's husband, Lin Feng, is actually the boss of Function Technology, N. And their company actually developed a domestic operating system, N. And do you know what this means, N? And this means that from today on, the domestic internet technology field will usher in a new era, N. We will have our own operating system. And not only that, this incident has also become popular overseas, causing quite a stir on YouTube and Twitter. When Su Mushue walked into the company and came to the project department, colleagues who were gathered together gossiping came over and asked, and Sister Mushue, I heard that Lin Feng is the boss of Function Technology, N. And is this true, N? Su Mushue nodded and said with a smile, and that's true.N. Hearing this, colleagues present all showed envious expressions on their faces. At first, they thought that Lin Feng was just handsome. As for other aspects, they are all ordinary. To put it bluntly, he is a gigolo. But they never expected that Lin Feng would be so outstanding. Not only is he handsome, he also has a good temperament. When it comes to entrepreneurship, he is really good. Thinking of this, the male colleagues in the company began to feel ashamed of themselves. No wonder Sister Mushue proposed to Lin Feng. It turns out there are reasons for everything. Compared with Lin Feng, these people are really rubbish. They are not even in the same league. To put it in a harsh way. That is, he is not worthy of being compared with Lin Feng at all. The other side. After Lin Feng came to the company, an all-staff meeting was immediately held. At the meeting, Lin Feng spoke. And I will just say a few words at this meeting today.N. And I already know about the employees' voluntary overtime work.N. Lin Feng said seriously while looking at the employees. And to be honest, I woke up this morning.N. I was really moved when I saw this news. And although I have stressed more than once that we should not take up employees' rest time just to meet deadlines.N. And but what I didn't expect was that you would actually hide it from me and secretly work overtime.N. That was a surprise to me. At the same time, it makes me feel really guilty. When Lin Feng finished saying these words, employees all said, and Boss Lin, we are working overtime voluntarily, please don't feel guilty, N. And we all see how much you care for our employees, so we want to repay you, N. And after all, people are kind to each other. If you are kind to us, then we should be kind to you too, N. And put yourself in their shoes, don't you think, N? When the employee said this, the more than 200 employees present nodded in agreement. And yes, there is nothing wrong with that, N. And if it were another boss, I wouldn't want to work overtime even if they paid me overtime pay, N. Anila's technology gave me a sense of belonging, and President Lin gave me a sense of security, so I want to repay the company and President Lin, in. And because we all hope that function technology can go further and further in. And we really want to stay at function technology for long-term development, and moreover, we also believe that apart from function technology and you, President Lin, there is no other company that attaches so much importance to employee treatment and welfare, in. And so, Mr. Lin, please don't say these polite words anymore, n. It would just make us feel bad. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded and said, and okay, then I won't say any polite words, n. And let's get straight to the point, now that the operating system has been tested, n. And I am going to hold a press conference at 2 p.m., n. And at this press conference, I will officially announce that the function system has been successfully developed, n. And after that, the function system will be available on all major platforms for sale, n. And we want to lead the domestic system to the world, n. And break the 20-year foreign monopoly, n. And what do you think, n? As soon as he finished speaking, there was thunderous applause from the audience. Everyone burst into applause, which lasted for more than half a minute. After the short meeting, colleagues from various departments have begun preparing for the press conference. Lin Feng also got busy with his work. Manager Lu from the technical department was called to the office by Lin Feng. He held several reports and documents in his hands. He knocked on the door and walked in after getting Lin Feng's consent. And Boss Lin, these are all the reports from our technical department so far, yen. And after operation and testing, the stability of the function system has reached a leading level, n. Once released, it will definitely cause a huge sensation in the industry. And moreover, just a few hours ago, our company has received calls from major media and platforms one after another, n. And they are all asking, when will our press conference be held, n? They all wanted to come to the scene for interviews. Manager Lu looked at Lin Feng and said, and Boss Lin, can we make the official announcement now, n? Lin Feng nodded and said, and okay, n. And notify the company's marketing department and issue a statement first to warm up the situation, n. And we will hold the new product launch conference on time at 2 p.m., n. And when the time comes, all media reporters are welcome to attend, n. Go live. Chapter 48, No Middleman Making a Profit from the Price Difference. Half an hour later. Function Technology has registered official accounts on major social platforms. Then a statement was released, announcing that a new product launch conference would be held at the C Restaurant in the New City District at 2 p.m. The company's newly developed operating system. It will also be put on the market for sale after the press conference. This statement from Function Technology once again became a hot topic not long after it was released. The company has once again become a hot topic, not just because Lin Feng has the bonus of exposure skills. And now, he hasn't used the trump card yet. That is the global exposure volume. It is more because of the importance of domestic operating systems. After all, the development of the internet in Dragon Country has reached a bottleneck period. Developing domestic operating systems can be said to be a top priority. However, those domestic giant companies have spent countless financial and material resources but have not been able to accomplish this task. It was actually done by Function Technology. It is normal that it can cause a sensation and attract the attention of countless netizens. And it seems that Function Technology has really developed a domestic operating system, and their company has just officially announced that they will hold a press conference in the New City District at 2 p.m., n. And I am really looking forward to it. I wonder if the domestic system is really that good, n. And yes, n. And but what I'm most looking forward to is, n. And if those netizens abroad knew that we have developed a domestic operating system, I wonder how they will react. And they will surely be shocked and angry, right, n? That's right. And who says that our domestic internet technology companies only know how to make money, n? And this is a slap in their face, n. Watching countless netizens discussing it online. Lin Feng's parents, as well as his aunt and uncle, were also filled with shock. Although before, when Su Muxue returned to her husband's house, he once mentioned that he had extorted 200 million yuan from Su Jiangwo to support Lin Feng's entrepreneurship. But they never expected that Lin Feng would actually make a domestic operating system. This was what surprised them the most. So the relatives of the Lin family immediately started a video call in the group. After the call was connected, my aunt spoke first. E and I heard that our Xiaofeng developed a domestic system, and it became a hot topic, and yes, the neighbors just asked me about it. And ask the Lin Feng mentioned in the news if he is our Xiao Feng En. And many colleagues in our unit have also asked me about this. I was also totally confused at the time. At this moment, the most excited people are Lin Weiman and his wife. After all, his son has achieved such great success. They can also be proud of themselves as parents. And don't even mention you guys. Even me and Lao Lin, the father, were kept in the dark and have no idea what's going on in. And Lin Feng, this brat, has been getting worse and worse recently. And it's fine if you don't tell us about your marriage. E and I didn't expect that they would start such a big business without telling us. It really is. My aunt laughed, somewhat gloatingly, and teased. And well, don't be ungrateful for what you have. E and I heard that Xiaofeng is now very popular overseas. Many foreigners are discussing the function system developed by Xiaofeng's company. Wang Yue was also a little surprised when she heard her aunt say this. And what? It's so popular overseas, and is this thing so important? My aunt raised her eyebrows and said seriously, and of course, And this is a computer operating system that has been monopolized by foreign countries for decades. And now, it has been developed by Xiaofeng's company, And according to what's been circulated outside, it seems that the function system developed by Xiaofeng's company is many times more powerful than foreign systems in terms of security and stability. And now they are not just a hot topic online, even Longwa Daily has tweeted to express support and appreciation. If the subsequent ecosystem is to be established. And I am afraid that in the future, there will be no more foreign business in the domestic system market, And by then, the money will be endless, Don't look at my aunt, she is usually not a serious person. But when I was young, I did go to college, and I majored in computer science. So I am more or less clear about this matter. And wow, And it turns out that our Xiaofeng is so powerful, And Lao Lin, did you hear that? Our Xiaofeng is really awesome, And when it's evening, remember to call Xiaofeng. And ask him when he's free, and have him and Mu Shui come home for dinner. We can have a good family gathering and celebrate, Lin Weiman nodded, and okay, I understand. You can see it. Except Lin Feng's parents. Other relatives of the Lin family include my aunt, and cousin. Everyone felt happy and proud of Lin Feng's feat. 2:00 that afternoon. Function Technology held a press conference in the new city district on time. The press conference was packed with people. Reporters from all major news media came to the scene. All kinds of cameras and long guns were flashing around, just like a United Nations meeting. This, of course, includes Li Yaoyao's company. After all, this matter was first reported by Li Yaoyao's company. Then, it caused such a huge discussion and attention. Naturally, reporters from Li Yaoyao's company were present at this press conference. Li Yaoyao brought the company's filming team to the press conference and found a place to sit down. She first took out her cell phone, took a few photos, and sent them to Su Mushue. And Mu Shui, I'm already at the press conference of your husband's company, And the press conference will be held in about half an hour, And when the time comes, I'll take some photos and send them to you, But to be honest, I never thought your husband's company would be so awesome, And this is what I find most incredible. And you, as a wife, actually know nothing about this. And those married women become stupid? After seeing the message, Su Mushue immediately typed a reply, Yao, are you itching for trouble again, And if you don't punish someone who was tearing off the rooftops for 3 days, And if you say that again, I promise you'll regret it, Li Yaoyao quickly typed, and okay, I know I was wrong. And Sister Mushue, my dear sister, Su Mushue was speechless for a while and sent out several disgusting emoticons. And stop disgusting me. And remember to take a photo for me later. E and I have to make my husband look handsome in the photo. I'm going to post it on WeChat Moments, okay? And okay, I got it, Li Yaoyao quickly typed and said, and don't worry, I will definitely make your husband look handsome. And besides, your husband is already very handsome. And no matter how many times I take photos, I can't be ugly, Li Yaoyao is really getting better and better at speaking. Not long after the message was sent, Su Mushue replied with a wry smile. And look at you, what nonsense are you talking about, N? I didn't expect that as my best friend, your aesthetics and taste have improved. N. And it seems that the influence I brought to you is more than just a little bit. N. And it's hundreds of millions of bits and pieces. And okay, let's stop talking for now. When you finish taking the photos, remember to send them to me. N. I still have work to do. N. And let's talk later. N. See Su Mushue's instructions. Li Yaoyao didn't know whether she should cry or laugh. She came here for an interview, but Su Mushue asked her to take pictures? And it has to be photographed more handsomely? Good at posting on moments? So, I produce my own dog food and feed it to myself? How about producing and selling your own products? No middleman making a profit from the price difference? Thinking of this, Li Yaoyao decided to hurry up and find a boyfriend. Su Mushue shows off her love to me every day. Who can bear it? Bing Bing, who was sitting next to Li Yaoyao, looked at Li Yaoyao and asked. And Sister Yaoyao, who are you chatting with? En. And is that Mr. Su, En? Li Yaoyao said, and who else could it be except this bad woman, En? And this is a heartless person. En. And since getting married, I feel like she has changed more and more. En. I remember that Mushue was never distracted during work hours. En. And but now, you're actually deserting me and asking me for photos, En. Bing Bing asked, and photos? What photos, En? And what else could it be? Isn't it just a photo of her husband Lin Fom, En? And after the press conference, asked me to take a photo of her husband that makes him look more handsome and send it to her. En. And he said he wanted to post it on WeChat Moments, En. And this girl, is she treating me as a human camera, En? Hearing this, Bing Bing couldn't help but say, and so that's how it is, but this is also normal. En. And if my husband develops a domestic system, I would like to use a loudspeaker to announce it to the world. En. And Boss Su just posted a message on WeChat Moments, which is already very low-key. En. Li Yaoyao glared at Bing Bing and said with a stern face, and you stinky girl, you have to understand that I am your boss. En. And why are you speaking to Mu Shui? Of. Bing Bing smiled and said, and Sister Yaoyao, I'm just telling the truth. En. And by the way, how long will the press conference start? En. Li Yaoyao checked the time and said, and it will probably take another 20 minutes. Are you ready for the questions I'm going to ask, En? Bing Bing nodded, and everything is ready, Sister Yaoyao, don't worry, En. And after all, this press conference has attracted the attention of the whole country, En. And even abroad, there are many people waiting to watch this press conference, En. I heard that some Chinese people studying and working abroad have reposted this news on foreign social media. En. And the number of hits has exceeded 50 million, and it has even made it onto the hot search list abroad, En. And so En. I will definitely not make any mistakes in this interview, En. And if you make a spelling mistake or stutter when asking a question, you will be embarrassed abroad. En. Li Yaoyao nodded, feeling very satisfied with Bing Bing's work attitude. Chapter 49, Where there is traffic, there is money. Inside the Su Group building. Employees from the 5 major departments all put down their work at this time. Gathered in front of their computers. Waiting for the live broadcast of Fengshan Technology's press conference this afternoon. People are not working during working hours, but are collectively watching live broadcasts. This would have been heavily criticized. But because the situation this time is special. On the one hand, it is because of the advent of domestic operating systems. This is a revolutionary breakthrough in the internet industry in Dragon Country. On the other hand, the other party is Su Mushue's husband. That is, the son-in-law of the Su Group. Maybe in the future, Su Group will belong to him. As a result, managers and supervisors from all departments of the company not only did not criticize, but watched alone. Only Su Mushue was sitting in the office, busy working. However, she had already asked the employees in the project department to help her record the screen. Wait until I finish these urgent projects. Watch it carefully again. At this time, Su Anqi came down from upstairs and came to the project department. The employees who were originally gathered in front of the computer, waiting for the live broadcast of the press conference, greeted them one after another. And hello, President Su, En. Su Anqi nodded, and are you also watching the live broadcast of Fengshan Technology, En? The employees nodded and said, and yes, President Su, En. And want to watch it together, En. Suanchi waved her hand, and no need, just watch it.N. And today is a special case.N. And you can watch it during working hours.N. And when the live broadcast is over, everyone will work hard. Do you understand? N. The employees said one after another, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Su, N. Suanchi looked at them, and where's Mu Shui, is she in the office, N? The employees replied, yes, Mr. Su, N. And okay, keep watching.N. Suanchi said as she walked into Su Mushue's office. Seeing Suanchi, Su Mushue said, sister, why are you here, N? And I still have a few projects to review.N. And will you wait till I get off, N? Suanchi looked at Su Mushue and said, Mushue, don't be busy with these things for now, come upstairs with me.N. And our parents have something to ask you.N. Su Mushue said with some confusion after hearing this. And our parents, N. Aren't they attending the industry summit? And Yuri back so early, N. Suanchi nodded, and yes, after they heard about Lin Feng's situation, they returned from the summit forum early.N. And don't worry about this for now, just follow me up.N. Suanchi pulled Su Mushue and walked out of the office without waiting for her to speak. 5 minutes later, the two came to Su Jiangwo's office. Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan were both sitting on the sofa in the office. After the sisters Suanchi and Su Mushue came up, Zhao Yalan was the first to speak, and Mushue, come here quickly, your parents have something to ask you, and Su Mushue sat on the sofa, looking serious, and said to Zhao Yalan and the others, Mom and Dad, you want to ask about my husband's company, right Ian? Zhao Yalan nodded, and yes. This morning, your father and I went to attend the cosmetics industry summit. I didn't expect that we had just arrived not long ago.N. And my colleagues came over one after another to congratulate me and your father, Yen. And at the time, your father and I were completely confused and didn't know what was going on.N. And after they explained, I realized that Xiaolan's company was making a domestic operating system, And at first, your father and I were a little skeptical. After all, this is a domestic system, and it's no joke.N. I don't know how many companies wanted to do this before, but in the end, they ran out of money and the system was not yet developed. Or else, after it's developed, it fails to run stably, or various problems arise, causing the project to be stopped. I didn't expect that Xiaolan actually figured it out? And he succeeded, N. And have you known about this for a long time, N? Su Mushue replied, Mom and Dad, I just found out about this too, N. And before this, I only knew that my husband started a technology company.N. But I don't know what it's called or what it does.N. I don't want to ask too many details, which would cause him some psychological pressure and burden.N. And to be honest, when I saw the trending searches this morning, I was also shocked.N. I even suspected for a moment that maybe it was because they had the same name but it was a mistake.N. I later found out that this was true. Su Jiangwo's face was full of smiles. At this moment, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Okay, Mu Shui, we believe you, and I just didn't expect that you have such good taste.N. And this Xiaolan actually has such great potential.N. There are so many internet companies in China that have spent a lot of money but still failed to accomplish anything. And he actually accomplished it so easily in just 1 month, N. And I heard that even foreign netizens were shocked by the function system. Now it's even popular abroad. When Su Mushue saw her parents, she expressed high praise for Lin Feng. My heart is filled with joy and an indescribable sense of pride. I don't know when it started, but when someone praised Lin Feng, Su Mushue felt that it was more fulfilling than when she received the praise herself. Half an hour later, the press conference was held on the top floor of the New City Sea restaurant. As Lin Feng appeared, countless reporters at the scene pressed their flashlights. The press conference lasted a whole afternoon. During this period, countless reporters asked questions one after another. As the boss and general manager of the company, Lin Feng answered patiently. When asked what advantages the function system has over foreign computer systems, Lin Feng answered the reporter very seriously. And in terms of stability and safety control capabilities.N. Our function system is several levels higher than those abroad. It can be said figuratively that they are now standing at the foot of Mount Everest, and we have reached the top. And in the future, we will keep climbing, and after Lin Feng's remarks at the press conference were broadcast, Netizens started discussing the issue on domestic social media. And what? There's a Mount Everest missing, N. Is this true or false? And is the performance of the function system so much ahead of foreign countries, N? And if this is true, then doesn't it mean that our domestic operating system is not just as simple as breaking decades of foreign monopoly, N? But far surpassed them. And it is very likely that in the future, we will occupy foreign markets and monopolize their internet, N. And fuck, that's awesome, N. And I never thought that function technology is so awesome, N. And many companies wanted to do this but couldn't before, but now function technology has developed it, N. And it only took a little over a month. And my friends, believe it or not, if this matter were to spread to foreign social media, foreign netizens would definitely not be convinced, N. And they will definitely think we are bragging, N. And definitely, N. And I can already imagine what those netizens are saying about us, N. And it looks good but is not practical, and its marketing ability is better than its technical ability, N. It smells like that. And but as to whether we can slap them in the face, that depends on how function technology proves itself with its strength, N. At the same time, we are also looking forward to the moment when the function system is officially launched. With the end of Function Technology's new product launch conference. At the same time, Linphone used the global exposure coupon to add heat to this new product launch conference. Because it won't be long before the function system will be available for sale. If you have traffic, you have money. This is a truth that Linphone believes in. Chapter 50 Questions from Foreign Netizens. After the press conference, Li Yaoyao sorted out the materials and prepared to go back and do a special report. Just then, Su Mushue sent a message. N Yaoyao, where is my photo? Have you finished taking it, N? Send it to me when you're done. Li Yaoyao said, and why are you in such a hurry? I'll send it right away, N. After saying that, she sent 5 or 6 photos. Soon, Su Mushue replied, and thank you, my good Yaoyao, N. And stop it, N. Li Yaoyao said, and I only have one request, that is, when you post on WeChat moments, remember to block me, N. And I don't want to eat your dog food anymore, N. And please, spare me, N. Su Mushue said to Li Yaoyao on the surface, and don't worry, I will definitely block you, N. But this is not actually done. Not only did he not block her, he also tagged Li Yaoyao. Caption, thanks to my good friend for taking the photos. When Li Yaoyao saw Su Mushue's post on WeChat moments, a big bowl of dog food was stuffed into his mouth for no apparent reason. Mu Shuiyu. This is really too much. Not blocking me would be fine, but you even tagged me on purpose? What does it mean? Below this circle of friends are comments from college classmates. And Mu Shui, you have such good taste. Just pick a classmate to marry. N. And I didn't expect that the other party was actually a wolf mine? And I have to say, you can always trust our Mu Shui's vision, N. And yes, Linphone and I are classmates, N. And I really regret why I didn't chase him in the first place, N. It feels like I missed out on billions. After the press conference, Linphone and his team also returned to function technology. Before the end of Get Off Work, several department managers took a list of popular reviews on foreign social media and showed it to Linphone. And said to Linphone, and Boss Lin, take a look at this. N. And this was sent to me by a friend from abroad just now. N. And with the launch of our press conference, it quickly became a hot search topic in various countries, occupying the top 10 position on their lists. N. And according to our marketing department's estimates, the exposure this time is at least over 2 billion. And as time goes by, the exposure will grow. And we really made a fortune this time. The department manager paused, then changed the subject and said, and however, when there is popularity, there will often be voices of doubt. N. And although we have caused a huge sensation abroad. N. And but many foreign netizens have doubts about our function system, N. And Boss Lin, you can take a look, N. As he spoke, the manager took a screenshot of the popular comments and handed it to Linphone. These screenshots are all from foreign netizens. All kinds of sarcastic voices. And what, N? And Dragon Country has actually developed a computer operating system, N. And oh my god, is this true or not? Please don't let this make me die of laughter, N. And olala, in my opinion, it's probably just a skin software, it's useless, and yes, how could Dragon Country have such technology, And he even boasted that, it's 100 times more powerful than our system? That's too much, And the Dragon people really have no shame at all, This must be fake. After reading these reviews, Lin Feng became more certain that what he was doing now was correct. The more they questioned, the less they believed. Then I have to prove it to them with my strength. And at this moment, on social media platforms of various countries, suddenly a video ignited the entire hot search. It caused shock among netizens from all over the world. When they saw this trending video, netizens around the world were all shocked. This is a video posted by an uploader who studied abroad. This video is absolutely top-notch in terms of professionalism. Video bloggers are people who work in internet technology. So it is very clear what the development of a domestic operating system by function technology means. Moreover, in the video, he also analyzed in detail the opportunities brought about by the successful development of the function system, as well as the severe challenges posed to foreign technology companies. After all, no matter what, the domestic internet field is a super large market. Over 1 billion users. It is even larger than the population of many countries combined. If foreign technology companies really lose such a large market, the consequences will be very serious. The company's stock price might evaporate billions in an instant. Even tens of billions are possible. Then, this video deeply analyzes the opportunities and challenges brought by the function system after it became popular on social media in various countries. Soon, netizens from abroad started commenting below. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, This blogger is just scaremongering. And even if they really develop their own system, it is impossible for them to pose any threat to our Windows and Apple, And yes, the technological levels of the two are not even on the same level, And how can they compare with us, And this blogger is really good at talking nonsense. The title of the video even claims to be full of useful information, And what a bunch of bullshit. It's just nonsense, And brothers, let's block this blogger, And I agree with the above person, let's block him together, And blacklist +1, Less than half a day. All over the world, hot searches about function technology are endless. Netizens from all over the world are discussing heatedly about the function system. And at the same time, USMS Technology Group. They also noticed the matter of the function system. Moreover, an emergency meeting was held in the company specifically for this matter. Discussed countermeasures. After all, they are not the kind of trolls who type mindlessly. From the company's perspective, what the blogger just said is right. After all, it is a market worth more than tens of billions. They must not be lost. Otherwise, the company's stock price and market share will plummet. This loss is quite heavy, they can't afford it. So at this time, they were thinking about whether they should directly acquire function technology. After all, it is a domestic internet giant. Isn't that how it's always done? If I can't beat you, I'll just buy you out. And for now. And the least risky approach is to acquire function technology. And I heard that the boss of their company, Lin Feng, is a student who just graduated from college. And it is indeed not easy for him to develop a domestic function system in such a short time. And I have to say, there are still many talented people in Dragon Country. And so, Mr. Chairman, I think it is necessary to invest more than 5 billion to acquire the company. MS Technology Group discussed the matter for a full hour. Finally, a consensus was reached. That is, let the person in charge of the Longwa branch go to function technology to discuss the acquisition. It would be best if Lin Feng agrees. If you don't agree, they have other means. At this time, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up and said, Chairman, don't worry, and I believe Lin Feng will not refuse. And after all, as a company that has just been established for a short time. And being able to sell it for 5 billion is a miracle among miracles in the entire history of the internet. The chairman of MS Technology nodded and said, okay, I'll leave this matter to you. And make sure to take down function technology. And we must not let them develop. And And otherwise, it will be very detrimental to the development of our company.N. And after all, the market share of our company's Microsoft Windows computer operating system, hereinafter referred to as MS System in Dragon Country, is terrifying. And if we really let them develop the function operating system, it will be a devastating blow to our market in Dragon Country. And if we lose the Dragon Country market, our company's stock price will definitely plummet. So, this kind of thing must never be allowed to happen. And just do it now. And there is no time to lose. Let's cut the Gordian knot. After receiving the chairman's order, the man with gold-rimmed glasses nodded. And okay, chairman, and I'll go back and deal with it right away. Chapter 51, Reward Your Husband. At the same time, Aeolus Technology Corporation. Inside Lin Feng's office. Manager Lu looked at Lin Feng and said, Boss Lin, did you see that? And these are the comments from netizens from various countries on our function system.Un. And it seems that no one is optimistic about it.N. And there are still many netizens who say we are bragging.N. And in fact, the function system developed by our company has no chance of surpassing their MS operating system.Un. And we are just a skin software. After reading these netizens' comments, Lin Feng didn't say anything, just smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Manager Lu with an indifferent expression and said, And Manager Lu, you don't have to worry about this.Un. And after all, function technology is just getting started, so it's normal to have doubts.Un. And we should have been prepared for this from the beginning.N. But there's a saying that goes, slapping someone in the face should be done step by step.N. And at present, our company has held a press conference, and the function system has also been released to the entire network.N. But it will take some time to prove it. And what's more, they are obviously anxious.N. And can't you see? Lin Feng looked at Manager Lu and said, And with the rise of Dragon Country, they have been laughing at us.N. And we only know how to make some leather-covered things. And in the final analysis, we are still trapped in the framework they have established. But now, let them have a good look at it again.N. And we have already jumped out of the framework they established and developed our own operating system, and the popularity it has brought is extremely high. And I know these comments without even reading them.N. They must be sour. But let them rest assured.N. And next, they will be even more sour and anxious. And we have to make it so that no matter how anxious they are, they have no way out. And we can only watch helplessly as our function operating system grows stronger step by step. And they can't do anything about it. This is one of the things Lin Feng is currently doing. Secondly, it will slap the faces of all foreign netizens who are not optimistic about domestic operating systems. Let them all open their eyes wide and see carefully. How powerful is the function system? Lin Feng looked at the time and then said to Manager Lu. And by the way, Manager Lu.N. And if I remember correctly.N. And there will be a technology industry summit in Binhai City in a while, right? Manager Lu nodded and said, Boss Lin, you are talking about the Binhai 2023 Technology Summit, right? Right.N. Lin Feng thought about it and it seemed that this was indeed the name. This summit. It can be said to be the largest technology summit in Binhai, and even in the whole country. By then, not only will Binhai City's technology giants participate, but also internationally renowned companies will participate. And Boss Lin, do you mean that we should also attend? Lin Feng nodded and said, And that's right. At this summit, technology companies around the world will showcase their most advanced technologies.N. And of course we at Function Technology will participate. And this is the best way to show the outside world that we have top technology. When he said this, Lin Feng's expression suddenly became serious. He continued to look at Manager Lu and said, And actually, what really interests me are the 10 theme sessions of this summit.Un. And one of the topics is about the security control of operating systems.N. And if our function system defeats the MS system at the theme meeting.N. And then, in the future domestic operating system field, our function system will occupy a dominant position. And there is no place for their MS operating system anymore. And so in general, this Binhai City Technology Summit is very important to Function Technology. And it is even more important for the development of our domestic system. And so this time, Function Technology must participate. Manager Lu nodded and said. And okay, Mr. Lin, I understand what you mean. N. And don't worry, I will push this matter forward right away. N. Lin Feng looked at Manager Lu and said calmly, and okay, then you go and arrange it. N. Manager Lu nodded and left the office. In the office at this time, only Lin Feng was left. He sat in the boss chair, looking at the screenshots of hot comments on the table. As for the current situation, after the Function System launch conference is over, the amount of discussion that Function Technology Company has generated online has exceeded the limits of a technology company. No technology company has ever been able to cause such shock and discussion across the entire internet. It is obvious that it is because of the birth of domestic operating system. It brought unimaginable shock to hundreds of millions of netizens across the entire network. I never thought that one day our country would have such a top-notch operating system. It seems to break the long-term monopoly of foreign systems. It's not far away. Through this press conference, Function Technology has also grown from an unknown small company to a hot topic on the entire internet. As long as it is an article related to Function Technology, the number of readings starts from 100,000. Articles of high quality have received millions of likes alone. There are over 100,000 comments in the comments section. And that's not all. On foreign social media, Function Technology has also become an internet celebrity. But most of them are still waiting to see the joke of the Function system. Based on these 2 points, the burden on Function Technology is becoming heavier and heavier. He wants to give the people hope. At the same time, we must slap those foreigners in the face. 2 hours passed. Lin Feng sat in the office, processing the documents on the desk. Just at this moment, his cell phone rang. This is a message from Su Muxue. "N honey, are you still working, N? And can you pick me up at the company after get off work tonight, N? And my parents and my sister all want to have a meal with you. N. And are you free, N?" After receiving the message from Su Muxue, Lin Feng immediately put down the work in his hands. He picked up his phone, typed a few words, and quickly replied. "And okay, my wife has spoken, how dare I disobey, N? And I'll pick you up after get off work, N." After receiving Lin Feng's reply, Su Muxue held the phone and smiled foolishly at the screen. She never thought about it. One day, falling in love actually makes me so happy. Even when he saw that people around him highly recognized Lin Feng, her mood will also become happy. It even gives me a greater sense of accomplishment than completing any goal on my own. This feeling is so wonderful. Soon, Su Muxue typed a reply, "And okay, husband, then it's settled, N. And I'll wait for you at the company gate after get off work tonight. See you there, N. And my mother said that she will personally cook for you in the evening. N. And after all, my son-in-law did something that shocked the entire technology community. N. And of course I have to reward you, N. And hubby, I have to say, you are really amazing, N. And I really admire you more and more, N. And okay, let's not talk about this for now. Just focus on your work. N. And see you later, N." After putting down your phone, Su Muxue looked at Zhao Yalan in front of her. Before Su Muxue could speak, Zhao Yalan asked impatiently. "And how about it, N? And did Lin Feng agree, Owen?" Su Muxue replied, "And mom, I've already told my husband, and he said it's no problem, N. And he also said that he would pick me up from the company after get off work. N. And so, mom, N. And you have to show off your unique skills at night. N. And reward my husband, N." Zhao Yalan nodded. Seeing Su Muxue doting on her husband so much, she smiled helplessly. Once a daughter is married off, she is like water spilled out. Chapter 52. You have to compensate me. Half an hour later. Wait for Su Muxue to finish the work at hand. He took Su Anqi to the company gate and waited for Lin Feng to arrive. Su Muxue was standing downstairs with an expectant expression on her face. Seeing Su Mushue's reaction, Su Anqi couldn't help but curl her lips and said speechlessly, "And Muxue, do you really need to do this, N? And how am I, N?" Su Muxue asked back. "And look at how expectant you are. N. And I sent it just to pick you up from get off work? Is it necessary to look forward to it like this, Su Anqi shook her head, indicating that it was a little hard to accept. Su Mushua rolled her eyes at Su Enchi and said proudly, and sister, what do you know, N? And we call this a little love affair between husband and wife, N. Ain't a single guy like you wouldn't understand, N. This sentence says. It hurts. After a while, Lin Feng drove over. Su Mushua stood there, pacing happily. And look, sis, N. And it's my husband. My husband is here to pick us up, N. Su Enchi, who was standing aside, had a helpless expression on her face. My own sister. How come you become a different person after getting married? Speaking of the past, she could never have imagined that her sister would be like this after getting married. And okay, I got it, N. And it's such a close distance, and my eyes are not blind yet, N. Su Enchi said speechlessly. While the two were talking, Lin Feng had already walked over. Without saying anything, Su Mushua immediately threw herself into Lin Feng's arms, and then said in a coquettish voice, and husband, you are finally here, N. And I've been waiting for you here for a long time, N. And my feet are numb from standing so long, Un. And you just came, N. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Su Enchi, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but complain, and what do you mean it took a long time? It was only a few minutes, N. And then I don't care, N. Su Mushua giggled, and anyway, since you're late, you have to compensate me, N. Lin Feng said with a smile, and okay, no problem, isn't it just compensation for you? It's no big deal, Un. Su Mushua giggled, and hubby, you're so nice, Un. And oh, husband, do you know, N. You looked so handsome when you spoke at the press conference today. And although I was busy working at the time, I asked Yao Yao to take photos of me, N. And honestly, don't even mention how handsome he is, N. And you are worthy of being my husband, N. And besides, I posted the photo to my moments, N. And the comments below are all full of praise and envy, N. When Su Mushua said this, her eyes were full of love. And hubby, you are so handsome and talented, N. And I am afraid I'm not worthy of you, N. Hearing Su Mushua's series of flattery. As the elder sister, Su Enchi was extremely shocked. She never imagined that her sister would admire a man so much. You know, she used to keep her distance from men. But to be honest, Lin Feng is indeed outstanding. Even Su Enchi had to admit this. Su Mushua giggled, and by the way, husband, why don't you ask me how I plan to let you compensate me, N. Lin Feng replied, and no matter how I compensate you, it's fine, N. And that, N. And I want you to kiss me, okay, N. Lin Feng thought it was an excessive request. After all this time, this is it? And okay, no problem, N. Lin Feng nodded and agreed. However, at this time, Su Enchi next to her was unhappy. And Mushua, you're going too far, N. And don't you feel ashamed in front of me, N. Su Mushua shook her head and said, I don't think so, N. And you are my elder sister. Why should I be shy in front of you, N? And of course, if it were someone else, N. It might be a little embarrassing. But, I won't do anything in front of you, N. Hearing this, Su Enchi was unable to refute. Su Mushua giggled, and okay, husband, hurry up, N. Su Enchi, who was standing next to him, saw this scene. I felt like I had taken 1,000,000,000 points of critical damage. This is a sweet love scene. The harm to single people is simply devastating. Isn't this too inhumane? Su Enchi felt that it was a mistake for her to be here. If I had known this earlier, I would have gone to the supermarket with my parents to buy ingredients. At least, I can escape this disaster. Su Mushua giggled, looked at Lin Feng and said, and okay, husband, let's get in the car, N. And mom and dad have gone to the supermarket to buy groceries, N. And let's just go home, N. And I guess they should have returned home by now, N. And let's go back quickly, N. Lin Feng nodded. Following Su Mushua, we walked towards the parking lot. But at this time, Su Mushua found that Su Enchi was still standing there, and couldn't help but speak. And sister, what are you doing standing there, N? And hurry up and catch up, N. Su Enchi originally wanted to leave here secretly. But he was discovered by Su Mushua and had to follow her. Come into the car. Su Mushua held Lin Feng's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. And Mushua, what are you doing, N? And I still have to drive, N. Su Mushua said, but I don't want you to let go of my hand, N. And be good, stop making trouble, And driving with one hand is dangerous. N. Su Mushua curled her lips, no, okay, N. And but once you get home, you can't let go. N. Can you do that? Lin Feng made an okay gesture, indicating, and yes, N. Hee, that's great. Lin Feng moved towards Su Mushua's position. And honey, what are you doing, N? Su Mushua dodged subconsciously. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. And what do you think I am doing, N? And of course I'll fasten your seatbelt. N. And oh, I see. N. Lin Feng said helplessly, and what are you thinking about, N? And I don't have any, N. Su Mushua curled her lips. Seeing this scene, Su Anqi was filled with hatred. Poke your own eyes out, and then deafen your own ears. These two people are really showing off their love all the time. This is really too much. On the way back, Su Mushue, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took out her cell phone and took a photo. In the photo, she is sitting in the passenger seat. And Lin Feng was driving. The two of them look very compatible, and the picture is very beautiful. Su Mushue looked at this perfect photo and couldn't help but post another message on her Moments. Not long after this post was published on WeChat Moments, it received hundreds of likes. But more of it is comments. The comments section was filled with wails. And Mushue, you feed so much dog food every day, who can eat it? And yeah, if you feed me any more my stomach will explode. And wow, school beauty Su, you and Lin Feng are so sweet. N. And I didn't expect life after marriage could be so sweet. And okay, I admit I'm jealous. And if I could find a husband like Lin Feng, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. N. Not only is he handsome, but he also developed a domestic operating system. And has been on the trending search twice in a row. He's simply a male god. And let me tell you, I have a friend who works at MS Technology. N. And it is said that their company plans to invest billions to acquire Lin Feng's function technology. And can you believe it? Billions of dollars invested. N. And my god, this is a huge sum of money. If Lin Feng agrees, he will never have to worry about having no money to spend in his life. N. Ain't as expected of MS Technology, this is such a generous move. N. And I don't know what Lin Feng is going to do. N. And Mushue, does your husband plan to sell function technology, N? After seeing the comments under the circle of friends, Su Mushue quickly grasped the key point. Billions to acquire function technology? Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng and asked. And honey, I just posted a message on WeChat Moments. N. And then a friend in the comments section said that he had a friend working at MS Corporation, N. And it is said that MS Technology Company is preparing to offer billions to acquire your function technology. Is this true, N? Up to now, Lin Feng has not received any relevant notification. So, he shook his head and said, And I don't know. N. We have not received any notification from the other company yet. Su Mushue nodded, and is that so? N. She didn't ask any more questions. But Su Mushue believed it. No matter how high the acquisition price offered by MS Technology Company is, there is no way Lin Feng would agree to this. After all, Lin Feng originally chose to develop a domestic system. Then he definitely hopes to lead Longboy technology to a new level. Now we have finally made some progress. How could it be sold midway? And it was sold to foreign technology companies. It goes without saying that this is absolutely impossible. Chapter 53, Epic Reward. 20 minutes later. Lin Feng drove to Su Mushue's villa. After getting off the car, Su Mushue took Lin Feng's arm and said, And hubby, you just said you should hold my hand and not let go. N. And just consider it as a small punishment for being a few minutes late. N. N. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, and okay, fine. N. Lin Feng held Su Mushue's hand. Fingers interlocked. Su Anqi was about to collapse after seeing this. Please. You guys are showing off your affection, but you haven't finished yet, right? Now that you're at your doorstep, are you still showing off? Is it too much? Isn't that too immoral? But no matter how Su Anqi complained, Su Mushue pretended not to hear. After arriving at the door, Su Anqi rang the doorbell. Soon, Zhao Yalan came over to open the door. And Mushue, Anqi, Xiaolin, you are here, N. and come in, come on, Xiaolin.n. As a result, Lin Feng and Su Muxue had just walked in. Zhao Yalan noticed that Lin Feng and Su Muxue were holding hands tightly. She really didn't expect that her daughter would. Normally, he looks quite reserved and cool. But now. How come you became so clingy? You know, when she was in school, Su Muxue always gave people a very cold feeling. But compared with the scene before his eyes, they were like two completely different people. Especially after Su Jiangwo saw it. Even more stimulated. I didn't expect that Mushue's love life would be like this. After sitting down on the sofa, Zhao Yalan hurriedly said, Enanchi, go get Xiaolin a bottle of drink, And you must be thirsty after driving all this time, right, N? Suanchi nodded and said, N-O-K-E-N. Zhao Yalan continued, and you guys sit down and chat for a while. Your dad and I will go cook. We'll be there soon. N. Lin Feng stood up out of politeness and said, and Mom, how about I help you guys, N? Nive made a few dishes before, they should be pretty good, N. And I also did this for Muxue when I was at home before, N. N right, Muxue, N. Su Muxue nodded and said, and yes, N. And Mom, you don't know, my husband's cooking is delicious, N. And it's 10 times more delicious than the food you cook, Mom, N. And oh no. It's 100 times, N. Zhao Yalan? Is this her biological daughter? She began to have some doubts. My daughter's elbow was already so crooked before she even gets married? What if it really happened? Su Jiangwo, who was standing next to him, said with some gloating, and wife, please be more open-minded. N. And think about me. My daughter cheated me out of 200 million yuan. N. And do you feel better now, N? Su Jiangwo had an expression as if he was enjoying watching the fun. At this moment, it happened to me. Only Zhao Yalan could understand Su Jiangwo's feelings at that time. This feeling is so sad. What a black-hearted little girl. N-O-K, N. And then Xiaolin, thank you for your hard work. N. Lin Feng smiled and said, and it's okay, it's not hard. I'll go wash my hands and then get started. N. The result was unexpected. Su Muxue held Lin Feng's hand tightly and didn't let him leave. And Muxue, I'm going to wash my hands. N. Su Muxue quickly said, and it's okay, I'll go wash your hands with you, N. And I still have to cook later. N. And it's okay, I'll go with you, N. And it just so happens that I can learn how to cook, N. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, and okay, there's really nothing I can do about you. N. Seeing Su Muxue's reaction, Suanchi couldn't stand it, and Mom, look at your daughter. N. This is too sticky. And I would never have thought that my sister-in-law would be like this, N. And if my college classmates and company employees saw this, they would probably be dumbfounded, right, Yin? Zhao Yalan also smiled and said, and well, who said it wasn't true, N? The more so. The more she understood what the old people often said. A daughter who was married off is like water spilled out. You are so right. Half an hour later. All the dishes were prepared and served on the table. Lin Feng, Su Muxue, Suanchi, Zhao Yalan, and Su Jiangwo. The family sat together and had dinner. Su Jiangwo took the lead and picked up 2 wine glasses and filled them with red wine. Then he took the initiative to say, "En Shaolin, come on, let's make one first." N. While drinking, Su Jiangwo said, "En Shaolin, I really didn't expect this. N. And you are so capable that you have managed to break through even such a difficult technology as the operating system, N. And I also heard that this function system is hundreds of times more advanced than foreign systems? Is this true, N?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "And of course it's true, N. And amazing. You are worthy of being my son-in-law, Su Jiangwo. It's really amazing, N. And come on, have another drink with me. N." Having said that, Su Jiangwo immediately picked up the wine glass and drank another glass with Lin Feng. Su Muxue, who was standing next to Lin Feng, quickly advised, "And Dad, it's okay for you to get drunk, N. And please don't lead my husband astray, N." Su Jiangwo quickly said, "And Muxue, look at what you said. N." Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng and said, "And husband, don't learn from my dad. He is a big alcoholic. N." When Su Jiangwo heard his own daughter's evaluation of him, "I'm simply questioning my life. This is really a black-hearted little cotton jacket. And don't worry, wife. N. And I know what I'm doing and I won't drink too much. N. Su Mushua giggled, and yes, yes, husband, N. See the difference between Su Mushua before and after. It also made Su Jiangwo realize what it meant to have a leaky cotton jacket. It was freezing cold. At this time, Su Mushua was eating when she noticed her cell phone was lighting up. It is a hot search recommendation on major platforms. Out of curiosity, she picked up her phone and took a look, and found that the hot topics pushed by these platforms were actually the same. And this trending search has only been out for less than 5 minutes. The popularity is approaching 20 million. And husband. Look. In your company, and you, have both been trending on the internet, NMS Technology intends to offer $5 billion to acquire your function technology, This trending search went viral online. Thousands of netizens are discussing this matter. At this time, Lin Feng was still drinking with Su Jiangwo. When he saw this trending search, he was stunned for a moment. $5 billion to acquire function technology? It's actually true? At this moment, a task prompt suddenly appeared in front of him. Byte. System task released. Please reject the $5 billion acquisition price offered by MS Company, do not bow down for money, and gain the admiration of your wife. Complete the mission and you will receive an epic reward. See the task prompt in front of you. Lin Feng was suddenly a little excited. An epic reward? This is a brand new version of the ship that has never been seen before. However, the system did not give a clear answer as to what the specific reward was. However, this also made Lin Feng look forward to it very much. Chapter 54, Shy? No way. Hear the news. Su Jiangwo, who was sitting next to him, was also a little shocked. And what, N paying $5 billion to acquire function technology, N. Su Jiangwo has also worked hard in the Binhai business district for many years. I have some understanding of things related to technology. He also participated in various summit forums and related cocktail parties. It can be said that he is someone who has experienced many storms. But like today, in front of the media, he publicly announced that he was willing to bid $5 billion to acquire Lin Feng's function technology. This is the first time he has seen it. You should know. That's a full $5 billion. It's not $5 billion in assets, but $5 billion in cash. The difference between the two is huge. Able to offer such an acquisition price. It can be said to be a sky-high price. To be honest, when Su Jiangwo saw this, he really felt a little inferior. No wonder Mu Shui said that Lin Feng is much more promising than herself. This is absolutely true. Su Jiangwo patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, "En Xiaolin, let me make it clear first. I am not complimenting you. And to be honest, you are the most successful entrepreneur I have ever seen in my decades of entrepreneurial career. And your company has only been established for a month or two. NMS actually offered a purchase price of 5 billion yen. And no matter whether you agree to sell the function system or not, you win. And after all, with the purchase price from MS, you won't have to worry about not being able to raise funds in the future. And Lin Feng smiled. Indeed, what Su Jiangwo said is correct. This move by MS Company can be said to have indirectly raised its own value. I wonder what the decision makers in their company are thinking. How could he resort to such a stupid move? Or do they think that they can take me down with just 5 billion? At this moment, tens of millions of netizens online were discussing this matter intensely. Not just on Tieba and Weibo. There are also related community forums and short video platforms where everyone is discussing it hotly. They were very curious, facing the acquisition price of 5 billion. What choice will Lin Feng make? Is it a choice to accept? Or refuse? Lin Feng was not in a hurry to respond to this. After all, the person in charge of the other company has not come to us yet. I just said this when I was interviewed by a reporter. If the person in charge of the other company comes to Function Technology tomorrow morning, open your mouth and propose the acquisition. So, until then, Lin Feng will definitely speak up and slap him in the face. 5 billion, right? Even if it was 50 billion, Lin Feng would definitely refuse. After all, Lin Feng's purpose in developing a domestic operating system is not just to make money. But it's for the pattern in my heart. This is far more important than making money. Break the market monopoly of American companies in Long Country. Establishing a safe and reliable network environment for Longway is the goal that Lin Feng most hopes to achieve. And okay, let's eat first. N. Lin Feng said. Husband, how about you try this dish my mother made. N. And I think it's delicious, you can try it. N. But of course, it still can't compare to the dishes you cook. N. When Su Muxue said this, Zhao Yalan, who was sitting opposite, was directly moved by the filial piety. She rolled her eyes. And Muxue, what did you just say? N. And whose dish do you think is more delicious? N. Su Muxue said, Mom, although I really want to say that your cooking is more delicious. N. But I don't want to speak against my conscience. N. So I can only tell the truth. N. Of course, N. At this point, Su Muxue dragged out a long tone, then looked at Lin Feng and said, And of course my husband's cooking is more delicious. N. Hearing Su Muxue say this, Zhao Yalan felt that she was hit again. This is really asking for humiliation. And if you don't believe it, you can try it. N. And once you have tasted it, you will know how good my husband's cooking skills are. N. Hearing this, Zhao Yalan directly picked up the dish made by Lin Feng and tasted it. Yeah, Xiaolin, N. I didn't realize you were so good at this. N. And the cooking skills are quite good, no wonder Muxue said so. N. And these days, it's really rare to find a man like you, Xiaolin, who is handsome, successful in his career, and can also cook. N. Before Lin Feng could say anything. At this time, Su Muxue said proudly. And haha, what do you think, Mom? I didn't lie to you, did I? Yin. And it's rare to find a man like my husband who is handsome, talented, and loves his wife. N. And it looks like I really found a treasure. N. Speaking of this, Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm and smiled at him foolishly. And right, husband, N. Lin Feng was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He thinks. Su Muxue seemed to be getting more and more into the role of his wife. Let us not talk about anything else, at least from a career perspective. She is very proud. It's rare that I truly admire someone. But except Lin Feng. Su Muxue felt from the bottom of her heart that Lin Feng was really amazing. If this time, he can withstand the temptation of 5 billion, stick to his original intention, and resolutely develop the domestic system business, then, her evaluation of Lin Feng in her heart must be at the SSS plus level. After all, who doesn't like one of these? Have a vision and ideals. And what about your husband who sticks to his principles? At this time, seeing Su Muxue's reaction, Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan. As desperate as you can be. And alas, it's true that girls can't be kept when they grow up. N. And this little girl is becoming more and more evil-hearted. N. Su Jiangwo said with a wry smile. Zhao Yalan also rolled her eyes. Muxue, you really are. And I am not saying anything about you. N. And Mom used to think you were quite reserved. N. And how come it has become, how do you say that word? Of. And yes, I remember now. So corny, N. That is so corny. And your father, your sister, and I are all here. N. And aren't you ashamed, N? Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm and said, And shy? No way, N. And Lin Feng and I are now legal, N. And what is shyness, N? And that doesn't exist, N. And honey, do you want a kiss, N? Lin Feng said, and this is not appropriate. N. And well, I'll owe you that for now and we'll talk about it after dinner, N. After Su Muxue finished speaking, she immediately picked up a few dishes and handed them to Lin Feng. And hubby, do you want me to feed you, N? And should I say it or not, N? And my mother's dish of shredded pork with fish flavor is very authentic. N. And come, try it. N. And if you like it, I'll ask my mom to teach me someday. N. And from now on, I will cook for you every day, okay, N. Seeing Su Muxue's performance as a good wife and mother, Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan, who were sitting opposite, were totally shocked. I really can't imagine that these words actually came out of Muxue's mouth. You know, her personality has always been very cold. As her parents' elder sister. I can't even imagine it, my own daughter or sister. One day, I would actually say such flattering words. But think about it. A boy as outstanding as Lin Feng. It's not common in the first place. Oh, forget it. As long as their daughter is happy, Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan will feel relieved. Chapter 55, Su Muxue is pregnant? Seeing the two of them in love, Zhao Yalan smiled and said to Su Muxue, "N fine, N. And after your wedding. N. Entry harder and give me a grandson. Un. N is for me, I won't worry about the company's affairs. I will stay at home to help you take care of the children. N." Hearing what Zhao Yalan said, Su Muxue's pretty face suddenly blushed. "And mom, what are you talking about, N? And if you're not ashamed, then I'm ashamed, N." Zhao Yalan smiled and said, "And Muxue, what's wrong with you? Are you embarrassed to get on, N? And why are you blushing, Un? No way. Un." Su Muxue quickly said, "And how can I be blushing? I just drank a lot of alcohol, so it's a bit red, N. And that's why you're blushing. Un. Nay, I'm not blushing because you just mentioned having a baby, Un." Before Zhao Yalan and Su Jiangwo could say anything, Su Anqi, who was sitting next to him, started to retort, "And but, you didn't drink just now, N. ENIN." This sentence directly struck Su Muxue as a nagging regret. I couldn't utter a word. Yes. She clearly didn't drink any alcohol, so why did she look so embarrassed? Puff. Zhao Yalan covered her mouth, unable to hold it in any longer. Now Su Muxue's face turned even redder. "And okay, stop laughing. Un. And okay, I won't laugh anymore. N. And but, Shaolin, you understand what mom means, right, N? Entry hard and have a baby soon. N. And mom is still waiting to help you look after the children. When I think about the day in the future when I bring my children to have afternoon tea and go shopping with my sisters, I feel really happy. N. It's exciting just to think about it. And I hope you can help me realize this wish sooner. N. Su Muxue glared at her and said, "And mom, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll be angry. N. And Lin Feng and I are currently in the rising stage of our careers, and we haven't thought about this yet, N. And don't give Lin Feng random orders. N. And I think Lin Feng, N." Before Su Muxue could finish her words, Lin Feng immediately added, "And don't worry, mom. I understand what you mean. I will try my best to make Muxue pregnant as soon as possible, N. And I'll try to make you grandparents and aunts as soon as possible, N." Su Muxue glanced at Lin Feng and said, "And husband, what are you talking about, N?" Su Muxue rolled her eyes and pretended to be angry. "But in my heart, there is still an indescribable feeling. And she has expressed her views before. Although I hope to have children when I am 30 years old. But as long as Lin Feng is willing, she is willing to give everything. Even if she gave up her career, returned to her family and became a virtuous wife. She won't have any complaints. Because she found out after she got married. Two people are together, even for some trivial things in daily life. It can make her feel happy. She would rather enjoy her current life than being alone. And okay, eat the food quickly, it's getting cold. Un. And look at Muxue's face, it's so red, Un. And if you keep saying this, Muxue will probably crawl under the table. N. Su Anqi couldn't help but make a joke. Hearing this, Su Muxue looked at Su Anqi with some gratitude, "And stinky sister, you still have some conscience. You know how to help me out and say a word for me. N." After Su Muxue finished saying this, both Zhao Yalan and Su Jiangwo said with a smile, "And okay, I won't say any more. N. And hurry up and eat your food. Un." Zhao Yalan looked at Lin Feng and said, "And by the way, Shaolin, it's late tonight, so you and Muxue shouldn't go back. N. And why don't you stay at home for one night, N? And it's rare for Muxue to come home during this period of time. N. And Muxue, what do you think, N?" Zhao Yalan looked at Su Muxue and asked. Originally, she thought that the person who rejected her would be Lin Feng. But what was unexpected was that before Lin Feng could refuse, Su Muxue was the first to shake her head. "No, N." Su Muxue blurted out. As a result, the atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly became a little awkward. Well, N. Su Muxue quickly said, "What I mean is that my husband doesn't adapt well to our family. He is quite introverted. N. And so, let's go home after dinner. Un. And I won't bother you, mom and dad. N. And right, husband, N. Then staying at home for one night." Su Muxue enjoyed her time alone with Lin Feng more. Not to mention Zhao Yalan and Su Jiangwo, they didn't believe what Su Muxue said. No one believes it. Why is it that Mu Shui becomes more and more unreserved after getting the marriage certificate? What is this like now? Zhao Yalan shook her head helplessly. And okay, in that case. And mom won't force you. Then Zhao Yalan looked at Lin Feng and said. And Xiao Lin, seriously. And you are successful in your career now, and mom is happy for you. And this proves that Mu Shui was not wrong. And don't look at Mu Shui's current appearance. She seems quite carefree. And but you should know that she only does this to you. And she has never been in a relationship, so she is still a little girl in that respect. Sometimes, it can seem a little childish. And I hope you can be more tolerant of her if she does something wrong. Lin Feng quickly said, and mom, don't worry, I will. And since we got our marriage certificate, it has always been Mu Shui who has been taking care of me. And take the matter of my company's startup capital, for example, And thanks to Mu Shui, Before Lin Feng could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Mushui in public. What is that, And hubby, stop chatting and eat more vegetables. And come, I'll pick some food for you. Eat more. It's good for your health, I saw that Lin Feng was planning to tell the truth about the startup capital. Su Mushui hurriedly stopped him. If Su Jiangwo knew about this. She used her dowry money to support her husband's business. I guess by then, Dad will become autistic, right? So, don't tell it until the last minute. Su Jiangwo must not be allowed to know. However, seeing Su Mushui looking nervous, Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan also noticed. Mu Shui seemed to be deliberately hiding something just now? I wonder if it's just their illusion. After dinner, Su Mushui took Lin Feng's arm, then waved to Su Jiangwo and Zhao Yalan. And mom and dad, let's go back first. At the same time, he greeted Su Anqi, and goodbye, sister. There are 3 people, Su Jiangwo, Zhao Yalan, and Su Anqi. I came to the door and watched Lin Feng and Su Mushui leave. And told them to be careful on the road. After all, it's so late. After Lin Feng and Su Mushui left, the 3 of them then returned to the living room. Zhao Yalan sat on the sofa and asked, and old Su, do you think Mu Shui's behavior just now was a little strange, or even a little abnormal? When Zhao Yalan said this, Su Jiangwo quickly said, and I was just about to tell you about this. I just noticed that, too. And Xiao Lin obviously wants to tell me something. But our Mu Shui suddenly spoke up and interrupted Xiao Lin. And it seems like he is deliberately hiding something. And it really confuses me. And what on earth is Mu Shui hiding from us? Su Jiangwo muttered to himself in confusion. At this time, Zhao Yalan looked at Su Anqi and asked. And Angie, do you know, Su Anqi shook her head and said nothing. And you 2 sisters have such a good relationship, how could you not know, And that's impossible. And tell me, mom promises you that it won't be leaked, don't worry about that. Su Anqi said with a smile, and mom, I really don't know this. And if I knew, I would have told you and dad a long time ago. Zhao Yalan was even more confused now. And that's strange. And what on earth could make Mu Shui so nervous? And it's as if he's afraid of being discovered by us. Thinking of this, Zhao Yalan suddenly had an idea. She looked at Su Jiangwo and asked, and old Su, do you think our Mu Shui is pregnant? And so just now, when Xiaolin was about to tell you something. And that's why Mu Shui interrupted you so nervously. And what? Su Jiangwo was confused, and pregnant? That's impossible. And after all, you know our Mu Shui's character. And no matter how much she likes Lin Feng, it's impossible for her to get pregnant before getting the marriage certificate, right? When he said this, Su Jiangwo added another sentence. But here comes the problem. And if she's not pregnant, then why are they in such a hurry to get the marriage certificate? And could it be, it's not really like you said, Mu Shui is pregnant? Zhao Yalan thought about it and agreed with Su Jiangwo's idea. It's very possible. Su Anqi, who was standing next to her, also admired her parents' imagination ability. Are you pregnant? How is this possible? But what my parents said seemed to make some sense. Really? If it wasn't because of the pregnancy, why didn't she even say hello to her family? Just go and get the certificate? What does this mean? This is not exactly what can be explained. Have they reached the point where they have to get a license? Suanchi murmured to herself, and it should be unlikely, right? In Chapter 56, A Complete Family. At this time, there were Lin Feng and Su Mushue. Of course they didn't know. Su Jiangwo and the others made up a big drama on their own. They were on their way home. Su Mushue said while holding Lin Feng's arm. "N honey, you performed very well tonight. N. And keep working hard, N." Lin Feng smiled, "And really? Why do I feel so, N? And what's wrong, N? And you did a great job, N." When she said this, Su Mushue hugged Lin Feng's arm tightly and said with a smile. "And especially when our parents see those trending searches, N. You saw their reaction. And don't mention how shocked I am, N. And after all, my parents have been in business for decades, and they haven't made 5 billion yet, N. But you've just started a business and you have the opportunity to get a buyout price of 5 billion. And hubby, I really think you are amazing, N. And but what makes me curious is, N. And what are you going to do next, N?" Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng and asked seriously. Lin Feng frowned and asked in confusion, "And what should I do, N?" "And of course, how do you respond to the MS Group, N?" Su Mushue said, "And if the head of MS Group comes tomorrow morning, N. And I will formally propose the acquisition intention to you, N. And what are you going to do, N? Ain't a refusal, N." Lin Feng smiled, his eyes full of determination, "And of course, N. And we, N. And it's just as I guessed, N." Su Mushue said proudly, "And husband, although we have been married for a short time, N. And but, when I was in college, I had been paying attention to you silently, N. You know this, too. And so, I can't say I know your character very well, N. But I still know the most basic things. And I knew you would never sell function technology, N." Hearing this, Lin Feng became a little curious. He couldn't help but ask, "And really, N? And then tell me, what kind of personality do I have, N?" Su Mushue said confidently, "And when I was in school, I knew that you were a unique person, N. And so I know you can't be bought with money, N. And the function system is your hard work, and it is also your first step in changing the Dragon Country internet, N. And of course you won't sell it easily, N. And don't even mention 5 billion, you won't sell it even if it's 10 billion, right, N?" Lin Feng couldn't help but smile when he heard that. He stretched out his right hand, pinched Su Mushue's face, and said jokingly, "In he, N. I didn't expect that you know me so well after only being married for 2 months, N." Su Mushue pouted and said speechlessly, "And husband, look at what you said, N. And you are my husband. If I don't understand you, who will understand you, N? And it's not just that." When she said this, Su Mushue stopped. She looked at Lin Feng seriously, "And in the future, if there is anything I don't understand about you, could you please tell me, N? And we are husband and wife, it is more meaningful to run to each other, N. And strive to be a model family that everyone will envy, N. And okay, husband, N." Lin Feng thought for a moment and said, "And it's good, but it's missing something, N. And what's missing, N?" Hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Mushue showed a puzzled expression. She thought about it carefully. "Cars, houses, money and so on. It seems like I lack nothing." Su Mushue asked, "And husband, please tell me quickly, N. And what's missing, N?" Lin Feng looked at her, "And we are short of some babies, N." Su Mushue's face instantly turned red with embarrassment, and she said coquettishly, "And husband, you, N?" Su Mushue curled her lips and glared at him. "And just now when she was at my house, my mom was joking, N. And you can't take it too seriously, N." Lin Feng said seriously, "And I am not kidding, N. And for some time to come, I'm sure, N. And the development of function technology will surely soar, N. And it won't take long before we can completely defeat the MS system and become the most widely used operating system in the country, N. And so, in terms of career, it's good to have me working hard out there, N. And then what you have to do now is to help me give birth to a baby and form a complete family, N." Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng with a surprised expression, "And husband, are you serious, N? And certainly, N. And if you don't want to, forget it, N." Lin Feng then added, and when you have achieved success in your career, it won't be too late for us to consider this matter again. N. No, husband, you misunderstood, N. And that's not what I meant. N. I mean, N. Speaking of this, Sumu Shue became visibly more nervous. She then said, yes. Lin Feng looked at her, and do you agree, N? And certainly. N. Sumu Shue whispered, and although this is different from what I planned. N. And but I said before, as long as you want, I can make any changes for you, N. Perhaps for me in the past, career was the most important thing. And but now, to me, you, my husband, are the most important, N. And besides, I also want to have a baby that belongs to both of us, N. And the life of a family of 3 is something I look forward to just thinking about. N. And my mother, mother-in-law, aunt, etc. have all urged us one by one. N. Sumu Shue said, and but, if I am really pregnant. N. And by then, I won't be able to go to work in the company. N. And I am afraid I'll have to rely on you to support me. N. When she said this, Sumu Shue hugged Lin Feng's arm, looked at him and said, and then, husband, will you support me? N. Lin Feng pinched Sumu Shue's cheek lovingly and said with a smile, and of course, I'm your man, Kin. And if I don't support you, who will, N? And I promise, I will definitely make you plump and white. N. Sumu Shue waved her hands quickly and said, no need for the fat one, but you can consider bye-bye, N. And I am afraid that by then, I'll become fat. N. And you just don't like me anymore. N. Lin Feng looked at her seriously and said affectionately, and wife, no matter what you become, I love you. N. And is this true? You didn't lie to me, N. Lin Feng nodded heavily. Sumu Shue hugged Lin Feng's arm tightly and said with a smile, and husband, you were so nice. N. And let's go, it's so windy outside. N. And go home. N. And don't let yourself get a cold. N. And besides, you might have to get up early tomorrow. N. Lin Feng rubbed Sumu Shue's head. 2 people were walking on the commercial street of Binhai City. Many passers-by passed by them and saw this dog food-filled scene. I was hit by a critical strike without anyone noticing. Do young people nowadays like to show their affection on the streets? Isn't that too inhumane? Chapter 57, Being Caught by Employees. 7 o'clock in the morning. Lin Feng was called up by Sumu Shue. And hubby, get up quickly, N. And I am going to be late for work, N. After being woken up, Lin Feng asked subconsciously. And honey, what time is it now, N? Sumu Shue said quickly, and it's almost 7:30, N. Lin Feng looked at the time. Sure enough, it was almost 7:30. Even though I'm the boss, being late for work is not a good idea. At the very least, this example has not been set well. Lin Feng quickly got up and put on his clothes. Sumu Shue looked at Lin Feng and said with a smile, and husband, go brush your teeth, N. In IVE already prepared breakfast, it's in the dining room. I'll help you iron your clothes now. N. And you'll have to wear it when you go to work later, N. After saying that, Sumu Shue walked downstairs. Then he picked up the iron and started ironing Lin Feng's clothes. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh, and to be honest, wife, I find that you are becoming more and more like a good wife and mother. N. Sumu Shue smiled and said, and of course, don't you see who I am, N? And when it comes to work, I dare say that no one in the entire company is more serious than me, N. Even something as difficult as work, I can do it well. And so, how could it be so hard for me to be a good wife, N? And are you right, husband, N? Lin Feng smiled and said, and yes, N. Soon, Sumu Shue helped Lin Feng iron the clothes, and then said to him, and okay, husband, let's have breakfast first. N. And I have to go to work later. N. Sumu Shue walked to the dining table and said with a smile, and I made this early in the morning. N. And I went to your house before and learned a few tricks from your mother-in-law, N. I just don't know how it's done. Lin Feng was just about to pick up the chopsticks and prepare to eat breakfast. Sumu Shue quickly stopped him and said, and wait a moment. N. And before breakfast, I have to tell you something. N. And I am really not very good at cooking. N. And but I will study hard, N. And so, if what I cook is not delicious this time, you must not criticize me, N. And did you hear that, N? Lin Feng smiled helplessly, and okay, don't worry, wife. N. No matter how bad your food is, I will always say it's delicious. Sumushua rolled her eyes, and are you so reluctant, I was just being modest, but you took it seriously, I am still very confident in myself. Lin Feng smiled and said nothing. Instead, he picked up the chopsticks, picked up a few dishes, and tasted them carefully. Sumushue, who was sitting next to him, had an impatient expression on her face and really wanted to hear Lin Feng's evaluation. Lin Feng cleared his throat and commented. Mu Shue, I didn't expect that, And you have a pretty good understanding of cooking, And these dishes are my mother's specialties. Although the ingredients are simple, the process of making them is not simple. And it's great that you can learn to this extent in such a short time, Sumushue asked, and so, you think it tastes good, Lin Feng hesitated for a second, then said, and well, it's really delicious, And really, And it seems that I am really talented in cooking, And let me try it too, Having said that, Sumushue immediately picked up the chopsticks, picked up some and tasted it. Then he vomited into the trash can on the spot. And what, And this is too disgusting, it's not for human consumption, I never thought that I would make something so unpalatable, How terrible. Sumushue had a look of disgust on her face, then looked at Lin Feng and said, and honey, I'm sorry, it seems I was too confident, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, and it's okay, take your time, there's no rush. Yeah. Sumushue giggled, and don't worry, husband, I will definitely study hard, and one day, I will let you taste dishes cooked by a master, I promise you. After breakfast, Sumushue changed her clothes and put on her shoes. After everything was done, Sumushue took Lin Feng's arm and said, and honey, I've packed everything. Let's go to work. Look at the time, it's only 8 o'clock in the morning. It's not too late. It's only a half-hour drive, and I just have to get to the company before 9 o'clock. Sumushue said, and hubby, how about I drive today, And what's wrong, And you don't trust my driving skills, Lin Feng asked subconsciously. Sumushue shook her head, no. And what I mean is that MS may come to your company today to discuss the acquisition with you. And if you come to drive, you have to take me to the company first and then go back to your company. And this will take up too much of your time. And although you don't plan to sell the function system, no matter what, MS Group is also a world-renowned company, and it's not nice to be late. And what if they are already waiting for you at the company at this time, At this point, Sumushue took out the car keys from her bag and said, and so, I'll drive today, and you sit in the passenger seat. Lin Feng nodded helplessly. And is that so? All right then. Lin Feng said this and sat in the passenger seat. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of Function Technology. Sumushue waved at Lin Feng, and hubby, please go in. And I am going to work too, and bye. Lin Feng smiled and said, and okay, drive carefully on the road. And when you get to the company, remember to send me a message. And okay, I will, Lin Feng said, and then I will go into the company first. And hubby, wait a moment. Sumushue suddenly called Lin Feng. Lin Feng stopped and looked back. And why, anything else, Sumushue poked her head out of the car and said with a smile, and come closer to Jin. Lin Feng leaned over and was about to ask what was going on. As a result, Sumushue launched a sneak attack and kissed Lin Feng. Just at this moment, 3 or 4 female employees were about to enter the company. I didn't expect to see the boss and his wife being intimate in front of the company gate. The atmosphere at this moment suddenly froze. These female employees are not employees of other companies in Binhai Creative Park. It just happens to be a colleague from Function Technology. This is no big deal for Lin Feng. It's just a kiss. But for Sumushue, who is a girl, that's incredible. Having just graduated from college, she still needs to be a little thin-skinned. She never thought that her kissing her husband would be seen by his employees. This is simply a large-scale social death scene. Sumushue was stunned for a moment and even started stuttering. And what is that, And hubby, please come in quickly. I have to go to work first, Bye-bye. Before leaving, Sumushue said hello to the employees. However, this greeting was so awkward. Chapter 58, Reject MS Group. After watching Su Muxue drive away, the employees who stayed where they were looked at Lin Feng and said, "And Boss Lin, I'm sorry, and are we not here at the right time, and?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "And it's okay, that's not the case, and let's go in quickly, and." After saying that, Lin Feng took several female employees with him. We walked into the company together. While sitting in the elevator, Lin Feng casually asked, "And have you had breakfast, and not yet, but Xiaolan has gone to buy breakfast for us, and Boss Lin, have you had breakfast, and how about I make a phone call and ask Xiaolan to buy one for you as well, and?" Lin Feng waved his hand, "No, I've already eaten, I see." The female employees nodded. "Oh, right. Mr. Lin, and when I was sleeping last night, I saw the company's hot search, and I heard that the head of MS Group Longwo was interviewed by the media, and announced that we intend to negotiate an acquisition with Function Technology, and the price they offered was frighteningly high, and according to them, they initially planned to offer 5 billion to acquire the Function system, and then Mr. Lin, what are you going to do, Employees are very concerned about this issue. When they saw the news last night, their first reaction was shock. Secondly, I feel very happy. After all, the company he works for has been noticed by big names in the industry. And they offered such a high purchase price. This is a matter of honor for any employee of Function Technology. After all, the creation of the Function system. A force for all of them. But at the same time, they were also worried. If Lin Feng really sold the Function system, after that, someone will come to take over Function Technology. So, Lin Feng is no longer their boss. Thinking of this, all the employees of Function Technology felt complicated. On the one hand, they hope that Function Technology can be recognized. But on the other hand, they don't want to change bosses. They know that it is impossible to find another capitalist like Mr. Lin in this world who truly treats his employees well. So at this time, these female employees asked Lin Feng so curiously, "And Boss Lin, how do you plan to respond to MS Group, and could you tell us in advance, and will you really sell the Function system, and but, even if you really want to sell it, we will all follow you, and no matter what industry you choose to work in next, we are willing to follow you, and even the salary at the new company is not particularly high. And we would like to do that too, and because, what attracts us to follow you, Mr. Lin, is no longer salary and remuneration, and it's your character, Mr. Lin, See them say this. As a boss, Lin Feng was indeed very touched. Lin Feng smiled and said, "And don't worry about this, and the Function system not only belongs to me, but also to everyone in the company, including you, No matter whether the other party really wants to acquire the company or not, my answer will always be just one word. Bad, N. The female employees were subconsciously confused for a moment, bad, N. And what do you mean, N? Ding dong sound. Just at this moment, the elevator door opened. Lin Feng smiled faintly, "And you can experience it for yourself, And I am going to the office first, N. The employees stood there, looking puzzled. "And you said, N. And what did Mr. Lin just say? What did he mean, N? Bad, N. And what kind of answer is this? I don't understand, N. And you are so stupid. Mr. Lin means that no matter how much money Mississippi Group offers, he will not agree, N. And that's a coward, N. I see, N. And the word is made up of not good, N. And sister, I understand, N. And no matter what, as long as Mr. Lin doesn't sell the Function system, N. And then I feel relieved, N. After returning to the office area, many employees are discussing this matter. Everyone was discussing whether Lin Feng would sell the Function system. After all, no matter what, that SA purchase price of 5 billion. Ridiculously high, okay? Few people can withstand such a great temptation. And after those female employees told everyone Lin Feng's reply, everyone was shocked. And what? Even a 5 billion acquisition price can impress Mr. Lin, Yen. And Mr. Lin doesn't agree, N. And my god, look at our general manager Lin's vision, N. And it's simply, how can I put it? I have never been defeated by many people in my life. But I really admire people like Mr. Lin who have such a broad vision. And that's right, I accept it too. And after all, that's a whopping price of 5 billion. I dare say that 99.99% of the people in the world would bow down for money. And ideals and patterns are all bullshit. And when faced with enough benefits, won't you still compromise? But our President Lin is different. He really has a vision. And that's why Mr. Lin is different from other capitalists. And the point is, we no longer have to worry about function technology changing its owner. And everyone, just work with peace of mind. And yeah, get back to work. The other side. Lin Feng just arrived at his office. Not long after, Manager Lu knocked on the door and walked in. Lin Feng asked, "And Manager Lu, what do you want to talk to me about?" Manager Lu said, "And Boss Lin, this is what happened. And just 10 minutes ago, I received a call from Fong Yi, the head of MS Group in Longhua. And Mr. Fong said he wants to treat you to a meal. And let me ask you if you have any plans for lunch today. And if you don't have any plans, he wants to invite you to have dinner at the Sea Restaurant in Binhai City. And by the way, let me talk to you about the company's acquisition. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Manager Lu continued, "And Boss Lin, you should have seen what was trending yesterday, right? And to put it simply, MS Group is attracted by the value of our function system. And at the same time, we also see the future potential of our function system, which may bring competitive pressure to their company's MS operating system. And so, they plan to acquire our company in advance and realize their absolute leading advantage in the operation field. Manager Lu continued to ask, "And so, I wonder what you think, Mr. Lin. And what do you think of this 5 billion purchase price? Is it high or low?" Lin Feng replied calmly, "And whether it is high or low, it doesn't matter. And the important thing is, I never thought about selling the function system. And so, please help me reject the invitation for lunch today. And just say, thank you very much for your company's appreciation. But we at Function Technology just want to focus on doing our own thing well. Build a domestic operating system that sells well around the world. And of course we can't sell the function system, especially since your company is an American enterprise. And if that's the case, why did we bother starting a business in the first place? And I assented that what we need to do is to solve the dilemma of Longhua and lead Longhua's internet industry to a new level. And now, you want me to sell the domestic system that I built with great difficulty to a US company? This is impossible. A look of shock flashed across Manager Lu's face. But soon, he suppressed it and nodded. And okay, Mr. Lin, I understand what you mean. And I will call the person in charge of MS Group in the country right now. And tell him what you think, Mr. Lin. After saying that, Manager Lu walked out of the office. Then call Fong Yi from MS Group. Originally Fong Yi thought that he would receive a satisfactory answer. After all, no matter what, this is a full acquisition price of 5 billion. No company will refuse. What does it mean to get 5 billion in cash? You can't spend it all in your lifetime. There's no way anyone would say no. But unexpectedly, after receiving the call, Fong Yi was completely dumbfounded. Lin Feng actually refused? He actually rejected MS Group's 5 billion acquisition application? Chapter 59, an additional 2 billion. And what? And you just said that your general manager Lin disagrees, and Manager Lu replied, "And yes, Mr. Fong, that's what our CEO Lin said. And he is very grateful for your company's recognition, but he has something else to do at noon today. And I am afraid I can't have dinner with you. I'm sorry. And if there's nothing else, let's just leave it like this for now. And I hope we can work together again next time." After hanging up the phone, Fong Yi, who was at the headquarters of MS Group's Longhua branch, he shouted twice quickly, "And hello? Hello, N." The other party has hung up the phone. At this time, there was a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa in the office. He frowned and said seriously, "And Mr. Fong, what's the situation, N? And did Lin Feng agree, Owen?" Fong Yi replied, "And unfortunately, he refused. And what? And And he actually refused the purchase price of 5 billion yen. And are you kidding me, Owen? Fani said, and although I really want to say that this is a joke, this is the truth.N. And it seems that even a price of 5 billion still cannot impress Linfeng.N. And how about, you apply to the headquarters again and see if you can raise the purchase price, N. And maybe Linfeng just thinks the price is too low.N. And but anyway, once the function system is developed.N. And that would be a huge blow to the MS operating system.N. And the market in Longwei is so huge, our company can't afford to lose it.N. The middle-aged man nodded, and well, your analysis makes sense.N. And I will report to the headquarters now to see if we can increase the purchase price by another 2 billion.N. And that's only 7 billion. I don't believe that Linfeng will refuse, N. Fani nodded, and yes, there is no way he would refuse the price of 7 billion, N. And after all, it's an increase of 2 billion.N. And no one is going to say no, N. At the same time, Eolus Technology's official Weibo account also released a notice. There are a few words on this notice that are very eye-catching. Reject MS Group's application for a price of 5 billion. Function Technology's answer is no. As soon as this notice was released, it immediately caused a huge sensation on Weibo. After all, at the beginning, 90% of people thought that Function Technology would definitely agree to sell the function system. After all, that's 5 billion. But unexpectedly, Function Technology's final response was rejection. It instantly caused a huge sensation on Weibo. At one time, hundreds of millions of people were discussing this matter. Just at this time, on Weibo, there is a big internet celebrity with 5 million fans. Suddenly posted a Weibo. At this time, all employees of Function Technology put down their work. At the same time, calls from Su Muxue, Linfeng's parents, Zhao Yalan and Su Jiangwo, as well as classmates and friends came in one after another. Linfeng just received a call from Su Muxue. Then I heard Su Muxue on the other side speaking in a very urgent voice. And hubby, check the trending searches, something big has happened, N. And there's a big internet celebrity with 5 million fans who suddenly posted a Weibo post, and it's about you, N. Linfeng took out his cell phone and took a look. I didn't expect that Weibo post actually said. And according to relevant sources, within the MS Group.N. And we are discussing a bid of 7 billion to acquire the function system, N. And earlier, MS Group offered 5 billion, but was rejected by Function Technology.N. And therefore, we adjusted the acquisition amount and added another 2 billion to the original amount. This Weibo post was made by a well-known celebrity with 5 million fans. Moreover, he is also a blogger related to finance. Has 5 million fans. In addition, he has fans on short videos, as well as Bilibili, forum posts, and other related social platforms. The total number accumulated across the entire network is probably over tens of millions. This is a Weibo post from a well-known celebrity. Of course, it soon attracted discussion and attention from countless netizens. Especially on Weibo. After he posted this Weibo, it instantly topped the Weibo hot search list. Millions, or even tens of millions of netizens watched it. Shock was written all over his face. You know, the MS Group had previously offered 5 billion to acquire the function system, which had already surprised them. Although Function Technology has developed a domestic operating system, this is indeed a remarkable thing. But no matter what, their Function Technology has only been established for less than 2 months. In less than 2 months, the global internet giant, MS Technology Group, offered such an outrageous acquisition price. It can be seen how great the value of the function system is. At the same time, it can also be seen how big MS Group's ambitions are in the domestic market. Only then can one be so sensitive. Whenever a rival emerges, we either acquire it or defeat it. In short, they want to take a leading position in the domestic market. But even if the sky-high price of 5 billion is offered, Function Technology was ruthlessly slapped in the face in the end. Not buying at all. But unexpectedly, something even more shocking happened. This time, MS Group actually directly added 2 billion to the purchase price? The amount was directly increased to 7 billion? And fuck, this Function Technology is too valuable yen. And it has such great commercial value that MS Group is willing to offer it a whopping 7 billion yen. And I think Function Technology will agree to be acquired this time, right, N? And after all, the price is 2 billion more. N. And I don't believe that the boss of Function Technology has such determination. Faced with the additional $2 billion price offered by MS Group, will he really remain unmoved? And that's impossible. After all, entrepreneurs are just entrepreneurs. It's impossible for them to have any sense of the overall situation. And I can guarantee that the reason why Mr. Lin from Function Technology rejected the $5 billion acquisition from MS Group is because of this. And it's not that they don't want to sell it, but they are playing hard to get and want to sell it at a higher price. And I am putting this straight. In a few days, the Function system will definitely be sold to MS Group. And if you don't believe me, come and slap me in the face in a few days. After Lin Feng read the hot searches on the internet, then he smiled at Su Muxue. And Muxue, what you said. I've seen it on Weibo. Su Muxue asked, and then, husband, what are you going to do? And reject again? Lin Feng said calmly, and of course. And didn't I tell you before? Not to mention billions, I won't sell it even if the price is 10 billion or 50 billion. And my goal is to create a domestic computer operating system. And it will disrupt the existing internet industry situation. It's something I want to pursue. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Su Muxue felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Thousands of words finally come together into one sentence. My husband is awesome. And even in the face of an additional acquisition of 2 billion, he remained unmoved. Ain't as expected, he is the man I like. He is very courageous. And okay, then you go ahead and do your work. I won't bother you anymore. And also, I want to tell you that no matter what decision you make, as your wife, I will silently support you behind your back. And come on, husband. And also, what do you want to eat for lunch today? I'll go to your company and bring you food, okay? And of course, you can rest assured. And it's not made by me, so it won't taste bad. And I just wanted to bring you a meal. I don't think I've ever been to your company so far. And so can I go today at noon? Ian. Without waiting for Lin Feng to answer, Su Muxue continued, and of course, if it's inconvenient for you, then forget it. And Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, and how could that be? My wife came to the company in person to bring me food. I was so happy that I couldn't wait. How could it be inconvenient? And really, Su Muxue giggled, and that's great. And when I get off work at noon, I will go to your company and bring you lunch. And I won't disturb you from working. N by N. Chapter 60, You Can't Refuse Again, right? Finished the call with Su Muxue. About 5 minutes passed. Several department managers came into Lin Feng's office. They couldn't wait to speak up, and Boss Lin, it was just on Weibo. A blogger with 5 million followers published an article. And according to what he revealed, MS Group is planning to purchase our Function system at an additional price of 2 billion yen. And we came here just to ask you something. And even if the other party adds another 2 billion to the price, you still don't plan to sell the Function system? All the department managers present looked confused. I really want to know what Lin Feng thinks. Lin Feng said calmly, and managers, I think this matter does not need to be repeated. And no matter now, in the future, or which company it is, no matter how much money it costs. And don't even mention billions, even tens of billions. And as long as it is a foreign company, I still say the same thing, I will never agree to it. And otherwise, this would go against my original intention of establishing Function Technology. And if that's the case, what's the point of us establishing Function Technology? And is it just to make money? No. After Lin Feng finished saying this, applause instantly broke out throughout the office. There was not a single department manager present who failed to applaud. Compared with General Lin's vision, they really feel ashamed of themselves. So at this time, the managers, led by Manager Liu, spoke one after another. And Boss Lin, we understand. And in other words, the ultimate goal of our company is not to make money. And it is to develop the domestic internet industry. And therefore, the Function system must not be sold to foreign companies. And otherwise, wouldn't our Function system become a foreign product? Lin Feng nodded and said, and right. That's what I meant. And so from now on, don't report things like this to me anymore. And all rejected. The managers present all nodded. "And okay, Mr. Lin, we got it. N. And then we won't bother you anymore, N." After saying that, the department managers left the office one after another. Come outside the office. The managers all started talking among themselves. "And oh, Mr. Liu, I really didn't expect this. N. And even if MS Group added 2 billion to the purchase price, President Lin still did not agree to sell the function system. N. And it seems that our President Lin is serious. He really intends to lead our dragon country to get rid of foreign technological sanctions. N. Manager Liu then said, "And of course, N. From the day we first started working. And didn't President Lin emphasize this to us, N?" The manager nodded and said in a deep voice, "And that's true, but the question is, in the face of absolute benefits, how many people can resist the temptation, En? And I assent that the case, N." Manager Liu nodded, "And well, what you said makes sense. Un. And in this world, 99% of people cannot resist the temptation of money, N. And but our CEO Lin is different from other entrepreneurs, N. And this is also what I appreciate and admire most about our general manager Lin. N. So from now on, everyone must work hard and contribute to the company, N. And I believe that by following our CEO Lin and developing the domestic internet industry together, there will be a bright future, N. And everyone present here is a great contributor to the Dragon Nation. Maybe in the future, it can be recorded in the history of the development of the internet. N years later, when our descendants talk about the history of the development of the domestic internet. N. And everyone present here is an important part of it, N. The managers of other departments also nodded, and yes, N. And Manager Liu was right. Un. And everyone, get back to work. N. And if MS Group sends someone to contact us again, please reject them on behalf of Mr. Lin. N. And so as not to disturb Mr. Lin's work. N. And besides, didn't Mr. Lin just say that, N? And no matter how high the acquisition price offered by MS Group is, Mr. Lin's answer is only one word. Un. And that's a rejection. Several department managers discussed at the door. Then he returned to his office. Go ahead and get to work. And at this time, inside MS Group, several managers were also holding emergency meetings. They were discussing the issue of adding 2 billion to the purchase price. Anyway, no matter what, their MS Group will never allow the rise of a computer system company from Longwa. If that happens, their company's dominant position in Longwa might be lost. What's more, the function system is the system of the Dragon Kingdom. However, their MS system was developed by a US company for the vast number of computer users in China. Obviously, the domestically produced function system has more natural advantages. If the function system is really developed, then it is probably only a matter of time before the MS system withdraws from the domestic market. If that time comes, the stock price of their MS Group will definitely plummet. After all, the market of Dragon Country is huge. It can be said that it is the most important market in the world. If we lose the Longwa market, the consequences can be imagined. Therefore, their MS Group must never allow this to happen. Therefore, the chairman of the MS Group headquarters convened an emergency meeting. It was decided to increase the purchase price to 10 billion. In other words, the original purchase price of 5 billion has doubled. No matter how much money it costs, we must acquire the function system. Because in the past few days, they have carefully studied the public version of Function System 1.0. They found that this operating system has excellent security, stability, and smoothness. It can be said that it completely beats their MS system. If we don't make the acquisition quickly, being surpassed is foreseeable. And Chairman, do you really want to do this, N? And the purchase price will be doubled to 10 billion yen. And such a high purchase price is too outrageous, isn't it? And although the performance of their function system is indeed slightly better than ours. N. And but no matter what, they are just a company that has only been established for less than 2 months, N. And I assent it too much to directly bid 10 billion yen. And I think if we add another 10 billion, that would be 8 billion, which is about right, N. And yes, Chairman, I think so too. N. And another billion is already the limit, it can't go any higher. N. And otherwise, the payback period will be very long and the risk will be relatively high. N. But even many senior officials opposed it. The chairman of the MS Group headquarters still gave the order. Notify Fong Yi, the person in charge of MS Group in Longwa. Tell him to contact Lin Feng of Function Technology immediately. Bid 10 billion. Acquire their function system. He couldn't refuse again this time, could he? After all, MS Group invested a huge amount of money this time. On the basis of the original 5 billion, it was doubled to a full 10 billion. This time, he had no reason to refuse. Chapter 61 Fong Yi's Invitation. Received notification from the board of directors. Fong Yi immediately patted his chest and made a promise. "And chairman, don't worry, N. And there will definitely be no problem this time, N. And the last time we offered 5 billion, it was rejected by Mr. Lin of Function Technology. N. E and I haven't even seen him in person, but this time, I have confidence, N. And because I believe that he doesn't want to sell the function system, he just thinks the price is not high enough. N. And this time, if we offer 10 billion, he will definitely not have any objections, N. E and I promise, we can definitely take down the function system this time. Fong Yi promised solemnly. After hanging up the phone, he immediately called Manager Lu of Function Technology. This time, he did not mention the acquisition of function system on the phone. Instead, he proposed to invite Lin Feng to have dinner together in the evening. And Manager Lu, I'm calling this time. N. E and I don't want to discuss the acquisition of function system with your company. N. But I simply want to invite your CEO Lin to dinner. N. E and I wonder if Mr. Lin is free tonight, Ken. And it's the same thing we talked about on the phone before, Binhai City Sea Restaurant. N. E and I have already booked a private room. N. E and I hope that Mr. Lin can give me some face when the time comes, okay, N. Manager Lu thought for a moment, then replied, and well, Mr. Fong, please wait a moment. N. And I'll go ask our general manager Lin. N. And see what he thinks. N. Fong Yi quickly said, and okay, no problem, I can wait for your reply, N. And just say I'm sincere. N. And no matter what, our MS Group is also the leader in the industry, right, N. And even if your company does not intend to sell the function system. N. And but I think there's no need for both of us to get to the point of a life and death struggle, right, N. And maybe, we can reach relevant cooperation in some aspects, N. And after all, our MS system has been developed in the industry for decades. N. The network of contacts that our company has is also very extensive. And your function system has just been released. What is the most important thing at the moment, N? Have you ever thought about this? Before Manager Lu could speak. Then Fong Yi said, and what you need most now is connections, N. And because of the systems installed on the computers inside major companies, N. And they are all our company's MS systems. N. And perhaps, we can help you develop a few cooperative enterprises. N. And let them install your function system on thousands or even tens of thousands of computers in their company, so as to help you increase the installed capacity of function system, N. And how about it, N? And think about it. This is a rare opportunity for you, N. After hearing what Fong Yi said, Manager Lu certainly knew that there is no free lunch in the world. But he was right. For now, installed capacity is indeed the most important thing for function system. Manager Lu nodded and replied, and okay, N. And I'll tell our general manager Lin right away. N. And but if Mr. Lin doesn't want to see you, there's nothing I can do. N. And after all, you know that our company has just been established, and there are still many things waiting for our CEO Lin to deal with. N. Fong Yi smiled and replied, and it doesn't matter, as long as you convey the message. N. And okay. Then wait a moment. N. And I'll call you back later. N. After hanging up the phone, Manager Lu ran directly to Lin Feng's office. He knocked on the door. After getting Lin Feng's permission, Manager Lu walked into the office and said, and Boss Lin, I'm sorry to bother you again, N. Lin Feng put down the documents in his hand and said calmly, and it's okay, tell me what's going on, N. Manager Lu replied, and Boss Lin, here's the thing. I just received a call from the person in charge of MS Group in China. N. And that's Fong Yi. N. And he called and said he wanted to invite you to have dinner together in the evening, N. And he made it clear on the phone that he just wanted to have a meal with you and discuss whether there is any area where we can cooperate. N. And they said they could use their influence in the industry and their connections with major companies. N. And help us increase the installed capacity of the function system. N. And I hope you'll give me some face. N. And at 8 o'clock in the evening, let's have dinner together at the Binhai City Sea restaurant, in. And boss Lin, what do you mean, an? When asking this, manager Lu looked at Lin Feng, waiting for his answer. However, Lin Feng smiled subconsciously. Then he replied, and manager Lu, let me ask you this. And if you were the boss of MS Group, would you provide connections to your competitors to help them increase their installations, in? Manager Lu shook his head, and of course not, and this is something only a fool would do. And then do you think that after decades of development, the MS Group would be so stupid, and do you think they would be stupid enough to suck their own blood and feed others, and of course not, and Lin Feng continued, and so I am sure that Fang Yi just changed his negotiation tactics. And he intends to use a gentle approach, or he is playing hard to get, and in the end, the issue of acquisition will still be raised. Manager Lu looked at Lin Feng and asked, and so, Mr. Lin, do you mean that I should reject it directly, and okay, I understand what you mean, Mr. Lin, and I'll reject him now. But at this time, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, and wait a moment. And don't refuse just yet. Let me think about it. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then replied, and manager Lu, call him back later and tell him that I have time in the evening and can have dinner and chat with him, and manager Lu looked a little surprised. But he didn't ask any more questions, just nodded and said, and okay, I'll reply to him right away. Lin Feng said calmly, and well, go ahead. After manager Lu returned to his office, he immediately called Fang Yi back. As soon as the call was connected, Fang Yi became very nervous and asked directly, and manager Lu, what's the situation, and has your general manager Lin agreed, and does he have any plans tonight, and manager Lu said, and boss Feng, I have just relayed everything you said to our CEO Lin. And our CEO Lin said that he has no plans tonight and can meet you to chat, and really? That's great. Fang Yi said excitedly. And 8 o'clock that evening. E and I will be at the restaurant on the sea, waiting for your CEO Lin to arrive on time. Manager Lu nodded, and okay, I'll tell our CEO Lin. Okay. Fang Yi quickly said, and then I won't bother you anymore. And please tell Mr. Lin for me. And see you tonight, N. After saying this, Fang Yi hung up the phone. Chapter 62, A Full Man Does Not Know the Hunger of a Hungry Man. 2 hours later. On the Su Group side, Su Muxue is busy dealing with work matters. Just then, she received a call from her best friend Li Yaoyao. On the phone, Li Yaoyao asked, and Muxue, my interview is almost over. Are you done with your work, N? And wait, just drive over here, I'm near the creative park.N. And that is your husband Lin Feng, they are in this office building. And or, I can pick you up at your company. And if you're too lazy to drive. Su Muxue quickly said, no, my husband didn't drive the car away this morning. E and I drove my husband to work. And wait, I'll drive to find you. And send me the location of the restaurant. I'll come find you when I finish my work. N. Li Yaoyao quickly sent the location over, and then said, and Muxue, the location has been sent, take a look. N. E and I have about half an hour left before the interview ends. And you estimate the time and then come over. And I'll treat you to lunch today. And by the way, I want to ask you a few questions about your husband. And of course, it's all purely work related. And you know, last time I did an interview with your husband's company, Function Technology, it went viral. It caused a huge stir online. The number of visits and popularity at the time were simply off the charts. And the products that the cooperative platforms have implanted on our platform have also achieved good conversion results. And so this time, I also want to interview your husband's company. And after lunch, accompany me to visit Lin Feng's company. E and I want to ask him a few questions. And okay, Muxue, N. Su Muxue said, sure, no problem, N. And it just so happens that I am planning to deliver lunch to my husband at noon today. And after we finish eating, we'll go to my husband's company and bring him lunch. And if my husband has no objection, you can interview me. I have no objection. And but, if he doesn't agree, you have to come with me and you can't disturb my husband at work. Do you understand, N? And otherwise, wait and see how I deal with you. N. And anyway, I'm warning you, don't disturb my husband for the sake of your company's performance.N. And otherwise, I will never forgive you, do you understand? And after Su Mushue finished saying this, Li Yao Yao was completely speechless. And please, at least I helped you before.N. And more than a month ago, you wanted to transfer money to Lin Feng to support his business.N. And but I'm afraid he won't accept it. I'll help you with that, N. And have you forgotten this so quickly, N? And without my help, Lin Feng and his company wouldn't have been able to grow so quickly, N. And come to think of it, I am still the #1 contributor to Fengshen technology, N. And but now, I want to interview your husband, and you're not happy about it, N. And you're still saying you're going to take care of me, N. And are you still my sister, N? And why do I feel like you've become more and more like that since you married Lin Feng, the N? And she is totally different from the Mu Shui I knew before.N. And are all married women like this, N? Li Yao Yao didn't know what to say. You know, Su Mushue used to be her close sister. When we go out to play, we always sleep in one bed. Now that you have a husband, have you forgotten about your best friend? This is too much. Su Mushue quickly said, and Yao Yao, don't be angry, N. And I was just kidding you, N. And as long as my husband has no objection, I certainly have nothing to say, N. And but if he refuses, don't bother him, N. Li Yao Yao looked helpless when she heard this. And Mu Shui, you have really changed, N. And you weren't like this before.N. Su Mushue asked curiously, oh, then tell me, what was I like in the past, N? Li Yao Yao said, and you know, you were very nice to me before, N. And she is very opinionated. And but now, how did you become like this, N? And why do I hear from your words that all I hear is your husband's opinion, N? Su Mushue quickly said, and of course. I'm married now, and I follow my husband, N. And of course I have to listen to my husband. Don't you understand such a simple truth, N? And no wonder you are still single after graduating from college and haven't gotten married yet.N. And looking at the way you are, I guess you will never get married in this life.N. And we, N. Hearing her best friend's bad words, Li Yao Yao quickly cursed. And stinky Mushue, please don't curse me.N. And I want to marry into a wealthy family and become a rich wife in the future.N. Nay, I'm just keeping myself clean now, N. Su Mushue rolled her eyes and said something ruthlessly. And come on, you're married into a wealthy family, it's good enough that someone wants you.N. And besides, what's the point of marrying into a wealthy family, N? And you should learn more from me.N. And find an ordinary boy, then help him and make him rich, N. This makes more sense. And at least I think it's much more meaningful than simply marrying into a wealthy family.N. And besides, isn't it more meaningful for two people to help each other and achieve prosperity together, En? Li Yao Yao was speechless. And please, don't let a full man not know the hunger of a hungry man, En. And what's so ordinary about a man like your husband, En? And it's just an ordinary snail, just ordinary and slippery, right, En? And he's handsome, En. And just graduated from university, with a sum of startup capital, he dared to directly challenge the field of domestic systems, En. And moreover, in just 2 months, the function system was developed, En. And even MS Group offered 5 billion, En. And it shows how powerful their company is now, En. And we are all outsiders, so we may not be able to see the tricks, En. And but MS Group is the leader in the global internet industry, En. And to be valued so much by the leader, En. And even though they spent 5 billion on the acquisition and failed, they still don't plan to give up, En. And there are even rumors online that MS Group is preparing for a second round of acquisitions, and it is said that the acquisition price will be increased by at least 2 billion yen. And that is to say, a company that was established only 2 months ago is actually worth more than 7 billion yen. And there aren't many people like your husband in the entire Dragon Kingdom, En. And cultivate a wealthy family? I don't have your luck, En. And let's just forget it, En. After Li Yao Yao finished speaking, Su Mushue's face was instantly filled with smiles. She smiled and said, En Yao Yao, I have to say it, En. And you are becoming more and more discerning, En. And as you said, there are indeed not many people as outstanding as my husband, En. And if it were anyone else, En. And give him 20 million to start a business. Let alone making money, it would be good enough if he doesn't lose all the money, En. Whenever Lin Feng was mentioned, Su Muxue seemed to be full of energy and started to brag incessantly. Li Yaoyao shook her head helplessly, and alright, stop showing off your husband. I just said a few words, and you're still floating, And it's really unworthy of praise. Su Muxue said, humph, so what, he's my husband, And okay, I'm busy here, And Bing Bing is doing the interview alone and is almost overwhelmed. I won't talk to you anymore. And anyway, let's meet at the restaurant in half an hour, And bye, Su Muxue said on the other end of the phone, and okay, bye. See you in half an hour. After talking to Li Yaoyao on the phone, Su Muxue found that her cell phone kept vibrating. She opened WeChat and found that during the conversation just now, many people had tagged her in the group. Ask some questions about Lin Feng's company. And School Beauty Sue, I heard that your husband rejected the 5 billion acquisition application from MS Group, Is this true or false? And that's 5 billion. Are you going to just refuse it like that, And it can't be that someone on the internet is spreading rumors. And I also heard that MS Group is preparing for a second round of acquisitions. I heard the starting price is 7 billion, And Senior Muxue, can you tell us about it, And is your husband planning to reject this 7 billion acquisition application, And School Beauty Sue, please come out and chat for a while. In the school chat group, many people tagged Su Muxue. But Su Muxue just clicked in and took a look, and did not reply to them. Just staring at the phone screen silently. One person was grinning foolishly. She now feels more and more that her husband is really great. Chapter 63, Delivering Food to My Husband. Just when Su Muxue was grinning foolishly, her cell phone vibrated again. It was a message from Chen Yutong. And Muxue, are you there, And are you free this afternoon to go shopping with your cousin, Although Chen Yutong is Lin Feng's cousin. But now, she and Lin Feng have obtained the marriage certificate. So, she is just my cousin. What's more, Chen Yutong is only a few years older than Su Muxue. They are exactly the same age. And they are all girls, so they have a lot of common topics. Of course, Su Muxue is willing to take this opportunity to spend more time with her cousin and integrate into Lin Feng's family as soon as possible. So Su Muxue quickly replied, and okay, of course, no problem, but I'm not free until 4 in the afternoon. And cousin, do you think this time is okay, And if it's too late, I can hand over the work on hand to my sister and go there early. Chen Yutong quickly typed, and it's okay, just keep busy with your work. And when you're done, let me know. And I don't have anything else to do, I just want you to go shopping with me. And by the way, I'll buy you a few more sets of clothes, And so don't worry, just come and see me when you're done, Su Muxue typed and asked, cousin, are you going to buy me clothes, And don't spend money, I have a lot of clothes, all bought for me by my sister and mom, I can't wear them all on a regular basis. Chen Yutong quickly replied, let's put things in perspective. Now I want to send you off. And besides, no matter what, you are my brother's wife, And as your cousin, how can I not express my gratitude, And okay, it's settled, And just do your work first, I won't bother you anymore. After chatting with Chen Yutong, Su Muxue showed a happy smile on her face, and it seems that what my husband said is right. My cousin's personality is really easy to get along with. And besides, my mother-in-law and aunt are very nice to me, and it seems that my initial worries were really unnecessary. Soon, half an hour passed. It's time to get off work. Many employees in the project department invited, and Sister Muxue, let's go have lunch together after get off work. Su Muxue said, and I won't eat with you today. Why, is there something we did not do well at work, Before they could finish their words, Su Muxue spoke hurriedly. No, don't worry about it. And I just made an appointment with my bestie to go out for dinner together. And by the way, bring some food to my husband. After the colleagues listened to Su Muxue's explanation, now I understood what was going on. I see. Su Muxue nodded, and well, so you guys should go eat quickly. In good, The colleagues all nodded and waved at Su Muxue. And Sister Muxue. And then we'll go eat first, bye.N. Sumushue also smiled back politely, and okay, see you in the afternoon.N. 10 minutes later. Sumushue drove to the restaurant where she had agreed to meet Li Yao Yao. This is a Michelin 3-star restaurant called Yuxian. In a window seat, Li Yao Yao and a girl were sitting there. Sumushue was not unfamiliar with the girl sitting opposite her. She was the reporter she met last time, Bing Bing. After Sumushue walked into the restaurant, she went straight to the window seat. Reporter Bing Bing was the first to notice Sumushue and hurriedly spoke to Li Yao Yao. And Sister Yao Yao, look, Sister Mushue is here.N. After Sumushue came over, she sat down next to Li Yao Yao. And Yao Yao, I'm sorry.N. And there was a traffic jam on the road just now, so I was a little late.N. Ain't a moment.N. Li Yao Yao rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, and look at the time yourself.N. Sumushue said, and okay, don't worry about it, just order the food.N. And after we finish eating, I still have to deliver food to my husband.N. And I don't want my husband to wait for me with an empty stomach.N. And order now.N. The waiter bowed slightly and said, and okay, what would you three like to eat.N. And here is the menu, please take a look.N. After quickly ordering the food. Not long after, all the dishes were served. Because it is a 3-star Michelin restaurant, not many people come here to consume. So the food will be served faster. While eating, Li Yao Yao said, and Mushue, don't just focus on eating.N. And I have a few questions for you.N. Sumushue said while busy eating, and asked.N. Li Yao Yao looked at her and said, and it's about MS Group acquiring your husband's company.N. And the purchase price is 5 billion. Did your husband really refuse it.N? Such a high purchase price. It's incredible to think about it. Sumushue said, and of course it's true.N. And my husband has his own perspective.N. And making money is secondary. His real goal is to develop the internet industry in Longwa.En. And not even mention 5 billion, even if it's tens of billions, my husband won't be tempted.N. Judging from Li Yao Yao's keen judgment. If this matter were to be interviewed in a special feature and then reported, it will definitely make the whole internet a sensation. After all, in this era, almost all business owners focus on making profits. But bosses with a vision like Lin Feng are rare. It can be said that there is almost none. If this gets reported, it will definitely cause a sensation on the internet. Next, Li Yao Yao asked a few more questions. It was 12 o'clock noon, and lunch was almost over. Sumushue called the waiter over and ordered a few dishes. Tell them to do it as soon as possible. You have to pack it up and take it away. Li Yao Yao looked at Sumushue and said, and Mushue, did you ask Lin Feng? And what did he tell you.N? Is he available for an interview with us? And believe me, if this report is sent out.N. And it will definitely greatly enhance his reputation, as well as the reputation of Fengshen Technology.N. And so, if you have time, you must accept our interview this time.N. Sumushue smiled and said, and don't worry, Yao Yao, I have already greeted my husband on the way to the restaurant.N. And he agreed to be interviewed by you.N. And they even said that if you are willing, they can invite you to cooperate with their company.N. And from now on, any updates to the Fengshen system or any other updates will be released to you immediately.N. Hearing this, Li Yao Yao was so excited that she said in disbelief. And Mu Shui, is this true.N? And Mu, you are not kidding me, right.N? And you know, Fengshen Technology is the most talked about company right now, bar none.N. And if you let us publish all the relevant news about your husband's company as soon as possible.N. And then our company's performance will surely soar like a rocket.En. Sumushue smiled and said, and of course it's true. Why would I lie to you.En? And besides, we are good sisters.En. And it's my duty to take care of your company.En. And besides, the last time you reported on my husband's company, it really gave him a good reputation boost.En. And I haven't thanked you properly for this yet.En. Li Yao Yao waved her hand and smiled, and oh, you are too polite to say that.En. And you are my good sister, so it's only right for you to help him.En. And but if you really want to thank me.En. And how about, let him treat me to a meal.En. And I prefer hot pot. As the saying goes, there is nothing that can't be solved by a hot pot meal.En. And if so, then 2 meals.En. Sumushua smiled and said, and okay, if we have a chance some other day, let's have hot pot together. And but I'm afraid not tonight. And my husband said he's going to meet Fan Yi, the head of MS Group in China, tonight. And he said he was going to discuss something. And it was Fan Yi who took the initiative to invite my husband. Li Yaoyao looked at Su Muxue in surprise, and what Ian? And the person in charge of MS Group in the country, N. Su Muxue nodded, and yes. N. Li Yaoyao smacked her lips and said, and Muxue, I have to say, your husband is really amazing. And even the head of MS Group came to contact me personally. And you can see how great this honor is. Yen. Su Muxue smiled and said, and it's okay. N. At this time, the waiter came over. And hello, young lady. N. And we have packed the meal you just ordered. Su Muxue nodded, picked up the packed meal, and said to Li Yaoyao with a smile, and Yaoyao, let's go. N. And I'll take you to my husband's company. N. Chapter 64, Visit the Company. Yuexian Restaurant is not far from the Creative Park. It is within walking distance. Su Muxue and the other two arrived at the Creative Park. Go directly to the location of Fengshan Technology. After coming to Fengshan Technology, it is lunchtime and many employees and colleagues are entering and leaving the company. When they saw Su Muxue and Li Yaoyao walk in, many colleagues greeted me. And Mrs. Lin, N. And Mr. Li, Un. When Su Muxue heard Lin Feng's colleagues in the company call her and Mrs. Lin, Su Muxue felt an indescribable excitement in her heart. This is even more exciting than calling her President Su. Mrs. Lin. She likes this name very much. Seeing Su Muxue's reaction, Li Yaoyao, who was standing next to her, also had a helpless expression on her face. And come on, Muxue, look at what you have accomplished. And didn't they just call you Mrs. Lin, N? And are you really that happy, N? Su Muxue glanced at her and said, and humph, what do you know, N? It's recognition. And forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. N. And how can a single person like you understand how I feel right now, N? Li Yaoyao felt as if her heart was pierced. Whenever they have a disagreement, they would use the word in single dogon to insult her. The key point is, what Muxue said seems to make sense. There was no way to refute it. This is what makes her most depressed. After arriving at the office, Su Muxue knocked on the door and heard Lin Feng's voice coming from inside. The two of them pushed open the door and walked in. At this time, Lin Feng was working with his head down. The next second, Su Muxue walked over and said sweetly, and husband, N. And how is it? You must be hungry. I brought you some food. And these dishes are delicious. Eat them now while they are still hot. When she said this, Su Muxue put the packed food on the coffee table in the office. Su Muxue saw that Lin Feng was still busy and urged him. And hubby, stop working, N. And hurry up and eat, N. Lin Feng nodded, and okay. N. He stood up from his desk chair and sat on the couch. Su Muxue smiled and said, and hubby, please try it and see how this dish tastes. N. And this restaurant was recommended by Yaoyao. N. But this is my first time eating here. But it still tastes very good, come and try it, N. Lin Feng picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. Su Muxue couldn't wait to ask, and husband, how is it, is the food delicious, N? Lin Feng nodded and said, and yeah, it's really delicious. N. And yeah, I think so too. Lin Feng picked up a piece of beef and fed it to Su Muxue, and Muxue, you try it too. N. Su Muxue quickly said, no need, I had already eaten when I came here. N. Lin Feng looked at her. The next second, Su Muxue changed her tone and said, and okay, I'll try it, N. And how about it? N. Lin Feng asked. Su Muxue said with a smile while eating. Very delicious. And plus, it seems to be even more delicious since you, my husband, fed it yourself, N. Seeing the loving scene between Lin Feng and Su Muxue. For Li Yaoyao and Bing Bing in front of them, it was a devastating critical damage. Oh my god. Why should a single person like me see this kind of scene? This is too sour. Especially Bing Bing, if she had known, she wouldn't have come alone. Just finished lunch a few minutes ago. As a result, now, I have to be forced to eat dog food. Who are you trying to kill with hunger? Li Yaoyao looked at Su Mushue and said, and Mushue, you guys are going too far. And Bing Bing and I, the two of us are still the light bulbs. And is it appropriate for you to show your affection like this? Su Mushue giggled, and what's inappropriate about this, right, husband? Come, let me feed you. And the more Li Yaoyao said this, the more excited Su Mushue became. And okay, no more jokes. Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng and said, and hubby, after dinner, you can do a simple interview with Yao Yao and the others. And it's a good opportunity to give the function system some free publicity. And it can also greatly enhance the company's reputation and credibility. And by the way, don't forget to treat me and my husband to hot pot later. I can't let you do the interview for nothing. After hearing the last two sentences, Li Yaoyao looked confused. Li Yaoyao? No, just now in the restaurant, didn't you two agree that you would treat me to a meal? How come it's now that I have to treat myself? This is too much. It seems that there is a saying that is really true. No matter how close your best friends are, they can't stand the kiss from your husband. Su Mushue giggled. However, just at this moment, Su Mushue's cell phone rang. She received a message from Su Anchi. Open it and take a look. Su Mushue's expression froze instantly. And sister, what did you say, N? N pregnant? Of. ENI? Of. When Su Mushue received the message from her sister, she was completely stunned. In a way, this is too outrageous. N. ENI am pregnant, And you must be joking. Although Su Mushue is currently planning to get pregnant and have a baby as soon as possible. Add some popularity to this new family. However, she and Lin Feng have taken safety measures recently. How is it possible to get pregnant? Sister and mom, is there any misunderstanding? This is too outrageous. Oh my god, could it be because of the fact that Lin Feng and I suddenly got our marriage certificate? Make them feel something is wrong and abnormal? So you started to suspect that you were pregnant? After noticing the change in Su Mushue's expression, Lin Feng looked at Su Mushue and asked, and Mushue, what's wrong? And Su Mushue handed the phone to Lin Feng, and hubby, you should read it yourself. And this is a message from my older sister. After reading the message, Lin Feng looked a little surprised. And what, N? And your mother and sister thought you were pregnant, Su Mushue nodded, and yes. N. And how could there be such a misunderstanding, N? Su Mushue shook her head. And how would I know that, N? I guess, it's because of the marriage certificate issue, N. And what should I do now, N? And would you like to explain, Lin? Before Lin Feng could say anything. At this time, Su Mushue hurriedly said, and okay, let's not talk about this for now, husband, you should eat lunch quickly, the food is almost cold. Lin Feng nodded, and okay. N. And after dinner, I'll do an exclusive interview with Yao Yao. N. And if we have time some other day, let her treat us to a few more meals. N. And right, Yao Yao. N. When Su Mushue said this, her gaze fell on Li Yao Yao. Li Yao Yao couldn't help but smile bitterly. All right. As long as you can be interviewed, you can say anything. Li Yao Yao smiled bitterly and shook her head, and then Bing Bing, let's go outside and take a look around Lin Feng's company. N. And Mushue, you accompany Lin Feng to eat first. N. And we'll come back in later. N. Su Mushue hurriedly asked, and Yao Yao, what are you doing, N? And wait until my husband finishes his meal, and then we'll go with you to visit the company. N. Li Yao Yao waved her hands and said, no, let's not do that. We don't want you to continue showing us your affection. N. And I had a full meal at noon, I can't eat so much dog food. N. And if we eat any more, we'll both die of stuffing, N. And is that right, Bing Bing, N? Bing Bing, who was standing next to Li Yao Yao, also nodded quickly, and yes, sister Yao Yao is right. N. And let's go. N. After saying that, Li Yao Yao and Bing Bing left Lin Feng's office. After arriving outside the office, Li Yao Yao found a few colleagues and took them on a tour of various departments. I just happened to have plenty of time today. There was no interview work in the afternoon except for function technology. So they must take a good look at function technology. By the way, let colleagues from the technical and marketing departments introduce some things about the function system to them. Reporting on them in this way will also be of great help. Li Yaoyao smiled and said, "And sorry to bother you. N." Colleagues from Fengshan Technology were also quite friendly and responded quickly. "And fine. N. That's what I should do. And after all, you are also helping our company promote itself. N. And introducing the company to you is also what we should do. N. And this way, please. N." Immediately afterwards, sisters Li Yaoyao and Bingbing followed their colleagues to visit various departments. After arriving at the technical department and product department, I heard their constant explanations and instructions. It involves a lot of professional things. Although Li Yaoyao didn't understand, she still filmed it. Later, I interviewed Lin Feng again. Make a crosscut and add BGM. Once it is released, the heat and popularity it brings will definitely be great. Chapter 65. I'm not cold to you only. At the same time, in Lin Feng's office. After Li Yaoyao and Bingbing left, Su Muxue then stretched and leaned back on the sofa. Then she said to Lin Feng, "And hubby, I want to eat that beef, can you feed it to me?" And Lin Feng was stunned for a moment and asked with a puzzled expression, "And didn't you just say that you were full, Lin? And why are you hungry again now, N?" Su Muxue quickly said, "No, I was a little embarrassed because there were people around. N. And now that they are gone, I asked my husband to feed me something. N. And is there anything wrong with that, N?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Sure, of course, N. And come, I'll feed you. N." As he spoke, Lin Feng picked up a piece of shrimp paste and fed it to Su Muxue. "And how is it? Is it delicious, N?" Su Muxue smiled as she ate. Delicious. And hubby, you're so nice, N. And not only is his career successful, but he's also very good to me, N. And I gave you 20 million, and it was the right choice, N. Ain as a wife, I am really proud, N. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, "And how dare you say that, N? And how could you have thought of that and lied to me that this was a bonus, N? And have pity on me, N. And I was so naive at the time that I even believed such words, N." Su Muxue laughed, "And I can't help it. Who asked me to give you money? Why don't you want it, N? And so, I had no choice but to resort to this last resort. It's not my fault. N. And but now, isn't it good, N? And if it weren't for me, would your company have risen so quickly, N? No, N. And right, N." When she said this, a smug expression instantly appeared on Su Muxue's face. "And so, this man, N. And if you want to marry a wife, you should marry someone like me. N. And not only is she beautiful, but she can also help you in your career, right, husband, N?" Lin Feng smiled helplessly, looked at Su Muxue and said, Yes, whatever my wife says is right. N. Su Muxue snorted coldly, looked at Lin Feng and asked, "And why, are you mocking me, N?" "No, what I said is the truth. N." Lin Feng had just finished speaking when he heard Su Muxue say this. "And humph, I don't believe it, N. And you are obviously mocking me, and you still refuse to admit it. N." Lin Feng looked at Su Muxue and said, "And okay, why are you still angry, N?" Su Muxue chuckled and covered her mouth. "I am just kidding you, N. And oh, by the way, husband, just now at the company. N. And my cousin sent me a message. N. In cousin, N." Lin Feng was slightly stunned, looked at Su Muxue and asked, "And why did your cousin come to you for no reason, N?" Su Muxue replied, "And it's nothing serious. N. And it's just, my cousin wants to go shopping with me and buy me some clothes or something. N. And I have already promised. N. And around 4 in the afternoon. N." Lin Feng was a little surprised. "And cousin bought you clothes, N?" Su Muxue nodded and said, "And yes. N. And my cousin said that I am her brother's wife, so I have to show some appreciation. N. And husband, do you know? I feel that my cousin, my aunt, and my mother-in-law. N. Really nice to me. And I feel more and more that you are absolutely right, N. And looking back now, I think my worries were unnecessary. N. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm right. N. And who wouldn't like a cute girl like you, Lin? Enum, N." Su Muxue was a little surprised to hear Lin Feng say this. "And me? Cute, N." She pointed at herself and asked, "And hubby, you are the first person to praise me for being cute. N. And my former classmates or friends. N. And the comments I received were all arrogant and cold. Lin Feng looked at her and said, and are you aloof, N? I can't feel it at all. And you've been blabbering since you walked in until now. N. And I just listened to you talking, and you never stopped at all. N. And is this considered cool, N? Sumushua rolled her eyes, glared at him and said, and humph, look at what you said, N. Nay, I'm just not cold to you, okay, N. And I am still very cool when it comes to my attitude towards others, okay, N. And I really don't know how lucky I am. N. Lin Feng smiled and said, and okay, I'm just kidding you, N. And of course I know that. You are just not cold to me. N. And in fact, when I was in college, I could feel that you were interested in me. N. And although we have said no more than 10 sentences. N. But I can feel it. And you look shy. N. Hearing this, Sumushue's face turned red. I didn't expect that my thoughts could be seen through so easily. She looked at Lin Feng and said, changing the subject, and but to be honest, husband, I really didn't expect it. N. And what did you not expect, N? Lin Feng asked curiously. And I didn't expect you to actually win the prize, N. And otherwise, this matter probably wouldn't have been exposed. N. Sumushue paused, then continued, and so, didn't they contact you before and ask you to go over to receive the award, N? And when the time comes, take me with you, N. And I want to see how much money I won. N. And look, am I really that lucky for my husband, N? Hearing this, Lin Feng said in his heart. Aren't you a lucky charm for your husband? Without you, this system probably wouldn't even be possible. Seeing Lin Feng in a daze, Sumushue continued. And is it okay, husband, N? And take me with you then, N. Lin Feng quickly said, and okay, no problem, N. And I'll take you with me next week, N. And in fact, I am also very curious about how much prize money I won. N. Sumushue nodded, and yeah, N. After lunch, Sumushue looked at Lin Feng and said, and hubby, let's go outside to find Yao Yao. N. And when you finish the interview, I should go back to work. N. And there is still a lot of work waiting for me to do, N. And besides, I have to go shopping with my cousin at 4 in the afternoon, N. And most importantly, I'll have dinner with you tonight, N. And just wait, husband. When we meet in the evening, I will dress up beautifully. N. And I'll go to the restaurant on the sea with you, and I promise you'll be very proud, N. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, and of course, my wife is so beautiful, even without clothes, I think she looks good, N. Sumushue's pretty face turned red, and she said coquettishly, and you are so annoying, you only know how to tease me, N. And okay, let's get out, N. Chapter 66 Shocking News. Sumushue and Lin Feng walked out of the office. The interview lasted more than an hour. After it's over, Sumushue, Li Yao Yao, and Bing Bing are the three of them. Only then did I leave Function Technology. Before leaving, Sumushue waved to Lin Feng. And goodbye, hubby, N. And see you at dinner tonight. N. Lin Feng also smiled back, and okay, see you tonight. N. After leaving Function Technology, arrived in front of the Creative Park parking lot. Sumushue asked, and Yao Yao, how was the interview this afternoon, N? Li Yao Yao replied, and the interview was very effective, N. And I dare say that if this interview is broadcast, your husband Lin Feng and his Function Technology will definitely gain an excellent reputation online, N. And influence can also be instantly increased by more than N times, N. And it can also create a very good impression in the minds of young people. Maybe, it can attract a lot of talents. And when the time comes, just wait and see, the effect will definitely be very good, N. And you, just prepare to treat me to hot pot and thank me properly. N. When Li Yao Yao said this, Sumushue said, and Yao Yao, it's like this, there is something I must correct you about. N. And you should be the one treating me and my husband to hot pot, N. Li Yao Yao felt like crying but had no tears. No, Mushue. N. And you are so mean, N. And your husband's company is developing so well now. N. And Yuri's so stingy even when you treat me to a hot pot meal. You're really not considerate enough, N. Li Yao Yao curled her lips speechlessly. Sumushue giggled and ignored her. Never mind. N. And I lose to you. N. Li Yao Yao quickly said, and it's my treat, then I'll treat you, N. After talking to Sumushue, Li Yao Yao looked at Bing Bing and said, and Bing Bing, we should go back. N. And okay, sister Yao. Bing Bing looked at Su Mushue and waved her hand, and sister Mushue, let's go back to the company first. Please be careful when driving on the road alone. Su Mushue smiled and said, and don't worry. After watching Li Yao and Bing Bing drive away, Su Mushue then drove back to the Su group. After returning to the company, Su Mushue went straight upstairs and came to the project department's office area. Just entered the office area. Many colleagues came over and spoke to Su Mushue. And sister Mushue. And boss Su has been waiting for you in the office for a long time. And Yuri finally back. Su Mushue asked subconsciously, and who? My elder sister? She asked me to do it, and. Before she could finish her words, Su Mushue reacted. My elder sister came to see me. Maybe it's because she and her mother doubted her pregnancy? When Su Mushue thought about this, she felt a little embarrassed. Su Mushue waved her hand and said to the colleague. And okay, I got it, and I'll be in right away, you guys continue working. The colleagues nodded and said, and okay, sister Mushue. And everyone, keep working. After Su Mushue walked into the office, Su Anchi immediately stood up from the sofa. And Mushue, you're finally back. And do you know how long I have been waiting for you here, and I went to deliver a meal to Lin Feng. It took you so long. Are you sure you drove back, and I thought you were walking back here. You're so slow, and Su Mushue said, and sister, I'm sorry, and because Yao had to do an interview with my husband, that's why she came back so late. And but, what do you want from me, and Su Mushue asked even though she knew the answer. Su Anchi said, and what else could it be? Tell me honestly, are you pregnant, Su Mushue opened her mouth and was about to speak. Su Anchi quickly said, and Mushue, don't speak yet. And just listen to me first, we all know it. And mom knows too. And so, you don't have to hide it from us deliberately. And after all, what could possibly be hidden from your sister and your mother? Right, and so from now on, you have to take good care of your body. And health comes first, work comes second. And also, it's time to put your wedding ceremony with Lin Feng on the agenda. And if you delay it for a few more months, your belly will be big. And when the time comes, holding a wedding ceremony won't look good, and you said so, and Su Mushue really wanted to say, sister, you misunderstood, I am really not pregnant. But Su Anchi didn't give her any chance to explain. And okay, that's all I have to say. N is for work, don't work too hard, and your health is important, After saying that, Su Anchi walked out of the office. He didn't even give Su Mushue a chance to explain. Looking at her elder sisters departing back, Su Mushue looked helpless. Never mind. Let them think whatever they want. Outside the office. Just now when Su Anchi was chatting with Su Mushue, a few gossipy employees took the opportunity to fetch water and eavesdropped at the door. But unexpectedly, I heard a shocking piece of news. Fuck. And sister Mushue is pregnant? Ugh. When the word impregnancy was spoken, colleagues throughout the project department were completely furious. And what, and sister Mushue is pregnant, And is this true? Are you sure you didn't hear it wrong, And don't turn around and make a big mistake. The colleague patted his chest and assured, and don't worry, I dare not say anything else, and but when it comes to listening to gossip, I'm a professional at this, and I heard it clearly just now, not a single word was missed, and I am pregnant, As soon as these words were spoken, the employees of the project department could no longer sit still. They gathered together and started discussing. Oh my god. I didn't expect sister Mushue to be pregnant, That's cause for celebration. And in that case, sister Mushue probably won't be able to come to work in the company for a while, right, Ken? And after all, it's inconvenient to do anything with a big belly, And well, that's probably it, but our sister Mushue is a workaholic. It's still unknown whether she can come to work. But what is certain is that sister Mushue is really pregnant, After Su Anchi leaves the office, several colleagues wanted to go in and ask Su Mushue. Is this really true? But now it was working hours, so they thought about it and gave up. Because Sumushua's requirements for work attitude are stricter than anyone else, even including bosses Zhao Yalan and Su Jiangwo. There are no requirements so strict. If she caught us gossiping during working hours, and it was gossip about herself, they will definitely not have a good ending. So I decided to give up, and it's not too late to ask after work. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, my cousin Chen Yutong sent me a message. "And Mushue, are you busy? When? And can I go shopping with my cousin Tian?" Chapter 67. Sister Mushue has changed. Received a message from my cousin Chen Yutong. Su Mushue put down the work in her hands and quickly replied. "And cousin, I still, N. And well, I'm done, N. And send me your location, I'll pick you up later, N." Although he said this to Chen Yutong. But in fact, Su Mushue had not finished her work yet. Mainly because there is just too much work today. Although I'm already rushing. But there is still 1/10 left to complete. But no matter what, after all, it was my cousin who took the initiative to ask me out shopping. Of course, this matter should be the main focus. After marrying Lin Feng, Su Mushue gradually stopped focusing on her career. For Su Mushue, managing this marriage relationship well is the most important thing. The most important thing in managing a marriage is not just a matter between the two of you. The other half's relatives and family are also very important. What's more, my cousin is so friendly. Buying clothes for myself again. So even though Su Mushue was a workaholic, she still gave up her job this time. It's important to accompany my cousin. As for the unfinished work, I have to trouble my sister to help deal with it. At worst, I can help her next time when she has something to do. My sister shouldn't refuse, right? Su Mushue thought secretly in her heart. Just then, Chen Yutong's message came again. "And Mushue, you don't have to come pick me up. N. And I am near your company. I just did some work here. N. I'm done with it now. And I'll come find you right away, okay, N." Su Mushue replied, "And okay, then send me a message when you arrive. N. And yeah. N." Chen Yutong replied with an emoticon and continued. "And then we'll contact each other later. N. And I estimate it will take about 10 minutes. N. And in 10 minutes, we will be at the door of your company. N." Su Mushue quickly said, "And okay cousin, I understand. N. And well, that's it for now. I'm hanging up now. N. Yeah. And bye cousin, see you later. N. And yeah, see you later. N." After chatting with Su Mushue, Chen Yutong drove straight to the office building of Su Group. Su Mushue also walked out of the office. She went to Su Anqi's department with the documents in her hand. Many colleagues stood up and took the initiative to greet Su Mushue. "And Sister Mushue, how come you have time to come to our department, En? And what do you want to talk to Mr. Su about, En?" "And Boss Su is discussing business with clients inside, En," a colleague said to Su Mushue. Su Mushue was slightly surprised enough. "Sister is discussing business with a client, Un." The colleague nodded and said, "And yes. En. And Sister Mushue, is there something urgent, En? And how about I go in and tell Mr. Su, En?" Su Mushue thought about it, waved her hand and said, "No need for that. En." Su Mushue handed the document in her hand to the other party and gave instructions. "And well, I'll give you this document. En. And give this document to my sister after she finishes her business. Un. And just tell her, En." The colleague listened very carefully. Su Mushue continued, "And just tell her that this document is urgent and ask her to help deal with it. En. And I am going to the mall with my husband's cousin later. En. And I've already promised them, I can't break my promise. En. And so, I'll leave this document to you, Sister. En. And let her help deal with it. En. And just tell her what I said. En." After Su Mushue finished speaking, the colleague quickly said, "And okay, Sister Mushue, don't worry. After President Su finishes the business, I will definitely tell her what you said. Please rest assured. Un. And well, thank you then. Un." After Su Mushue finished speaking, she left the marketing department directly. My colleagues in the marketing department all had shocked expressions on their faces. It's no wonder they reacted so strongly. The main reason is that Su Mushue's work attitude has always been very serious. You can even describe him as a workaholic. But I didn't expect that she would quit her job this time. Leave work early and go shopping with your husband's cousin? This is really new. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought they were dreaming. And did you notice, N? And since Sister Mu Shui got the marriage certificate, her entire personality seems to have changed, N. And you know, Sister Mu Shui used to be a real workaholic, N. No matter how big the task is, work comes first and everything else takes a back seat. And but now I find that Sister Mu Shui has changed, N. At this time, a female colleague wearing black stockings said with a smile, and this is normal, if I had a husband like Sister Mu Shui. N. And don't even mention my personality, I can even change my sex, N. And yes, you should know that Sister Mu Shui's husband is the boss of Function Technology, N. And not long ago, he just rejected the $5 billion acquisition offer from MS Group. N. And it is said that the other party did not give up and added billions of investment. N. And I know about this. I happen to have a friend who works as a financial accountant at Function Technology. N. And I heard from her that the additional purchase price of MS Group this time is likely to be tens of billions, N. And what? This is impossible, N. And didn't the internet say the purchase price was around 7 billion yen? And it has soared to 10 billion? Is that true? Who told you that? Is your friend trustworthy, N? The colleague nodded and said, and it's correct. Un. And she told me this herself, it can't be false, Un. Hearing this, the colleagues present were collectively shocked. Just as they were chatting, the door of Su Anchi's office was suddenly pushed open. Su Anchi and a woman in OL clothes walked out. The two sides shook hands to show their friendship. And Boss Wang, on behalf of our Su group, I thank you. N. And thank you for your willingness to purchase such a large order. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future, N. The woman called Ms. Wang by Su Anchi is the marketing manager of a large cosmetics sales company. This visit to Su Group was mainly to discuss matters related to order cooperation. Just had a good conversation in the office. The two parties have signed a contract. Mr. Wang shook hands with Su Anchi and nodded. And President Su, rest assured. I believe in the strength of your company, N. And plus, the cosmetics designed by your sister Su Mushuet are very popular in the market. N. And I also value this point, so I came to cooperate with your company. N. And unfortunately, I have a meeting at the company later. N. And otherwise, I would like to invite Mr. Su and your sister to have dinner together tonight. N. And it seems we can only wait until next time. N. Su Anchi smiled slightly and said, and it doesn't matter. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. N. And please cooperate with me in the future. We can have a meal at any time. N. And when you have time, Mr. Wang, we can have dinner together some other day. N. And when the time comes, I will definitely call Mu Shui along. N. Mr. Wang smiled and said, and okay, it's settled then, N. And if you have time some other day, let's have a meal and talk together. N. And okay, that's it for now. I should go back to the company. N. Su Anchi quickly said, and I'll take you there. N. Mr. Wang quickly said, no, I can go downstairs by myself, you go ahead and do your thing. N. Although Mr. Wang had already said so, Su Anchi still instructed an employee and said, and Xiaozhang, go and see Mr. Wang off. N. The employee nodded and said, and okay, Mr. Su. N. She smiled and said to Mr. Wang, and Mr. Wang, please come this way. N. Mr. Wang saw this but didn't say anything. Nodded and said, and okay then, N. And Boss Su, in that case, I'll go back to the company first. Bye. N. Su Anchi also waved her hand, and well, bye, take care. N. Just then, just as Su Anchi was about to return to the office, a colleague nearby suddenly called her. And Boss Su, N. And please stay, N. Chapter 68, Shopping with my cousin. Seeing the other party calling me, Su Anchi was slightly stunned and asked, Enum, N. And what can I do for you, N? The other party said, and Boss Su, this is what happened. N. And Sister Mu Shui came to see you just now. N. Su Anchi was surprised and asked, and Mu Shui came to see me, N. And where is she, Owen? The colleague quickly explained, and she just saw you talking about something. N. And so I didn't bother you. N. And however, Sister Mu Shui left this for me. N. When he said this, the colleague handed the document in his hand to Su Anchi. And what's this, An? Su Anchi asked subconsciously. I only heard the other party explain, and boss Su, it's like this, An. And Sister Mushue said that she has an appointment with her husband's cousin to go shopping at the mall at 4 p.m. N. And but, I still have some work to do. N. And so I have no choice but to, An. Su Anchi took over the conversation and said, and so you have no choice but to throw the job to me, An. And let me help her deal with it, N. The other party nodded, and yes, that's probably what Sister Mushue meant, N. When Su Anchi heard this, she was so sad that she could not even cry. Is this really my biological sister? This is so heartless. Just to go shopping with Lin Feng's cousin, he threw the unfinished work to his own sister? This is so mean. After all, she is married. This guy is too crooked, isn't he? And the key point is that Mu Shui has always been very serious about her work. But now, in order to go shopping with cousin Lin Feng, he even neglected his work? Su Anchi is the biological sister. I was still shocked when I heard this. Is this still my sister who values work as her life? Su Anchi felt like crying but had no tears. She shook her head helplessly, and murmured in her heart, and you stinky sister, wait and see how I'll deal with you when I get back. N. And you actually left your work to me just to go shopping with your husband's cousin, Yen. That's really too much. And this girl, how long has she been married, N? And the elbow is getting more and more crooked, N. And when she comes back, I'll teach her a lesson, humph, N. Thinking of this, Su Anchi said to the colleagues in front of her, and okay, I get it, you all go back to work. N. And I'll help Mu Shui deal with it. N. After saying that, Su Anchi returned to her office to help Su Mu Shui with her work. Don't be fooled by her sharp tongue. But the two sisters have a very good relationship. Although what my sister did was a bit unkind. But after thinking about it, Su Anchi decided to forget it. Don't bother with her. After all, I am also a sister, right? Thinking of this, Su Anchi started to get busy. And at the same time, Su Mushue has arrived downstairs of the company. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of Chen Yutong. She took out her cell phone and prepared to call Chen Yutong to ask her if she had arrived. As a result, the call didn't even get through. Suddenly at this moment, Su Mushue noticed. Chen Yutong got out of a car and walked towards her. After Chen Yutong came over, she took the initiative to apologize to Su Mushue. And Mushue, I'm sorry, and sorry to have kept you waiting. There was a traffic jam on the road just now. N. Su Mushue smiled and said, and my cousin is fine. I didn't wait long. N. Chen Yutong looked at Su Mushue. The more she looked at her brother's wife, the more satisfied she became. I really didn't expect that brat Lin Feng. I can actually marry such a beautiful, rich, and white wife. The key point is that it's not just that she is beautiful and her family is rich. The most important thing is that Su Mushue can also help Lin Feng in his career. This is very rare. And Lin Feng's company has achieved such success today. Su Mushue didn't dare to say that she had made the greatest contribution, but at least she had made some contribution. So to sum up, my sister-in-law is really a good wife. Chen Yutong took Su Mushue's hand and looked at her seriously, and Mushue, do you know N? And I feel from the bottom of my heart that my cousin married you. N. And it's really a stroke of luck. N. Su Mushue was very happy when she heard what her cousin said. But he quickly changed the topic and said, no, cousin, you can't say that. N. And actually, I also want to say that I am lucky to marry Lin Feng N. And besides, you don't know yet, N. Chen Yutong asked curiously, and know what, Ian? Ian, I don't think I've told you this before, actually when I was in college. N. Ian and I have had a crush on Lin Feng for a long time, N. And so N. Su Mushue said this, becoming a little shy. Hearing this, Chen Yutong quickly said in surprise, Ian, I just know that you and Lin Feng suddenly got married. N. Ian, I didn't expect there would be such an episode in the middle, N. And but it's campus love. N. It's still very sweet. Su Mushue giggled, and it's okay, actually. N. And cousin, let's not talk about this anymore. Didn't we say we were going to the mall, N? And let's go, N. Chen Yutong nodded, took Su Mushue's hand, and walked into the car. The two came to a large shopping mall. We walked around until about 6 in the evening. Only then did he leave with his bags, feeling satisfied. Chen Yutong bought 7 or 8 sets of clothes and shoes for Su Muxue. It cost about 5 or 6,000. Su Muxue said, "And cousin, you bought too much for me, didn't you? When? And my husband will scold me later. N. Chen Yutong quickly said, "And he dares, N. And I spend money on my brother's wife, and I am happy to do so. N. And besides, the cosmetics you gave me are much more expensive than these clothes, N. And come to think of it, I took advantage of you. N. The clothes Su Muxue is wearing now are not her own. They were all bought for her by Chen Yutong. Because I will be accompanying Lin Feng to the sea restaurant for dinner in the evening, dressing up a little more beautifully can also give my husband some face." Chen Yutong looked at Su Muxue and said, "And Muxue, I have to say, you are really beautiful. And especially wearing this dress, it's just so beautiful. And but then again, my cousin has pretty good taste. N. Su Muxue quickly said, "In a way, cousin, you are insulting me again. N. And how could that be? I'm speaking from the heart. N. And by the way, how about we have dinner together tonight? I think Lin Feng and his colleagues at the company should be off work by now. N. And it's my treat, N." Su Muxue quickly said, "No need, cousin. I made you spend so much money this afternoon, how can I let you treat me again, N? And come to my house some other day and I'll treat you well. N. I'll cook it myself. And although the food I cook is not very delicious, if you don't mind, cousin, I am willing to cook for you, N." Chen Yutong quickly said, "And I don't dislike it. I don't dislike it. How could I dislike it, N?" Su Muxue nodded, "And yeah, that's good. N. And but tonight, my husband asked me to go to the sea restaurant with him for dinner, N." Chen Yutong asked curiously, "No? Sea restaurant, En? And why, you two are going on a date and having a candlelight dinner, N? And if that's the case, then I won't bother you anymore. N." Su Muxue quickly explained, "And cousin, you misunderstood, we are not going on a date. N. And actually, it's because of Fang Yi, the domestic director of MS Group. N. And he made an appointment with Lin Feng to have dinner together. N. And then Lin Feng said that he hoped I could go with him. N." After Su Muxue finished speaking, Chen Yutong finally understood. "And so that's what's going on. I thought you two were going to have a candlelight dinner. N. And but coming back to the point, Muxue, are those things on the internet true, N? And when I was at home, my mother asked me if it was true. N. And hearing you say that, is it true, N? NMS Group really intends to offer 7 billion to buy Xiaofeng's company, N." Su Muxue thought about it, then said, "And well, how should I put it, N? And from what my husband said, it might be more than 7 billion. N. And what, more than 7 billion, N? And oh my god, Xiaofeng is so promising. N. And as a cousin, I feel very proud. N." At this point, Chen Yutong continued, "And okay, I won't delay you any longer. N. And let's go. I'll take you back to the company. N." Chen Yutong looked at Su Muxue and said, "And if Lin Feng sees you, I'm sure. N. And he will definitely praise you for being beautiful. N. And this dress really suits you, Muxue. N." Su Muxue looked at Chen Yutong and asked, "And really, N? And why, don't you even believe what your cousin said, N?" "And no, I believe it, of course I believe it. N. And I assent that enough, N." Chen Yutong said quickly, "And if that brat Lin Feng dares to say it's not pretty, I'll show you how I'll deal with him later. N." After a while, Chen Yutong sent Su Muxue back to the company. Su Muxue waved her hand and said, "And cousin, I'm at the company now, you should go back early. N." Chen Yutong nodded, "And well, then my cousin will leave first, N. And wait for Lin Feng at the company. N. And bye. N." Su Muxue waved her hand and said, "And goodbye, cousin. If you have time next time, remember to come to my house for dinner. N." Chen Yutong quickly said, "And okay, no problem. Definitely, N. And when the time comes, don't complain that I eat too much. N. And oh, don't worry. N." After watching Chen Yutong drive away, Su Muxue kept reminding herself in her heart, "And it seems like it will take some time for the next period of time. N. I have to improve my cooking skills. And I can't embarrass myself the next time my cousin comes to our house for dinner. N. And it's okay to embarrass myself, but you absolutely cannot embarrass your husband, N." Su Muxue reminded herself in her heart. At this time, Su Muxue sent a message to Lin Feng. "And honey, are you done, N? And shall I come pick you up, N?" After Su Mushue sent a message to Lin Feng, she received a reply not long after. "I am done here, come over here.N. And I'll wait for you at the company.N." After receiving Lin Feng's reply, Su Mushue quickly said, "And okay, no problem. I'll be there right away.N. And wait for me a moment, husband.N. And okay.N. Lin Feng responded quickly, and then said gently, "And then I'll wait for you at the company.N. And okay.N. And you'll be surprised when you see me later.N." Hearing this, Lin Feng was a little surprised. "And what do you mean, N?" Su Mushue kept it a secret, "And anyway, you'll know when you see me.N. And wait for me, N." Sent the last message. Su Mushue went directly to Fengshan Technology. Chapter 69, I was tricked by my wife. 10 minutes later. Su Mushue pushed open the door of Lin Feng's office at Fengshan Technology. It's already time to get off work, and there's not a single employee to be seen in the company. After all, Fengshan Technology's employee benefits and treatment are probably the highest. It's early to get off work. It's already past 7 o'clock, so of course the employees have gone off work long ago. Lin Feng was the only one left in the company waiting for Su Mushue in the office. Pushing open the office door, Su Mushue walked in. "And hubby, have you been waiting for me for a long time, N?" "I am sorry to have kept you waiting for so long, N." Before Lin Feng could speak, Su Mushue turned around and continued, "And how about it, do you think the clothes I'm wearing look good, N? And this is what my cousin bought for me. It's also my favorite piece, N. And how about it, don't you think it looks good, N? And hubby, why don't you say anything? Isn't it pretty, N?" Lin Feng standing opposite. After seeing Su Mushue's outfit, my first reaction was to remain silent. So Su Mushue was very curious. "Anyway, my cousin and I both think this dress looks good.N. And could it be that boys and girls have different aesthetic tastes, N?" "I don't think so." Unexpectedly, Lin Feng answered like this the next second. "And is the person standing in front of me still my wife, N?" "Ina, N." Su Mushue didn't react for a moment. "And it's like a fairy from heaven descending to earth.N." Su Mushue was thoroughly amused by Lin Feng's words. "And I was so scared, I thought you thought it was ugly.N. And how could that be? My wife looks good in any kind of clothes.N." Su Mushue felt a little embarrassed after being praised by Lin Feng. "And anyway, as long as my husband thinks it looks good, that's fine, N. And because I wore it just for you to see, N." Su Mushue giggled, took Lin Feng's hand, and continued to show off. "And look at these clothes, honey.N. And the rest of these were also bought for me by my cousin N." When Su Mushue said this, Lin Feng curled his lips and said helplessly, "And Mushue, I have to say that your status in our family is really skyrocketing now.N." Su Mushue chuckled, "And really? How can you say that, N? And need I say that? You can tell just by looking at the actions.N. And my cousin and I grew up together. As far as I can remember, she has never given me such an expensive gift.N. And I took you out to the mall and bought you 7 or 8 sets of clothes.N. And my cousin has always been very stingy, but she is so generous to you.N." I was shocked. When Lin Feng said this, Su Mushue laughed. "And really? But I don't think my cousin is stingy. She is very generous to me.N. And besides, please don't be ungrateful, okay, N? And when you were at my house, weren't my parents still very kind to you, N? And I think this is the best way. And the mother-in-law should be nicer to her daughter-in-law, and the father-in-law should be nicer to his son-in-law.N. And in this way, the marriage relationship between two people can be managed better, right, N?" Lin Feng smiled helplessly, then nodded, "And you are right, it seems to make a little sense.N." Su Mushue curled her lips and glared at Lin Feng. "And come on, what do you mean by somewhat reasonable?" "It means very reasonable, N. And okay, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.N. And whatever my wife says is what it is.N." Su Mushue giggled and looked at Lin Feng. "And yeah.N." Su Mushue then said, "And okay, let's get serious. It's getting late, husband. Didn't we agree to have dinner at the C restaurant at 8 o'clock in the evening, N?" Su Mushue looked at the time. It was already 7:30. "If we don't set off now, we'll probably be late. Although, we do not plan to sell the Fengshan system. But after all, we have an appointment to have dinner together, so I can't be late, right? And honey, do you think I'm right? And Lin Feng smiled and nodded, and of course you're right. N. And in that case, let's get going quickly. Don't keep them waiting anxiously. That's not very polite. N. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, saying, and okay, no problem. Let's go now. I'll drive. Give me the car keys. N. Just after Lin Feng finished speaking. Immediately afterwards, Su Muxue took out the car keys from her bag and handed them to Lin Feng. And here are the car keys, husband. N. After locking the company door, Lin Feng took Su Muxue's hand and got into the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng and said, and honey, can you help me fasten my seatbelt? N. Lin Feng curled his lips and said helplessly, and can't you fasten your seatbelt yourself? N. And but I just want you to help me fasten my seatbelt. N. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, and I really can't do anything to you, okay? N. Su Muxue giggled, husband, why are you so nice? N. But what Lin Feng didn't expect was that when he leaned over and prepared to help Su Muxue fasten her seatbelt, the next second, Lin Feng was immediately confused. Unexpectedly, at this time, Su Muxue actually came over and kissed Lin Feng on the cheek. Lin Feng almost couldn't hold it anymore. And wife, after all this time, were you just trying to trick me? And tell me, who taught you this trick? N. And does this need to be taught? N. And all right. N. I learned it from the internet. And that's what I said. N. Lin Feng smiled and said. And but you know what, you're learning it quite well. N. And how about it, do you like it? N. Su Muxue smiled slightly, then said to Lin Feng, and if you like it, I will learn more in the future. N. And that's not necessary, just be yourself. N. Don't try to learn anything deliberately and try to change yourself. Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng and said, and but, do you think I'm boring? N. And after all, I've never been in a relationship, you know that. N. And so when it comes to dating, I'm basically a beginner. N. And I don't know how to flirt with my husband at all. N. Lin Feng smiled and said, and it's okay, if you don't know, then don't know. Isn't our daily interactions pretty sweet? N. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Su Muxue nodded, then looked at Lin Feng and said, and well, it's not wrong when you put it that way, and that's true. N. And daily life, eating together, going to get off work together, plain but warm, and sweet, N. And yeah. N. Su Muxue giggled, looked at Lin Feng and said, and anyway, as long as you don't think I'm boring. N. No, I like your cool style. N. And if you keep acting like that, I'll be a little uncomfortable with it. N. I see. Su Muxue nodded, then looked at Lin Feng and said, and okay, I'll listen to you, husband. N. And I'll do whatever you say, he. N. And I'll do whatever you say. N. Lin Feng coughed, and ahem. Where's your cool attitude, N? Su Muxue stuck out her tongue subconsciously, and sorry, I'm used to it in front of you. N. And but I'll try my best. N. Seeing Su Muxue's reaction, Lin Feng smiled helplessly. And forget it, there's really nothing I can do about you. N. And it seems that when a girl gets married, she does change. N. And this change is indeed not small. N. And for a girl as cool as you, you're becoming more and more clingy. N. Su Muxue rolled her eyes and said, and hubby, you are insulting me. N. No, I'm praising you. N. Su Muxue snorted, and tisk, I didn't even hear you praising me. N. And it's obvious that you are deliberately hurting me. N. And you think, N. Just at this time, Lin Feng's cell phone rang, interrupting what Su Muxue was about to say. Chapter 70, Meet Fang Yi. And honey, your phone is ringing, N. And it was Fang Yi, the head of MS Group, who called. N. Su Muxue helped Lin Feng pick up the phone and handed it to him. Lin Feng took the phone, pressed the answer button, and said to Fang Yi on the other end of the phone. And hello, is this Mr. Fang Yi? N. And what is it, N? At this moment, Fang Yi was already in the private room of the C restaurant. After waiting for a long time, Lin Feng didn't show up. I thought Lin Feng didn't want to come. After hesitating for a long time, I finally made a phone call. I didn't expect Lin Feng to answer it immediately. When the call was connected, Fang Yi quickly asked, and Boss Lin, you haven't arrived yet? I've been waiting for you in the restaurant. N. Lin Feng said, and Mr. Fong, my wife, and I just got in the car and we're about to head to the restaurant. And please wait a moment. We'll be there soon. And is that so? Then I feel relieved. I thought you regretted it, Mr. Lin, and didn't plan to come anymore. And don't worry, it won't happen. And it should be here in 15 minutes at most. And okay, Mr. Lin, I'll wait for you here. Fong Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up the phone. After waiting for so long, Lin Fong still hasn't arrived. He thought Lin Fong was not going to give him this face. That won't work. Wait, no matter what, we have to persuade Lin Fong. Let him sell the Fengshan system to MS Group. Otherwise, with the technology currently mastered by Fengshan Technology and the stability of the system, it won't take long to surpass the MS system. It's just a matter of time. That is why the MS Group was willing to spend huge amounts of money to acquire the Fengshan system back. Even the risks are ignored. Compared with losing the domestic market, what does that matter? After putting down your phone, Lin Fong handed the phone to Su Muxue, who was sitting in the passenger seat. And Muxue, hold my phone for me. And before Su Muxue answered the phone, she looked at Lin Fong and asked, and what did you call me just now, And Muxue? And are you sure it's appropriate to call me that, N? Lin Fong changed his tone and said, and okay, my wife, that's enough, N. And well, that's more like it, he. N. Su Muxue giggled, then took the phone from Lin Feng's hand and put it in her bag. In response to this, Lin Fong smiled helplessly. And I just called you Muxue a few times, and now you're giving me complaints, N. And you read too petty. N. And who are you calling petty, N? Su Muxue questioned. And is there any need to ask? Of course I'm talking about you. N. Lin Fong replied. That is so true. Su Muxue immediately said, and I am indeed very petty, and you can see that, Ian. And from now on, no matter in front of others or in private, you must call me wife. N. And I don't like you calling me Muxue. N. And like wife, daughter-in-law, and baby, it's all fine. N. And the name Muxue is for friends and relatives. N. And wife is your exclusive title, N. And do you remember, N? Lin Fong said with a smile, and okay, I'll remember it. N. And right. That's more like it. N. And okay, husband, I won't tease you anymore, let's drive. N. And didn't Mr. Fong, the head of MS Group, call you just now, N? N has been waiting for so long, don't let him wait any longer. N. Lin Fong nodded, and okay, let's go, N. Only then did Lin Fong start the car. Then it drove directly towards the location of the Sea restaurant. This is a 5-star restaurant and the prices are outrageous. Generally, those who can afford to consume here are either big entrepreneurs or high-ranking officials. To see Lin Fong. Of course, the meeting place arranged by Fong Yi cannot be too shabby. Otherwise, it would be a joke, wouldn't it? Just drove to the restaurant entrance. Lin Fong noticed Fong Yi. At this time, Fong Yi hurried over and took the initiative to greet Lin Fong, saying, and Boss Lin, you are here. Please come in. I have already booked a private room. N. And the food is already here, just waiting for you. N. And this should be your wife, Miss Su, N. And I've heard of her. In the cosmetics industry, she is arguably the most popular product designer right now, N. Fong Yi has lived up to his years in the workplace. Although it was the first time they met, the greetings and business compliments were very clear. And Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, please come this way. N. After hearing the name Mrs. Lin again, Su Muxue felt very happy. He took Lin Feng's arm and walked into the restaurant together. After entering the restaurant, Fong Yi walked in front, then brought Lin Fong and Su Muxue to the private room. After entering the private room, Fong Yi took the lead and said, and Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, please take a seat. N. Lin Fong and Su Muxue sat down. Fong Yi immediately said, and Boss Lin, I have often heard people around me talk about your company, including you, Boss Lin, over the past period of time. N. And today, I finally had the honor of seeing him. N. And it's our first meeting, so I hope you won't mind if I'm not treating you well enough. N. When he said this, Fong Yi immediately stood up and picked up a wine glass on the table. He took the initiative to toast, and Boss Lin, how about this, I'll toast you a glass. N. And I'll do it first, you can do whatever you want. N. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yi immediately drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Lin Feng also drank a glass out of politeness. Then, Lin Feng said, "And Mr. Feng, you asked me out for dinner tonight. What exactly do you want to talk to me about? You might as well get straight to the point.N." Fang Yi nodded. I didn't expect Mr. Lin's personality to be so straightforward.N. And in that case, I won't beat around the bush.N. And originally, I was going to be a little more tactful, but since Mr. Lin prefers to be more direct, I'll just say it straight.N. And to be honest, I invited you to dinner here today, Mr. Lin, partly because I wanted to meet you.N. And after all, both of our companies are in the field of operating systems.N. And maybe, they will still be strong competitors.N. And meeting in advance may prevent the competition from being too intense or even life and death.N. And this is also the main reason why I asked you, Mr. Lin, out for dinner.N. And the second thing is, it's the more selfish side.N. Fang Yi looked at Lin Feng and continued, and to be honest, the function system developed by your company is indeed very powerful.N. And our MS Group's US headquarters also highly evaluates and appreciates this.N. And so the reason why you asked me to come here this time is that you hope to discuss the acquisition issue again.N. And I know that Mr. Lin has no intention of selling the function system.N. And perhaps it was because of the previous purchase price that Mr. Lin was not very satisfied.N. And so the headquarters has already said that we are willing to make an offer.N. Before Fang Yi could make his second offer, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "And Mr. Feng, I think you must have misunderstood.N. And misunderstanding, N." Hearing this, Fang Yi was a little confused. He expressed his doubt and asked, "And Boss Lin, what do you mean by that, N?" Lin Feng replied calmly, "I don't plan to sell the function system, not because I am not satisfied with the purchase price.N. And to be honest, I am already very satisfied with the last offer alone.N. And but I refused, not because of the purchase price.N. It contains my own ideals. And so today, I would like to take this opportunity to make things clear with your company once and for all.N. I have no intention of selling the function system. No matter how much your company offers, the final result will be the same.N. And please go back and tell the chairman of your company not to waste any more time.N. I'm not selling it." Hearing Lin Feng's firm answer, the atmosphere in the entire private room instantly fell to its lowest point. And Fang Yi's expression at this time also became a little ugly. Originally, Fang Yi was full of confidence, thinking that by offering a sky-high price of 10 billion, he could definitely acquire function technology in one fell swoop. But I didn't expect. The final result turned out to be like this. Lin Feng's answer was still a rejection. Chapter 71, Your Husband Doesn't Look Like a Virgin Single? At this moment, Fang Yi was also a little panicked. Faced with Lin Feng's strong answer, he couldn't resist at all. I stood there for a moment, not knowing how to break the awkward atmosphere. It was Su Muxue who spoke first, and hubby, stop chatting and eat something first.N. And Mr. Feng, you too.N. Su Muxue remained polite and said calmly, "And please don't misunderstand, Mr. Feng. My husband has no other intentions.N. But you also know that. And the original intention of establishing function technology is to develop domestic computer operating systems.N. And you're no stranger to believing this, are you, N? And so, regarding the acquisition, it's just like what my husband said.N. We don't need to talk about this anymore. And we will not sell the function system now or in the future, N. And but if you are interested, our two companies can still cooperate.N. And it's only a few days until the Binhai City 2023 Science and Technology Summit.N. And at that time, we can have more exchanges on technology and cooperate if there is an opportunity.N. Su Muxue had already explained it to Fang Yi tactfully. Fang Yi didn't say anything more. Isn't it obvious? They don't plan to sell it at all. It's not about money at all. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that the plan to acquire function system was likely to fail. Fang Yi shook his head, picked up the wine glass and gave a forced smile. And okay, since Mr. Lin has said so, then I understand.N. And when I return, I will report your intentions to our chairman truthfully.N. And it's just as Mrs. Lin said.N. And the Technology Summit Forum will begin soon.N. I hope that by then, we can have more exchanges on technology. And we will grow together and improve the quality of service for our users. N. After Fang Yi said some polite words, he picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it. After spending more than half an hour in the restaurant, he looked at his watch. And well, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do, so let's stop here for today. N. And Ive already bought the bill, Mr. Lin, you can enjoy it slowly. N. And if there's nothing else, I'll go back first. N. And goodbye. N. When he said this, Fang Yi's expression had obviously turned ugly. You can see it from here. In the coming period of time, the two companies are bound to be caught in a very fierce competition. After all, MS Group is a big name in the industry. The reason why they offered such a high purchase price was that they wanted to acquire the function system. The reason is simple, they don't want the function system to bring competitive pressure to their company. But now the plan has changed. The acquisition failed, and seeing what Lin Feng just said, it seems that no matter how much the MS Group bids, it will never be able to acquire the function system. But no matter what, MS Group is also a global oligopoly company and can be said to be among the top 10 most profitable companies in the world. No matter what, we can't lose to function technology. At this time, Fang Yi could roughly guess their boss's reaction. We'll be very angry. And okay, Mr. Feng, take care. N. Lin Feng's expression was very calm, and he had no intention of getting up to see him off. Su Muxue, who was sitting next to Lin Feng, felt that this was a bit impolite, so she asked, "And hubby, aren't we going to see him off, N? And won't it seem a bit impolite of us to do so, N? And will it worsen the relationship between our two companies, N?" Lin Feng had a calm expression, and it's okay, don't worry. N. And anyway, from now on, our company and MS Group will compete in all aspects, and it will be very fierce, N. And didn't you notice, N? And just now, when we said we would never sell the ELS system. N. And Fang Yi's expression became obviously ugly. N. And I guess after reporting this to their chairman, he will be very angry. N. And if things go wrong, they might even say that function technology is ungrateful. N. And since we can no longer coexist peacefully, why should we try to please them, N? And why bother, N? Su Muxue nodded, then looked at Lin Feng beside her. And hubby, although that's what I said, N. But I always feel like this is a bit bad. And but since you think so, I support you, N. And the competition between our function technology and their MS Group will definitely be fierce in the future. N. And so-called cooperation is mostly just a formality, with a few polite words. N. And forget it, leave him alone, N. Su Muxue giggled, looked at Lin Feng and said, "And come to think of it, husband. N. And what do you think of the clothes I'm wearing today, N? And I didn't embarrass you in front of Fang Yi by accompanying you here this time, did I, N?" After saying this, he didn't wait for Lin Feng to answer. Su Muxue stood up from her seat and walked aside. Then he looked at his own attire. I couldn't help but comment. I think it looks pretty good. And right, husband? Ugh. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and wife, there is no one like you. N. Su Muxue rolled her eyes and pouted, and what do you mean, someone like me, N? And what's wrong with me, N? And you have no shame in praising yourself. N. Lin Feng said with a helpless smile. Su Muxue chuckled and said, and what does it matter? It's in front of my husband anyway. N. And there is a saying that goes, if a person is not narcissistic, he will be punished by heaven and earth. N. And haven't you heard that, N? Lin Feng said speechlessly, and it's an old joke from 10 years ago. It's not funny. N. Su Muxue pouted, looking a little unhappy. And to put it bluntly, you just think I'm old-fashioned. N. And if you think I'm unsophisticated, just say so. N. And why are you beating around the bush? Humph, I'm not going to pay attention to you. N. Lin Feng quickly said, and what a coincidence, I like old-fashioned girls. N. And like you. N. Su Muxue chuckled, and hubby, you are so good at it. N. And in the car, I'll ask you to help me fasten my seatbelt, and then I'll take the opportunity to kiss you. N. And I learned this kind of cheesy love talk from watching short videos. It's very popular. N. This is understandable. And but the thing is, I don't think the love words you say, husband, are learned, N. It's like playing myself. And you are awesome. N. And I really doubt now, husband, have you ever been in love before, En? And you are not like me, single from birth, right, N? Chapter 72 Special Mission released. Facing Su Mushue's questioning, Lin Feng hesitated for a few seconds before answering. And of course I've been single since birth, N. Su Mushue curled her lips and glared at Lin Feng. And don't come on, I don't believe it. N. And you must have an ex-girlfriend, N. And otherwise, why did you hesitate for a few seconds when I asked you just now, N? Su Mushue snorted, and alas, I suddenly feel like I've been wrong. N. E and I have been single since birth, and you, husband, actually have an ex-girlfriend. N. And I am not your only girlfriend. N. How disappointing. Seeing Su Mushue's jealous look, Lin Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. And Mushue, look at you, N. And why don't you believe what I say, N? Su Mushue glared at Lin Feng and said, and husband, what did you just call me, Thuan? And Mushue. N. And you forgot again, right? And Su Mushue asked. Lin Feng then remembered what happened, so he quickly changed his words, and oh, look at my memory, I almost forgot. N. And wife. N. And is this all right, N? Su Mushue snorted and said, and yeah, that's about right. N. And okay, no more jokes, N. And eat quickly, my stomach has been growling for a long time. N. Just at this moment, the voice of the system came to Lin Feng's ears. Bite. Special mission released, please choose one of the following tasks. After completing the task, you can get corresponding rewards. Task 1, feed your wife, show off your affection, and shoot a vlog to record your daily life to become a better model husband. Reward, get the property rights of a company at random. Task 2, take a photo of your meal and post it on WeChat Moments. Reward, a random draw. Host, please make a choice within 1 minute. See the 2 tasks ahead. Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all and decisively chose the first task. Joke. The second task is a chance to win a lottery. However, there are too many uncertainties in things like lotteries. Who knows what the final prize will be? If only tens of millions. Or a very useless skill. It's better not to have it. Lin Feng doesn't want to take this risk. After all, the system's tasks cannot be triggered anytime and anywhere. It's triggered randomly. Lin Feng himself didn't know when the next trigger would be. So it's better to be conservative and choose the first task. Just by shooting a vlog, you can obtain the ownership of a company. Even if it is a small company, it will make money. End system, I choose 1, and Lin Feng made his choice silently in his mind. Then, the mission began. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone, turned on the front camera and switched to selfie mode. And honey, what are you doing? Do you want to take a photo, N? And okay. I love taking selfies the most, N. And it's just that I think we should wait until we finish eating before taking the photo. N. And when eating, there is so much oil on the mouth that the photos taken don't look very good. N. Su Mushue, who was sitting next to Lin Feng, said. Lin Feng quickly said, and it's okay, I won't post it on WeChat Moments, I just plan to shoot a vlog to record our daily life after marriage. N. By shooting vlogs, they record the daily life of 2 people together, sweet moments and so on. Generally speaking, it is girls who take notes. But there are very few boys like Lin Feng who will take the initiative to record. So, Su Mushue was subconsciously surprised. And honey, you said you wanted to shoot a vlog to record our warm daily life, N. And is this true, N? And do you really think so, N? Su Mushue asked seriously. Lin Feng smiled helplessly and said, and look, I've already started recording. How could this be fake, N? Wow. Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng, and hubby, I really didn't expect that you are such a detail-oriented guy. N. And everyone says that boys are very careless. N. And things like this that record the daily life of a relationship are usually done by girls. N. And to be honest, I didn't even think of recording our daily lives, N. And I didn't expect that you were the one who brought it up, N. And hubby, you know what? I suddenly feel so happy. N. And Yuri such a good husband, N. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Su Mushue said excitedly, and when will it start? When will it start, N? I can't wait any longer. And but before I start shooting the vlog, let me adjust myself first. N. Strive for beautiful results. Although I know that videos recording daily life may not necessarily look good. And after all, this is definitely different from the photo. N. Most photos need to be beautified or be taken from the most beautiful angle. But most people can't do it by recording daily vlogs. But, try to take a better looking picture of me.N. Okay, husband, N. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, okay, no problem, I'll try my best.N. But it doesn't matter if the photos don't look good.N. Why? Su Mushue asked. Because in my eyes, you are the most beautiful, N. No matter how bad the vlog is, it doesn't matter how bad it is. But in my opinion, it's still as beautiful as ever, N. Su Mushue felt a little embarrassed when Lin Feng praised her like that. Hubby, stop praising me.N. If you keep praising me like this, I'll feel embarrassed.N. Lin Feng smiled and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore, come on and start.N. As soon as the filming started, Lin Feng looked at the camera of his mobile phone and said, hello everyone, I am Lin Feng, and the person sitting next to me is my wife Su Mushue.N. Starting today, I plan to record our warm daily life together.N. It can be considered a vlog of our married life. Today is the first time I filmed. If there are any poor shots, I hope that one day in the future, when this vlog is released.N. Friends and classmates who see this, please don't be surprised.N. The content of shooting vlog is also very simple. It's just feeding my wife, a very heartwarming scene. How is it? Is it delicious, honey, N? Lin Feng rubbed Su Mushue's head, looked at her and asked. Su Mushue nodded, it's delicious. But it's still far from the food you cook yourself, my husband, N. Then let's have dinner at home tomorrow night, okay, N? Yes, of course, N. Su Mushue giggled, hubby, try this dish, it tastes really good, N. This time, let me feed you, N. We, N. Even when filming a vlog, Su Mushue did not forget to show off her love. Chapter 73 The Boss's Call. The Other Side. After Fang Yi left the restaurant, he got into a car directly at the door. The driver turned around and asked respectfully, Mr. Fang, where are you going, N? Fang Yi said calmly, send me home.N. Okay, Mr. Fang, N. While driving, the driver looked at the expression on Fang Yi's face in the rearview mirror. At this moment, Fang Yi's expression could no longer be described as ugly. So the driver was tactful and didn't say anything along the way. Half an hour later, the driver drove Fang Yi back home. After returning home, Fang Yi walked back and forth in the living room. I went around in circles many times. He had just sat down on the sofa for a while when he immediately stood up. I can't sit still at all. Thinking of the boss's expression and reaction when he learned that the second acquisition of function system failed. Fang Yi felt scared. What if because of this, the boss at the headquarters thinks that he is incompetent? Even this small thing was not done well, and it was even messed up. It is not yet known whether he can keep his identity as the head of MS Group in Longhua. Thinking of this, Fang Yi felt a little frightened. I don't know whether I should make this call. What if I call and my boss gets mad on the spot? Forget it, no matter how big the matter is, let's leave it until tomorrow, and never mind that.N. Just when Fang Yi was about to take a break, something unfortunate happened. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. When I turned on my phone, I saw that it was a call from headquarters. Old, boss. What's the matter, Yen? After Fang Yi answered the phone, he even started to stutter. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone, Fang Yi, what's wrong with you, And what did I ask you to do? What did you ask me, And tell me quickly, how did your conversation with Lin Feng go, Has the function system been taken down, Faced with the questioning from the boss at headquarters, Fang Yi hesitated and did not dare to continue. The man on the other side got anxious and shouted, Fang Yi, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me asking you a question, or are you dumb and can't speak, No. Boss, I.N. Just as Fang Yi was stumbling and preparing to answer. The next second, the middle-aged man opposite said calmly, don't tell me that after adding 5 billion, you still haven't taken down the function system, And you promised me this with your heart, Now you haven't done it yet? Fang Yi instantly became intimidated and didn't know what to say. Just stuttering. Boss, that's not the case. You can't blame me for this, And if you don't blame me, then why don't you blame me, No, boss, that's not what I meant. Please don't misunderstand me, And how dare I blame you, Lin? And the main reason is that Lin Feng has already made his position clear to me. And he said that no matter how much money our company offered, he would not agree to the acquisition. And because he wants to vigorously develop the domestic system business, so we will never agree to sell our shares. And we will not sell our shares to foreign technology companies. And if that happens, wouldn't all their efforts at function technology be in vain? The boss at headquarters on the other end of the phone was immediately unhappy. And what do you mean by all this trouble, And he has only been in business for 2 months, and I won't even frown if I give him billions, or even tens of billions, as long as he is willing to sell the function system, I will buy it, And we will definitely buy it even if it costs a lot of money. And the acquisition price is tens of billions, and he calls this a waste of time, Feng Yi quickly said, boss, you may not understand. Let me explain it to you again. And in fact, Lin Feng's meaning is very simple. He just wants to, Before Feng Yi could finish his words, the other party immediately said, okay, I'm too lazy to listen to your explanation. And anyway, the second acquisition still failed, right, yes, And good, very good, And originally, I thought that I didn't want to have too much conflict with function technology, nor did I want to engage in fearless competition with them. So I thought about buying their company at a high price. In this way, we can save a lot of trouble. After all, things that can be solved with money are not a problem, But I didn't expect that this young man named Lin Feng would be so ungrateful. And I asked him to buy the company again and again. And even though I offered him a sky-high price of 10 billion, he still refused to sell, And it's clear that you don't take our MS group seriously. And isn't it just that we developed a domestic system? Isn't it just that the system is more stable? What's the big deal, And I will hire someone to develop the 20th generation version of our MS system tomorrow. And by then, the system's stability, security, and fluency will be countless times stronger than their function system, And when the time comes, I'd like to see which one the majority of users will choose. And I don't believe it. He started a small company only a month or 2 ago. In terms of user experience, can we surpass a large company that has been established for decades? And just wait and see, At this time, the boss of MS Group was heard pointing all the blame at Lin Feng. Feng Yi then breathed a sigh of relief and continued speaking along with what the other party was saying. And that's right, boss, you are right. And this Lin Feng is so ungrateful. Our company offered such a high purchase price, but he actually refused, And this Lin guy clearly looks down on our company, No respect at all. And now, people are discussing this matter online, and many netizens are making fun of us. And we are a large company that has been established for decades. We lowered our dignity to acquire a small company and were rejected 2 or 3 times. It's so embarrassing. And so, we must go through the 2023 Binhai City Science and Technology Summit. Then we can have a good competition with their function system and dampen their enthusiasm. A faint voice came from the other end of the phone, and there's no rush for this. And based on the current fluency, safety, and stability of the function system. And in every aspect, they are better than us. And if we really compare ourselves with them at the Internet Technology Summit. And when that happens, it will probably be our MS system that will be embarrassed. Feng Yi quickly asked, and then, boss, what do you mean, And what I mean is that we will not be attending this year's Internet Technology Summit. And when the time comes, just find a reason to turn it down. And until our MS system develops the 20th generation system version, which is to surpass the function system in all aspects, don't compare technology with their company. And otherwise, we will be the only ones to be embarrassed. Got it, Feng Yi nodded, and then said, and so that's what's going on. I understand, boss. I'll listen to you. And then after a while, I'll just find a random excuse to say I can't go. And let function technology take the spotlight first. And after our MS system is developed to the 20th generation system version and released globally. And see if their function system is still hot. And when the time comes, you will definitely regret not being acquired by us, right, boss Ian? That's right. And okay, let's stop here for today. You have jet lag here, so go to bed early. Fang Yi quickly said, and okay, boss. I'll take a rest first.N. And if there is any follow-up situation, I will call you to report.Un. Enum.N. There was a faint voice on the other end of the phone. Chapter 74, Fukulai Catering Group. At the same time, there are more and more discussions online. There are several bloggers with tens of millions of followers who posted a few photos on social platforms. The photo shows the scene where Lin Feng and Fang Yi meet at the entrance of the Sea restaurant. In addition to the two of them, there is also Su Muxue. After these photos were released, all major social media platforms are discussing this. Wow! And it's the man in the photo, Lin Feng, the boss of Fengshan Technology, N. And I heard from someone online before that he is very young and started his own business not long after graduating from college, N. And I thought it was fake, but it turned out to be real. Ugh. And at such a young age, he has accomplished what many entrepreneurs cannot do, N. It's incredible. And besides, he's so handsome. I'm so jealous, N. And yeah, he's handsome and rich. How the hell are we supposed to live with him, N? And no wonder the school beauty proposed to me right after graduation. If it were me, I would do the same, N. And it's just a pity, I'm just a class beauty, N. And sure enough, a successful, tall, rich and handsome man would definitely not like ordinary girls, like us.N. And oh, I'm so sour, N. And I was reading the news late at night and I still got dog food. Help, N. Noticing the trend of online comments, Fang Yi's expression became increasingly uglier. Obviously, there are thousands of netizens online. The evaluation of the Fengshan system and Lin Feng's personal popularity. They have far surpassed their MS group. This is not an easy thing to do. And it seems that Fengshan Technology has really been the #1 competitor of MS group for so many years.N. Fang Yi said secretly in his heart. At the same time, Lin Feng and Su Muxue have already left the Sea restaurant. Because I was drunk, I couldn't drive. The two decided to walk home. It feels great to walk on the city streets at night. Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm and said, and honey, let me see the vlog you just shot.Un. And let me see how the photo was taken. Did it not make me look ugly, Un? Lin Feng smiled and said, and how could that be? My wife is so beautiful, she will never look ugly no matter how she is photographed.Un. Su Muxue glared at Lin Feng and said with a pout. And cut it, don't give me that, I don't believe it, N. And you must have captured my ugliest moment, right, N? Lin Feng said speechlessly, NOA, if you don't believe me, just take a look for yourself.Un. After taking Lin Feng's phone and opening the vlog video. After taking a quick look, I found that she was indeed photographed very beautifully. It wasn't as bad as she thought. So after watching it, Su Muxue looked up at Lin Feng and said, Ian, I didn't expect that, husband, you are quite good at taking photos.N. And this angle is just right, it makes my face look smaller.Un. Not bad, not bad. And next time, can you shoot another vlog, N? Ian, I think it's really sweet to record our daily life after marriage like this, Un. And I'll take it out and look at it again after a few years, and it'll be really nice.Un. And or, wait 10 or 20 years.N. And when our children grow up, we can still show them the loving moments of our parents back then.Un. And I assent that right, N. Lin Feng rubbed Su Muxue's head and said, and of course there is no problem.N. And from now on, leave it to me to shoot vlogs to record daily events.N. And he, husband, why are you so nice, N? Su Muxue giggled. Then he returned the phone to Lin Feng. And Lin Feng was also very satisfied. Not just because of seeing Su Muxue's smile. Also, the system's voice just now also rang. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the task and made a vlog to record your daily life. Reward, Fukulai Restaurant Group. Lin Feng never expected this when he saw the system prompt. The reward given by the system is actually from the Fukulai Group. The Fukulai Group is a large listed company whose main business is catering services. At present, many well-known local catering companies are under his control. The annual profit is over tens of billions. And the shares obtained by Lin Feng are still 100%. At this moment, Lin Feng was so shocked that he couldn't even express it in words. You know, this is a big company with annual profits of more than 10 billion. And it's 100% of the shares. You can imagine how excited Lin Feng was at this moment. At this time, Lin Feng silently asked the system in his heart, N system, is there any complicated procedure required to obtain the company's equity, N? The system responded quickly. Return to host, no need. This system has taken care of everything for the host. The system has already invested to complete the acquisition and place the company's shares in the host's name. Within the next 24 hours, the relevant responsible personnel of the company will take the initiative to contact the host. After getting the system's explanation, Lin Feng said secretly, And it seems that I just need to continue to be a model husband and be nice to my wife, N. And the rewards you receive will become more and more generous, N. And it really is the model husband system, N. And as long as you are a good husband, you will receive endless rewards, N. Thinking of this, Lin Feng focused his attention on Su Muxue. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Su Muxue said shyly, And husband, what are you doing, N? And you looking at me like that all of a sudden, N? Lin Feng smiled and said, And nothing, I just feel that marrying you is a blessing for me, N. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Muxue's face instantly turned red. And hubby, why do you say that suddenly, N? And actually, I should be the one saying this, N. Su Muxue held Lin Feng's hand, looked at him and said, And marrying you is also my blessing, N. And look at you, your company is so big now, N. And I feel like I'm not worthy of you now, N. And as long as you don't dislike me, N. And in the days ahead, I will definitely put my husband first, N. And I'll be a good wife, N. And I promise, N. Su Muxue giggled. Lin Feng pinched Su Muxue's cheek, then said gently, And silly wife, of course I will treat you well, how could I dislike you, N? And I will treat you better and better in the future, N. And really, N. After all, she is a girl and she always likes to hear some sweet words. Su Muxue is also a girl, of course, no exception. Besides, Su Muxue has never been in a relationship. I know almost nothing about this aspect. So even if it was just an ordinary sentence, as long as it was said by Lin Feng, Su Muxue still felt it was very sweet. Immersed in love words. And by the way, I'll take you out for a nice dinner tomorrow after get off work, N. And how about it, N? Su Muxue was slightly stunned, looked at Lin Feng in surprise and asked, And why, didn't we agree to eat at home, N? And suddenly changed your mind, N? Lin Feng nodded and said, And that's right, N. And because I suddenly want to take you to a restaurant and have a big meal, N. And by the way, I have one more thing to announce to you, N. At this time, Su Muxue's gossip spirit was burning, and she was so curious that she couldn't even express it in words. And really? What's the big deal, N? And husband, please tell me, N. And I want to know now, N. Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng and urged, And hubby, stop keeping us in suspense, N. And hurry up and tell me, I want to know now, N. And what on earth is going on? Why is it so mysterious, N? And hurry up and tell me, husband, N. The more curious Su Muxue was, the more Lin Feng refused to talk. And didn't I just say that, N? And you will know tomorrow, N. And now. I can't tell you, N. And otherwise, wouldn't the surprise left for you be gone, N? Su Muxue curled her lips and snorted coldly. And humph, what a stingy person, N. And okay, tomorrow we'll do it, N. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, And don't be angry, wife, N. And I'll make it up to you tonight, N. As he spoke, Lin Feng put his arm around Su Muxue's hand. Also began to become restless. Chapter 75, Meet the New Boss. The next morning, Lin Feng drove and first took Su Muxue to the company. Then on the way to Fengshan Technology. Suddenly, I received a phone call. The person who called was the head of the Fukulai Group, He Jiwen. He Jiwen said on the phone, And hello, is this Lin Feng, Mr. Lin, N? After Lin Feng answered the phone, he replied, And yes, I am Lin Feng, N. And who are you, Un? He Jiwen on the other end of the phone quickly spoke and gave a brief self-introduction. And hello, Mr. Lin. I am the person in charge of our Fukulai Group, N. I am currently serving as the president of the company, responsible for the daily operations of the company, as well as other related issues. And I am calling you mainly because you acquired our company, N. And so, I want to ask you when it is convenient for you to come to the company, N. And if it's convenient now, that would be great, N. And look, Mr. Lin, is it convenient for you to come over now, N? Or I can pick you up by car. Just send me the address. N. Lin Feng quickly said, and don't bother, I'll be there soon. N. And really? That's great, N. And I asked all the employees of the company to welcome you at the door, N. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, and let's not do that. Keep a low profile and don't make it too high profile. N. And hey, no, what are you talking about, N? And this is your first time in the company, how can you be so low-key, N? And don't worry, Mr. Lin, I'll take care of these, you don't have to worry about it. N. Lin Feng said, and okay then, it will probably take me about half an hour to get there. N. And wait, I still have to go to Function Technology. N. And hold a regular meeting with the staff. N. And about 10 minutes. N. And once I'm done here, I'll go straight over. Please be patient and wait. N. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, He Jiwen hurriedly said, and Mr. Lin, you are too polite. It doesn't matter. No matter how late we wait, we can do it, N. And Mr. Lin, don't worry. N. Lin Feng nodded and said calmly, and okay, I'll hang up first. N. And okay, Mr. Lin. N. And I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of Fukulai Group in half an hour. N. And okay, got it. N. Not long after I hung up the phone, He Jiwen, president of the Fukulai Group, immediately gave the order. And Boss Lin will be coming to the company soon, so go get ready. N. And although Mr. Lin just said on the phone that he doesn't want to be too high profile. N. And but I think we can't be too low key. N. And after all, from now on, CEO Lin will be in charge of everything in the company. N. And first of all, the first impression should not be too bad. N. And no matter what, we have to leave a good impression on Mr. Lin, don't you agree, N? After He Jiwen finished speaking, several department managers in the office nodded and said, and yes, Mr. He, you are right. N. And that's exactly what we should do. N. One of the female managers asked curiously, and boss He, I heard that this new CEO Lin's name is Lin Feng En. And it seems to have the same name as the boss of Function Technology, which is very popular recently. N. And could it be that he is the boss of Function Technology, N? Hear what the female manager said. Everyone in the office was stunned, their expressions extremely shocked. They all looked at He Jiwen and asked, and yes, Mr. He. N. That's something we're all curious about. And could it be that this new CEO Lin is really the boss of Function Technology, N? And if it really is him, that would be too surprising for me, N. And just graduated from college, and was able to develop a domestic operating system in just 2 months, N. It has become a legend in the entire internet field. And most importantly, in recent days, I heard that he has repeatedly rejected the sky-high acquisition fees offered by MS Group. N. And it's all about the pattern and the concept, N. And what kind of background does his family have? They are too rich. N. And now, he has directly taken over all the shares of our Fukulai Group, N. And you know, even the previous boss didn't have such financial resources. N. And after all, if you want to acquire our Fukulai Group, you absolutely cannot do it without tens of billions of dollars. N. In the office, many managers were curious about this matter, looking forward to He Jiwen giving them an answer. He Jiwen's answer was also very straightforward and direct. And I am not very clear about Mr. Lin's family background, N. And but there is one thing I can tell you, that is, the new boss of our Fukulai Group is indeed Lin Feng, the boss of Function Technology, N. And as for the rest, I don't know much. N. And half an hour later, when Mr. Lin arrives, you can ask him in person. N. And okay, that's about it. N. He Jiwen ordered, and notified the employees in each department. N. And make arrangements and gather in the company lobby in half an hour. N. And welcome our new boss, Mr. Lin, N. And tell everyone not to be late. This is our first meeting, so we need to take it seriously. Do you understand, N? In the office, all managers gave assurances. And don't worry, it's no problem, N. At the same time, in the Function Technology office building, after Lin Feng arrived at the company, he went straight upstairs to the company's meeting room. When they saw Lin Feng appear, the managers present all stood up and took the initiative to greet Lin Feng. And Mr. Lin, N. And good morning, N. Lin Feng nodded lightly, then looked at them and said, and everyone be more natural, didn't I tell you that before, En? And don't be so restrained in front of me.N. And although we are in a superior subordinate relationship, a boss-employee relationship.N. And but what I hope more is that we can get along as friends in the process of getting along with each other.N. That's true, though. But they have been working in the workplace for so many years. This habit is difficult to change in such a short time. They quickly said, and yes, Mr. Lin is right.N. And it's just that. Mr. Lin, you are the first boss who is so approachable.N. And we haven't been able to adapt to it for a while.N. And I must pay attention next time. I must pay attention.N. The colleagues around him also followed suit. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, and okay.N. And before today's regular meeting begins, I want to announce something to you.N. Hearing this, the department managers present looked at each other. The expression on his face was a little surprised. And what's the matter, Mr. Lin, N? And did you reach some kind of cooperation with Fang Yi from MS Group when you had dinner last night, N? And or, have you agreed to be acquired by MS Group, N? The department managers present all raised questions immediately. Lin Feng shook his head and said, No, what I am about to say has nothing to do with MS Group.N. And also, I can tell you this.N. And last night, I was having dinner with Fang Yi, the head of MS Group.N. Not only was there no cooperation, and it might even offend the MS Group.N. And in the coming period of time, the MS Group may suppress us.N. So I hope that everyone will work harder in the future. After Lin Feng finished speaking, all the managers expressed their opinions, and don't worry, Mr. Lin, isn't it just the MS Group? What's the big deal? Isn't he just relying on his decades of experience, when? And it's nothing like our function technology, even though it has only been developed for a short time, N. And but our function system, in terms of technology, has far surpassed theirs.N. And even if they continue to develop new versions and try to surpass us.N. And it will probably take some time and cost a lot of money.N. We didn't take them seriously at all. And colleagues, don't you agree, N? The department managers nearby all expressed their opinions, and that's right, N. I saw that the senior executives within the company were unanimous in their opinion. And they are so united. As the boss of the company, Lin Feng was indeed very pleased. Only when the company reaches a consensus can it better face the challenges that follow. And well, then, what's next, N? And this is what I want to announce to you, N. Chapter 76, Strong Cooperation. Hearing this, the managers present all held their breath. Lin Feng said slowly, and what I want to announce to you is, N. Just a few days ago, I acquired a company. And so in the next period of time, I hope the two companies can have in-depth cooperation.N. And I'll make the arrangements then.N. And just wait for notification.N. When Lin Feng said this, all the managers present were shocked. And what? Mr. Lin, you acquired a company, N. And what company is it, what's its name, and how big is it, N? And yeah, why is it so sudden, N? It was obvious that everyone present was excited. I am very curious about the company acquired by Lin Feng. Just at this time, Lin Feng said, and that company should not be unfamiliar to everyone.N. And the name is the Fukulai Group.N. And I think everyone has heard of this name, right, N? When Lin Feng's voice fell, all the managers present were shocked again. Everyone had an expression of disbelief on their face. And what? And Mr. Lin, the company you acquired turned out to be the Fukulai Group, N. And oh my god, is this true, Lin? And no way. You know, this is a very large catering service company.N. And there are many subsidiaries and assets under its name.N. And it is said that the annual profit is more than 1 billion. Note that this is the annual profit, N. And as for the turnover, that's needless to say, it's ridiculously high, N. And Boss Lin, you are amazing. You acquired such a big company without saying anything, N. And Boss Lin, I finally understand why you are not tempted by the high price offered by MS Group, N. And so your own financial resources have reached this point.N. And you know, the Fukulai Group is not an ordinary company. If you want to complete the acquisition.N. And the amount of money required should be quite high, right, N? Lin Feng smiled faintly and said, and so, I'm here to tell you in advance.N. And in the next period of time, the two companies must reach a cooperation as soon as possible, N. And when the time comes, I hope you will cooperate with the brothers of the Fuculi group to complete the relevant cooperation matters. N. And do you understand, N? Everyone nodded and said. And don't worry, Mr. Lin, N. And we will definitely do what you tell us to do. N. Lin Feng smiled and said, and well, that's good, N. And no matter what, you have been with me all the way since the beginning of the business. N. And the Folkla group will also be integrated into our big family in the future. N. And if there is anything unpleasant, let's give them more leeway. N. Try to maintain a good relationship. This way, both companies can grow in sync. And the Folkla group has extensive connections in the business community. N. And with the resources and connections of this group, I believe it will be of great help to us in promoting the function system. N. I believe everyone should understand this. Lin Feng's words had just fallen. The department managers nodded and said, and don't worry, Mr. Lin, we understand. N. And that's good. N. Having said that, Lin Feng stood up on his own initiative. Then he said to them, and okay, in that case, today's regular meeting ends here. N. And I should also set off now to visit the Fuculi group. N. And they are still waiting for me. N. Several department managers said, and Boss Lin, go get busy. N. And don't worry, we will take care of the company's affairs. N. Lin Feng nodded and pushed open the door of the conference room. Drove directly to the Fuculi group. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived in front of the company building. After parking the car, he slowly walked into the company lobby. I saw thousands of employees from all over the company standing in the lobby. He Jiwen came over and said with a smile, and Boss Lin, are you back from Function Technology, N? Lin Feng nodded, and yeah, I just went to a meeting, and now everything is fine. N. And let's go. N. He Jiwen bowed and said, and Boss Lin, please come in. N. And Boss Lin, let me introduce you. N. And these are the employees of our company. How are they? Their overall manners are pretty good, right? N. And the people standing next to me are all department managers of the company. N. And this is Mr. Zhang from the finance department, and that is Mr. Li from the human resources department. N. Lin Feng shook hands with them one by one. Then, under the leadership of He Jiwen, they went to the second and third floors of the company. Walk around the various floors of the company and take a look. The employees who stayed where they were all talking in low voices. And oh my god, N. And our new boss is so handsome and looks very young. Ulan. And it seems like it hasn't been long since I graduated, N. And looking at his appearance, he looks to be in his early 20s at most. N. So cool. The male colleagues next to me were all crying their hearts out. You know, these male employees present are all almost 30 years old. But in terms of career, he has achieved nothing. Although being able to enter the Folkla group is already quite outstanding compared to people of the same age. But compared with Lin Feng, the difference is like heaven and earth. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. Thinking of this, the male employees present all felt a sense of despair. The female employee next to her said quickly, and okay, don't feel unbalanced. N. And don't even look at who the other person is. N. And our new boss, Mr. Lin, is the chairman of Function Technology. N. And you should know about Function Technology, right? N. And that's the most famous company recently, N. And it's a domestically produced operating system. N. Even the industry giant, MS Group, failed in the acquisition. And so, you shouldn't compete with Mr. Lin. You can't compete with him, N. Hearing this, the male employees present shook their heads in complete despair. Really? There is nothing wrong with what you said. Chapter 77, Be a Hands-Off Boss. Lin Feng followed He Jiwen and the others. I went up and down and visited the company carefully. Then he returned to the hall and briefly expressed his views. And although our Fuculi group's performance is not bad. N. And both profitability and future potential are first class in the industry. N. And but what I want to say is, N. Lin Feng looked at them seriously and said, and for now, N. And the salary and benefits of our Fuculi group employees are still very average. N. And in fact, it can be described as poor. N. And so I'm hoping, over the next week. N. And you can make adjustments immediately and increase employees' salaries and benefits. N. And I think you should know something about my philosophy of running a company, N. After Lin Feng finished speaking, all the managers present nodded. And certainly, N. And Mr. Lin's business philosophy, And we can find out through the report of function technology, N. Lin Feng said calmly, and well, since you all know it, can you execute it, N? The managers all said, of course, no problem. And Mr. Lin, you are the boss of our Fukulai Group. N. And even Mr. Lin said so what other opinions can we have, N? We agree. And yes, I also agree with it and express my support, N. They all expressed their opinions. Lin Feng said, and what I want is not an attitude. N. And but you truly recognize my business philosophy, N. And improving the happiness of employees is even more important to me than the company's profits, N. I hope everyone can clearly realize this. In only by improving the welfare and benefits of employees and treating them with empathy can employees improve their work efficiency. N. And otherwise, if you just rely on making big promises, you won't be able to win people's hearts. N. Besides, it doesn't do the company a good job. Actually, everyone present agreed with Lin Feng's business philosophy. However, they are just ordinary department managers, although they hold manager positions in the FOC Elite Group. But after all, they are just ordinary people working for others. How dare I suggest to my boss to improve employee benefits? After all, entrepreneurs want to make money and profit. It is really rare to find a conscientious entrepreneur like Lin Feng. I dare not even think about it. Only in dreams can you meet a good boss as conscientious as Mr. Lin. So at this time, the managers all expressed their opinions seriously, and Boss Lin, we are sincere. And I am not just saying this for show. Lin Feng patted their shoulders and said, and okay, I believe you are serious, N. And if that's the case, then let's carry it out well. N. Don't let me down. And in addition, I will arrange for our Fukulai Group and Function Technology to cooperate in some areas where cooperation is possible in the near future. N. To create greater benefits and value for both companies. And after all, our Fukulai Group has extensive connections in the business community. N. And I think everyone here should know this better than me. N. The managers all nodded. This was true. After all, no matter what, the Fokla Group is also a giant in the industry. Whether in the catering industry or other industries, there will be some friends and partners that you know. Lin Feng continued, and in our function technology is currently lacking these the most, And so from now on, N. And we still need the help of all the employees and senior executives of the Fukulai Group. N. In the future, let the two companies work together and grow together. I hope this wish can come true. The moment Lin Feng finished saying this, with He Jiwen as the representative, they all said, and Boss Lin, don't worry, N. And from now on, Function Technology will be a sister company of our Fukulai Group. N. We will certainly do our best to help. And using Fokla's influence and connections in the business community, we will help Function System with installation promotion cooperation. N. On this point, Mr. Lin, you can rest assured, N. We maintain good relationships with companies in all major industries. And at worst, we can give more benefits to the other company in future cooperation. N. And let them install the machine, no problem at all. N. When he said this, He Jiwen patted his chest and assured Lin Feng, and Boss Lin, leave this matter to me. N. And I can't say anything else, but within a month, I will definitely have no problem helping Function System to reach an installed base of over 100,000 N. Maybe it will be even higher. Lin Feng nodded seriously and said, and okay, then I'll leave this matter to you. N. And please don't let me down. N. And don't worry, Mr. Lin, N. Lin Feng stayed in the Fukulai Group for about 2 hours. After interacting with senior management, I found that they are all easy to get along with. There is no conflict with my own business philosophy. Although, Lin Feng is the 100% shareholder of Foklai. No matter what company policy you want to implement, they have no power to interfere or object. Even if Lin Feng wanted to, he could remove them from their positions with just one word. However, that is a dishonorable thing after all. Lin Feng was not interested in doing it. If possible, he still hopes to get along with the original team within the company, which is the best outcome. And okay, I've almost finished my time at the company. There are still some things I need to deal with at Function Technology. N. And after all, as you all know, our function system was just released not long ago. N. It's now receiving attention from the industry. And plus, the news that MS Group wants to make an offer for the acquisition has been spreading like wildfire online these days. N. And there are many media outlets lining up to report on the company and conduct exclusive interviews. And being interviewed is a great way for the company to increase its visibility. And so, I'll go back first. And next time if I have time, I will come to the company to take a closer look. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he left the hall and got into the car. He Ji-wen and the others expressed their opinions one after another, and we understand. Mr. Lin, you can go and do your work. And you don't need to worry too much about the affairs of the Fukulai Group. And just be a hands-off manager. And don't worry, we will run the company successfully. And according to your request, we will raise the salaries and benefits of our employees to a higher level. Let the company's employees find a sense of belonging and happiness in our Fukulai Group. And Mr. Lin, don't worry. And we promise to complete the task you assign. Lin Feng nodded, then started the car. And okay, in that case, I'll go back to the company first. See you later. And goodbye, Mr. Lin. Chapter 78 The Perfect Boss. After Lin Feng drove away, the managers present all looked at He Ji-wen and said, "And Mr. I really didn't expect this. And our CEO Lin is so young, yet he has achieved such great success in his career. And not only that, but it's exactly the same as what's been circulated online. And Boss Lin is really a very nice person. Employee welfare is our top priority in everything we do. And his personality is indeed very approachable. And it seems that the reports on the internet are not made up. And it looks like our group's employees will be blessed in the future. Managers from various departments all sighed at this time. Compared with the previous boss of Fok Lai, Mr. Lin is such a conscientious person. Such a conscientious boss may not even care about the company's annual profit in order to improve employee welfare benefits. These days, there are really not many conscientious entrepreneurs like Mr. Lin. It's not just the employees who are blessed. And isn't it the same for us department managers? That's right. He Ji-wen took over and said, and so, now our company has a new CEO like Mr. Lin who is young, has entrepreneurial ability, and has strong financial resources. And in terms of character, personality, and so on, he is such a perfect boss. And everyone should be more serious at work in the future. And okay, that's enough talk, let's all get back to work. Immediately following, managers from all departments returned to their respective departments. And the employees of the department announced the decision that Lin Feng had just made. When they learned that Lin Feng had really announced to increase the salaries of employees within the Fukulai Group, all the employees were stunned. In fact, after knowing that the new boss was Lin Feng from Function Technology, they had already guessed that this situation would happen. But I didn't expect that happiness would come so suddenly. On the first day of arriving at the company, you immediately ordered to increase employee benefits? Oh my God. Is there such a good boss as Mr. Lin in the world? Is this not a dream? Otherwise, how could such a good thing come about? Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Muxue had lunch and took advantage of the company's lunch break. Prepare to make a video call to Lin Feng. I haven't seen Lin Feng for the whole morning. It's really. I miss my husband so much. Maybe Su Muxue herself didn't expect this. I used to be a cool and elegant school beauty, but one day I turned out to be so useless. Even though it's lunch break. But after all, I'm still in the company. Moreover, we have only been separated for the whole morning and you are already missing Lin Feng? Too unambitious, huh? However, this cannot be blamed on Su Muxue. We can only blame Lin Feng for keeping people in suspense. On the way back from the sea restaurant last night, he told Su Muxue that he wanted to announce something to her today. Su Muxue didn't sleep the whole night. Even when I arrived at the company, my work status was not very good. At this moment, her mind was full of thoughts about this matter. And humph, my husband is really good at keeping us in suspense. And what exactly are you going to announce, Un? This is so annoying. I really want to know now. Su Muxue picked up her phone and prepared to video call Lin Feng. But unexpectedly, at this moment, Li Yaoyao's video call came in. N Yaoyao, N. Saw the video call from Li Yaoyao. Su Muxue felt curious subconsciously and muttered to herself. In strangeness N. And why did Yao Yao call me during lunch break? And this call came at a really bad time. I was just about to call my husband. But after thinking about it, I decided not to answer Yao Yao's call. What if it's something urgent? It would be bad if we delayed it. Never mind. I'd better call my husband later. Anyway, she was determined to find out. What exactly does Lin Feng want to announce? Otherwise, she couldn't expect to work properly this afternoon. How can I work properly if my mind is full of this? After connecting the video. Soon, Li Yao Yao's face appeared on the phone screen. She stared with a complaining look on her face. And Mu Shui, what are you doing? I've been calling you on video for so long and you just answered. And you're really not hanging out with your husband again at this hour of the day, are you? And I really admire you. And it's just a marriage. Look at you. Is it that serious? And the aloof goddess has become a young wife. And is this still the Su Muxue I know? And Su Muxue curled her lips speechlessly. And come on, stinky Yao Yao, did you call me on video just to insult me? And how could that be? I'm not that boring. And I really have something to talk to you about. And what's the matter? Tell me. And Su Muxue said. Li Yao Yao on the other side of the video said, "En Mu Shui, do you know the company called Fukulai Group? N. Enam, N." Su Muxue felt confused subconsciously. Then, he asked, I know, what's wrong? And Folklai Group, isn't this the most famous company in the catering service industry? And what's wrong? And Yao Yao, why are you suddenly talking to me about this company? And could it be that you want to invest in Fukulai? And don't be ridiculous. With the little assets you have saved, I'm afraid you are not qualified to invest in the Fukulai Group. And the Fukulai Group is not short of money, so how could they possibly be interested in your insignificant investment? And forget it, Yao Yao. And I advise you not to try to eat swan meat like a toad. It's a futile act. Before Li Yao Yao could say anything, she was beaten up by Su Muxue. Although what she said was true. Based on the current strength of my company. Not to mention the investor, the Fok Elite Group. Even if you invest in a third-tier catering group, I'm afraid people may not even pay attention to you. But is it necessary to hit me like this? Are we still good sisters? Li Yao Yao said unhappily, "En Mu Shui, you are going too far. Su Muxue giggled, "And okay, I was just kidding you. And speak now. And what's going on? And why are you talking to me about the Folklore Group for no reason? And after noticing Su Muxue's reaction, Li Yao Yao subconsciously felt a little surprised. And Muxue, look at your reaction. And could it be that you don't know about this yet? Su Muxue didn't understand, and asked with a puzzled look on her face, "And what do you know? And Yao Yao, what's going on? And explain it to me clearly." Lin. Chapter 79. Hello, Mr. Lin. Originally, Li Yao Yao thought that Su Muxue knew about this matter. She called because she wanted Su Muxue to answer some of her questions. But it took a long time. Su Muxue doesn't know anything at all? Li Yao Yao quickly said, "And since you don't know, then, forget it. Su Muxue was a little unhappy. "And stinky Yao Yao, why are you keeping me in suspense? And why are you like my husband, who likes to keep people in suspense so much? And tell me now. Su Muxue curled her lips and said. Hearing this, Li Yao Yao understood instantly. Muxue. And since Lin Feng didn't tell you, then I really can't tell you in advance. And maybe he wants to give you a surprise. And if that's the case, then I can't ruin the surprise he carefully prepared for you. And so, you understand? Hearing this, Su Muxue looked puzzled. How? Could it be that Yao Yao knew what Lin Feng was going to announce to her today? Thinking of this, Su Muxue became even more impatient. And Yao Yao, my good Yao Yao, I beg you, please tell me, okay, And last night, my husband told me that he wanted to announce something to me tonight. But he refused to say what it was. And it made me absent-minded the whole day today. And my mind is full of this matter. Su Muxue continued, and so, Yao Yao, if you really know something, you must tell me. And otherwise, I won't be able to work properly this afternoon. Efficiency is definitely not focused. N please, Yao Yao.N. But even so, Li Yao Yao still shook her head. No, I can't ruin the surprise your husband prepared for you.N. And otherwise, I'll be in trouble.N. And okay, let's not talk about this for now. I suddenly remembered that I seem to have some things to deal with here, N. And that's all for now, mu shui, by.N. And when I have time in a couple of days, I will treat you and your husband Lin Feng to hot pot. Didn't I promise you last time, N? And don't worry, I, Li Yao Yao, have no other advantages except honesty, N. And since I promised you, I will definitely not regret it.N. And just wait.N. After saying this, before Su Muxue could even open her mouth, Li Yao Yao had already hung up the phone. Su Muxue curled her lips and said speechlessly, and this stinky Yao Yao, if I had known this would happen, I might as well not answer her call, and it makes me look forward to it even more than before, and. However, Su Muxue thought about it. Never mind.N. And since this is a surprise prepared by my husband for me, I'll wait until tonight for him to announce it, And unfortunately, I'm afraid my work efficiency will be unfocused again this afternoon, Thinking of this, Su Muxue felt a little amused and helpless. It's time to get off work in the evening. Colleagues in the project department started packing up their things one after another. When Su Muxue walked out of the office and was about to get a glass of water and wait for Lin Feng, colleagues from the project department came over and greeted Su Muxue. And Sister Muxue, we're off work, And bye-bye, N. Su Muxue smiled and said, and well, bye, see you tomorrow.N. And see you tomorrow, Sister Muxue, N. After pouring a glass of water, Su Muxue returned to her office. There is not much work on hand. So, Su Muxue took out her cell phone, leaned back on the sofa, and started playing Candy Crush. Because I didn't sleep well last night. Before I knew it, Su Muxue leaned on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, she found herself in the back seat of a car. She looked up and around, and subconsciously asked, and where am I, N? In husband, N. Su Muxue asked in surprise, that's weird, And when did I get on the bus? I have no recollection of it at all, N. Lin Feng, who was driving, said speechlessly, and how could you possibly have an impression, N? And you sleep like a pig.N. Lin Feng complained mercilessly. I called you so many times, but you just didn't answer.N. I thought something happened to you. I was shocked.N. And when I arrived at your company, I found that you had fallen asleep with your phone in your arms.N. I was worried for so long in vain.N. And I am going to be scared to death by you.N. N. At this time, Su Muxue had a confused expression on her face. She quickly took out her cell phone and took a look. Sure enough, there were more than a dozen calls from Lin Feng, as well as text messages and so on. Su Muxue quickly said, and honey, I'm sorry. I was thinking of playing games for a while and waiting for you slowly.N. And because I don't know when you will come to pick me up.N. I don't dare to call you, what if you are still busy, N? But I didn't expect. I was so sleepy that I fell asleep not long after playing.N. And honey, I'm so sorry for making you worry.N. I promise I won't do that next time.N. I promise, N. As soon as Su Muxue finished speaking, Lin Feng asked her a soul-searching question. In how, N? And do you want to have a next time, N? Su Muxue quickly shook her head and explained, no, I don't dare.N. And that's more like it.N. He. I'm sorry, husband.N. Su Muxue scratched her head, then asked, but then again, I didn't expect that I would die like this while I was sleeping, N. I was carried out of the company by you, but I haven't woken up yet, N. I suddenly admire myself a little bit, N. N. As soon as Su Muxue finished speaking, Lin Feng rolled his eyes. And how dare you say that.N? Su Muxue giggled, and what does it matter, Hun? And by the way, husband, didn't you tell me last night, N? And do you want to announce something to me today, N? You've been keeping me in suspense all day. Tell me now, right now.N. And hurry up.N. I can't wait to find out.N. Facing Su Muxue's urgent questioning, Lin Feng smiled helplessly, then said, and okay, no problem.N. And it's just that I'm driving now, for safety reasons.N. And let's wait until after the restaurant.N. And let me tell you again, N. Sumushue curled her lips and glared at Lin Feng. Humph, stinky husband, N. And you're quite good at keeping people in suspense.N. And at this point, you're still keeping us in suspense.N. But when I thought about it, we would soon reach the restaurant. So, Sumushue agreed, and okay then.Un. Ain't as you say, N. Lin Feng smiled slightly and praised, and well, my wife is really good.N. And is that so, N? And I think so too, N. Sumushue leaned against the car seat, then picked up her phone and continued playing. 10 minutes later. Lin Feng drove to a restaurant, and it was a 5-star restaurant. Sumushue was not unfamiliar with this restaurant. When Lin Feng just parked the car at the door, Sumushue rolled down the car window and took a look at the restaurant in front of her. Sumushue asked with some confusion, and husband, didn't you say you would take me to a big restaurant today for a good meal, N? Lin Feng replied, and yes, isn't this restaurant big, N? And but N. As soon as Sumushue got off the car, she pointed at the restaurant in front of her. And I sent this restaurant the one where Feng Yi from MS Group met last night, N. And the restaurant on the sea, N. And are you coming again today, N? The sea restaurant in front of us is actually also an industry under the Fukulai Group. The main business of the Fukulai Group is catering services, although there are some dabblings in other fields. But after all, the catering service industry is the main revenue area of the Fokla Group. And this 5-star restaurant on the sea, it is also one of the many restaurant assets under the Fokla Group. Lin Feng smiled and said, and let's go, you will know when you go in.N. Sumushue had a puzzled expression on her face, and husband, what on earth are you up to, N? And also, don't you want to announce something to me, N? And I think I can tell now.N. After Lin Feng and Sumushue walked into the restaurant, the manager and employees in the restaurant lobby all came forward. Take the initiative to say hello. And hello, Mr. Lin, N. Chapter 80, Husband, what is going on? And Mr. Lin, okay, N. When Sumushue heard how the manager and employees in the restaurant addressed Lin Feng, the whole person's expression was stunned on the spot. She looked at Lin Feng in surprise, eyes wide open. At this time, the restaurant staff continued to greet each other. And Boss Lin, you are here. Please come upstairs.N. And there is a diamond-class private room on the top floor of our restaurant, which is reserved especially for you, N. And this way, please.N. And Mr. Lin and Mrs. Lin.N. The restaurant manager walked in front, and Lin Feng and Sumushue walked behind. After getting on the elevator, Sumushue, who was standing behind Lin Feng, quickly pulled Lin Feng's arm and said, and husband, N. And what on earth is going on here, N? And could it be that what you want to announce to me today is, N? You bought this restaurant? OMG.N. And hubby, I know your function technology is developing very well at the moment.Un. And but, from what I understand, your company seems not to have started to make a profit yet, N. And where did you get the money to buy such a big restaurant, En? And could it be the bonus I won before, En? And that's not right. Didn't you say you can pick it up next week, N? And I sent it time yet, N? And or have you already received your bonus, N? And that's not right. Even if I win the prize, it won't be enough to buy this 5-star restaurant on the sea, right, En? Sumushue, who was standing behind Lin Feng, was so shocked that she could no longer be described as shocked. To be precise, it should be described as shocking. Sumushue quickly pulled Lin Feng's arm and asked, "And husband, tell me quickly, En. And what the hell is going on here, En? And I really want to know, En." Before Lin Feng could say anything, the restaurant manager next to him asked in surprise, "And why, Mrs. Lin, don't you know about this yet, En? And Mr. Lin has acquired our main company, En. And that is the Fukulai Group, En. And he is now the boss of the Fukulai Group, En. And our restaurant is also a brand restaurant wholly owned by the Fukulai Group, En. And so, Mr. Lin naturally became the owner of our restaurant, En. And don't you know about this, Wen?" Seeing Sumushue's surprised reaction, the restaurant manager subconsciously covered his mouth. Then he glanced at Lin Feng next to him and said, "And Boss Lin, I'm sorry, did I say something wrong just now, En?" Lin Feng smiled and shook his head and said, and it's okay. Even if you don't tell me, I'm going to tell Mu Shui.N. And it will be more effective if you say it than if I say it.N. Lin Feng patted the manager on the shoulder. Then, a ding sound was heard. The elevator door opened. The manager walked out of the elevator first and said to Lin Feng, and Boss Lin, we're here, N. And this is the diamond level room.N. And it is also the most luxurious private room in our restaurant.N. After entering this diamond level private room, the manager smiled and said, and Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, please come in, N. And I'll have the waiter come up and take your order. See what you want to eat.N. I don't know your taste. Lin Feng nodded and said, and okay, N. So the manager went downstairs and called the waiter up. After a while, the waiter came up with a menu and said, and Mr. Lin, what would you like to order, N? Lin Feng handed the menu to Su Mushue beside him. And Mushue, you should come for it.N. And order whatever you like.N. Su Mushue's expression was still very surprised at this time. It was obvious that Su Mushue was still immersed in the surprise at this moment. Su Mushue's gaze was still fixed on Lin Feng's face. And honey, you should order it.N. And I don't care, anything is fine, N. Lin Feng looked at her and asked, and are you sure, N? Su Mushue nodded vigorously. Lin Feng said, and okay then.N. And I order what I order.N. Taking the menu, Lin Feng started ordering. After ordering the food, Lin Feng looked at the manager and the waiter and said, and okay, let's order these first, N. And serve the food as soon as possible.N. And okay, Mr. Lin, N. The manager nodded, and then continued to ask, and Mr. Lin, would you like to drink, N? No.N. And just bring up a bottle of juice.N. And okay, no problem, N. The manager and the waiter both went downstairs. Lin Feng and Su Mushue were the only two people left in the private room. At this time, Su Mushue pulled Lin Feng's arm and asked in surprise, she looks like a little fangirl. And hubby, tell me quickly, what is going on, N? When did you acquire the FOC Elite Group? And besides, where did you get so much money, N? And if my estimate is correct, to acquire a group as big as Fuculi, it would cost at least several billion.N. No, it's at least tens of billions, N. And after all, the Fuculi Group has a net profit of hundreds of millions, or even billions, every year.N. And billions of dollars may not be enough to acquire it.N. And what's more, it's 100% equity, N. Su Mushue pulled Lin Feng's arm and continued to ask, and husband, please tell me, N. I'm really curious. Lin Feng smiled and said, and Mu Shui, this is a long story.N. Lin Feng didn't know how to explain to Su Mushue. After all, you can't say that this is a reward from the system, right? So I stumbled around and gave a casual explanation to get by. Although Su Mushue expressed disbelief. This can't be true. But since we have already obtained the marriage certificate, that requires absolute trust in each other. Since my husband doesn't want to say it, there must be something inconvenient to talk about, right? Maybe it involves some business secrets, or needs to be kept confidential. Su Mushue has been in the workplace for some time. Although not very long. But I also know the ins and outs of this. Whenever an investment or acquisition involves tens of billions of dollars, the only changes in the owner that are announced to the public are some things that are too detailed will most likely not be announced to the public. I understand. Therefore, Su Mushue did not continue to ask, but spoke very considerately. And forget it, since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask any more questions.N. And but seriously.N. Su Mushue paused for a moment, then looked at Lin Feng and said, and honestly, husband.N. And I really admire you more and more, Hien. You are amazing. And it's amazing that they have the ability to acquire the Fuculi Group, N. When Su Mushue said this, her eyes were full of admiration. Lin Feng smiled and said, and look at what you said.N. And whoa, I am, N. And but I am your husband.N. And that's a must.N. Su Mushue rolled her eyes and spoke in a low voice. And tisk, I just praised you twice and you're already showing off.N. And it's really unworthy of praise.N. Chapter 81, Taking Photos with Employees. Not long after, all the dishes were served. The waiter put the menu on the table and left with the food cart. Next to him, the restaurant manager said to Lin Feng with a smile. "And boss Lin, enjoy your meal, And if you need anything, just call me anytime. Lin Feng nodded lightly, and well, you go down first. And if anything happens, I'll call you. Okay, N. The restaurant manager nodded, then turned and left the private room. When going downstairs, several restaurant employees asked curiously, "And manager, Mr. Lin will be the new owner of our restaurant from now on, En." I really didn't expect that. And when he came to our restaurant for dinner yesterday, he was just an ordinary customer. I didn't expect that today, I would become our boss. And how does that sentence go, N? And it's really unpredictable, N. The restaurant manager glanced at the employees and said, "And okay, stop grumbling and get busy. And yes, manager, N." In the diamond level room, Sumushua looked at Lin Feng and said, "And husband, do you know, N? I haven't been working properly all day today. I can't concentrate at all. And all of this is your fault for deliberately keeping me in suspense and not telling me until now. And it made me sleep poorly. I was guessing the whole night, N. I didn't expect that I would guess wrong in the end, N. I really didn't expect this result." When saying this, Sumushua also scolded Li Yao Yao. "And that stinky thing Yao Yao, N. And she works in the media, so she must have known something in advance. And that's why she would call me on video during lunch break. And he beat me but didn't tell me the result. And that's too much." Before Lin Feng could say anything, Sumushua looked at him and said, "And hubby, promise me. And next time if something happens, don't keep me in suspense, N. This feeling is so uncomfortable. And you know me well enough. I tend to overthink a lot. And you deliberately keeping me in suspense. Do you think you're being too much, N?" Lin Feng smiled and said, Yes, my wife is right. And don't worry, I promise I won't do this again next time. And what about later, N? And if there's anything, I'll discuss it with you in advance, how about that, N?" Sumushua thought about it, then looked at Lin Feng and replied, "And that's not necessary. And after all, you are the head of our family, N. And if there is anything, you can make your own decision. And I have no objection. And even if you discuss this with me, I will support you 100%, N. And just don't keep me guessing like this anymore, it's painful, N." Speaking of this, Sumushua curled her lips. When she was angry, she looked a little cute. "And okay, no problem. I promise. And Lin Feng said hurriedly at this time. "And the food is getting cold, eat quickly. And although it's still the same restaurant, the food we ordered is different from yesterday. And try it and see if it tastes good. And if you think it tastes good, I'll bring you here often in the future. And in any way, N." Lin Feng said this with a long drag. After waiting for a few seconds, he continued, "And anyway, this restaurant is already an asset under my name. And you, naturally, are the proprietress of this restaurant on the sea. And from now on, you can come over to eat whenever you want. And Sumushua giggled, "And okay, husband, N. And let me try it to see how it tastes. N." As soon as she finished speaking, Sumushua took a bite of the dish and tasted it. And well, it's really good, N. It's worthy of being a 5-star restaurant. It's really extraordinary. And it's much better than what I did, N. Lin Feng, who was standing next to him, gloated and said, "And well, I dare not say anything else. N. And but when it comes to cooking skills, I am indeed much better than you. N." Sumushua snorted coldly and rolled her eyes. "And what did you say, N? And what, N?" Lin Feng pretended to be innocent, then looked at Sumushua, "And what did I say just now, N? And you pretending to have amnesia, N? And you just said that a second ago, and you forgot it already, N?" Lin Feng continued, "And who can prove it, N? And playing rogue, huh, N? And snort, N?" Sumushua curled her lips and glared at Lin Feng. What should be said is that the atmosphere now is indeed very sweet. She finally understood it now. What kind of mentality do those girls have who often post photos of their husbands on WeChat moments and show their love in daily life? Recently, Especially at this moment, Sumushua has a deep understanding. And honey, let's take a good photo later, N. E and I want to post a circle of friends, is that okay, N? Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, and okay, of course. N. Sumushua continued to ask, and then, can you cooperate with me, N? Lin Feng agreed without even thinking about it. And okay, N. And tell me, how can I cooperate with you, N? And he, husband, why are you so nice, N? Sumushua giggled, then looked at Lin Feng and said, and later, cut a piece of that steak and feed it to me. N. And it's just. I might need to trouble the waiter here. N. And please take some photos for us. N. E and I wonder if this is a bit abrupt? I wonder if they will mind. N. Lin Feng quickly said, and it's okay, I just helped take a photo, it's just a small matter. N. And just wait here obediently. I'll go downstairs and get a waiter to come up. N. Joke. Lin Feng is now the owner of this restaurant. Ask your employees to help take a photo, isn't that a matter of minutes? Besides, even if he is not the owner of the restaurant, even if you are just dining here, it's normal to ask the waiter to help take a few photos, right? When Lin Feng was about to stand up, Sumushua said hurriedly, and hubby, please wait in the private room. N. And I'll go down and ask the waiter to come up and take pictures for us. N. And girls are easier to talk to other girls. N. And we, N. After saying that, Sumushua stood up from her seat and walked out of the private room. Chapter 82, Single People Are So Miserable. Went downstairs. Sumushua came to the restaurant lobby. Soon, the employees noticed it and hurried forward to say hello. And Mrs. Lin, what can I do for you, N? And have you finished eating, N? And would you like to have anything else? Order now, N. One of the female employees quickly said something to her colleagues around her. And go get the menu, N. And order for Mrs. Lin. N. The colleagues next to him quickly responded, and okay, I'll go right away, N. At this time, Sumushua waved her hand and said, no. N. And you misunderstood. I came downstairs to ask you for a favor. N. And it's just. I don't know if you guys mind. N. And if you mind, forget it. N. And then I won't force you. N. And I'll figure it out myself. N. Hearing Sumushua's words, the female employees in front of them hurriedly said, and Mrs. Lin, you are too polite, N. And you are now the proprietress of our restaurant. N. And if there's anything I can help you with, just let me know. N. Sumushua smiled and said, and it's like this, I want to post a circle of friends. N. E and I wanted to take a picture with my husband, but I didn't bring any equipment like a selfie stick. N. And so, could we ask one of you to take a photo for us, N? The female colleagues in front of them hurriedly said, E and I thought it was a big deal, but after all this time, you're just helping me take photos, N. And it's nothing, Mrs. Lin, let me take the photo for you. N. And my photography skills are much better than those straight girls. N. And let me help you take the photo. N. The girls nearby rolled their eyes with disdain on their faces. Even if we are straight, so what? Is it necessary to emphasize this? Sumushua nodded, looked at the female colleague and said, Nay, I'm sorry, I don't know your name yet. N. The female colleague smiled and said, and Mrs. Lin, you can just call me Sharo. N. Sumushua nodded and said, and yes, Sharo, thank you. N. And come up with me. N. And I'll trouble you to help me later. N. The female colleague who called herself Shiro quickly said, and it's okay. N. And Mrs. Lin, I don't dare to say anything else. N. And but, when it comes to posting on WeChat moments, taking photos, etc., I'm an expert. N. And unlike them, whose friend circles are cleaner than their faces. N. And the level of photography is so bad that it can't be any worse. N. And it's a good thing you didn't ask them to help take the photo, otherwise it would have been an absolutely fatal perspective and aesthetic. N. Before leaving, Sharo didn't forget to say something bad to them. After Sumushua and Sharo walked into the elevator, the few female colleagues who stayed where they were couldn't stand it anymore. And come on, what does she mean, N? And you still praise one and criticize the other, N? That's really too much. And it seems that from now on, we all need to practice our selfie skills. N. And next time we encounter a situation like the boss lady helping to take photos, we have to be the first to step up. En. And we can't let Shiro get ahead again. En. And this flattery of the boss lady is simply unmatched. Un. That's right. And this time, she made a profit. En. And maybe I can take this opportunity to get to know our CEO Lin's wife. En. And it seems like I missed an opportunity to achieve a turnaround in life. En. The girls who stayed where they were all shaking their heads and sighing secretly. But what they didn't know was, what kind of things will Shiro experience later? That's pure dog food crit. And at this moment, Shiro followed Sumushue into the elevator. Sumushue has a rather cold personality and doesn't talk much. I feel the current atmosphere is a bit awkward. So Shiro quickly spoke. And by the way, Mrs. Lin. En. And what kind of effect do you want to achieve later? En. For example, do you have a favorite angle or a favorite way of shooting? Sumushue was a little surprised when she heard this. And there are so many things to pay attention to when taking photos. En. And of course. En. Sumushue said, and I really don't understand. Anyway, just take the photos in any way that looks good. En. As long as the result is good looking, that's all. With a ding-dong sound, the elevator door opened. The two walked into the private room. Shiro was the first to speak and greet Lin Feng. And hello, Mr. Lin. En. Lin Feng nodded calmly, and yeah. En. Immediately afterwards, Sumushue took the initiative to walk in front of Lin Feng. After sitting down next to him, he looked at Lin Feng. And honey, I've asked Shiro to come up and take pictures for us. En. And you do this, feed me that steak. En. And take advantage of this moment, Shiro, take this photo. En. The moment Sumushue opened her mouth, Shiro felt a little regretful. If she had known that they were here to take pictures of dog food, she would not have volunteered. I'm a single guy, what am I doing? Are you deliberately trying to eat dog food? This is simply. Shiro quickly said, and okay, no problem. I know how to shoot it, don't worry, ma'am. En. She certainly didn't lie. The effect of the photos is indeed very good. Sumushue quickly said, and thank you, Shiro. En. Shiro shook her head and said, and oh, no, I should. En. And if there's nothing else, I'll go downstairs first. En. And Mr. Lin, madam, please continue eating. En. After saying that, Shiro went downstairs. Then he returned to the lobby on the first floor. The female colleagues just now had already reached an agreement. After Shiro comes back, I will take the initiative to attack. Otherwise she would start showing off the photo she just took of the boss and his wife. How good the photo is taken depends on how good the photography skills are. Her expression was strange. Not only can't you see a trace of smiling or showing off. What's even more outrageous is that I could actually see the word despair on her face. And what's going on? Shiro, why do you have that expression, En? And how did it happen, En? Shiro spoke in despair at this time. And hey, stop mentioning it, En. And I originally wanted to show off my photography skills to Mr. Lin and his wife. En. In result, En. And it's like digging a hole for yourself and jumping into it yourself. En. The girl next to him had a puzzled expression on her face. After looking at each other. Looking at Shiro, he asked, and what's wrong? Did the photo shoot turn out badly? Did you mess it up, En? And did you make Mrs. Lin angry, En? Shiro quickly explained, and that's not the case. En. And just, take a look at this. En. The female colleagues all stepped forward with curious expressions on their faces, and what on earth is it? It's so mysterious. En. As a result, when they saw it, their eyes widened instantly. The photo of the two of them above is indeed a bit too much. In the photo, Lin Feng was feeding Su Mushue beef, and the two of them looked at each other. That's just too sweet. When people see this photo, they just can't stand it. And oh my god, Shiro, En. Did you really take this photo? And the result of the photo is so sweet, oh my god. En. And if I find a boyfriend in the future, please help us take pictures then. En. Shiro sat down aside with a look of despair on her face. And don't mention it, En. And just now in the private room, I finally experienced what it means to be a dog eater. En. And watch them feed each other and show their affection. En. And I was standing there like an idiot, trying to find the right angle to take the photo. En. And it was a devastating blow to my young mind.N. It's so miserable to be single. When Shiro said this, all the female colleagues around her almost couldn't hold back and burst out laughing on the spot. Puff. And so it's the impotent rage of a single person.N. It's so funny. Shiro rolled her eyes and glared at them. And you guys can still laugh, and you talk as if you're not single, and everyone is the same, how dare you laugh at me, and where do you get the courage, and but they waved their hands and said, but we didn't eat dog food on the spot.N. You guys. After being scolded by them, Shiro was completely at a loss. Break the defense instantly. Chapter 83 Shocked Mother and Daughter. In the private room, Sumushu selected 2 of the photos she had just taken. After finishing the meal, go outside and take another photo. Then post it on your moments. Spread some dog food on your circle of friends. Half an hour passed, and when they were almost done eating, Sumushu looked at Linfeng and said, "And hubby, I'm full, how about you?" And Linfeng smiled and replied, well, I'm full too.N. And then let's go home.N. And it just so happens that I still have 1 photo to take.N. I want to shoot outside. And is it okay, husband, N? Linfeng rubbed Sumushu's head, looked at her and said, okay, no problem, N. And then let's go.N. Holding Sumushu's hand, they got off the elevator together. Come to the restaurant's first floor lobby. The waiters came forward and greeted him, Boss Lin, are you leaving now, N? Linfeng nodded, yeah.N. They hurriedly greeted, goodbye, Mr. Lin. Goodbye, Mrs. Lin, N. After leaving the restaurant, Sumushu took a selfie with Linfeng. Then she posted a circle of friends, with the caption, and it's great. Having dinner with my husband in my own restaurant.N. Invisibly, he showed off. As a result, the comments in the circle of friends instantly became lively. And oh my god, Mushue, what are you doing, N? And distributing dog food in the middle of the night? Are you going to let people live, N? And that's right. It's really too much. The frequency of showing off their love is getting higher and higher, Jian. And come on, sisters, is this the point? Pay attention to the questions.N. And I assent the point of this sentence about my own restaurant, En. And oh my god, I just realized it.N. And your own restaurant, N. And what's going on, Mushue, is the restaurant on the sea yours, En? And did your husband buy it, N? Is this true? And oh my god, when did this happen, En? And I just went to that restaurant once the night before last, and it's only been a day or 2 and the owner has changed, N. And the new boss is Mushue's husband Linfeng En. And you are kidding me, right, N? See the comments and replies under the circle of friends. Sumushu couldn't help but giggle and typed a few replies. And yes, this restaurant was bought by my husband.N. And well, to be precise, it should be, N. My husband bought out the majority shareholder behind the restaurant, thus indirectly becoming the owner of this restaurant. After sending this reply, Sumushu ignored it and looked at Linfeng and said, and hubby, let's go home.N. Linfeng nodded, then put his arm around Sumushu's shoulders. And let's go home, N. Driving on the way home, Sumushu checked her phone and looked at the comment section under the moments. Sure enough, it became lively again. All the friends were shocked. And what? Walter Fake, N. And Linfeng acquired the shareholders behind the sea restaurant, En. Isn't that the Fakurai Group? And could it be that Linfeng even acquired a big company like Fukalai, N? And oh my god, is this true or false, Lin? And I am stupid.N. And sisters, is this the happiness of rich people, N? And how come Mushue could easily say that she was going to acquire the largest group in the industry, N? And the purchase price is several billion, or even tens of billions.N. And it makes me feel like I'm buying a few pounds of Chinese cabbage, N. And at the same time, in the independent villa where Su Anchi lives, she had just taken off her makeup and was about to take a shower, so she scrolled through her phone out of boredom. I saw the circle of friends posted by Sumushu. For a moment, the whole person was shocked. She quickly called Zhao Yalan. After Zhao Yalan answered the call, she asked, and what's wrong, Anchi? It's so late. Is there anything you want to talk to mom about, N? Su Enchi said on the phone, "And mom, please check Mushue's circle of friends, N." Zhao Yalan subconsciously felt puzzled, and huh? Look at Mushue's circle of friends, N. And what's wrong, N? After reading it, Zhao Yalan asked, and didn't you just go out for dinner with Shaolin? It's normal, nothing special. N. And don't they often go out to eat together, N? And what's wrong, Angie? N. And is there something wrong, N? Su Enchi hurriedly said, "And mom, you have to pay attention to the questions and take a closer look, N." Zhao Yalan looked left and right, and finally figured out something. "And your own restaurant, N." "And I assent that our Binhai 5-star restaurant on the CEN." And Mushue said that was her own restaurant, EN. Zhao Yalan's expression at this moment was also instantly stunned. So, he quickly asked, "And Enji, what is going on, N? Why am I a little confused?" Su Enchi quickly said, "And how would I know? I just saw it by chance when I was browsing my moments.N. At first, I didn't react. And later, I read it carefully and found something was wrong.N. And Binhai City C restaurant, that's a 5-star restaurant.N. And it's owned by the Fukalai Group.N. And Lin Feng actually acquired it, N. And the most outrageous thing is, Mushue replied to others in the comments section that her husband Lin Feng acquired the Fukalai Group, so he indirectly became the owner of that restaurant, N. And mom, do you know what this means, N? Of course Zhao Yalan knew what this meant. Su Enchi doesn't need to say anything. She knows it too. You know, the Fokla Group is not an ordinary company. The amount of money required to acquire this company, that is definitely not a small amount. Lin Feng actually has the ability to directly acquire Focalite? In Zhao Yalan's opinion, this was simply outrageous. Although the function system is now very popular in the industry, even the big American company, MS Group, it also offered a sky-high price of tens of billions to try to acquire function technology. But the question is, where does Lin Feng get the money now? You know, he has only been in business for a month or two. It also rejected the acquisition by MS Group. So, where did he get so much money? Thinking of this, Zhao Yalan was filled with curiosity. And it seems that my brother-in-law is really extraordinary.N. Su Enchi commented on the phone. Zhao Yalan also nodded and made the same comment, and who said it wasn't true, N. And alright, let's continue discussing this here. Even if we discuss until dawn, there's no practical significance.N. And it would be better to wait until tomorrow morning, when Mushue comes to the company, and then ask her carefully.N. Su Enchi quickly said, "And mom, did you forget? Tomorrow is a holiday and you don't have to go to work.N. Zhao Yalan then remembered, "No, right, I won't be working tomorrow.N. And his N. And how about this, you tell Mushue about it tonight.N. And just ask her and Lin Feng to come to our house and have a meal or something.N. And when the time comes, I'll ask her and Lin Feng what's going on.N. Su Enchi quickly said, "No need, mom.N. And Mushue and I have already made an appointment to have dinner alone some other day.N. And don't worry, I will ask clearly about this matter when the time comes.N. Zhao Yalan nodded, "And is that so? That's fine too, N. And after you get the result, remember to tell mom as soon as possible, okay, N." Su Enchi quickly smiled and said, "And don't worry, my dear mother.N. And once I figure out what's going on, I'll definitely report to you first, don't worry.N. And well, that's good.N. And you should go to bed early. Mom will hang up first.N. Su Enchi quickly said, "And okay.N." Then he took off his clothes, ran into the bathroom and took a shower. Chapter 84, The Depressed Su Jiangwo. After hanging up the phone, Su Jiangwo next to him asked curiously, "And wife, what's going on, N? And it's so late, what does Enchi want to talk to you about, N?" Obviously, he had no idea what was going on. However, if Su Jiangwo knew that his son-in-law had actually acquired the Focalite Group, it must be shocking, right? As expected. At this time, Zhao Yalan, who had just put down her mobile phone, looked at Su Jiangwo and said, "And old Su, guess what.N? And what did Angie just say to me on the phone, N?" Su Jiangwo said speechlessly, "And wife, how old are we, N? And why are you still doing this, N? And tell me quickly, I can't even guess it, N." Zhao Yalan glanced at him and said, "And Lao Su, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you are really boring, N. And it won't kill you to take a guess. N. And guess what? N. Su Jiangwo thought about it and then said, I guess it should be something about the company, N. Zhao Yalan shook her head and said, No, guess again. N. And did something go wrong with the business, N? Zhao Yalan continued to shake her head and said, and it's still not right. N. And then I really don't know. N. Zhao Yalan was also speechless. And forget it. I don't expect you to guess anything. N. What a waste of effort. And actually, Angie told me this over the phone. N. And it's about our Mu Shui and Lin Feng. N. Su Jiangwo asked in confusion, and Mu Shui and Lin Feng? What happened to them, N? And nothing. N. And they just went to eat. N. Su Jiangwo then asked, and eating? Isn't this normal, N? And the couple just got married a few months ago, so there's nothing strange about going out for dinner at night. N. And besides, with Xiaolan's achievements in his career, what's wrong with taking Mu Shui out to eat every day, N? Zhao Yalan said speechlessly, and old Su, I have to say. Your brain is really wooden, N. As a straight man, Su Jiangwo was completely confused. And then N. And which restaurant did they go to, N? Su Jiangwo asked curiously, and which one, N? And Binhai City Sea Restaurant, the only 5-star sea restaurant in. Guess who owns this restaurant? Speaking of this, Su Jiangwo is no stranger. When he discusses business with clients and partners, he often goes to 5-star restaurants. Binhai City Sea Restaurant is also a very high-end restaurant. Of course they have been there. So Su Jiangwo smiled and said, and do you even need to ask? Of course it's the Fukulai Group. N. Zhao Yalan continued to ask, and then do you know who the boss of Fukulai Group is, N? And of course I know this. I met the boss of their group at an entrepreneur summit before, N. And why are you asking this suddenly, N? Zhao Yalan then said, and then do you know what position your son-in-law Lin Feng holds in the Fukulai Group, N? At this time, Su Jiangwo's expression had frozen. What, Xiaolan still has a position in the Fukulai Group? And let me tell you, your son-in-law Lin Feng has already acquired the Fukulai Group, N. And he is a 100% shareholder of the Fukulai Group, N. And that means the only boss, N. When Zhao Yalan finished speaking, Su Jiangwo was completely dumbfounded. Even when he spoke, he began to stutter. The whole person's expression was stunned. And wife, are you serious, N? And you are not kidding me? And how is that possible, N? And the market value of the Fukulai Group is very high. N. And if Xiaolan wants to acquire it, according to my personal conservative estimate, it will cost tens of billions at least. N. And how could Xiaolan come up with so much money at once, N? And that's impossible. N. And besides, when he founded Fengshan Technology, he used the cash back from the betrothal gift I gave him, N. And even if their company's Fengshan system is indeed developing very well, it seems that it has not yet achieved profitability at the moment, right, N? And after all, we have only started for a month or two, and a lot of expenses are needed in all aspects. N. And plus, their company's salary and benefits for employees are the highest in the industry, N. And how could Xiaolan have the money to acquire other companies, N? And what's more, it's the Fukulai Group. At this moment, Su Jiangwo's face was filled with shock and astonishment. Zhao Yalan continued beside him, and well, I am also puzzled about this matter. N. And but it is true. N. Before Su Jiangwo could continue speaking, Zhao Yalan continued, and but don't worry, I've asked In Shi to find out what's going on. N. And originally, I was planning to invite Mu Shui and Lin Feng to our house for dinner. N. And at the dinner table, ask carefully what is going on. N. And after all, my son-in-law acquired a group as big as Fukulai, which is a big deal. N. And however, and she just told me on the phone that she has made an appointment with Mu Shui to have dinner alone. N. And she'll figure out what's going on when the time comes. N. And let me not worry about that. N. Su Jiangwo nodded and said, and so that's how it is. N. And well, that works too, N. And to be honest, I'm also curious about what's going on. N. And but what is certain is that our Mu Shui's standards for choosing a son-in-law are simply too high. N. And at first, I thought Lin Feng only had potential in entrepreneurship. N. And but I didn't expect him to be so low-key. N. And they actually have the strength to acquire the Fukulai Group, N. And oh my god, my son-in-law is really extraordinary, N. And he is more than 10 times stronger than I was back then. N. As soon as Su Jiangwo said this, Zhao Yalan next to him mocked him. And come on, how can you compare with Lin Feng, and with your behavior back then, you can't even be as good as Shaolin, let alone 10 times .N. And how dare you compare yourself with Shaolin, N. And you have no shame, old man. N. Su Jiangwo's mood at this time could no longer be described as depressed. But what Zhao Yalan said was true, he really couldn't compare with Lin Feng. So there is no way to refute it. And yes. N. And wife, you are right, and compared to Shaolin, we are really nothing. Un. Zhao Yalan continued, and who said it wasn't true? Putting aside other things, when it comes to choosing a husband, I can't compare to Mu Shui. N. In really, N. Su Jiangwo subconsciously echoed. But soon, he realized something was wrong. No, wife, N. And what do you mean by this, N? Su Jiangwo looked at Zhao Yalan with a distressed expression. And wife, I admit it, N. And our son-in-law is indeed very outstanding. N. And but you can't say I'm worthless, right, N? Zhao Yalan rolled her eyes and said, and come on, I'm just telling the truth. N. And anyway, you can just tell me about it at home. N. And next time when Mu Shui and Lin Feng come to our house for dinner, don't say that. N. And I don't know how Mu Shui will laugh after hearing this. N. And I can't afford to lose face like this. N. Su Jiangwo smiled bitterly and said, and okay. N. Chapter 85, Playing Games and Making Your Wife Crazy. And at this time, inside the villa, Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng and said, and honey, let me tell you in advance. N. And tomorrow night, I might have to go out to dinner with my sister. N. And so, you can take care of dinner by yourself. Un. And after all, the last time I went shopping with my cousin, I had some unfinished work, so I just gave it to my older sister to help me deal with it. N. And besides, my sister originally wanted to invite me to dinner alone this time. N. And but I told her that I had made an appointment with you to have dinner together, so I refused. N. And so tomorrow, I can't refuse no matter what. Otherwise, my sister will be dissatisfied with me. N. And okay? Husband, N. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, saying, and okay, no problem. N. And have you decided which restaurant you're going to take your sister to for dinner tomorrow, Lin? Su Mushue shook her head and said, and I haven't thought about this yet. N. And do you have any recommendations, husband, N? Lin Feng replied, and what do you think of the restaurant on the sea that we are going to tonight, Yen? Su Mushue nodded, looked at Lin Feng and said, and of course it's good. N. And that's the largest restaurant on the sea in Binhai, N. And it's also the only 5-star restaurant on the sea. And of course it's good. N. Lin Feng smiled and said, and in that case, take your sister there for dinner tomorrow. N. In on the one hand, it's our own restaurant, so we don't have to pay for it. N. In on the other hand, that restaurant is one of the best restaurants in Binhai. N. And go eat there with your sister. It should be pretty good. At least in terms of atmosphere and dining environment, it should not lose to any other restaurant in. And this includes the taste of the dishes. N. Su Mushue nodded and laughed, and okay. Actually, my sister said she would treat me to a meal. N. And but since you, my husband, have said so, I will treat her once. N. And but don't worry, husband. N. And when the time comes, I will definitely order the cheapest dishes. N. And although you don't have to pay, the restaurant is yours anyway. N. And I'll try to order some cheap dishes, so that we won't lose much money when we treat my sister to a meal. Don't you think I'm right, husband, N? Fortunately, Su Anchi didn't hear what Su Mushue said. Otherwise, she would probably become autistic on the spot. Is this still my biological sister? After getting married and having your own family, are you thinking of ways to save money for your husband? Actually, you can't even afford to treat me to dinner? Although, the consumption in Binhai City's seaside restaurants is indeed very expensive. This has to be admitted. But you can't be that stingy, right? Lin Feng said with a helpless smile, and you? If your sister heard you say this, I'm afraid her nose would be crooked by you. N. And what a good sister you are to your sister. N. And it's just that this good is in quotation marks, N. Although Lin Feng was making fun of Su Mushue. But, even in the face of Lin Feng's teasing, Su Mushue still smiled, not feeling ashamed, but proud. And so what? I'm saving money for my husband, and I'm happy with it, N. And besides, it's not easy for you to make money, husband.N. And besides, we need to make a long-term plan now.N. And what if we have a baby in the future, Lynn? And if it's a daughter, then it's fine.N. And but what if it's a boy? When he grows up, won't we have to prepare a motorhome or something for him? That will cost a lot of money.N. And so we have to save money from now on.N. And of course we should save as much as we can.N. And right, husband.N. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and yes, my wife is right.N. And we.N. Su Muxue felt the same way. There have indeed been huge changes since I got my marriage certificate with Lin Feng. No wonder Li Yaoyao and my elder sister both said so. She felt it herself. In the past, she had no concept of saving money. Maybe it's because I have a family. And okay, it's getting late, let's go to bed early.And Lin Feng said. Su Muxue said quickly, and it's okay. I don't have to go to work tomorrow anyway. Why don't you play games with me, N? And I heard that you guys are really good at playing games. Is that true, N? And so, husband, are you good at playing games, N? And if you're good, take me with you.N. Lin Feng smiled and said, and okay, no problem.N. And but don't play too late.N. And staying up late or having an irregular schedule is bad for your health.N. Su Muxue giggled, made an okay gesture, and assured Lin Feng, and okay, husband, N. And just play for half an hour, is that okay, N? And okay, N. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and opened the game that Su Muxue was playing. And come on, get on board.N. And let me show you how good my gaming skills are.N. After the game started, Lin Feng and Su Muxue entered a game room. Then I randomly matched with several teammates. Soon the game began. About 10 minutes into the game, Lin Feng set the highest single game record. Su Muxue next to her was stunned. Although she likes to play games normally, her level is really not that good. To sum it up in one sentence. I'm not very good at playing games, but I still love playing. And honey, you're really good at this game.N. Su Muxue suddenly felt that Lin Feng was simply a treasure husband. Whether it is career, playing games, studying, etc. Almost perfect. He is also very handsome and has a gentle personality. And still pampering myself like this. Oh my god, what kind of divine husband is this? It seems that I really made a lot of money this time. And Muxue, what are you daydreaming about, N? And focus on defending the tower, N. Su Muxue finally reacted, no, okay, N. The game lasted more than half an hour. It's finally over. The team of Lin Feng and Su Muxue successfully defeated the opponent and advanced. In husband, N. And you are such a good assassin, En. I didn't expect you to be such a game expert, En. Su Muxue's eyes were full of admiration for Lin Feng. And it looks like I really found a treasure, N. And my husband not only knows how to cook, but he's also such a great gamer. N. And what else is there that I don't know, N? And is really a god husband, N. When Su Muxue said this, she giggled and her face was full of admiration. I have to say one thing. A girl likes a boy. A big reason for this is worship. Su Muxue's expression successfully verified this point. Lin Feng smiled and said, and of course, otherwise, how can I be your husband, right, N? Su Muxue chuckled, and that's right. N. Chapter 86, Miss Su will pay for all consumption. The next morning. Because it's the weekend, I don't need to go to work. Lin Feng slept until 9 o'clock in the morning before slowly waking up. As soon as I opened my eyes, I heard Su Muxue's voice coming from my ear. And hubby, wake up, N. And hurry up and get up. Breakfast is ready for you. N. At this time, Su Muxue was cleaning the room with a vacuum cleaner. She looks like a good wife and mother. Coming to the dining table, Lin Feng said, and Muxue, don't you want to have breakfast, N? Su Muxue shook her head and sat down next to her. I don't want to eat anymore. I've already had breakfast. N. And the rest is for you. N. And eat quickly. N. Breakfast was simple though. Just an egg sandwich and milk. However, this sandwich was made by Su Muxue herself. And honey, please try this sandwich. How is it, N? It should be delicious, right? And at least from the outside, there should be no problem. N. And don't worry, I won't let you down this time.N. And if you don't believe me, just try it.N. Lin Feng nodded, picked up the sandwich and took a bite. Su Muxue asked eagerly, and how is it, husband, is it delicious, N? And it should be, delicious, right, N? Seeing Lin Feng's expression at this time, Su Muxue became less confident again. I was full of confidence. But now, I seem to be doubting myself again. Lin Feng was very surprised and looked at Su Muxue in astonishment. And Muxue.N. And did you fry these eggs, N? Hearing this, Su Muxue panicked and said in confusion. And yeah, what's wrong, is there a problem, N? Isn't it delicious? No way. I made more than a dozen of these egg sandwiches this morning, N. And I finally succeeded, but now I'm failing again, N. Lin Feng quickly said, no, I mean, it's really delicious, N. And I can't believe you made this sandwich, N. Su Muxue was stunned and almost didn't react. Husband, are you serious, N? And let me try it.N. Su Muxue took a bite and immediately let out a sound of praise. N. It's really delicious. And although it's a bit shameless to praise yourself.N. But for me, this is already a success. Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng and said, but don't worry, husband.N. And in the future, my cooking skills will definitely get better and better, N. And believe me, a new generation of cooks will be born soon, N. And just wait and see, N. Lin Feng smiled and said, I believe you.N. Su Muxue giggled, and hubby, eat quickly.N. And I'll go help you wash your clothes. When you're done eating, just put the dishes aside.N. And I'll wash the dishes later.N. After saying that, Su Muxue went upstairs to pick up the dirty clothes. Then I walked to the balcony and threw it into the washing machine. Lin Feng smiled. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. A cold goddess like Su Muxue. He would actually make such a big change for himself. From this point of view, no matter whether what she cooks is delicious or not. At least in Lin Feng's heart, everything was perfect. He has to treat such a good wife well even without the system. After breakfast, Lin Feng did not put the dishes aside. Instead, he took it into the kitchen, washed it himself, and cleaned the living room at the same time. After Su Muxue finished hanging up the clothes and came out, getting ready to wash the dishes. But he found that not only the dishes, but even the living room had been cleaned by Lin Feng. At this time, Su Muxue shook her head helplessly and said, and husband, didn't I tell you, when? And after you finish your meal, just put the dishes aside and I'll wash them.N. And why did you wash them all? And you even cleaned the living room so cleanly. What are you doing, N? And stealing work, huh, N? And will you let me stay in this house, N? And has family involution become so serious these days, N? And you even have to rush to do housework, N? Lin Feng smiled and said, and wife, isn't it more meaningful to do housework together, N? And I can't let you do the housework alone while I don't do anything, right, N? And that's too selfish, N. Su Muxue quickly said, but you have been so busy with work recently, N. And I finally have the weekend off, I can have a good rest.N. Lin Feng smiled and said, and it's okay.N. And it won't take a while.N. Su Muxue said, and okay, let's not talk about this anymore.N. And I've finished washing my clothes, and I don't have anything to do now.N. And how about, husband, let's go shopping together.N. And walk around, go shopping or something.N. And it's a rare weekend. If I don't enjoy myself, wouldn't it be a bit unfair to myself, N? Lin Feng said with a smile, and okay.N. And wherever you want to go, I'll go with you.N. Su Muxue shook her head, then looked at Lin Feng and said, and I should be the one asking you this question.N. Lin Feng was a little confused, and asked me, N. Su Muxue nodded and said, and yes.N. And I am going to take you shopping for some suits.N. And there are not many of your clothes at home. Most of them are mine.N. And other people take their wives to buy clothes on Saturdays and Sundays.N. But I don't want to do that.N. Nay, I'm going to do the opposite and take my husband shopping and help my husband dress up to look more handsome.N. Hearing Su Muxue's words, Lin Feng said helplessly, and okay.N. But N. Su Muxue asked in confusion, but what, N? And but there is one thing I don't understand. N. And what, N? At this time, Sumushua looked at Lin Feng in confusion and asked, and what don't you understand, N? And hurry up and tell me. N. And I feel really bad when I'm halfway through my sentence, N. And hurry up, N. Lin Feng hesitated to speak, and forget it, I'll tell you when we get to the mall. N. And why is this happening? Husband, you are so mean, N. And Yuri trying to keep me in suspense, aren't you, N? How bad? And Yuri's so bad. N. Sumushua pinched Lin Feng's arm. No, I was wrong. And Lin Feng said quickly. And then just tell me. N. Lin Feng shook his head, and then said, and it's impossible to say that. N. In otherwise, just pinch me harder, and maybe I'll consider it. N. Sumushua was about to pinch him hard, but after thinking it over, she stopped. And forget it, I can't do it, N. And I'll be sad, N. Lin Feng pinched Sumushua's face. And yeah, N. And my wife actually feels sorry for me, N. I'm so touched. Sumushua snorted, and are you mocking me, N? And when did I not feel sorry for you, N? In cut, N. Sumushua pouted and said. In alright, N. And let's go. N. And I am too lazy to chat with you anymore, N. Sumushua held Lin Feng's arm. Go straight downstairs. Come to the parking lot. Sumushua stretched out her hand and said, and honey, give me the car keys. N. And I'll drive, you sit in the passenger seat and be a good wife for once, N. And today, all expenses will be paid by Miss Sue, N. And how about it, N? Lin Feng smiled and said, and okay, I have no objection. N. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. Then, Sumushua started the car. Head straight to the mall. While driving, Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat. He took out his cell phone and took a photo of Sumushua. I plan to post it on Moments. Let those college roommates feel jealous. Chapter 87, Roommates Dinner. Lin Feng posted this circle of friends not long ago. Soon, my college roommates started sending messages. And oh my god, what are you doing, Lao Lin, N? And it's a good weekend, and you start showing off your affection right away, N. And Lao Lin, isn't this something for girls to play with, N? And why are you showing off your affection, N? And Lao Lin, you are so heartless, this is too much. Ugh. And the person he's showing off his affection to is school beauty Sue, N. And oh my god, I was busy trying to gain points last night. I just woke up and you show me this, N. Ain't as a single person, I cried, N. It's so tragic. After seeing the message from my college roommate, Lin Feng looked at the phone screen and couldn't help laughing. Then he typed a reply, and it's okay, you can find one too. N. And come on, Lao Lin, you are being rude. N. And do we have your looks? Do we have your entrepreneurial abilities, N? And are we as lucky as you, N? And even if there really is a goddess like Su Xiaohua, but can she be interested in people like us, N? And Lao Lin, what you said is too unkind. N. And are you trying to piss us off, N? And brothers, let's not talk about anything else. Next time we have a meal together, we must let Lao Lin pay the bill, N. That's right. And don't plan for next time. Anyway, we haven't gotten together for a long time since we graduated from college. N. And how about tomorrow? It happens to be Sunday, and everyone is not working and is at home, right, N? And okay, I agree, but I'm still working out of town now, N. And but don't worry, I'll buy a plane ticket to Binhai this afternoon, so I won't be late. N. And sure, no problem, N. And Lao Lin, what do you think, N? And how about we all have a meal together on Sunday, N? At this time, Lin Feng's university roommates were all sending messages in the dormitory group asking. Lin Feng typed back, and sure, no problem, N. And you are right. N. And we haven't had dinner together for 2 months since graduation. N. And speaking of which, we should get together more often, N. And yes, after all, we are brothers for 4 years in college, N. And we can't lose touch with each other slowly because of graduation, and let our relationship fade in the end. N. And no problem for me. Come to Binhai on Sunday and I'll make the arrangements, N. And it just so happens that you should have heard some news about me from the internet, right, N? E and I have acquired the Binhai Sea restaurant, the 5-star restaurant on the sea. And when the time comes, all of you come and I'll make arrangements for you. And let's have a good time together. And if you have a girlfriend, bring her along. And by the way, let me see how you see things. When Lin Feng sent the last message, the group immediately went wild. And fuck, Lao Lin, and you bought the Bin Hai Si restaurant? Wow, that's awesome. And when did this happen? Why didn't I hear about it online? And was it a recent acquisition? And then it probably hasn't been reported online yet. Endo, we think we have obtained first-hand information on. And I have to say, Lao Lin, you are amazing. It's only been a month or two since you graduated from college, and look at your career, it's developing so fast. And it's really embarrassing for us roommates. Shame on you. Before Lin Feng showed up in the group, several other roommates also typed and spoke. And Lao Lin, if that's the case. And what if I don't treat you well and give you a big meal? And then I'm really sorry for you. And brothers, tell me, am I right? And that's right. Since Lao Lin has acquired Bin Hai Si restaurant, we must give him a big meal. It's a must. And otherwise, would it be a waste to eat the dog food he spread out so early in the morning? And I am a single dog, and I was inexplicably fed a bowl of dog food. How can I be compensated for the critical damage caused to me? And without 8 or 10 hairy crabs, it can't make up for it. And Lao Lin, you decide. And that's right. Lao Lin, when we get there tomorrow, please don't complain that we eat too much. After seeing the messages from his roommates, Lin Feng typed and said, and don't worry, as long as you come, I will make sure everything is arranged for you. And don't worry, and then they continued, and okay, that's settled then. And I will definitely arrive tomorrow. And by the way, are we going to have dinner together at noon or in the evening tomorrow? And why don't we have dinner together tonight? I may not be able to make it at noon. And that's right. I agree with that too. What do you think, Lao Lin? And Lin Feng nodded and then said, and it's no problem to have a dinner party tonight, but I don't know if Mu Shui is willing to join us for the dinner party. And otherwise, let's just have the few of us at this dinner. When my roommates heard this, they all disagreed. And how can that be possible? And we have to have dinner together, how can we let the beauty from Suzhou University be absent? And then what's the point of this dinner party? And brothers, don't you agree? And that's right. Lao Lin, you have to let school beauty Sue come with you no matter what. That's what I mean. And I am going to bring my girlfriend with me. If we get there and there's only a bunch of men around, she'll probably feel embarrassed and won't come. And that won't do. I want to introduce you to my new girlfriend. And oh my god, you actually have a girlfriend? That's great. And how do you look? Am I pretty? Show me a picture. And you'll know when we meet tomorrow. Let's keep it mysterious for now. And what mystery? Did you find an ugly girl? You are embarrassed to post photos, right? And get lost, you are a bunch of single guys, you are so frivolous. And so what if she's ugly? It's better than you not being able to find an ugly girl at all. And how shameful. Ugh. After seeing the messages from roommates in the group, Lin Feng thought about it, then typed, and okay then. And wait a moment, I'll ask Mu Shui for her opinion. And if she agrees, I have no problem with that. At this time, the roommates typed and said, and okay, then ask the school beauty Sue first. And if she agrees, please let us know. And I just happen to have something to do here, so I'll go get busy first. And I'll check the group messages later. Soon, the roommates began to busy themselves with their own things. No longer pay attention to the messages in the group. At this time, Lin Feng also put his phone aside. I planned to talk about this matter with Su Muxue, who was driving. Chapter 88, 100 Willing. At this time, Su Muxue was concentrating on driving. After noticing Lin Feng's changes, she took the initiative to speak. And honey, are you okay? And why do you look like you want to say something but hesitate? And if you have something to say, just say it directly, don't hold it in. And also, you were taking pictures just now, right? Did you post them on WeChat Moments, N? At this time, Lin Feng nodded and said, and that's right. I just posted it on WeChat Moments.N. Then, my college roommates saw it. And we have made an appointment to have dinner together tomorrow.N. And after all, we haven't had a meal together for a month or two since we graduated from college.N. Su Muxue nodded, and then said, and well, we should have a meal together.N. Although the friendships made during college are precious, they are not particularly reliable. And after all, in college, everyone came from different cities, not from the local area.N. And after graduation, the opportunities to meet each other will definitely become fewer and fewer.N. And but this relationship is still very precious.N. And if possible, of course we should get together more often to maintain our relationship.N. When I get old, I will have a few old friends worth remembering. And so, husband, you're going to attend, so you want to ask my opinion, right, N? Before Lin Feng could continue speaking, Su Muxue continued, and I have no objection.N. And if you want to participate, then go ahead.N. And besides, this is in Binhai, and our family is here.N. And if they come over, we should treat them.N. And why not, go to the Binhai Sea restaurant, N. And that place is not only our family's restaurant, but also a very prestigious restaurant. It is the perfect place to entertain your college roommates, N. Enan Li N. When Su Muxue said this, she giggled. And can I go with you, N? And the last time you had dinner with your roommates was on graduation day, right, N? And so this time, can I go, N? And if it's inconvenient, forget it.N. And I'll wait for you at home.N. I have to say, Su Muxue is really sensible. Such a well-behaved and sensible girl turned out to be his wife. When he thought of this, Lin Feng didn't know what to say. If this was a dream. That's so beautiful? Lin Feng then said, and Muxue, I originally wanted to invite you to join me and my college buddies for a dinner party.N. And it's just that I don't know if you are willing to participate.N. And so I don't know how to tell you.N. And after all, I believe that if I ask you, you will agree.N. And but I don't want that.N. And if you feel it would be awkward to attend a class reunion with me.N. And then don't worry, it's okay.N. And you don't have to compromise to consider my feelings.N. And that's what I'm mostly worried about.N. Not long after Lin Feng finished speaking, Su Muxue hurriedly said, and come on, husband, this is a dinner party for your college buddies.N. And if you take me there, I'll be so happy.N. And this means that you value me enough to consider me as your wife, N. And show off in front of your brothers.N. And as your wife, I simply can't be too happy, okay, N. And my husband values me so much. If I'm really like what you said, wouldn't that be too ungrateful, N? And I am absolutely willing. Of. After Su Muxue finished speaking, she continued. And hubby, don't worry, N. And I'd love to go, N. And besides, I don't have anything to do tomorrow.N. And of course I have no problem accompanying you to a dinner party with your college classmates, N. And besides, I'm your wife now. There's no reason not to take me with you to your roommate's dinner party.N. And I guess they will bring their girlfriends to participate as well, right, N? And it would be a bit unreasonable if you don't take me with you.N. When she said this, Su Muxue curled her lips and said, and or do you not value me at all, N? And or maybe you don't want me to go? Are you afraid that I'll embarrass you, N? And or do you dislike me, N? Of course Su Muxue knew that Lin Feng definitely didn't mean that. But she still said it. I just want to hear what Lin Feng will say next. Lin Feng quickly said, and dislike? How is that possible? You must be kidding, N. And my wife is so pretty, it would be great if I could take her out, okay, N. And in that case, there's no problem, N. Su Muxue said quickly. And let's go together tomorrow, N. Lin Feng nodded, then said with a smile, and okay, no problem, N. And it's settled then.N. 20 minutes later. The two came to the largest shopping mall in Binhai. After Su Muxue parked the car, she immediately said, and honey, we've reached our destination, let's get off.N. And I'll take you upstairs to look around and see if there's any suit that would suit you.N. And I'll buy you a few.N. And let me show you how good your wife's taste and fashion sense are in. And see if you dare to look down on me again in the future.N. And snort, N. Lin Feng said with a smile, and okay, I'll give you this chance. And after getting off the car, Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm. And okay, let's go, and arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall. The two walked straight in and took the elevator to the floor where men's clothing was located. While riding in the elevator, Su Muxue still held Lin Feng's arm tightly. And husband, do you know, and the last time my cousin took me shopping, we went to this mall, and I think this mall is pretty amazing. And the clothes they sell are very much in line with the aesthetic tastes of today's young people. And unlike the previous shopping malls I went to, the clothes were too old and not suitable for young people like us. And it's more like what my parents wore when they were my age. And really, it's so ugly that I can only describe it as dirt. But this mall is really great. And anyway, you'll know when you get there. Su Muxue said, although I didn't visit the men's clothing floor last time I came here with my cousin, I think this mall sells such beautiful women's clothing. And men's clothing should be similar. When he said this, the elevator door opened with a ding. And hubby, we're here. And this is the floor where men's clothing is located. Take a look and see if there is anything you like. And just tell me which one you like. And I'll buy it for you. And Lin Feng rubbed Su Muxue's head and smiled. And okay, thank you, wife. And he, hubby, and Su Muxue giggled, and why are you so polite to me? I'm your wife, and let's go, and. Chapter 89, wouldn't it be nice to have both a son and a daughter? Walk into the men's clothing store. Su Muxue picked out a few pretty good suits. And honey, what do you think of these clothes? Do you like them, And if you like them, these are the ones you'd like. Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng nodded, and okay. Su Muxue smiled slightly, and then said to the front desk staff, and excuse me, can you help me pack these clothes? Thank you. The front desk staff quickly said, and okay. After packing, and hello, ma'am, the total is 4,780 yuan. Cash or scan code? Su Muxue smiled and said, and swiped the card. Immediately afterwards, Su Muxue took out a bank card from her bag and swiped it. After the card was swiped successfully, Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm. And let's go, husband. After Lin Feng and Su Muxue left, the few staff members who stayed on the spot were all shocked. Although he didn't say anything, the expression on his face was full of surprise. In these days, it's common for a husband to take his wife shopping for clothes, but, when a wife takes her husband shopping for clothes, it's really like the sun is rising in the west. And sisters, did you notice the gentleman and lady just now? And it looks a little familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. Immediately after this moment, a waiter nearby exclaimed, and oh, I remember now, the man just now seemed to be Lin Feng from Function Technology. And what? Lin Feng, and is he the boss of the company that developed the function system? And oh my god, so young. And his wife is so beautiful. As both are women, why is there such a big difference between them? And I'm so envious. And his wife is so nice, she even takes him shopping and buys him clothes. And he even offered to pay for it. And these days, I'm afraid you can only find such a good wife in your dreams. And who said it wasn't? Inoops. Seeing the many male staff here, I was so envious. Same man. But the gap between them and Lin Feng is bigger than that between humans and pigs. Look at what other people are doing in their 20s. Look at themselves again? It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. When Lin Feng and Su Muxue finished buying clothes and left the mall, Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm, then covered her mouth and couldn't help laughing. When seeing this, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. And Muxue, what are you laughing at? And Su Muxue covered her mouth and said, and husband, didn't you notice just now? And what do you want to pay attention to? And pay attention to the expressions of those staff members, especially the male staff. And did you notice the way they looked at you? And it's all a kind of envy that can't be hidden. And I guess they must be envious of you for having such a good wife. And after all, I'm not the one praising myself. Su Muxue chuckled and said, in these days, there are many people who spend their husband's money. And but how many women let their husbands spend their own money, N? Lin Feng nodded, and that's true. N. And but I am one of those few, N. And you should feel very lucky. N. And you are so lucky to have such a good wife like me, N. Su Muxue giggled. Lin Feng was a little amused. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this time. Looking at Su Muxue, he said, and yes, my wife is right. N. And I am really lucky to marry a good wife like you. N. And shit luck, N. Hearing Lin Feng compare herself to this, Su Muxue curled her lips and glared at Lin Feng beside her. Ain is expected of a straight man. N. And how can you make an analogy like that, N? Su Muxue glared at Lin Feng, then thought secretly in her heart. Never mind, N. And my husband is a straight man. N. And you can't expect too much from him. N. Su Muxue held Lin Feng's arm and said, and but seriously, you look so handsome in these formal clothes, husband. N. No wonder people always say that clothes make the man. And after thinking about it carefully, it seems to be true. N. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Then he looked at Su Muxue and asked, and so what you mean is that my appearance is all supported by clothes, N? And is that what you mean, N? Su Muxue quickly explained, no, that's not what I meant. You misunderstood me. N. And I mean, you're already very handsome, husband. N. And dress up a little more. N. No, it's even more handsome, N. And stop it. N. Lin Feng said at this time, and you are clearly saying that my appearance is supported by clothes. N. And don't explain. N. No way. Su Muxue was anxious and quickly explained, and husband, I'm sorry, I may not have expressed it very accurately just now, so you misunderstood. N. And I really didn't mean that, N. Really. And believe me, I really don't mean that. N. Seeing Su Muxue's anxious look, Lin Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. And yes, husband, N. And so you did it on purpose? Humph, that's too much, N. And I got up so early today to prepare breakfast for you and do your laundry. N. And he took the initiative to bring you out and buy you clothes, N. And in the end, you actually pissed me off on purpose, N. And too much, really too much, N. And I am going to be angry, the kind that can't be appeased. N. Lin Feng and Su Muxue were walking on the floors of the shopping mall. It looks like they are arguing. But in fact, they are more about showing their affection. At least that's what the men and women passing by thought. After all, what young couple would quarrel in this tone? It's clearly a show of affection. And it's a high-level way to show affection. And all right, stop messing around. I was just joking with you. N. Su Muxue pouted, glared at Lin Feng and said, and don't make such jokes again in the future, otherwise I will be really angry, N. And okay. N. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and I promise I won't tease you on purpose anymore. N. And well, that's more like it, N. Su Muxue took Lin Feng's arm and said, honestly, husband. N. And I think you can wear this black suit to work on Monday, how about that, N? And if your colleagues in the company see you dressed like this. N. And I will definitely praise him, believe me. N. And as for other aspects, I really dare not say. N. And but in terms of clothing taste, at least in our family, I am second to none. N. When Lin Feng heard this, he found it outrageous. He pinched Su Muxue's nose and said speechlessly, and nonsense, there are only two people in our family, besides you and me. N. And tell me, is there a third person, N? Su Muxue giggled, no, but I believe it will be available soon. En. And what about in the future, when we have a baby, Lin? And that's three of us, N. And by then, if you bully me like this again, there will be someone to back me up. N. And so I hope that our future baby will be a little boy. N. And I will make sure to dress him up handsomely. N. And I'm more handsome than you, N. Lin Feng quickly said, and more handsome than me? That's impossible, N. And besides, what's so good about my son? He's naughty and mischievous, and does all kinds of things. N. And not as good as my daughter, she is so sensible. N. And besides, my wife is so beautiful. If we give birth to a daughter, she will definitely be as beautiful as you. N. And if it's a son, wouldn't it be a pity, N? Su Muxue curled her lips, and what? People say that daughters take after their fathers and sons take after their mothers, okay, N. Lin Feng asked, and why? It seems you have gone to find out more about it, N. Su Mushua quickly said, no way, N come on, this is common sense, okay, N. In real, N. And well, of course, N. Su Mushua was obviously lying. However, Lin Feng did not want to expose her, and instead said, okay, whatever you say is what it is, N. And anyway, I would rather have a daughter, N. Ain as for my son, whatever, N. Su Mushua thought about it, then asked, and what if I really give birth to a son, N? And it's barely acceptable, N. And no matter what, they are our children, N. Su Mushua rolled her eyes. Then, he said, and it doesn't matter, even if the first child is a son, N. And but if you, my husband, really want a daughter, N. E and I can have a second baby, N. People say that pregnancy makes women stupid for 3 years. You're not even pregnant yet, and you're already acting stupid? As a career-oriented girl, Lin Feng is really hard to imagine. This is something that only a person with a love brain can say. One day, I will actually hear it from Su Mushua's mouth. Su Mushua quickly said, and why are you looking at me like that, N? And I'd rather have a daughter than a son, N. And wouldn't it be nice to have both a son and a daughter, N? Lin Feng looked at Su Mushua and said, and Xiang, I just don't want you to suffer, N. And it doesn't matter. As long as you treat me well, and our family is happy, isn't that enough, En? Ain as for suffering, it's only temporary, Un. And besides, I really hope to have a son and a daughter. How happy it would be, N. And compared to decades of happiness, what's wrong with suffering for a while, N? Lin Feng rubbed Su Mushua's head and said, and Mushua, I have to say, you are indeed my ideal wife, N. And of course, N. Su Mushua giggled, but quickly reacted. And wrong, N. And you called me Mushua again, N. And call me wife, N. Lin Feng said with a smile, and yes, wife, N. Su Mushua snorted and laughed, and that's right, N. The two showed their affection all the way to the mall lobby. Just when I was about to leave. At this time, 3 or 4 girls came towards us. They were all here to shop for clothes in the mall. They were all dressed youthfully and beautifully, and looked about the same age as Lin Feng and the other man. They all look like they have just graduated from college. And Mu Shui? What a coincidence, Un. And how come I met you here, N? When they noticed Su Mushua, they hurried over to say hello. Chapter 90 Classmates. These girls in front of me. They are all Su Mushua's classmates. Their relationship is pretty good, but itself not as close as Li Yaoyao's best friends. And Mushua, are you here shopping too, Wen? Su Mushua smiled slightly, looked at the girls in front of her, and nodded. Annie's, N. E and I took my husband out to buy some clothes, N. When she said this, Su Mushua held Lin Feng's arm even tighter. The girls' eyes also fell on Lin Feng. Everyone's expression changed when they looked at Lin Feng. Mu Shui, N. And did I hear you correctly? You buy clothes for your husband, N. And oh my god, it's fine if you just show off your affection and spread dog food on WeChat moments, N. And now, are you going to start showing off in front of us, Un? And oh my god, what did I do wrong? I just came out to the mall and I have to be shown off, N. It's really inhumane. The girls in front of me all had expressions of despair on their faces. In the past 1 or 2 months, Su Mushua can be seen sharing her daily life on WeChat moments almost every day. I usually eat dog food, which is enough to make me full. I didn't expect that on a big Saturday, a few young ladies would go out shopping. I actually met Su Mushua and her husband. The most damnable thing is, it was these people who took the initiative to ask. Isn't this dog food something you asked for? After noticing the expressions on their faces, Su Mushua smiled slightly, and it's okay, N. And you can also find a perfect boyfriend like my husband, N. And this way, you don't have to eat dog food, N. Su Mushua's words made them very angry. Killing people and destroying their hearts. How many boyfriends like your husband Lin Feng are there in the world? At such a young age, he started his own business and succeeded. It seems that recently, even a company as big as the Fock Elite Group. They were all acquired by Lin Feng. Where can I find a boyfriend like this? Isn't this intended to provoke them? And Mushua, what you said is really a bit too much, N. And that's right. It's been so long since we graduated, and we haven't gotten together. I asked you out a few times before, but you always said you didn't have time, saying you were busy with company matters. And I didn't expect to meet you at the mall today. And I was very happy. And as a result, and when they said this, the girls looked obviously distressed. That's too bad. And it is true that a full man does not know the hunger of a hungry man. N. Sumoshue covered her mouth and burst into laughter. And okay, I was just kidding you. N. And after all, how could you possibly find a guy as perfect as my husband, N? And yeah, that's more like it, N. As soon as I finished saying this, I realized that something didn't seem right. After they reacted, they were all stunned. N. Mushue, you're going too far. You shouldn't discourage others like this. N. And although we know that this is indeed the case. N. But you have to leave us a little fantasy, right, N? And how could you smash it with your own hands, N? Too much. And oh, no, this matter has already caused harm to me. One meal can't solve it. I need 2 meals, N. The girls all went along with it, and that's right. It takes 2 meals. N. And okay, no more jokes, I'm serious with you. N. And let's find some time, Mushue, and have a good meal together, N. And what do you say, N? Sumoshue was slightly stunned at this time, and have a meal later, N. The girls in front of them all nodded and said, and yes. N. And look, it's been quite a while since we graduated, N. And everyone is working on their own and often cannot get together. N. And we sisters are fine, but I can't get in touch with you and Yao. N. And it's always work, and work. N. And I think it's better to do it today than to wait for a better day. It just so happens that your husband is here today. N. And why don't we have a meal together today? Let's go to your husband's restaurant. N. And how about it, N? The girls next to them all nodded, and okay, I have no objection. N. Sure. And Mushue, what do you think, N? Sumoshue said quickly, and let's wait for 2 days. I have an appointment with my sister to have dinner tonight. N. And what about tomorrow, N? Several girls asked. And tomorrow will be even worse. N. At this time, Sumoshue said, and my husband's college roommate will come to Binhai together tomorrow. N. And I want to go with my husband. N. The girls quickly said, and that's perfect, we are all classmates, let's have a meal together. N. And while everyone is here. N. Sumoshue shook her head and said, and forget it. N. And in 2 days. N. And I'll treat you guys separately then. N. The girls curled their lips and secretly said in their hearts, and you really value women over friendship. N. Then everyone nodded and said, and well, since it's not convenient, let's do it another day. N. And when the time is set, just let us know on the phone. N. And no matter how late it is, even midnight. N. And as long as you send me a message, I guarantee it will arrive within 10 minutes. N. And sisters, don't you agree, N? Several girls nearby all expressed their opinions, that's right. And after all, since the second semester of my senior year, I haven't seen Mushue at any of the dinner parties. N. And Yao is fine. We get together once or twice occasionally. N. And but Mushue, it's different for you. N. A girl wearing glasses said, and so, all of us are just ordinary clerks. N. And Mushue is not only the general manager of the project department of Su Group. N. And now, she is the boss lady of Function Technology. N. And right, Mushue, N. Sumoshue felt a little embarrassed after being teased by these girls. And okay, no more jokes. N. The girls looked at Sumoshue and said, and then let's make it a deal. N. And Mushue, let's go to the mall first. See you at dinner later. N. Sumoshue smiled slightly and nodded. And yeah, no problem. N. And I'll contact you guys if I'm free some other day. N. And don't forget to go to your husband's restaurant on the sea for dinner. I've wanted to go there for a long time. N. Sumoshue nodded and said, and of course, no problem. N. After saying goodbye to them, Sumoshue took Lin Feng's arm, smiled and said to him, and okay, husband, let's go. N. After leaving the mall, I went straight to the parking lot and prepared to put the clothes in my hands into the car. By the way, take my husband to pick out some leather shoes and other things. It's quite inconvenient to carry so many large bags. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly spoke. And wife.N. And I have something to tell you.N. Su Mushua was stunned and asked subconsciously, and what's the matter En? Chapter 91, She is indeed my biological sister. Su Mushua looked at Lin Feng in confusion. And what's the matter, husband, En? And why are you so serious all of a sudden? I'm a little uncomfortable with it.En. Lin Feng looked at Su Mushua seriously and said, and when we have dinner together tomorrow night, you just need to dress up simply. No need to dress too grandly.En. And these roommates are all my close friends.En. And not the kind of person who judges people by appearance.En. And it to mention En. When Lin Feng said this, he obviously dragged out the tone. Su Mushua was a little curious, so she continued asking. And what more, En? Lin Feng continued, and what's more, my wife is so beautiful.En. And I am mainly worried about those guys bringing their girlfriends to the dinner.En. And it's just putting their girlfriends down and making them lose face.En. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Su Mushua covered her mouth and laughed. And hubby, if you say so.En. And then I must dress up nicely.En. And they brought their girlfriends with them. I can't lose to them, right, En? And also, there is one most important question.En. Su Mushua looked at Lin Feng, and you also saw it at the mall just now.En. And my college classmates also want to invite me to have dinner together.En. And will you participate then?En. And I really want to take you there.En. Lin Feng rubbed Su Mushua's head and said, and you guys should go, I won't get involved then.En. And after all, you girls will have a lot of common topics when you are together.En. And if I, a man, go with you, I'm afraid your sisters won't be able to let go.En. Su Mushua curled her lips, obviously feeling a little disappointed. But considering the feelings of others, he nodded and said, and okay then.En. And forget it this time.En. And but next time if there's a chance, I still want to take you with me, En. Lin Feng nodded, and okay, no problem, En. Su Mushua pulled Lin Feng's arm and said, and let's go, I'll take you to buy leather shoes.En. And it's a rare trip, so I have to dress up handsomely for my husband.En. In on the one hand, it's work Monday, you can wear it out.En. In on the other hand, it's so that you can show off your appearance, temperament, and fashion sense when you attend your roommate's party tomorrow.En. And crush them in all directions.En. And better them all.En. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. Then the two of them went to the leather shoe store across the street. Around dusk, Su Mushua said to Lin Feng, and honey, my sister called me just now.En. And meet at our restaurant on the sea in half an hour.En. And or, you can drive home first.En. And I'll take a taxi to the restaurant.En. And I can't stand my sister up again this time, otherwise, next time I go home for dinner, my sister will definitely criticize me.En. Lin Feng nodded, and then said, and okay, no problem.En. And but instead of taking a taxi to the restaurant yourself, why don't I take you there.En? Su Mushua shook her head and said, no need, I can just take a taxi myself.En. And besides, driving from here to the restaurant is not on the same route as going home.En. Lin Feng said seriously, and so what.En? And as a husband, isn't it my job to send my wife to the restaurant.En? Such a gentle sentence for Su Mushua. There is absolutely no resistance. Su Mushua couldn't help laughing on the spot, and husband, I have to say that you are getting better and better at talking.En. Lin Feng said speechlessly, and what are you talking about.En? And what I said is the truth.En. Su Mushua giggled, and okay, I'll let you deliver it, isn't that okay.En? Lin Feng nodded, glanced at Su Mushua, and then walked in front. And that's more like it.En. Su Mushua, who was standing still, shook her head helplessly and said with a smile, and hey, men, they are so damn strong.En. Lin Feng said, get in the car.En. And oh, all right.En. Su Mushua sat in the passenger seat. Lin Feng drove directly to the Binhai Sea restaurant. 10 minutes later. The car stopped in front of the restaurant. After getting out of the car, Su Mushua looked at Lin Feng and said, and husband, do you want to come in with me and take a look.En? Lin Feng replied, no need, just go ahead.En. And I send it you and your sister's private dinner today, Lin. And I won't bother you anymore.En. After saying that, Lin Feng got into the driver's seat and prepared to drive home. Su Mushua waved to Lin Feng and said hello, and husband, drive carefully on the road and pay attention to safety.En. Lin Feng responded, and got it.En. Then he drove away. Sumushiue stayed where she was and watched Lin phone leave. So I called Suanchi. And hey, sister, have you arrived at the restaurant? Why haven't I seen you yet, N? And you haven't arrived yet, N. Suanchi's voice soon came from the other end of the phone. She said, "En Mushue, you're here so soon, N. And yes, my husband drove me here, N. And he left not long ago, N. And how long will it take you to get there? It's so cold late at night, N. Or, I'll go wait for you in the restaurant, N. Suanchi quickly said, "And hey, don't, I'll be there soon, N. And how long will it take soon?" En Sumushiue continued to ask. Before Suanchi could continue speaking, Sumushiue then said, "And sister, I hung up the phone, I think I saw you, Just then, a car drove towards this side. It's obviously Suanchi's car. After Sumushiue hung up the phone, she put the phone in her bag. Then he waved to Suanchi. After parking the car, Suanchi got out. Sumushiue complained somewhat dissatisfiedly, "And sister, you were so slow, And it was you who called me first, N. And as a result, I'm here, but you're not, N. It's so inefficient." Suanchi explained, "And I'm sorry, Mushue, N. And I just had something urgent to do, so I'm late." "Sorry, N. Sumushiue asked curiously, "And is there something urgent, N? And what's the matter? I'm quite curious about this. Tell me about it, N. And are you secretly in love, N? And says, if you're in a relationship, you must tell me, N. And you also need to let me know which man is so short-sighted that he would fall for my sister, En." Sumushiue had just finished speaking. In an instant, Suanchi's expression changed. "I thought this girl could say anything nice. I only realized it after I heard the end." Sure enough, she was not disappointed. Still the same as before, only knowing how to harm yourself. She is indeed my real sister. Chapter 92, Stingy Sumushiue. Hearing Sumushiue's words, Suanchi suddenly felt speechless. "Please. And is this really my own sister, En? And how can you talk about your sister like that, En?" And so in her mind, this is the only charm of my sister, En. Suanchi said unhappily, "En Mushue, do you think that I, your sister, have very low charm, En? And the reason why I am still single is because no one likes me, En. And that's what you mean, En?" Sumushiue quickly smiled and said, "And really? That's not what I meant, sister. You misunderstood, En. And what do you mean I misunderstood? That's clearly what you meant, and you still refuse to admit it, En." Suanchi said speechlessly, "And you are such an ungrateful little idiot, En. And ever since I got the marriage certificate with Linfeng, En. And I just realized that you have changed, En. En Mushue, you were not like this before, En." Sumushiue said, "And oh, really? Then tell me, what was I like in the past, En? And in short, it won't be like now, showing off affection and spreading dog food all the time, En. And or they can find other ways to attack me, your sister, En. And what do you mean, what kind of man is so blind that he would fall in love with me, En? And listen to what you are saying, is this human language, En? And is it true that a younger sister would say this about her older sister, En? And you are so heartless. Have you forgotten how much I loved you in the past, En? And you bad woman, En. And once you have a husband, you forget your sister, En. Suanchi said, pretending to be very angry. Sumushiue quickly said, "And hey, sister, don't be angry, En. And I was just joking with you, why did you take it so seriously, En? And everyone knows that you, my sister, are the most charming, En. And if a normal man likes you, he simply shouldn't be too discerning, okay, En?" After hearing what Sumushiue said, Suanchi said, "And well, after hearing this, I feel a little better, En. And okay, I won't bother with you about this, En. And come on, let's go into the restaurant, En. And let's find a private room. I have a lot of things I want to ask you later, En." Sumushiue nodded, looked at Suanchi and said, "And okay. No problem, when we get to the private room later, feel free to ask any questions you have, En. And as long as I know it, I will definitely not hold anything back, En. And tell you everything, sister, En." After saying that, Sumushiue walked in front and took Suanchi into the restaurant. Just after entering the restaurant, the restaurant's front desk staff immediately stepped forward and greeted them. "And Mrs. Lin, you are here, En. And please come in, N. Sumushua nodded slightly and said, and excuse me, please prepare a private room for me. N. And I'll bring my sister over to have a meal together. N. And thank you for your help. N. The girls in the restaurant all said, no trouble, no trouble. N. And why would it be troublesome, N? And Xiaoro, go and arrange the same private room for Mrs. Lin and her sister Ian. Sumushua waved her hand and said, no need to make it so grand, N. In a regular private room is fine. Un. And we re just having a simple meal. Un. Of course, this is what Sumushua really thought. Save wherever you can. When you treat your sister to a meal, it can't be too expensive. Otherwise, wouldn't my husband's restaurant lose a lot of money? This one do. Fortunately, Suanchi couldn't hear Sumushua's thoughts. Otherwise, my nose would definitely be crooked by her anger. This is my biological sister. It was a wrong payment after all. Sumushue also knew that being so stingy to her elder sister was indeed quite something. But there's nothing we can do about this. She is married now and has a husband and a family. You should consider everything from your husband's perspective. So, sister, I'm sorry. Sumushue thought secretly in her heart. Under Shiro's guidance, the two came to a very ordinary private room. Just about to go in. The next second, Sumushue said this. And Xiaoro, is this the most common private room in our restaurant, Ian? Xiaoro shook her head and said, and of course not. Un. And although this private room is not as good as the one you and Mr. Lin went to last time, it is also very luxurious. N. Sumushue said, and then let's change to another room, find a cheaper one, Un. And oh no, I mean, the smaller one. Un. And this way, my sister and I can have a better meal together. N. And after all, there are only two of us. N. And if the private room is too big, it will feel deserted when eating. N. Sumushue almost let the cat out of the bag just now. However, Suanchi had already listened to it. So at that moment, I was confused for a moment and almost didn't react. No way? This is outrageous. I took myself to my husband's restaurant for dinner, but you thought it was too expensive? Isn't this too stingy? Mushue, Mushue, are you still the Mushue I know? When did you become so stingy? Hearing Sumushue's words, Xiaoro, who was standing in front of him, was subconsciously stunned for a moment. Then, he replied, a smaller private room, right, N? And okay, no problem, N. And downstairs. N. After taking the two sisters to the smallest private room, Xiaoro smiled and said, and Mrs. Lin, this is the smallest private room in our restaurant. N. And look, are you satisfied, N? I walked into the private room and took a look. Compared with the spaciousness of other private rooms, this one was indeed a little small. Sumushue nodded and said, and okay, let's take this one. N. Xiaoro asked, and shall we order now, N? And well, let's order, N. Suanchi just picked up the menu and was about to order. Unexpectedly, Sumushue took the menu from her. And said, and sister, why don't I order the food, N? At this time, Suanchi had a confused expression on her face. Mushue, didn't you tell me on the phone that you wanted to treat me, N? And tell me to take me to the restaurant your husband just bought for dinner. Un. And since it's your treat, why can't I even order a meal for myself, N? Sumushue explained, and sister, you misunderstood. N. And mainly because I'm worried that since this is your first time here, you might not know which dishes are delicious here. N. And so, let me take the order. N. Suanchi was speechless, and my first time here? Come on, I come to this restaurant often, okay, N. E and I can almost memorize the menu here. N. Why don't I know which dishes are delicious? Sumushue pretended not to hear and started ordering food. All we ordered were the cheapest items on the menu. And okay, Xiaoro, that's all for now. N. And you arrange it and have them serve the food as soon as possible. N. Xiaoro was also stunned when she saw the names of these dishes. I'm a bit overwhelmed. The restaurant clearly belongs to Mrs. Lin's husband. You can order something more extravagant, it won't cost you anything anyway. Ordering these dishes seems a bit too much, right? A bit too frugal. Xiaoro smiled slightly and said, and okay, Mrs. Lin, I'll arrange it right away, N. After walking out of the restaurant, Xiaoro scratched her head, a little confused. Could it be that Are all rich people so frugal nowadays? Are you so frugal to treat your sister to a meal at your own restaurant? I really don't understand. Chapter 93, A Free Meal. After Shioro went downstairs to arrange the dishes. In the private room, Suanchi said speechlessly. And Mushwe, I'm not saying anything bad about you. N. And aren't you being a little too stingy, N? And you invited me to eat at Lin Feng's restaurant, but you arranged such a small private room for me. This is too shabby. N. And if it was just this, it would be fine. The question is, who are you trying to fool by ordering these dishes, N? Is that too much? Sumushua giggled and says, you can't eat that much anyway. N. And I assented a waste if I order too much, N. And besides, my husband's restaurant is very profitable, and the costs are very high. N. N. And it's not really a question of cost, it's mainly about, N. Sumushua was about to explain. Suanchi said speechlessly, and all right, stop explaining. N. And it's true. Once a sister is married off, she is like spilled water. N. And what an ungrateful little bastard. N. Suanchi curled her lips helplessly and rolled her eyes. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Shioro came to the private room with the dishes. And Mrs. Lin, this is the dish you just ordered. Please enjoy it. N. And if you need anything, just call me anytime. N. And I won't disturb you while you're eating. N. After Shioro left the private room, Sumushua smiled and said, and sister, don't just stand there, eat your food. N. And eat, what are you eating, N? Suanchi was speechless, and come to such a high-end star restaurant, and just order these dishes, what else is there to eat. N. And forget it, there's nothing I can do to you. N. And let's get back to business. N. After Suanchi put down her chopsticks, she looked at Sumushua and asked, and Mushua, I saw the circle of friends you posted. N. And so? Lin Feng really acquired the Fukulai Group, N. And is this true, N? Although the facts are in front of us. After all, when she entered the restaurant just now, she heard the restaurant staff calling Sumushua and Mrs. Linen. However, Suanchi still wanted to confirm it one last time. After all, no matter what, it is the Fukulai Group, a giant enterprise in the catering service industry. It is definitely a well-known company in the entire Binhai, and everyone has heard of it. Sumushua nodded and said, and yes, sister. My husband Lin Feng has indeed acquired the Fukulai Group. N. And now, he is the sole shareholder of the Fukulai Group. N. And if you don't believe me, I'll ask my husband to take me to the Fukulai Group some other day. N. And if you are interested, I can take you along. N. Suanchi waved her hand. And that's not necessary. Since you said so, I have no problem. N. I'm just a little surprised. And if I remember correctly, didn't you tell me that Lin Feng's family conditions are very ordinary, N? And besides, we have also met his parents and have a rough idea of their family conditions. N. And but the question is, where can he get tens of billions of cash to acquire the Fukulai Group, N? And Mushwe, don't you find this matter strange at all, N? And you know, although his function system is highly regarded by people in and outside the industry, it is still in the early investment stage after all. N. It may take several years to achieve profitability. And but Lin Feng is actually able to acquire the Fukulai Group. Don't you think this is very wrong, N? And their company actually has so much money? That's impossible. When they started the business, didn't you cheat our dad out of his money to help him start the business, N? And what's going on, N? Facing Suanchi's doubts, Sumushua replied, and to be honest, sister, I am also puzzled by this. N. And I also asked my husband, but he didn't want to say, so I didn't ask any further. N. And but I believe my husband has his own way, N. And as a wife, of course I have to choose to trust him unconditionally. N. And don't doubt him. N. And always stand on the same line with him. N. And this is what a good wife should do. Sister, don't you agree, N? Just now, Sumushua immediately changed her words and said, nah, I forgot, you are still a single dog. N. And you definitely can't understand how I feel at the moment. N. And it's useless to tell you. N. And how can single people experience the happiness that we married people have, En? At this time, Suanchi had a look of despair and hopelessness on her face. They start showing off their love as soon as they have a disagreement. What is going on? Suanchi shook her head helplessly and said, "En Mushwe, I was successfully defeated by you.N. And you really let me see what true love brain is.N. And I always thought you were very rational.N. And your achievements in your career are greater than your sister and I.N. I am ashamed of myself. And why do you become so love-brained once you start dating, N? And or is it that all girls become like this when they fall in love, N?" After thinking about this, Suanchi quickly said, "And if this is the case, then I would rather not fall in love for the rest of my life.N. And I don't want to be like you.N. Sumushua curled her lips and said, "Entisk, what do you mean by love-brained? That's really harsh.N. And if you like a boy, of course you will be in love, N. And don't talk about me, even if it's you, sister, I believe you will do it too, N. And oh, no, I said it wrong.N. Sumushua changed the topic and said, "And sister, you definitely won't fall in love.N. And because no one likes you, N." Suanchi looked desperate, and smelly Mushue, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will beat you next time.N. Sumushua laughed, "And okay, I won't tell the truth.N. And you still say that? Ugh. The two sisters are like this, bickering and quarreling every now and then. But for Suanchi, today's meal was wasted. Apart from confirming that Lin Feng had acquired the Folkla group, there was no other gain. Chapter 94, The Mysterious Son-in-Law. After leaving the restaurant, Suanchi immediately called Zhao Yalan. Soon, Zhao Yalan answered the phone and said, "Enchi, why are you calling so late? What's the matter, N? Or, you should go out for dinner with Mushue tonight.N. And what did you talk about? Do you want to report to mom, N?" Suanchi replied, "And don't mention it. I get angry when I talk about this matter.N. Hearing this, Zhao Yalan became even more curious and asked, "And what happened, N? And did you two sisters have a fight? Or a conflict, N? And why are you so angry for no reason, N? And mom, you don't know, that stinky girl Mushue is really too much.N. And what's wrong, N?" Zhao Yalan asked curiously. "And alas, it seems that what my father said is true. Once a girl is married off, she is like water poured out.N. And tonight at Lin Feng's restaurant, which is the Binhai Si restaurant, we're having dinner.N. And you know what? Mushue is trying to find a way to help Lin Feng save money.N. The dishes we ordered are also the cheapest in the restaurant. And she said this is her husband's restaurant, so she should help her husband save money.N. And after all, as the boss lady, I don't need to pay.N. But there are always costs for restaurants to cook and so on. And can you believe it? My sister treated me to a meal and she was so stingy, N. And oh my god, mom, when did your daughter become so stingy, N? It wasn't tea like this before." When she heard this, Zhao Yalan laughed unkindly. "And it seems that Mushue and Lin Feng's relationship is still very good.N. And it's only been a short time since you got married, and you're already thinking of ways to help your husband save money, N. And not bad. No wonder Lin Feng and his parents like our Mushue so much.N. And it's so good to be a daughter-in-law here. It's hard not to like it, N." Suanchi was speechless, and come on, mom, you're still praising her.N. And I am almost mad at her.N. Endo, you have such a sister, N. And how stingy.N. Zhao Yalan smiled helplessly and said, "And okay, Anchi, don't be angry.N. And this just shows that Mushue and Lin Feng have a good relationship.N. That's why it's like this. And besides, you have to think about it this way. In order to support Lin Feng's business, she even set her sights on your father and directly cheated him out of 200 million yuan.N. And use it to support Lin Feng's entrepreneurship.N. And I am just treating you to a meal. I'm a little stingy, so what, N? And I didn't cheat you, my sister, out of your money and gave it to her husband, Lin Feng. I've already done you a great favor.N. When Suanchi heard this, she had to admit it. Really? Compared with what happened to his father Su Jiangwo, I am indeed very lucky. So, I have to thank my good sister? Zhao Yalan said with a smile, and okay, Anchi, don't be angry.N. And you are also a sister after all.N. And seeing your sister and brother-in-law have such a good relationship, shouldn't you be happier as a sister.N. And happy, I'm so happy, N. Suanchi's face was full of a mask of pain. Zhao Yalan continued to ask, and okay, seriously, when you were having dinner with Mu Shui.N. And have you made your inquiry clear, in? And how did Lin Feng come up with tens of billions of dollars to acquire the Fukalai Group, yen? And could it be that we have always underestimated Lin Feng, yen? And he actually has such a huge amount of financial strength in his hands, yen? Su Anqi replied, I really haven't asked this question yet, n. And even Mu Shui herself doesn't know, n. And it seems that Lin Feng has some reservations, n. Zhao Yalan said, and is that so? It seems that my son-in-law is quite mysterious, n. And interesting, n. And okay, I understand. It's getting late. Anqi, you should go back early too, n. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yalan told Su Anqi what she said. After retelling it to Su Jiangwo. At this time, Su Jiangwo's expression also became solemn. Then he looked at Zhao Yalan and spoke. Su Jiangwo looked at Zhao Yalan and said, and wife, I think our son-in-law must be hiding something, n. And do you believe it, n? And after eating the meal with Anqi and Mu Shui tonight, at least this is the feeling I got, n. And after all, think about it, Lin Feng's Fengshen technology is indeed not profitable yet, n. There is still constant spending in all aspects. And let's take a step back and say, even if we really make a profit, is it possible to take out tens of billions at a time, n? And so I dare say that Xiaolin must be hiding something, un. Zhao Yalan asked curiously, and who? Husband, what do you mean by that, n? Su Jiangwo thought for a moment and said, I now even doubt whether the 20 million yuan he gave as a gift was won from the lottery as he said, n. And maybe it was his money in the first place, and it's not a lottery prize at all, n. And maybe our son-in-law really knows something that we don't know, n. And perhaps, before he founded Fengshen Technology, he had already successfully started a business and earned a lot of capital, n. And otherwise, how could he, a freshly graduated college student, have the courage to work in the field of operating systems, n? And the whole process went so smoothly, n. And is it possible that there was no preparation and it was all down to luck, n? After listening to Su Jiangwo's analysis, Zhao Yalan beside him nodded and said, and hubby, after listening to you, it seems to make sense, n. And it makes some sense, it must be like this, n. Su Jiangwo looked at Zhao Yalan and said, and so, you can ask Mu Shui to come home after some time, n. And ask her what happened to the betrothal gift at that time, n. Is it really a bonus? And or, that money belongs to Lin Feng, n. And Lin Feng has always been playing the pig and eating the tiger in front of us, n. Zhao Yalan nodded, then looked at Su Jiangwo and said, and okay, no problem. I'll tell Mu Shui later and ask her to find a chance to go home, n. And or maybe just this, n. On Monday, I'll ask Mu Shui out for dinner, n. And I will ask her in person about the 20 million yuan betrothal gift given by Lin Feng, n. And if the betrothal gift is not a prize from winning a lottery, it is Lin Feng's own money, n. And then, this means that Lin Feng has been deliberately keeping a low profile from the beginning, n. Su Jiangwo nodded, and okay, let's do it, n. And it would be much better if you asked Mu Shui instead of me, n. However, what Su Jiangwo could not have expected was the 20 million yuan betrothal gift that Lin Feng gave was definitely not a prize from winning a lottery. But at the same time, it is not Lin Feng's own. When they first got the marriage certificate, Lin Feng did not lie, nor did he pretend to be low-key. He really has no money to start a business, that's a fact. As for the 20 million, it was actually her daughter Su Mushui's money. His own daughter took his own family's money and gave it to Lin Feng. Let Lin Feng give it to himself as a betrothal gift. Taking advantage of the situation, I can return the betrothal gift from my father-in-law. If Su Jiangwo knew the truth of all this, I will definitely question my life. Chapter 95, Husband is not at home? Leaving the restaurant at sea. Su Mushui took a taxi directly home. After returning home, I found that Lin Feng was not at home. So, she called Lin Feng and said, and honey, my sister and I are back from dinner. Are you out, n? Soon, Lin Feng answered the phone and said, and Mu Shui, are you home, n? And yeah, it's a pity that I didn't see anyone like you when I got home, n. And where have you been, husband, n? And it's so late, what are you doing, n? And could it be that he is with another woman, n? Women's natural sense of crisis has always been very sharp. Su Mushui is definitely no exception. Lin Feng said with a helpless look, and come on, Mu Shui, who do you think I am, n? And am I that kind of person, n? And if you don't believe me, I'll give you a video call.N. Having said that, Lin Feng hung up the phone and made a video call. In the video, Lin Feng is in an internet cafe. The person sitting next to him was a man. There is no one around. Moreover, this man looked very familiar, as if I had seen him somewhere before. Lin Feng said to Wang Bo next to him, "And old Wang, please say hello to my Mushui.N." Wang Bo quickly said, "And school beauty Sue, oh no, I should call her sister-in-law, Un. And hello, sister-in-law.Un. And don't worry, Lao Lin is with me. We are the only two men, no women.N. And if you're worried, you can come over.Un. Su Mushui remembered. At that time, when Lin Feng had just graduated. Didn't he go out for a farewell dinner with his roommates? There was a boy among them, and his name seemed to be Wang Bo. Seems like he has some impression. After Lin Feng took the phone, he said, "And Mushui, how about I pick you up Ian? I estimate it will take an hour or two before I can get home.N. And fortunately, you can come too.Un. And so that you won't be able to sleep waiting at home.Un." Su Mushui quickly said, No, I can drive there myself.N. And I sent there another car in our garage? I can just drive that one over there.N. And just send me the location and I'll be there in a minute.N. Lin Feng sent the location to Su Mushui, and then said, "And okay, drive carefully on the road.Un. And when you get to the internet cafe, remember to tell me and I'll pick you up at the door.N." Su Mushui laughed, "And okay, no problem, N." After looking at the location sent by Lin Feng, Su Mushui said, "No, it turns out to be this internet cafe. The distance is not too far.N. And okay, I'll be there right away, it'll probably take 7 or 8 minutes at most.N. And wait for me.N." After hanging up the phone, Su Mushui finally breathed a sigh of relief. What on earth were I thinking about just now? How can you doubt that your husband is with a woman? Or are all married girls so easily jealous? Am I being a little too cautious? Su Mushui muttered to herself. And my husband was just playing games with his roommate in the internet cafe.N. And I actually misunderstood that he was with a woman.N. And really? This is totally wrong, N. And when we get to the internet cafe later, I must apologize to my husband.N. Thinking of this, Su Mushui picked up the car keys and went straight downstairs. I drove straight to the internet cafe. And at this moment, in the private room on the second floor of Time Internet Cafe. Not long after putting down his phone, Wang Bo, who was sitting next to Lin Feng, spoke first. "And old Lin, I really didn't expect that you would go online and be checked by Campus Beauty Sue, N. And it seems that School Beauty Sue cares about you very much.N." As soon as Wang Bo finished speaking, he immediately added, "And School Beauty Sue cares about you so much, Lao Lin, you have to cherish her well.N. And in this day and age, it's rare to find someone like School Beauty Sue who treats you well.N. And someone who is willing to give up his career for you.N. It's really rare. And anyway, I'm going to put this here, and wait until School Beauty Sue gets pregnant with your child.N. And when you become a father, the brothers in our dormitory will definitely give you some money as a gift.N. And if the amount is less than 1,000 yuan, he won't even be allowed to sit at the banquet.N. Lin Feng smiled and said, "And okay, I will definitely arrange a banquet then.N. And come on, let's continue the game.N. Wang Bo said. Then the two of them started a new game. The game starts about 5 or 6 minutes in. Lin Feng's cell phone rang. It was Su Mushui calling. "And honey, I'm already at the door of the internet cafe, please come out and pick me up.N. And okay.N. Lin Feng replied, "And okay, no problem. Are we at the door, Win? And wait, I'll be down soon.N." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng stood up from his seat. Wang Bo, who was standing next to him, was stunned for a moment. "And Lao Lin, where are you going, N? And you're betraying your teammates, N?" Lin Feng replied, "And Mushui has arrived at the internet cafe. Let me go down to pick him up.N. And compared to our Mushui games and such, what are they then?" After saying that, Lin Feng went downstairs directly. And Wang Bo also quit the game. Anyway, I've already been screwed, and it would be a waste of time to continue fighting. So Wang Bo followed him, "And Lao Lin, wait for me, I will go with you to pick up School Beauty Sue.N." Soon, Lin Feng and Wang Bo went downstairs together. Arrived at the door of the internet cafe. In front of the internet cafe, there stood a very tall girl. Very beautiful. The key is temperament, a kind of cool and aloof style. But with the appearance of Lin Feng, her cold and aloof demeanor immediately changed. She took Lin Feng's arm and said, "And husband, you're here. N." Seeing this contrast, Wang Bo next to him was stunned. "And old Lin, I really didn't expect that Su Mushue, the always aloof school beauty, is the best. N. And in front of you, I am as obedient as a little wife. N." It really shocked me. What shocked Wang Bo even more was far more than that. What Su Mushue said next really shocked him. At this time, Su Mushue was holding Lin Feng's arm. Then she smiled very sweetly. She leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder and said to him, "And what are you talking about?" "I am my husband's wife. N. And I assent that right, husband, N." Wang Bo saw this scene. My mentality is about to collapse. And oh my god, you two are going too far. You start showing off your affection whenever you have a disagreement. What are you trying to do, N? And are you trying to piss off a single guy like me, N? How inhumane. Seeing Wang Bo's desperate expression, Lin Feng smiled and said, "And okay, it's late at night and it's cold outside. N. And let's go in. N. And let's go, wife," and Lin Feng shouted. After his wife called him Enwafine, Wang Bo once again felt goosebumps all over his body. Lin Feng looked at Wang Bo speechlessly and said, "And old Wang, what's wrong with you? You're so jumpy. What's wrong with you, N?" Wang Bo said desperately, "And you keep calling me wife, what do you think, N?" Chapter 96, Help Me Introduce a Girlfriend? Wang Bo was a little exasperated and continued. "And he keeps calling me wife. N. And Lao Lin, let me ask you, are you embarrassed, N?" Lin Feng said confidently, "And what's wrong with calling me wife, N? And besides, Mushue is my wife. N." When he said this, Lin Feng looked at Su Mushue beside him. He was very serious and looked at Su Mushue solemnly. Then he spoke slowly. "And Mushue, please judge for yourself. I called you my wife in front of Lao Wang. N. And is this too much, N?" Su Mushue shook her head and replied immediately. "And excessive? What's excessive about this, N? And I am your wife. It is natural for a husband to call his wife, isn't that right, N? And why is someone in a hurry, N?" Obviously, the insomnianin that Su Mushue mentioned was obviously referring to Lao Wang himself. Lao Wang next to him looked desperate and had no desire to live. "And old Lin, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you really are a man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. N. And in front of a single person like me, you are calling each other husband and wife, so intimate and loving. N. And the whole body exudes the atmosphere of dog food, and the sour smell of love. N. And have you ever considered the feelings of single people, N? And are you still human, N?" Wang Bo looked at Lin Feng and Su Mushue depressedly, "And maybe I'm really not a human, but you guys are really dogs. N." Seeing Wang Bo's distressed expression, Su Mushue next to him covered her mouth and then burst out laughing. "And okay, husband, let's stop making fun of your friend Wang Bo. N. Ain't as a single man, he's already miserable. N. And stop hitting him. N. And don't let him be so stimulated again. N. Gotta protect the singles." Lin Feng nodded, then looked at Su Mushue, "And okay, wife. N. And for Mushue's sake, I reluctantly forgive you. N. And forgive me, N." Wang Bo had a desperate expression on his face. "Please. Are you kidding me? I am the one who got hurt. No wonder people often say that people in love are crazy." He has learned his lesson now. He didn't know how to complain about this husband and wife doing the same thing. I hope that when we have dinner together tomorrow night, all my roommates will be single like me. In this way, you won't be the only one who gets stimulated. He didn't want to be the one who was isolated. If all my roommates in college dormitory were still single, I am the only single person left. If this is true, Wang Bo might really become depressed. After entering the internet cafe, I returned to my seat and sat down. Su Mushue looked at the computer screen and said, "And hubby, you were just playing games. N." Wang Bo next to him quickly replied, "And yes, it has just started not long ago. N. And look, as soon as you called me, Lin Feng threw the game aside without saying a word and went downstairs to pick you up. N. And successfully screwed my teammate. N." After hearing this, Su Mushue felt warm in her heart. Although this is just a small thing, for Su Mushue, it still gives her a sense of tenderness in the details. After all, boys all like to play games. Sometimes, games are even more important than girlfriends. But Lin Feng is not like that. The game wasn't over yet, but he put it down decisively and went downstairs to pick himself up. Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng, and hubby, why are you so nice, Wang Bo, who was standing next to him, could hardly hold back from cursing when he saw this scene. I was wondering why you two started this again, N. At this time, Wang Bo really couldn't bear it anymore, so he spoke quickly. I say, you two, this is really going too far. N. And just before entering the internet cafe, they were already showing off their affection downstairs, spreading a lot of love food. N. And it makes me, a single guy, lose my mind. N. I didn't expect that after entering the internet cafe, I would have to eat dog food from you too. Don't you think this is too much, N? And stop it, I advise you, don't go too far. N. And where's the promise to protect singles, Ian? And do you still have any humanity? You just show off your affection when you disagree with someone, N. Seeing Wang Bo's reaction, Lin Feng became excited instead, and wife, this is nothing. Un. And I ascended just a game? To me, nothing is more important than you. N. And you are my only one. Un. Girls like to hear sweet words, and Su Muxue is of course one of them. Su Muxue looked at Lin Feng, and husband, since you lost a game just now because of me, you lost points. N. And that's if you don't mind. Un. And I'll also turn on the computer and play a game with you too. Un. And how about I help you make up for the points you lost, N? Before Wang Bo could say anything, Su Muxue quickly added a sentence. And although my gaming skills were pretty average in the last mobile game we played. Un. And but this strategy game you guys are playing is something I used to play with Yao Yao and a few other girls when I was in college. N. It's a boys' game though. And but our dormitory skills in playing this game are not inferior to yours. N. And if you believe me, I promise to help you make up the points. N. And how about it? Will you take me to play, N? Lin Feng smiled slightly, then said to Su Muxue. And of course. N. And old Wang, what about you? Do you have any objections, N? Lin Feng glanced at Wang Bo at this time. Before Wang Bo could even open his mouth, Lin Feng made the decision for him. And okay, Lao Wang, you don't have to say anything. I know you will definitely agree. You definitely have no objection, right, N? And in that case, let's not waste time talking. I'll go to the front desk and help you open the table. N. And Lao Wang, you create the game room first. N. And I'll go down and help Muxue turn on the computer, the one next to me. N. After saying that, Lin Feng went downstairs to help Su Muxue turn on the machine. At this time, Su Muxue immediately said, and Wang Bo, I'm sorry for what happened just now. N. And are you okay, N? Wang Bo quickly shook his head and said, and school beauty Su, oh no, sister-in-law, N. Su Muxue smiled slightly, and if you don't mind, you can call me Sister Muxue from now on. N. And I started school a year later, so I should be older than you, N. And you are my husband's friend, I hope we can all get along in peace in the future, N. And besides, I can also introduce you to a beautiful, talented, and good-tempered girlfriend. N. And how about it, are you interested, N? Upon hearing this, Wang Bo's eyes widened immediately, and what? Is this true, Sister Muxue, you are kidding. N. And seriously, N. And really help me introduce a girlfriend, N. Su Muxue nodded slightly, and of course, but there is one condition, you have to promise me. N. And no problem, Sister Muxue, just tell me. If there's anything I can help with, I won't even blink an eye. N. Su Muxue continued, and actually, it's not a big deal. It's just when you get together more often in the future. N. And when I'm not around, you must report to me where you go, who you meet, and how many women you're with. N. And I want to know where my husband is at all times. N. And are there any women where he is? N. Chapter 97. Where is your home? And ha? Is that all you ask, N? And alright, don't say anything more, Sister Muxue, leave it to me, N. And I promise to make it clear to you. N. And from now on, whenever you are not around, I will definitely report to you. N. Wang Bo patted his chest, then looked at Su Muxue and said, and Sister Muxue, don't worry. N. And I, Wang Bo, am the most reliable when it comes to doing things, N. Su Muxue nodded, and yes, but you have to keep it a secret and don't let my husband know. N. And otherwise, I'm worried that he will feel that I don't trust him enough. N. And that's not what I meant. N. Wang Bo quickly said, and don't worry, Sister Mushui, I will definitely not tell Lao Lin about this. And besides, this has nothing to do with trust or not. And after all, you can trust Lao Lin, but do you have to trust other girls? No, right, And besides, I know what you are thinking, Sister Mushui. And you must think so, even though Lao Lin is a married man now. But these days, there are many shameless people. And plus, Lao Lin is so successful in his career and he is also so handsome. And just in case a cheeky person shows up, right, Su Mushue nodded, and yes, that's what I mean. We have to be on guard all the time. And yes, I understand, Wang Bo nodded, and then said to Su Mushue, and then Sister Mushue, we have a deal. And if you have the chance, you must introduce me to a beautiful, talented, and good-tempered girlfriend. And you said that just now, don't go back on your word. And IVE wanted to be single for a long time. And especially when I see you and Lao Lin showing off your affection, I want to get rid of being single. Save the singles. Su Mushue couldn't help but smile, and then said, and don't worry, I will help you arrange it later. And don't worry about this. Wang Bo quickly said, and okay, then thank you, Sister Mushue. And it's okay. It's just introducing a girlfriend. It's not a big deal. And just help me do what I just told you to do, And thank you very much. Wang Bo patted his chest again and said, and I'll take my life as a guarantee. And if I can't do it right, I'll bang my head against the wall and die. And to die as atonement. Su Mushue covered her mouth and burst out laughing. And it's not that exaggerated. Wang Bo said, nay, I'm just expressing my attitude. And well, I believe you won't let me down. Just after Su Mushue and Wang Bo reached an agreement. At this time, I heard the sound of footsteps. It was Lin Feng. And okay, my husband is here to open the machine. You have to pretend that nothing happened. Don't let me know. And if this gets exposed, don't blame me for not introducing you to a girlfriend. Wang Bo quickly said, and don't worry, Sister Mushue. And bloopers? That's impossible. Nay, I'm not bragging to you, but with my acting skills, it's a good thing I didn't apply to an acting school. And otherwise, the me standing in front of you today would not be an ordinary me. And rather, an internationally renowned actor. And don't worry about my acting skills. There's absolutely no way I'll be exposed. After Lin Feng came over, I have to say that Wang Bo's acting skills are really amazing. Pretending to be nothing, he said, and Lao Lin, you're finally back. You've turned on the machine, right? Come on, let's start the game. Wang Bo's reaction was very natural, so Lin Feng didn't notice anything wrong. So after sitting down, the game started soon. The game lasted about half an hour. Su Mushue sat in front of the computer next to Lin Feng, operating the mouse and keyboard. After a while, Wang Bo exclaimed, and oh my god, Lao Lin, school beauty Su's gaming skills are really good. And I never thought that Miss Su would be so good at playing this kind of online strategy game. And it really goes beyond my stereotype of girls playing strategy games. And oh my god, not only Wang Bo, but even Lin Feng saw Su Mushue play this game for the first time. He himself really didn't expect it. And Mushue, I didn't expect that you are quite good at playing this game. Su Mushue, who was sitting next to him, snorted and laughed complacently after hearing this, and he, of course, didn't I tell you a long time ago, and I can't say anything else, but I will definitely play this game, and my level is definitely not inferior to you boys. And well, now you believe it, right, And believe me, I'm not bragging. When she said this, Su Mushue smiled triumphantly. Especially after seeing Lin Feng's surprised reaction. The satisfaction and pride on Su Mushue's face became even more obvious. It's obvious. Shocked my husband. This is indeed a great sense of accomplishment for Su Mushue. Lin Feng continued, and yes, she is worthy of being my wife. She is really extraordinary. And he, of course, and Su Mushue snorted and laughed, and looked down on me? No way, and soon, under the leadership of Su Mushue, this game was about to end, and the opposing players' homes were destroyed one after another. Finally, he won the game. The points I just lost were also successfully made up. After the game ended, Sumushue, who was sitting in front of the computer, stretched lazily. I'm so tired. I don't know why you guys love playing games so much. N. Ain't as a girl, playing games makes me feel tired and boring. N. Sumushue said this at this moment. It's just too much. Your gaming skills are so good, yet you still say this? Is it a human? Is it a human? Sumushue stood up from her seat, then looked at Lin Feng and said, "And hubby, it's getting late, let's go back. N. And it's late. Un. And I feel a little sleepy. N. After Lin Feng stood up, he said, "And are you sleepy? Okay, let's go home. N." Wang Bo, who stayed where he was, said, "And Lao Lin, what about me?" And Lin Feng looked at Wang Bo and replied, "And Lao Wang, you live in a dormitory, you don't have a home. N. Leave this sentence." Lin Feng hugged Sumushue, and the two of them left. In front of Wang Bo. The two of them just left like that. The words just now were still lingering in Wang Bo's ears until a few minutes later. You live in a dormitory, you don't have a home. This sentence is a fatal blow to single people. At this time, Wang Bo looked like he had lost all hope in life. But what Lao Lin said is not wrong. Yes, he is not like Lao Lin, who started his own business and married a wife like Su Xiaohua. After getting the marriage certificate, I have my own home. He is just a worker and lives in the staff dormitory. Where is home? It seems that I will have to stay in the internet cafe all night tonight. Chapter 98. The clown is actually me? Thinking of this, Wang Bo felt an inexplicable sadness in his heart. After Lin Feng and Sumushue left the internet cafe, only Wang Bo was left, all alone in the internet cafe's private room. He sat in front of the computer, looking at the game screen, feeling so sad. So at this time, he created a group, all of which were his roommates from college. However, Lin Feng was not invited to join the group. After creating the group, Wang Bo was the first to send a message in the group. "And brothers, have you taken the bus? When can we get to Binhai, N? And request for support. Un. And I was just talking to Lao Lin and his wife, Sumushue, the school beauty. N. And the three of us were playing games in the internet cafe. N. And you didn't see that scene. It was really torture. N. And I am a single guy, and I'm being abused. N. And when can you guys get here? I don't want to eat dog food alone, please at least share some of the burden. N. After the message was posted in the group, several roommates quickly typed responses. The first person to reply was Lao Chao. And it's okay. Anyway, my girlfriend and I will take a plane to Binhai around 8 or 9 tomorrow morning. We will definitely arrive before dusk. N. And yes, I also bought a flight ticket for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, with my girlfriend. N. And me, I've also bought a plane ticket. I may not get to the restaurant right away after I get off the plane. I may be a little late because I have to pick up my girlfriend. She works in Binhai and we are in a long-distance relationship. N. After seeing the replies to messages one after another in the group, Wang Bo's mentality was about to collapse. I'm wondering what's wrong with you guys? Why do you all have girlfriends? And oh my god, what's going on with you guys? You said you'd be single forever, how come you're all single now? And so I'm the only single guy left? And oh my god, is this true? This can't be true. Un. And you three all have girlfriends? Really? Are you kidding me? Un. Immediately afterwards, the other three people in the group posted photos with their girlfriends, chat records, and flight order information. After posting it to the group, Wang Bo completely began to doubt his life. And I am convinced too. What's wrong with you guys? Are you trying to trick me on purpose? N. And originally, we were the ones who suggested having a meal together. N. And after all this time, you all are no longer single, and I am the only one left. N. And I am single. N. I only realized at the end that the clown was actually me? Wang Bo's mentality completely collapsed at this time. He really wants to escape from this place now. Otherwise, at the dinner party tomorrow night, you will be permanently hurt by being fed dog food one after another. By that time, he will definitely become a big joke. Maybe in the future, I will become the laughingstock of this group of bad friends. After all, after graduating from college, I attended a dinner with my roommates. As a result, I am the only single guy, which is really speechless. Everyone in the group came to comfort him at this time. And it's okay, you're just a single guy, right, N? And it's normal. Everyone has been single before, N. And we are the same. Even Lao Lin, didn't he just get single in the last 1 or 2 months, And but he is better than us. We are just in the dating stage, N. And but what about Mr. Lin? He got married right away, and it was school beauty Su who proposed to him, N. Look at the difference. And you know, Su Mushue was the school belle during our college days, N. And compared with Lao Lin, the gap between us is too obvious, N. And but I have to say that we are all fine, N. And after all, no matter how bad it is, at least you will find a girlfriend after graduating from college, N. And but I didn't expect that someone in our dormitory would be left behind, And I think everyone knows who I'm talking about, N. When he said this, Lao Chao took the initiative to tag Wang Bo. Then several other roommates also gave a +1. Seeing these guys teasing each other in the group, Wang Bo's mentality completely collapsed. And depend on, N. And you guys are doing this on purpose, N. Wang Bo was even more depressed at this time. I spent the whole night alone in the internet cafe. This is probably the true portrayal of being single. And at the same time, Lin Feng and Su Mushue left the internet cafe. On the way to the parking lot, Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng and said, "And honey, how did I perform when we were playing games in the internet cafe just now, then? And my gaming skills are pretty good, right? I hope I didn't embarrass you in front of your friends, right, N?" As soon as Su Mushue finished speaking, Lin Feng immediately gave her a thumbs up, "And of course you didn't embarrass me, N. And besides, it's super impressive, N." Su Mushue was slightly stunned and looked at Lin Feng in surprise, half believing and half doubting, "And really, En? And of course it's true, N. And after all, that game was originally developed for male players, N. A strategy online game. And girls don't really like playing this kind of game, so most of them are average, N. And but I didn't expect my wife's skills in playing this game to be so high, N. And you have to know that when Wang Bo was in college, he often showed off in the dormitory by relying on his high gaming skills, N. And that's great. We have successfully killed his prestige, N. And let's see if that kid dares to show off in front of me again in the future, N. And so, you performed quite well in the internet cafe just now, N. Su Mushue giggled, "And is there a reward, N? And okay, whatever reward you want is fine, N." Su Mushue thought about it, then looked at Lin Feng, "And I can't think of it for the time being, N. And why don't you just owe it to me first, N? And I'll tell you when I figure it out, N. And just don't be a jerk and deny your debt when the time comes, N." Lin Feng curled his lips and looked at Su Mushue speechlessly. "And please, am I that kind of person, N?" Su Mushue shook her head, "No, N. And that's it, N. And okay, let's go home, N." Su Mushue held Lin Feng's hand and looked at him, "And well, let's go home, N." After a while, Su Mushue continued, "And honey, to be honest, I'm really looking forward to it now, N." Lin Feng drove and looked at Su Mushue, "And what are you looking forward to, N?" "And look forward to dinner with your friends tomorrow night, N. And I really want to meet their girlfriends and see what they look like, N." Although Su Mushue is already very beautiful, it is almost impossible to find a girl who is more beautiful than her. But even so, I was still a little nervous attending a dinner party with my husband's classmates. I'm worried that by then, other people's girlfriends will be prettier than mine. Women's competitive spirit. Once it breaks out, it can be fatal. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly, "And Mushue, just rest assured, N. And I can assure you, N. And by then, none of my roommates' girlfriends will be prettier than you, N. And okay, stop worrying, N. And don't worry, you are really beautiful, no one is prettier than you, N. Chapter 99 Mushue, are you sick? Hearing this, Su Mushue was still worried and continued to ask, "And what if there is, N?" Lin Feng shook his head and comforted her, "And even if it is true, you are still the most beautiful in my heart. With that said, you should be relieved, right, N?" Su Mushue thought about it, then glanced at Lin Feng. "And maybe I'm too sensitive, N. And I always hope that you can take me out, N. And it will give you face in front of your brothers, N. And I don't want someone's girlfriend to be prettier than me. If that happens, you'll be outdone, right, N?" Su Mushue's words made Lin Feng feel a little amused and helpless. It seems that the old saying is so true. No matter if she is a pretty girl or not, beauty is something you can never have enough of. Su Mushue encouraged herself, and come on. N. And tomorrow, you have to dress up nicely and not have a midnight snack. N. Got to stay in shape. And you can't embarrass your husband, and you can't lose face for him. N. I want to be the best looking girl at the party tomorrow night. N. I want to make my husband's brothers envy him and be jealous that he has a beautiful wife like me while they don't. N. After returning home, in order to prevent my wife from having too many thoughts, Lin Feng displayed his masculine strength and gave her a good scolding. The night passed quickly and it was the next morning. As soon as the sky was slightly bright, Su Mushue dragged her tired body, put on her clothes and got out of bed. Start rummaging through boxes and cupboards to prepare for the dinner tonight. During this period, she also called Li Yao Yao. To be precise, it was more than one call. It was a bunch of phone calls, probably at least 10. Today is a rare weekend. Li Yao Yao is very busy at work and often has to do interviews and write copy. Sometimes, if you are unlucky, you have to fly far away to do an interview. When things get even worse, you may have to fly abroad to interview some business bigwigs, and suffer from jet lag every now and then. I finally have some free time on Saturday and Sunday, so I can have a good sleep. I didn't expect that at 5 or 6 in the morning, Su Mushue would call and start arguing. Li Yao Yao directly rejected the first few calls. But I can't withstand more than a dozen calls. Who can stand this? After answering the phone just now, Li Yao Yao was in a bad mood. En Mushue, what's wrong with you? What are you doing on this weekend, N? Navi made more than a dozen calls, and I'm convinced. If you don't have anything important to say later, you'll be dead the next time we meet. Un. And hurry up and tell me what's going on. Tell me quickly. I'm so sleepy. N. And I'll go back to sleep after that. N. Li Yao Yao lay on the bed, holding the phone to her ear and continuing to doze off. Su Mushue's voice soon came from the other end of the phone. But what made Li Yao Yao dumbfounded was Su Mushue's next words were actually this. En Yao Yao, I want to ask you a question. N. And what should I wear to accompany my husband to a dinner party with his college roommates, N? And in addition to his group of brothers, they may also bring their girlfriends with them. They will all come together. N. And what style of clothes do you think I should wear, Hun? After Su Mushue finished speaking, Li Yao Yao on the other end of the phone was obviously about to explode with anger. No, Mushue, I mean, there's nothing wrong with your brain, right, N? And it's only what time in the morning, N? Having said that, Li Yao Yao immediately looked at the time. It's not even 6 o'clock yet, 5:49. And it was only a little after 5 o'clock, and you called me more than a dozen times. I really thought you had something to do, N. And after all this time, you're asking me such a boring question, N. And Mushue. My dear Mushue, you are really my good sister, N. And do you know that I am usually very busy with work? I am not like you, who has a husband who is both career-oriented and handsome. Even if you don't work, there will be someone to support you. N. And I can't. N. And if I don't work, my company will probably go bankrupt next month, N. And working for a week is tiring enough, and the only time I can rest is on Saturday and Sunday. N. And I was woken up by you so early in the morning, and you asked me this question, N. And Mushue, do you think you are still human, N? And is what you did called human affairs, N? Li Yao Yao really wanted to cry but had no tears. She didn't know what to say. It would be fine if they just show off their love on normal days, but now they don't even let go of the weekend. Is that a bit too much? I heard the grumpiness coming from the other end of the phone. Su Mushue then said, En Yao Yao, don't be angry, it's mainly because I really lack experience in this area. N. And it was also the first time I accompanied my husband to a dinner party with his roommates. N. And although he also had a farewell dinner with his group of brothers on the day of the graduation ceremony. N. And but after all, I was the only girl there at the time. N. And but this time it's different, N. And this time, I heard that his brothers will bring their girlfriends here. N. And so when it comes to dressing, you have to get it right. N. And I can't embarrass my husband, can I, Ian? And boys care a lot about their reputation. I don't want my husband to lose face because of me. N. And absolutely not, Un. And but I usually have good relationships with people. N. And but you are the only true friend, Yao Yao.N. And if I don't call you at this time, who do you want me to call, N? And I just wanted to ask for your opinion. Why, you won't even help with this little favor? Are we good sisters, N? And have you forgotten that you begged me to help you talk to my husband and ask him to accept the interview, N? And didn't I help you at that time, N? And what? You won't even help me pick out some clothes, N. Having said that, Su Mushue immediately changed her words. And okay, I get it, you don't have to say anything, N. And maybe it's been a long time, the sisterhood has come to this point, the feelings have faded, right, N? And okay, go back to sleep. I won't disturb you, N. And I'll just pick out my own clothes, N. And no need to trouble you, N. Su Mushue said, pretending to be angry. Just as she was about to put down the phone, Li Yaoyao on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped being sleepy and immediately said, No, Mushue, don't be angry, N. And just treat me as if I was talking nonsense just now. Don't you understand me when I'm in a bad mood, N? And how about this, I'll drive to you right now and help you dress up, N. And by the way, I'll treat you to breakfast, N. And don't be angry, this is okay, N. Chapter 100, Toolman Li Yaoyao. Heard on the other end of the phone. After Li Yaoyao apologized very sincerely, Su Mushue then said, And well, since you have already apologized, I will reluctantly forgive you, N. And but let me make it clear first, this is just the first time and it won't happen again, N. And if, the next time I call you, you lose your temper with me like this again, N. And take your morning rage out on me, N. And I will never talk to you again, N. And what are sisters? Yao Yao, do you know how important the word sisters is, N? And when I need you, you always appear by my side. That's what a sister is. Do you understand, N? And if you are so unreliable, I will never contact you again, N. And when that happens, no matter how many times you apologize, it will be useless, N. Su Mushue snorted and laughed, And but it seems that you are quite sensible. You know to come to see me right away and treat me to breakfast, N. And okay, I forgive you, N. And but you have 10 minutes to show up in front of me, N. And okay, let's just call here so as not to wake up my husband, N. And I'll hang up first, N. Before hanging up the phone, Su Mushue did not forget to give instructions. And don't forget, you only have 10 minutes, N. And if I don't see you in 10 minutes, you know the consequences, N. And yes, I'll leave right away, N. And okay, see you later then. Bye, N. After hanging up the phone, Su Mushue couldn't help but laugh out loud. And it seems that Yao Yao still only buys into this, N. And put the blame on someone else, N. And it's been managed, N. While Li Yaoyao hadn't arrived yet, Su Mushue immediately took out a piece of paper and wrote a few words on it. Then put it next to the bed in the bedroom, in the most conspicuous position. When Lin Feng wakes up, he will be able to see it the first time. After closing the door gently, he walked out of the bedroom. Su Mushue was very careful, afraid of waking Lin Feng up. After all, my husband has been busy with company affairs during this period and has been busy enough inside and outside the company. And last night, he worked so hard. As the saying goes, there are only cows that die of exhaustion, but no fields that are damaged by plowing. It is already amazing that Lin Feng can last for several hours. It's a rare weekend now. Of course he should have a good rest. I have to say, Su Mushue treats Lin Feng and Li Yaoyao very well. It's totally two sets. Fortunately, Li Yaoyao was not watching it this time. Otherwise, I would definitely doubt my life on the spot. How? Your husband works hard, right? Isn't my job hard too? It's the weekend and you don't want to wake up your husband. Are you willing to wake me up while I'm sleeping? Sisters aren't human, right? Mushue, I didn't expect you to be so hypocritical. At the same time, Li Yaoyao was in the bedroom. She put down her phone, changed her clothes, and didn't even have time to put on makeup. He just took the car keys and drove to Su Mushue's house. I didn't realize it until I was halfway through driving. And that's not right, N. And it was Mushue who interrupted my sleep on the weekend, and I'm not the one who's wrong, N. And it's like I made some mistake, N. And are you asking for Mushue's forgiveness, N? And what's going on, N? When thinking of this, Li Yaoyao felt a little puzzled. It seems I was really under Mu Shue's control. After all, they are good sisters. He has a very firm grasp of his temper and character. It's just a pity that it was for someone else's husband. So best friends are just tools? While driving, Li Yaoyao muttered to herself depressedly. It's really hard to do anything these days. And even being friends with someone is so complicated. And it's the weekend, and I can't even get a beauty sleep. It's too difficult. Li Yaoyao was driving while thinking depressedly, and unknowingly arrived at Su Mushue's house. After arriving at the door, Li Yaoyao did not get out of the car. Instead, he sat in the car and called Su Mushue. Su Mushue answered the call almost immediately. After the call was connected, before Li Yaoyao could say anything. As soon as Su Mushue came up, she said directly, Yaoyao, why are you calling? You are downstairs of my house, right? Can't you come up by yourself, And you called me so suddenly that my cell phone started ringing. What if it woke up my husband, N's been so busy these past few days, it's rare for him to get a good night's sleep on the weekend. And that's too much for you. And alright, let's not talk about this for now. Just wait downstairs. I'll be downstairs soon. And really? I almost woke my husband up. And I am really impressed by you. After saying that, Su Mushue hung up the phone. But at this moment, Li Yaoyao had a look of despair on her face. It can even be described as having no desire to live. That is not an exaggeration at all. Li Yaoyao, sitting in the car, looked at the screen of her mobile phone. I started to doubt my life instantly. Mu Shui is going too far. It seems that it is more important for her husband to rest. And my best friend is too much, isn't she, Owen? And this stinky Mu Shui was not like this before. Why is she becoming more and more concerned with women than friends now, And could it be that all married people are like Mu Shui? This is too scary, this is too horrible, my god. And after a while, Su Mushue went downstairs and locked the door of the villa. Soon, he got in the car and sat in the passenger seat. Just after sitting down, Su Mushue glanced at Li Yaoyao and said, Okay, Yaoyao, we can set off. And where are you going to take me to pick out clothes, And how about having breakfast first? I'm a little hungry. And it just so happens that I want to buy breakfast for my husband. Why don't we go to the breakfast shop in front? It's not far from here. And after buying breakfast, come back again. And I am worried that my husband will be hungry when he wakes up and I won't be able to get back in time. And okay, let's go. At this time, Li Yaoyao really couldn't sit still anymore. It seems that there are some things she has to say today. And Mu Shui, don't you think you are going too far, And too much? What's wrong, And Su Mushue asked doubtfully. After seeing Su Mushue's confused expression, Li Yaoyao became even more desperate. Don't you know where you went wrong until now, Su Mushue shook her head and said, I don't know. And what's wrong, Yo. Li Yaoyao was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. I am really impressed. And Mu Shui, you have changed so much. And you weren't like this before. Su Mushue asked back, and what am I like now? Isn't it good for me now, And besides, I've already made it very clear to you on the phone that my husband's college friends will be at the dinner tonight. And by then, his brother's girlfriends will also be here. And I don't want to embarrass my husband. And in terms of dressing, I think I'm okay, but I'm also at the forefront of fashion. And but this is from a girl's perspective after all. And boys may not think this way, but you are different, Yaoyao. And Su Mushue's words made Li Yaoyao a little confused. And Mu Shui, what do you mean, And does that mean I'm not a woman, Chapter 101, Even best friends are involuntarily competitive. No. I mean, Before Su Mushue could continue, Li Yaoyao continued to ask, And Mushue, what do you mean by this, And what do you mean? After all, you were speaking from a girl's perspective. And according to what you said, am I a man, And you trying to hurt me in a roundabout way, or do you think I'm too manly, Su Mushue explained, No, Yaoyao, you misunderstood, I was really praising you. And think about it, you often interview some well-known business figures. And he has attended more cocktail parties and other things than me, so strictly speaking, he is more worldly wise than me.N. And that's why I asked you for help.N. And you must know what style of clothing is most suitable for this kind of occasion, right, N? And besides, you are the one who knows me best. Your opinion is very important to me.N. Li Yao rolled her eyes and said, and forget it, at least you can talk.N. NUVE made the dead look alive.N. And but let me make it clear first. If the effect doesn't work, you can't blame me.N. I'm just speaking from a public perspective. And I can't guarantee whether the effect will be good when you attend the dinner with Lin Feng and his brothers.N. Sumushua smiled slightly and said, "No, I believe in your vision and aesthetics, Yao.N." Li Yao nodded and said, "And okay, I'll take you for a walk.N." Sumushua said, "And didn't I just tell you? Let's go to the breakfast shop first.N. And I have to buy breakfast for my husband first.N. And after buying breakfast, let's go shopping while it's still early.N." Li Yao, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was stunned for a moment. "No, Mushue, what do you mean? I don't understand.N. And you mean, after you buy breakfast for your husband and bring it back.N. And shall we just go shopping?N. Sumushua nodded, and yes, is there any problem?N. And so you're saying we're not having breakfast?N. Sumushua replied, and yes, but you have to wait until you finish shopping before you have breakfast.N. Li Yao didn't even know what to say. And hey, Mushue, aren't you being too heartless?N. And I was woken up by you early in the morning, even though I hadn't slept yet, so I accompanied you to pick out clothes and dress up.N. And not even a bite of breakfast?N. Isn't that too much? And why are you always thinking about your husband? What about me, your best friend?N. And so I am just a tool?N. Sumushua giggled, and it's okay for you, it's okay to skip breakfast occasionally.N. Li Yao looked as if she had lost all hope in life. And Mushue, I have completely lost to you.N. And UVE changed a lot since you got the marriage certificate.N. And it's just, a billion points.N. And oh, married women are so terrible.N. I really don't know what you are thinking. And could it be that my husband is really more important than my best friend?N. Sumushua then said, and Yao, stop kidding, how can you compare with my husband?N. And that's what I mean.N. Li Yao didn't think much about it, but just went on talking. But I soon realized something was wrong. Ina.N. And Mushue, you're going too far.N. Sumushua chuckled, and okay, I was just kidding you.N. And after you finish shopping with me, I'll take you to breakfast.N. And it's okay if I treat you.N. Li Yao nodded, and okay, you still have some conscience.N. And well, since you have no objection, let's go.N. And set off.N. Soon, Li Yao drove to the door of a breakfast shop. Buy breakfast and send it home. Sumushua also left a small note on the dining table. Then he walked out the door and got in the car. And come on, we can go shopping and pick out some clothes for me to wear tonight.N. And help me make my hairstyle look nicer too.N. And it's best to have a more elegant look.N. Li Yao was speechless, and my Mushue, you are so beautiful, why are you anxious about your appearance?N. And I am also convinced. If you are like this, how can we ordinary people live?N. And if you ask me, that's about it.N. And there's really no need to make it too elaborate. I'll stake my life on Lin Feng's college buddies.N. And their girlfriends are definitely not as good as you, at least in terms of looks and temperament.N. And it's definitely not better than yours.N. And believe me, as your best friend, would I lie to you?N. Of course Sumushua knew that Li Yao would definitely not lie to her. However, it is better to be safe than sorry. No matter what, you have to dress up beautifully. Preparation is still necessary. Isn't it? And alright. I give in.N. And when did you become so stubborn?N. I don't understand. So the next 2 hours. Following Li Yao's suggestion, I picked out several pieces of clothing, the kind that show my temperament. Then, Sumushua's hair was also changed. At first glance, it is indeed n times more beautiful than before. And how about it, Yao, does it look good like this?One. Sumushua asked. Li Yao shook her head, smacked her lips, and was about to speak. At this time, Sumushua looked at her curiously and asked, and Yao, why do you have such an expression?N. And I sent it pretty, and it's more than just beautiful, it's simply too beautiful, un. Oh my god. And it's simply, I don't know how to describe it, and even celebrities can't compare to you, Mushwe.N. Su Mushue curled her lips, a little speechless, and is this true? This flattery is a bit too much. N. And it's not as exaggerated as you say. N. Li Yaoyao said with a serious expression, nay, I'm not exaggerating, I'm serious, N. And it's really beautiful. If you don't believe me, go home and ask Lin Feng to give you his opinion. N. And I think this look is definitely in line with boys' aesthetics. N. And wrong. N. And not only boys, even as a girl like me, I feel envious when I see it. N. And if I didn't have a boyfriend, I might try getting a set of clothes like this. N. And it's a pity. I don't have a boyfriend, so no one will see me if I wear it. N. When she said this, Li Yaoyao suddenly felt a little sad. The expression on his face at this moment is so sad that it makes people feel distressed. And okay, I'll believe you this time, N. And if my husband doesn't think it looks good, or when we have dinner together with my husband and his brothers. N. And if the effect is average. N. And Yaoyao, you're done for. Be prepared. N. Li Yaoyao curled her lips, feeling like she wanted to cry but had no tears. Alas, being sisters these days is too introverted. So after I spent so much time helping you dress up, you still blame me when the result is not good? If the effect is good, there won't be no sign of it at all, right? Are even best friends so introverted? I'm really drunk. Chapter 102: The Reason for Being Single. At this time, Li Yaoyao felt indescribably depressed. After a long while, she finally spoke. And okay, Mushue.N. And I've finished shopping and I've finished dressing you up. N. And should we go have breakfast then? And look, it's almost 9 o'clock and my stomach has been growling non-stop since a while ago. N. And are you going to have breakfast or not? N. And you want to starve me to death? N. Su Mushue then said, and okay, I'll take you to have breakfast. N. And I'll take you there right away. N. After hearing this, Li Yaoyao nodded and said, and well, that's good enough. You have a little conscience. N. But what made Li Yaoyao dumbfounded was. Next, Su Mushue took her to the restaurant. It turned out to be a very ordinary restaurant. Or, it would be more appropriate to call it a breakfast stall. Because it is a stall on the roadside. At this time, Li Yaoyao began to doubt her life. And Mushue, I'm not saying anything bad about you. N. And when did you become so stingy? N. And you know, when you took me to have breakfast before, even if it wasn't a star-rated restaurant, it had to be at least high-end. N. And why are you so stingy now? N. And it would be fine if it was normal, but you have to know that you woke me up so early in the morning. N. And I came out with you and helped you clean up inside and out for several hours. N. And I am starving, and after we're done, you take me to eat this, N. And Mushue, aren't you being a little too stingy, N? And don't you think it's too much, N? Li Yaoyao asked with some dissatisfaction. Su Mushue giggled, and Yaoyao, I'm sorry, but I hope you can understand me. N. And I am not like you now. N. And I am a person with a family and a husband. N. And I still need to save money to help my husband and I get married for our future baby. N. And it's not like you, when one person is full, the whole family will not be hungry. N. And besides, breakfast is something that only needs to be eaten to fill your stomach. There's no need to be so particular about it, don't you think? Yaoyao. N. And okay, you don't have to say anything, Yaoyao, I know you won't mind. N. And since you don't mind, please sit down. N. Before Li Yaoyao could say anything, Su Mushue said something to the breakfast stall owner. And Boss Zhang, 2 servings of soup, please. N. And plus 2 pancakes, thank you. N. Boss Zhang quickly responded, and okay, no problem, Mushue. N. And come and have breakfast. Why didn't you come with Xiaolin today, N? Su Mushue smiled politely and said, and nothing, I just went shopping with my bestie today. N. And so I didn't come out to have breakfast with my husband. N. And but I've already bought him breakfast in advance. N. Boss Zhang nodded. And is that so? All right then. Wait a moment and I'll get it done for you right away. N. And well, it's okay, there's no rush, N. After Su Mushue finished speaking, she said to Li Yaoyao. And Yaoyao, I'm really not stingy. N. I think the breakfast in this restaurant is really good. And when my husband doesn't have time to make breakfast for me during work hours, he always brings me to Boss Zhang's breakfast stand.N. And it's very delicious. You can try it when it comes up.N. And if it doesn't taste good, then that's what you say.N. Li Yaoyao said speechlessly, and Mu Shui, I find that since you got the marriage certificate, not only your personality, but also your taste has declined a lot.N. At this time, Su Mushui was eating from the bowl while hearing what Li Yaoyao said beside her. He asked with some confusion, and what do you mean by lowered taste, N? And what do you mean, N? Li Yaoyao curled her lips and said speechlessly. And is that even a question, N? And aren't the facts right in front of us, N? And you know, you never ate steamed buns, soy milk, or anything like that for breakfast before, N? And why the change of taste now, N? And you still dare to say that your taste has not deteriorated, N? Su Mushui quickly said, and in the past, I also felt that these breakfasts were not delicious.N. And but later, after I got together with my husband.N. Gradually I discovered. And this breakfast has a very unique taste. Although it is not particularly fragrant, it is definitely not as good as the breakfasts in star hotels.N. But there is a unique feeling. And sitting at the breakfast stall with my husband, eating fried dough sticks and drinking soy milk, it was a simple yet warm feeling.N. And is it true that no matter how many times you go to a star-rated hotel, you can't find it, N? Anyway, you wouldn't understand even if I told you.N. And how can you, a single person, experience this feeling, N? At this time, Li Yaoyao once again doubted her life. I knew Su Mushui's answer would be like this. You shouldn't have opened your mouth. Now, the clown is actually me. Li Yaoyao lowered her head and ate some steamed buns, fried dough sticks and other things. Seriously, no matter what Su Mushui thinks. But Li Yaoyao still couldn't taste any unique flavor. Is this the reason why I am single? Just at this moment, Su Mushui's cell phone rang. It was Lin phone calling. And my husband's phone number, N. Su Mushui answered the call immediately and asked. And hey, husband, are you awake, N? I bought you breakfast. It's on the table in the dining room. Did you see it, N? Lin Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone, and well, I saw it this morning, along with the note you left by the bed.N. And Ive already had breakfast. What about you? Are you not back yet, N? And are you still picking out clothes with Yaoyao in the mall, N? Su Mushui quickly replied, no.N. And we returned from the mall and are now having breakfast at the breakfast stand we always go to.N. And 10 minutes at most. We'll be back after we finish breakfast.N. And honey, please wait for me for a moment.N. And after we get back, I'll show you the results of the work I spent several hours cleaning up early in the morning.N. Is it good or not? Lin Feng smiled and said, and okay, take your time to eat breakfast, there's no rush.N. And okay, N. And by the way, husband, did you have enough breakfast, N? And if you're not full, I'll ask Boss Zhang to make another portion and bring it to you later, okay, N? Lin Feng replied, no, I'm full after breakfast, and I still have a lot left.N. And is that so? Okay then, I understand, N. And see you later then. I'm going to hang up now.N. And bye, husband. Moi.N. The phone call just ended, and Li Yaoyao, who was sitting next to Su Mushui, came here. I instantly felt goosebumps all over my body. Li Yaoyao looked at Su Mushui with despair. And Mu Shui, I'm not saying you, N. And you and Lin Feng have been married for 2 months, why are you still so clingy, N? And please at least consider my feelings.N. Su Mushui curled her lips, then snorted and said, and my husband and I are showing our affection, and it's our own business. Why should I consider your feelings, N? And if you don't like it, go find a husband yourself.N. And when the time comes, I'd rather have you show your affection every day.N. And go find it.N. And I am afraid I won't even have the chance to eat your and your husband's dog food.N. Li Yaoyao said in despair, and Mushui, you really are the typical person who values love over friendship.N. And forget it, I'm too lazy to tell you this.N. After finishing breakfast, Li Yaoyao stood up and said, and I should go back. I was planning to go home today.N. I've been busy with work recently and haven't been home to see my parents for a while.N. And if it's the weekend and I still can't see you.N. And my mother will definitely scold me to death.N. Su Mushui nodded and said, and okay, then, you go back. It's time for me to go home too. N. Li Yaoyao looked at her and said, "Endo, you want me to take you back, N?" Sumushua shook her head, then slowly said, "No need, you can drive back by yourself. N. And I'll take a taxi and go home later. N. And besides, before I go home, I want to go to the supermarket in front and buy a few boxes of chocolates for my husband. N. And just think of it as dessert, N. And after all, we don't know how much he ate for breakfast. Is he full, N?" Seeing Su Mushue's eyes full of stars, Li Yaoyao quickly shook her head and said, "No, no, N. And I think I can't stay in this place any longer. N." After saying this, Li Yaoyao hurriedly fled from the breakfast stall and drove away. Chapter 103, A Wife with a Different Style. After breakfast, Su Mushue also stood up and left. "And Boss Shang, I have already scanned the money, N. And I'll bring my husband over for breakfast tomorrow, N." Boss Shang waved his hand, said hello, and okay, take care, Mushue. N. And yeah, okay, N. After Su Mushue left, they followed the agreed plan. I took a taxi directly home. When I got back to the neighborhood near home, I went into a supermarket and bought a few boxes of chocolates. It's a bit expensive, more than 200 yuan. But as long as it was bought for Lin Feng, let alone 200 yuan, even if it was 20,000 yuan, Su Mushue was willing to do it. "When you get home, open the door," Su Mushue said, "and hubby, I'm back. N." At this time, Lin Feng was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. After noticing that Su Mushue had returned home, he stood up and was about to reply. "And Mushue, you're back. N." As a result, the next second, Lin Feng's expression suddenly froze. The whole person's expression was filled with shock. At this time, Lin Feng's face was full of disbelief and shock. Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng and asked, "And husband, why do you look like that, N? And could it be, Yao Yao helped me design a new look, and this dress style. N? Isn't it pretty? And your expression is a little strange. N." Su Mushue looked in the mirror beside her, then commented, "And I think it seems okay. N. It shouldn't be particularly ugly. And but, husband, isn't your reaction too discouraging, N?" What Su Mushue said was not an exaggeration. Because Lin Feng's expression at this time was really something too exaggerated to say. At this time, Lin Feng quickly spoke. "And not my wife, N. And you misunderstood me. I didn't mean it was ugly. N. And I mean, it's just so beautiful, N." Lin Feng said seriously. Su Mushue was stunned for a moment and almost didn't react. "And wait, honey, I don't think I heard what you said just now, can you say it again, N?" "And I mean, it's really beautiful, N." Su Mushue asked doubtfully, "And hubby, you mean? I look pretty good in this outfit, N." "And it's more than good, it's really beautiful, N. And I never thought that my wife could be so beautiful. N." I was a little confused by Lin Feng's praise. Su Mushue covered her face and said, "And is this true, husband? You are not afraid that I will be anxious about my image, so you deliberately comfort me and tell me. N. And no, it's not. N. Lin Feng said seriously, "And I am telling the truth. N. And if you don't believe me, look in the mirror and take a closer look. N. And this dress, this look, this hairstyle. N. And compared to the original, it's so much more beautiful. N. I really didn't expect that." Lin Feng, who was standing next to him, had said countless times, "And I really didn't expect this, N, from the beginning till now." Su Mushue asked curiously, "And husband, tell me, what didn't you expect, N?" Lin Feng replied, "And I really didn't expect it. I always thought so before. N. And Mushue, you should be more suitable for the royal sister style of dressing. N. And even when she's at work, she wears office lady clothes and high heels, which makes her look mature and has the temperament of a domineering female CEO. N. And besides, I also once thought that this was the style that suited you best. N. And sweet little girl style clothes may not be suitable for you. N. And if you really wear clothes of that style, it probably won't look good. N. Lin Feng continued, "And but I didn't expect you to look so cute in this sweet style outfit. Ugh. And oh my god, this style suits you so well, Mushue, really. N. And I am not trying to comfort you, I'm speaking from the heart. N." Su Mushue also felt that this dress was indeed suitable for her. However, she didn't think it was as exaggerated as Lin Feng said. So, she rolled her eyes and said, "And come on, husband, it's not as exaggerated as you say. N. And but no matter what, as long as you think it looks good, that's fine, and then I will often wear clothes of this style from now on. N okay, N. Lin Feng nodded and said, N okay, of course. N. And that's how it should be, although I don't have time to go to your Su group during working hours. N. And however, you have always been very strict with your employees' work attitude and requirements within the company. N. I have also heard about this issue. Su Mushue blinked and asked curiously, and why, husband, do you think it's wrong for me to do this? En? And but I think that we should be serious and responsible during working hours. N. And no matter how capable or efficient your work is. N. But at least in terms of attitude, it has to be there. And if a person can't be serious in his attitude, I despise him. N. And I hated most to have this kind of parasite staying in the company. N. Lin Feng nodded and said, And I don't deny your point of view, but I think you should smile more in the company. N. This is the case even during working hours. And because the way you treat your employees, you still have to treat them with empathy. N. And as long as you respect them enough and be tolerant towards them. N. And they will certainly be grateful, even if they don't work hard for the benefit of the company. N. And they will also focus on the company because of your personal charm. N. At this point, Lin Feng continued, and let's not talk about the distant ones, let's take my function technology as an example. N. And didn't MS Group want to acquire my company some time ago, Lin? And the entire company, all employees, including department managers. N. Almost everyone told me not to agree to sell the company. They don't want a change of boss. And one thing can be explained from this, that is, sincerity is exchanged for sincerity. N. Just be good enough to your employees and make them feel a sense of belonging within the company. And rather than just empty talk. N. Give them the respect they deserve and they will cherish the job opportunities they have. And naturally, I will concentrate on my work. N. And so my work attitude naturally improves. N. And otherwise, you may have the attitude, but it's just for show. In reality, you're still lazy and lazy. N. And in that case, what's the point of just asking for attitude? N. And Mushue, think about it carefully and see if this is the truth. N. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Su Mushue just thought about it in her mind. It seems to make sense. Although Su Mushue is a very opinionated person. Putting aside other things, at least when it comes to work, no one can change his mind. Su Anqi had also mentioned this suggestion to her before. When it comes to work, don't be too strict with your employees. Otherwise, some low-level mistakes may occur due to excessive tension in the work attitude. Although it is working hours, it is right to be serious. But if you take it too seriously, it won't be a good thing. You still have to take it easy. However, although Su Anqi advised many times, there was still no effect. Su Mushue had her own ideas and didn't listen at all. But at this moment. But she listened patiently to Lin Feng's advice. I am also seriously considering whether to change my work attitude. Chapter 104, Beat Up the Single Guy. After a while, Lin Feng looked at her and asked. And how is it, Mushue? N. And do you think what I said makes sense, Lin? Su Mushue nodded, then looked at Lin Feng with a smile and said, And yeah, husband, you are right, N. And I think there might really be something wrong with my previous management model, N. And I will correct my mistakes in the future. At least in terms of how to get along with employees, I need to learn more from you, N. And after all, the friendship between your function technology employees, including the distance between employees and bosses, is much smaller. N. And even the working environment and atmosphere of the entire company, all aspects. N. It's something I haven't seen in any other company. And so, husband, I listen to you. From now on, I will learn from you well. N. And I plan to follow your instructions starting from tomorrow, Monday, when I go to work. If the effect is really good. From now on, I will stick to it. And we, N. Su Mushue giggled. I have to say that she was really listening carefully to every word Lin Feng said. Even every word. And Mushue, there's something I don't know whether I should say or not. N. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly said something. And tell me, husband, what are you doing, N? And we are husband and wife, there is nothing you can't tell me. N. And just say whatever you want to say. N. Lin Feng nodded, and then said, And okay, then I'll tell you. N. I think you're really good. Su Mushue was stunned for a moment, then after she reacted, she covered her mouth and burst out laughing. And what do you mean? I'm really fine. N. Lin Feng held her hand and then said seriously, and well, how should I tell you? N. And every time I make a suggestion, you always listen to me without even thinking about it or even hesitating. N. And you are obviously a very opinionated person, but you are willing to compromise and make changes for my suggestions. N. I was really touched. And also this time, because of the dinner with my college brothers. N. And you made such careful preparations because you don't want their girlfriends to be able to compare with you and make me feel embarrassed. N. And you got up early in the morning at 5 or 6 and spent hours getting ready. You even asked Li Yaoyao to help you dress up. N. I was really touched. Su Muxue chuckled, then looked at Lin Feng, and yeah, it's good that you know. N. And so, you have to cherish me in the future. N. And I told you a long time ago, didn't you forget? It's hard to find a good wife like me even with a lantern. N. And you re lucky. N. And however, after hearing your comments just now, I am now super confident. N. And pretty. N. And besides, in my heart, you will always be the most beautiful girl. N. Su Muxue curled her lips and rolled her eyes, and are all you boys like this? N. And what's this? N. And that is, to compliment a girl on her beauty. N. And you re quite skilled. N. And have you practiced before? N. And tell me the truth, how many girls have you said this to? N. Lin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was just thinking about this sentence seriously. After all this time, this is what Su Muxue meant. Lin Feng said with tears in his eyes, and please, Muxue, who do you think I am? N. And I was just kidding, why did you take it so seriously? N. And okay, you're quite courageous. Are you making fun of me? N. Su Muxue giggled. And honey, I was wrong. N. Lin Feng pinched Su Muxue's cheek and said, and okay, since you know you are wrong, I will forgive you for now. N. Just at this time, everyone in the dormitory group was chatting and typing. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and took a look. He sat down on the sofa. At this time, Su Muxue also sat down next to Lin Feng and said, and how's it going, husband? N. And did your roommates go to Binhai? N. And have they arrived at the airport yet? Should we go pick them up? N. And if I need to be picked up at the airport, can I not go? N. Lin Feng thought she would say, and can I go with you? N. But I didn't expect Su Muxue to say this just now. It didn't follow the script at all. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then asked in surprise, and huh? Why, you don't want to go to the airport with me to pick them up? N. In response to Lin Feng's doubts, Su Muxue quickly answered, no, husband, you misunderstood. It's not that I don't want to go to the airport with you to pick up your friend. N. And I think it's mainly because I've been preparing for the whole morning. N. And it took several hours, and it also disturbed Yaoyao's beauty sleep. N. And she complained to me about this for the entire morning, which really offended her. N. And Yaoyao has given me a lot of suggestions this morning. N. And so, I prepared for so long just to show off in front of your friends and make you look good. N. And if I go with you to the airport to pick you up, wouldn't that mean I'm on stage early? N. And then I have prepared for so long, will it still be effective when we have dinner together tonight? N. And that won't do. N. And I finally dressed up so beautifully, how can I not show it off at the dinner party? N. And in that case, wouldn't my efforts be in vain? N. And no, absolutely not. N. Su Muxue quickly explained. She explained in great detail, and it was obvious that she was really worried that Lin Feng would misunderstand. She didn't want Lin Feng to mistakenly think that she was unwilling to go to the airport with him to pick him up. It's definitely not like that. The main worry is that it will appear early. If that's the case, won't the novelty disappear when we have dinner together in the evening? What we want is a stunning effect. If that's the case, it won't be amazing at all. So picking someone up at the airport is absolutely not an option. Lin Feng said with a smile, and okay, so that's what happened. N. And I understand. N. And besides, I also hope to surprise them during the dinner party. N. And I assent it. If that's the case, husband, you are looking forward to it too, right? N. And me too. N. Su Muxue giggled. At this time, Lin Feng was looking at the chat history on his mobile phone. In the group, everyone was typing and sending messages. The Edling wind is blowing. And Lao Lin, we have arrived at Binhai Airport. You and School Beauty Su can come out to pick us up. N. And let's go to the cafe across from the airport, sit for a while, drink some coffee, and have a quick chat or something. And then, let's go play billiard or something. There's still some time before dinner. And why don't we go play together later? How about that, N? And I wonder how your table tennis skills have improved since graduation. N. And there was no time to study, and it was so amazing. N. And I'll torture you guys. N. Lin Feng sent a message, and okay, you guys wait at the airport, I'll come find you soon. N. After sending the message, everyone in the group replied to the message. NOJBK, no problem, then hurry up. N. And don't keep us waiting. N. And that's right, remember to bring Miss Sue with you. N. And yes, N. And I heard from Lao Wang that you two were showing off your affection in front of him. That was too much. N. And come on, bring Miss Sue here with you, let's show our affection together. N. And give Lao Wang, the only single guy, a good beating. N. At this time in the group, Wang Bo sent a message. And fuck, are you still human? N. And you are beasts, do you still have any humanity? N. And you guys, the Dogecoins, are becoming more and more unscrupulous. N. At this time, Wang Bo was almost in despair. This is a gang up on single guys. Are we still going to talk about the Small Animal Protection Act? Chapter 105, Help Roommate Find a Job. Although at this time, Wang Bo was desperate, but he couldn't escape anymore. Because at this moment, he is at the Binhai airport. With everyone. Looking at the couples in front of me, in pairs. And what about yourself? I'm a single guy, squatting alone playing with my phone. It's so miserable. There is not even anyone who cares about buying water. You also have to watch them show their affection in front of you one by one. This kind of sad feeling is so painful. The more he thought about this, the more desperate Wang Bo became. And alas, I shouldn't have suggested this dinner party in the first place. N. And why are you looking for trouble for no reason? N. And Yuri really asking for trouble? N. It's so hopeless. And after this dinner party, I'm going to be jealous to death. N. Wang Bo muttered to himself with tears in his eyes. At this time, everyone in the group was trying to tag Lin Feng. And Lao Lin, please come quickly. We will be waiting for you at the airport. N. And also, don't forget to bring Miss Sue with you. N. And yes, N. And my girlfriend has long wanted to meet school beauty Sue. N. And although she is also from our school, she is 1 year older than us, and she has admired the school beauty Sue for a long time. N. And that's right. Lao Lin and my girlfriend also want to meet the school beauty Sue. N. And remember to bring Miss Sue with you. N. Watching the comments of my roommates in the dormitory group, Lin Feng showed Su Mushue the chat history and then asked. And Mushue, are you sure you don't want to go with me? N. And look, everyone is tagging me in the group, asking me to take you there. N. And their girlfriends all want to meet you. N. Su Mushue's attitude was very firm. At this moment, she quickly shook her head and said, N. And please tell them that I have something urgent to do and I can't come. I'm really sorry. N. And but, I will definitely be there on time for the dinner party tonight. N. Lin Feng nodded and said, and well, okay then. N. And in that case, you stay at home and I'll go first. N. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he got up from the sofa and left home. Su Mushue was curled up on the sofa in the living room, watching TV. Soon, Lin Feng drove to Binhai Airport. After arriving at the airport, Lin Feng saw a group of people greeting him. After Lin Feng walked over, Lao Chao took the initiative to say, and Lao Lin, we haven't seen each other for a while since graduation. N. And how are you doing lately? Are you doing well, N? Before Lin Feng could speak, Lao Ma next to him immediately said, and I sent it? Didn't you read the news and the updates on the internet, N? And our Lao Lin is now the boss of Function Technology. N. And developing a domestic operating system is so awesome. And oh my god, I never thought that there would be such a talented person in our dormitory. N. And last time I told my dad that my brother is the boss of Function System, but my dad didn't believe me and said I was bragging. N. And what are you talking about? Who is he? How could he be your brother, Un? And so, Lao Lin, look what my dad said. N. And during the Chinese New Year this year, remember to visit my home to pay New Year's greetings. When the time comes, I will introduce you to my dad in a grand manner. Ugh. That's right. Lao Chao next to him also hurriedly said. Lin Feng said with a smile, and come on, it's only what month now, and you're already talking about the new year, N. And okay, no more jokes, Lao Lin, I'm serious. N. And look at how your company is developing now. N. And I heard that some time ago, not long ago, you acquired the Fukulai group, didn't you, When? It's that big catering group. And look, we are all good brothers in college. Now that you are doing so well, have you ever thought about arranging good jobs for your brothers, N? And in the future, everyone will develop along the coast, and there won't be any need for the areas to be so far apart, one in the south, one in the north, one in the east, and one in the west. N. And in this way, we can have dinner together at Binhai often in the future. N. And it would be great if we could see each other every day. N. And brothers, what do you think, N? Several boys looked at Lin Feng, waiting for Lin Feng's next answer. Lin Feng asked seriously, and so, you all want to stay in Binhai to develop, N? And sure, no problem. N. And I can arrange for you to work in a subsidiary of the Fukulai group. N. Let us start with the department heads. As for function technology under my name, I'm sorry to tell you that I can't let you in. N. It's not that Lin Feng doesn't give them face. This is mainly because function technology has the support of so many netizens. In addition, the quality of employees in the company is extremely high. And they all require a certain level of industry skills and expertise. And Lao Chao, Wang Bo, and a few others. When I was in school, my grades were just average. Letting them go to function technology will not do them any good. Lao Chao and the others quickly said, and hey, Lao Lin, you're overthinking it. N. And we have never thought about working at your function technology. N. And that's right, we know the level of your function technology. N. And newbies like us, even if we really get into function technology, will only cause trouble for your company's employees. N. And just arrange for us to work as ordinary employees in some small companies under the catering industry. N. And as long as the company is similar to our current unit, it will be fine. N. And there's no need for supervisor or anything like that. N. That's right. And it doesn't matter whether there is money or not. The main thing is that we can all live in Binhai and have dinner together often. N. This is the most important thing. That's right. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, and okay, no problem. Tomorrow is Monday, and I will discuss this matter with the manager of the HR department of the Fukulai group. N. See if there are any suitable jobs for you within the group, including its subsidiaries. And if there is one, I would recommend it to you. N. And we will all be in Binhai in the future, so we can keep in touch. N. Lao Chao tapped Lin Feng lightly on the shoulder. And old Lin, I have to say, you are really nice, and now that my career is developing so well, I still remember to find a job for my brother. N. That's really awesome. And hey, to be honest, I would never have thought of it even if I was beaten to death. N. And it's only been a short time since we met old Lin in our dormitory, but he has suddenly transformed himself into a leading figure in the domestic operating system industry. N. The business genius of the younger generation. It's incredible. And indeed, N. Several roommates nearby all echoed the sentiment. Chapter 106, Wrong Way of Dating. Seeing Lin Feng alone, Wang Bo asked curiously. Oh, right, Lao Lin, N. And why did school beauty Sue come here with you, N? Lao Chao then asked, and yes, where is the school beauty Sue? Why can't I see her, N? Lin Feng smiled and responded, and Mu Shui, she was going to come with me to pick me up at the airport. N. And however, I can't come because of an emergency. N. And let me help you guys say sorry. N. Wang Bo curiously asked, and in that case, school beauty Sue won't come tonight, N. No. Lao Chao asked quickly, looking at Lin Feng. And you know, my girlfriend came to Binhai this time mainly to meet the school beauty Sue. N. And right, Cici. N. The girl standing next to Lao Chao is named Cici. She continued, and yes, Lin Feng, is school beauty Sue really not coming, N? Everyone's face was filled with disappointment. Mainly the girls present. After all, Su Muxue is their idol. It's not just because Su Muxue always ranked first in her grades when she was in school. She is also very beautiful and is the school belle. When I was in school, I was the most popular. Very popular. Of course, these are secondary. The main reason is that after Su Mushue graduated, she returned to her family's company to work. I gave up the opportunity to work abroad. Not long after joining his own Su group, he personally created many best-selling cosmetics in the market. It is especially loved and sought after by young girls. They are one of them. So a big reason for coming to Binhai this time was to take this opportunity to get to know Su Mushue and make friends. Everyone's boyfriend is each other's good buddies who lived in the same dormitory in college. After that, maybe we will all be good friends. If we build good relationships now, it will be beneficial in the future. What's more, the other party is Su Mushue, the school beauty Su. He is simply their idol. Who doesn't want to be someone like Su Xiaohua? But should we tell them now that school beauty Su will not come tonight? Anything urgent? For a while, it was really hard for them to accept it. Lin Feng quickly explained, and that's not the case. Mushue said she would arrive on time in the evening. And don't worry. And tonight, when we have dinner together, she will definitely arrive on time. And it's just that I have to deal with it temporarily now. And by the time we had dinner in the evening, we had basically finished processing. And don't worry. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the girls present were all surprised and said, really, Lin Feng, are you serious? And that's great. I was so surprised. I thought I would fly all the way to Binhai, but in the end I couldn't see the school beauty Su. And that was all in vain. That's what I mean. But now it's all right. I can see the school beauty Su tonight. That's great. That's right. After seeing the girls' satisfied reactions, Lao Chao and Lao Ma both said, and Lao Lin, let's do this. And it's still quite early now, let's go across the street and have a cup of coffee together. And sit down for a while and chat or something. And then, let's find a place to play billiard. What do you think, And in the evening, let's go to the restaurant for dinner together. And I guess by that time, school beauty Su should have finished dealing with her affairs. And how about it? No problem. Lin Feng nodded and said, and okay, let's do as you say. And I have no objection. And okay, since Lao Lin has no objection, let's do it this way. And let's go, let's meet at the cafe opposite the airport. Let's go, brothers. The eyes of several boys all fell on Wang Bo. And Lao Wang, what are you doing standing there? Come on. And why are you just standing there in a daze? Lao Ma next to him said, and hey, Lao Chao, can't you see it? And among so many of us, all of us are single. And only Lao Wang is a single guy. And that's why he's so quiet. Otherwise, with Lao Wang's personality, he would have been showing off by now. And how is it possible for someone to just stand there without even a word? After being exposed, Wang Bo had an embarrassed expression on his face. I could only pretend to be indifferent and said, and cut it out. And what's wrong with being single? And I am single and I'm proud. And I was mostly busy chatting with the young lady. Lao Chao and Lao Ma joked, and wait, are you going to have coffee? And or should we ask this, at night? And would you like to have dinner together? Wang Bo quickly said, neat, who are you mocking? When Wang Bo said this, he immediately stood up. Then walk ahead. Soon, everyone arrived at the cafe opposite the airport. We found a suitable seat and everyone sat down. After each ordered a cup of coffee. It was Lao Chao's girlfriend, Cici, who spoke first. Cici looked at Lin Feng and said, and Lin Feng, let's talk about you and school beauty Su. And recently, I've seen it frequently on WeChat moments and short video platforms. And I really think you guys are sweet. And so in the evening, when we have dinner together. And can you tell us what's going on between you and school beauty Su? And actually, on the day of the graduation ceremony, and when I saw that Miss Su actually proposed to me in public during the ceremony. And to be honest, I was completely dumbfounded at the time. And I never expected that. Cici said this while looking at the girls next to her. The other girls also nodded and said, and yes, we girls are very gossipy. And during the past few years at university, I have never heard of the school beauty Su having any scandals with any boys. I haven't heard of any contact or interaction between you and School Beauty Sue. N. I haven't even heard of any scandal between you and School Beauty Sue. N. But on the day of the graduation ceremony, the School Beauty Sue actually proposed to you. N. This is outrageous. And yes, we were also confused at that time. N. Lao Chao took over the conversation and said to Lao Ma and Wang Bo. And old Ma, old Wang. And do you think I'm right? N. Wang Bo and the others also nodded. They also thought this matter was outrageous at the time. And so, Lao Lin, N. And you weren't secretly dating the School Beauty Sue when you were in college, were you? N. And it's a well-hidden secret. We were together for so many years in college and even lived in the same dormitory. N. And we didn't even notice it. N. And hurry up and tell me what's going on. Tell me the truth. N. Lao Ma asked with a gossipy look on his face. Lin Feng looked at them speechlessly. And didn't I tell you guys about this on the day of the graduation ceremony? And old Ma looked confused. Then he looked at Lao Chao and Wang Bo next to him. And did Lao Lin tell us about this? Did he? And that's strange, I don't remember anything like this. At this point, Lao Ma looked at Wang Bo and asked, and Lao Wang, do you remember Lao Lin explaining to us what exactly happened? N. Wang Bo shook his head. I don't think so. I forgot. N. And what about you, Lao Chao? N. Lao Chao quickly said, and that's right, I don't remember such a thing either. N. And so, Lao Lin, please tell me what's going on. N. Lin Feng was speechless. And please, I clearly explained it to you at the time, but you all pretended to have lost your memory, right? N. And we are not pretending to have amnesia. We just don't remember such a thing happening. N. And that's right. Come on, Lao Lin, explain it quickly. N. And even if we knew about this. N. But Cici and the others don't know. You should at least explain their confusion, right Cici? N. Cici and the other girls also nodded. And that's right, Lin Feng, just tell me now. N. And you and School Beauty Sue, what's going on between you two? And were you really secretly together when you were in school? And or did you decide to be together only after graduation? But that's not right. Who gets married right after they start dating? Looking at their puzzled expressions, Lin Feng smiled helplessly, then replied, and well, since you all asked, I'll tell you. But let me make this clear first. I said yes, but there won't be a third time. And don't try to use the amnesia trick on me again next time. Lao Chao, Lao Ma, and the others all said quickly, and don't worry, Lao Lin. And there won't be a third time. And tell Cici and the others quickly. Lin Feng nodded and said, and well, this is what happened. Mu Shui and I were not in a relationship when we were in school. And it is exactly as you said. There is almost no overlap. Ina, N. After hearing this, Cici and the other girls were all very surprised. And really? I was just saying it casually. N. And is that really the case? N. After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, Cici and the others were stunned on the spot. Oh my god, it was actually the School Beauty Sue who proposed to me? This is outrageous. A girl as cool as Su Xiaohua. She actually proposed to a boy. And you can skip the dating step and get the marriage certificate directly. Is this how all the intelligent female academic elites date? No wonder they are only fit to be poor students. It turns out that it's just the wrong way to fall in love? Chapter 107, Best Friend. And that School Beauty Sue is quite courageous. And if it were me, no matter how much I liked a boy, I would never propose to him. After Cici said this, the girls next to her also responded. And yes. And most girls should be like this. And even if I really like a boy, but unless the boy takes the initiative, it's unlikely that we girls will take the initiative. But School Beauty Sue is different. And could it be that the way the top student thinks is different from ours? And I said, School Beauty Sue is a straight girl. And don't tell me, maybe it's true. And if I'm not honest, I'd be embarrassed to be the first to say this. And anyway, I don't dare. And I can't do that either. As the girls were chatting, they looked at Lin Feng and said, and hey, I have to say, Lin Feng, you and School Beauty Sue are really sweet. And unlike the rest of us, the relationships we have are very ordinary. Un. And look at you in school, beauty Sue, this is the ceiling of love. N. And they are a talented couple and both of them have great careers. N. I'm so jealous. And Lao Chao, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you should learn from Lin Feng in the future. N. And that's right, you too, old ma. N. Lao Chao and Lao Ma smiled and said, and don't worry, we will definitely do it. N. As for Wang Bo next to him, he shed tears again. Because. At least, Lao Chao and Lao Ma also have girlfriends who encourage them to work hard. But what about him? There is not even anyone who encourages him to work hard. The more he thinks about this, the more sad he feels. After drinking coffee in a cafe for an hour. Pay the bill and pay the money. Then everyone walked out of the cafe. After checking the time, it was still early, so Lao Chao suggested, and it's still early, there are still several hours until evening, N. And how about playing billiard, N? And we'll keep fighting until the evening. How about that? Does anyone have any objections, N? The old man next to him said, sure, no problem, N. And let's go to the billiard room. Un. And I know there's a nice billiard room over there in the square. Why don't we go there, N? And you mean brother's billiard room? The one we used to go to when we were in college, N. And okay, let's go to that one, N. And I haven't been there since graduation. Let's go, N. After Lin Feng went with them. On the way to the billiard room, I chatted with them as I walked. At this time, the cell phone rang. It was a message from Su Muxue. And honey, how are you doing? Have you picked up your college brothers, N? And where are you now, N? After seeing the message sent by Su Muxue, Lin Feng typed a reply and said, and well, don't worry, Muxue, I have already received them. N. And we just finished our coffee and we're planning to go play some pool. N. Then, Su Muxue asked, and then your brothers didn't blame me, did they? N. And blame you, N. Lin Feng didn't understand, so he typed, and why are they blaming you for no reason, N? Su Muxue replied, and it's my fault that I didn't go to the airport with you to pick them up. N. And also, their girlfriends are here too, right, N? And did you come with them, N? Lin Feng looked at the message record sent by Su Muxue. Smiled helplessly. He knew very well what Su Muxue was going to say to him next. Still, he typed. En Muxue, you. N. And I really don't know how to say hello. N. And don't worry. I just didn't go to the airport to pick them up. What opinion can they have, N? And it's okay, it's okay. Besides, they are not the kind of petty people. N. Not really. And don't think too much about it. N. After Lin Feng typed his answer. Soon, Su Muxue continued to ask, and then, have your brother's girlfriends also arrived at Binhai Airport, N? And yes, we're here. What's wrong? And Lin Feng asked again. Su Muxue typed and asked, and so what do you think of their appearance and the way they dress, N? Does it look good? Lin Feng had already guessed that Su Muxue would definitely ask this question. So, he is also very helpless. My wife is so beautiful, but she still has appearance anxiety. How can other girls survive like this? Lin Feng typed helplessly, and don't worry, Muxue, I can guarantee that among all the girls present, no one is prettier than you. N. And really? It can't be because you like me. N. And plus, I'm your wife, so that's why you say that, right, N? Su Muxue typed, and what I want is an objective and neutral evaluation without any personal feelings. N. Lin Feng typed, and even objectively speaking, you are the most beautiful. N. And I don't believe it. How about this? You all take a group photo together, or record a video. N. And then send it over and let me take a look. N. And is it okay, N? Lin Feng smiled helplessly, then typed a reply, and okay, I really can't do anything about you, I'll discuss it with them. N. And if they agree, I'll send it to you. N. And yeah, okay, N. Su Muxue replied. Then, Lao Ma next to him patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and asked. And Lao Lin, what are you doing? Are you busy chatting with the school beauty Su, N? And you guys are such a jerk. You keep showing off your affection on WeChat moments every other day. N. And I heard that last night, when he was playing games in the internet cafe, he tortured our single guy Lao Wang half to death. N. It's so inhumane. And but I like it, N. Lao Chao next to him also quickly took over the conversation and said, and hey, it's not just you, Lao Ma, who likes it. I like it too. And we'll be fine in the future. And let's just bully this single guy, Lao Wang. Wang Bo was instantly in despair. And you beasts, are you still human? And the girls present couldn't help but laugh. You are worthy of being brothers. In this 1 hour, I don't know how many times I have teased Wang Bo. If their relationship was just average, they would have fallen out on the spot, right? This can be seen from this point. The brotherhood between them is indeed very deep. Some people say that bad friends are the best. Because no matter how you insult the other person, you can be very sure of one thing. That is, the other person will never leave you. That's why you dare to damage. Rather than being like those drinking buddies. Be careful in what you say and what you do. Afraid of offending the other party. Bad friends will never do that. I am on the way to offend him every day. But even so, the feelings are still deep. This is a true friend. This is the relationship between Lin Feng and his friends. Chapter 108, Complete Victory. I saw that several roommates were teasing Wang Bo. Lin Feng smiled and said, and it's like this, I was just chatting with Mu Shui.N. And Mu Shui said that she wanted us to take a photo together and then send it to her. And how about we take a group photo together, Yen? When Lin Feng suggested taking a group photo, the girls next to them all nodded. And okay, N. And no problem, isn't it just taking a photo? Okay, N. And what are your opinions, N? Cece made an okay gesture to indicate that she had no opinion. But I looked at the other girls. And what about you guys, N? The other girls also said, no problem. And come on, everyone come over and take a picture. N. Lao Chao and Lao Ma looked at Lao Wang and said, and Lao Wang, what are you still standing there for? Come over here and take a picture. N. I just picked a passerby on the street. And excuse me, sir. N. And could you please take a photo for us, thank you. N. The passerby smiled slightly and said politely, and okay, no problem. N. And 1, 2, 3, eggplant, N. After taking the photo, everyone smiled and said to the passerby, and thank you. N. The passerby shook his head and said, no. N. After the passersby left, there were Lao Chao, Lao Ma, and Cece and the other girls. They all gathered around and looked at Lin Feng and asked, and how's it going, Lin Feng, N? And did the photo come out okay, N? Lin Feng nodded, and well, no problem, just take a few pictures and send them to Mu Shui.N. And let's go. We're not far from the billiard room we're going to. Un. Speaking of this, Lao Chao, Lao Ma, and Wang Bo beside them all nodded. And he's. N. And wait a minute, watch how I torture you guys. N. And you know, even after graduating from college, everyone is developing in different cities. N. And however, when I was in Jiangbei, I would play a few games with my colleagues every evening after work. N. And you are in trouble. Let's see how you lose. N. Old Ma curled his lips with a look of disdain, and come on, you'll die if you don't brag, right, N? And don't brag. It would be embarrassing if you were the first one to be eliminated. N. And do you understand, N? Lao Chao snorted and said, and are you kidding me? I will be embarrassed, N. And when we get to the billiard room, just wait and see. N. And look at how I torture you. N. While walking towards the billiard room, Lin Feng sent the photos he had just taken to Su Muxue. And Muxue, I've already taken the photo you asked for with them and sent it to you. N. And don't you want to see what my brother's girlfriends look like, N? And take a good look at it. I've sent you the photo. N. Just after the photo was sent, Lin Feng typed a few words and said, and well, I didn't lie to you, did I, Ian? And I've told you before that my brother's girlfriends are pretty good looking. N. And but compared to you, Muxue, I'm far behind. Un. And you still don't believe it. N. And I thought I was comforting you, or that I was thinking you were the best looking one from your husband's perspective. N. And you understand now, N. And even if I evaluate it from a neutral and objective perspective, you are still pretty. Un. And when it comes to looks, you're not even on the same level as them, N. And don't talk about me. If you randomly ask a few people on the street to comment, I believe they will give the same answer as me. N. The moment Lin Feng finished speaking, immediately following, Sumushue typed, and well, it seems that you really didn't comfort me. N. And it seems that your brother's girlfriends are indeed not as pretty as me. N. And if that's the case, then I'm relieved. N. And I was originally worried that if they were too pretty, what would happen if they outshined me? And although I don't think I'm the kind of person who would be anxious about my appearance. N. And but mainly, I don't want you to lose face in front of the brothers. N. And after all, it's a party, and everyone will bring their girlfriends, so whoever's girlfriend is prettier will often be able to show off. N. And I don't want to embarrass you. N. When she said this, Sumushu especially sent a voice message, and but it's okay now, N. After seeing the photos, I felt much more relieved. Looking at the message sent by Sumushu, Lin Feng felt helpless. He shook his head helplessly, and please, don't you think about it. N. And who is my girlfriend, N? And how could those guys find someone prettier than my girlfriend, N? And I am afraid there won't be this possibility in my next life. N. When Lin Feng sent out this message, in an instant, Sumushu responded with a few eye-rolling expressions. And, he added, and who is your girlfriend, N? And wife, N. Lin Feng typed, and yes, wife. N. Sumushu sent a message, and so, what are you going to do next? Play billiards, N. Lin Feng replied, and yes, I'm heading to the billiard room near the square. N. And would you like to come with me, N? And I won't go. Although now I know that your brother's girlfriends are not as pretty as me, I can finally put down the heavy stone in my heart. N. And but, even so, N. And but I still want to be the last one to appear at the dinner party tonight. N. And UVE earned enough face, N. And if I show up now, will it still have a stunning effect tonight? Definitely not, N. After Sumushu finished typing, Lin Feng replied, and okay, I really can't do anything about you, I'll just listen to you. N. And husband, why are you so nice, N? Lin Feng said speechlessly, and alright, stop it. N. And snort. N. Lin Feng typed, and okay, just stay at home and I won't chat with you anymore. N. And in the evening, remember to arrive early. N. And it's alright if you didn't come to pick me up. N. And it would be embarrassing if you were late. It would be impolite, you know, N. Sumushu quickly typed a reply and said, and don't worry, husband. I know my limits. You don't have to worry. N. And when it's evening, I will definitely arrive early. I definitely won't be late, N. And don't worry. N. Lin Feng replied with an okay expression, and then said, and that's it for now, bye. N. And well, bye, N. After chatting with Lin Feng, Sumushu sat on the sofa in the living room and took a deep breath. I'm in such a good mood. Originally, she was still worried that the girlfriends of Lin Feng's brothers might be prettier than her. And anxiety. So early in the morning, Li Yaoyao was woken up before she woke up. It was early in the morning and I spent several hours dressing myself up. It wasn't a wasted effort. A complete victory. And very nice, N. Thinking of this, Sumushu felt inexplicably happy. Then she sent a message to Li Yaoyao. And Yaoyao, are you there? Are you free now, N? And if you have time, come to my house and sit for a while. I have something to tell you, N. Chapter 109, Take the Sweet Route. After a while, Li Yaoyao replied, and what's the matter, N? And I'll tell you when I get there, N. Ain't a very, very important thing. N. At this moment, Li Yaoyao is still at her parents' home. I was chatting with her parents when I received a message from Sumushu. Li Yaoyao's parents asked, and what's wrong, Yaoyao? Is there something wrong, N? Li Yaoyao shook her head, and it should be nothing, it was sent by Mushue. N. And Mushue has been really ill recently. I don't know how to evaluate her. N. Li Yaoyao's parents asked in confusion, and huh? What do you mean, N? And didn't she get the marriage certificate recently, N? And since she got the marriage certificate, her personality has changed so much. N. And oh, you haven't seen what her young wife looks like. I don't know how to describe her to you. I'm really speechless. N. And take this morning for example. It's the weekend, and I thought I could finally have a good night's sleep until dawn. How wonderful it would be. N. And but who knew that at 5 or 6 in the morning, calls would come in one after another. N. And guess what happened. N. And Mu Shui woke me up and asked me to help her dress up, and she said she was going to attend a dinner party with her husband's college roommates tonight and she didn't want to lose to her husband's brother's girlfriend. And I am really impressed by her. And it's just a trivial matter, but it disturbed my beauty sleep. Really? As she spoke, she showed her parents the chat history. And look, at this time, Mu Shui sent me another message saying that she has something to talk to me about. And I don't even have to ask, I don't even have to think about it. And it's definitely not something important, so ignore it. And I am going home today just to spend time with you, Mom and Dad. Li Yaoyao's parents were very reasonable. They smiled and said, and hey, you can't say that, Yao Yao. And no matter what, Mu Shui is also your friend, isn't she? And no matter how important it is, we have to help. And besides, Mu Shui asked you to help her dress up, which means she trusts you, doesn't it? And Mu Shui helps you a lot. And it's what should happen between friends. And don't have any opinions, this is not good. And Li Yaoyao curled her lips and said, and Mom and Dad, what are you thinking about, Ian? And Mu Shui and I, what kind of relationship do we have, Ian? I give her advice, Ian. And please, I have a lot of complaints about her. I can't stop mentioning them. And when it comes to this, Li Yaoyao then said, and okay, don't worry, Mom and Dad. And the relationship between Mu Shui and I is very deep. And I won't have any objection because of such a small matter. And Li Yaoyao stood up and said, and since even you guys said so, I'll go over and take a look. And see what she wants from me. And I'll come back to see you next time if I have time. And bye, you don't have to see me off, I can go on my own. And after Li Yaoyao finished speaking, her parents still sent her out. Immediately following, after Li Yaoyao left, she drove directly to Su Mushue's house. On the way to drive, Su Mushue called and asked, and Yaoyao, how are you? When can you arrive? And I've been waiting for you for 20 minutes. And Li Yaoyao said speechlessly, and come on, Mu Shui, it's not the 20 minutes you said. And just received your message until now. And it's only 15 minutes at most. And Su Mushue said, and does it matter? It's just 5 minutes, and anyway, come here quickly, I can't wait to announce the good news to you. And Li Yaoyao said, and okay, I got it, right away. And I'll hang up first. And see you later, I'm driving. And after hanging up the phone, Li Yaoyao, who was driving, curled her lips speechlessly. And this stinky Mu Shui, and I don't know what's wrong with him. And she slammed the accelerator and accelerated forward. Soon, about 10 minutes later, they arrived at the door of Su Mushue's villa. After parking the car. After getting out of the car, Li Yaoyao walked into the villa. As soon as she entered the villa, Su Mushue, who was watching TV on the sofa in the living room, immediately stood up excitedly. And Yaoyao, you're here, and come here quickly, I have good news to announce to you. And Li Yaoyao smiled helplessly and was then pulled to sit on the sofa. After Li Yaoyao sat down, she said, and okay, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us the good news as soon as possible. And I am getting impatient. And Su Mushue quickly said, and okay, I'll tell you what I'm saying. And let me show you a photo first. And what photos? And Li Yaoyao asked back. Su Mushue replied, and it's a photo of my husband, his brothers, and his brother's girlfriends. And he just went to the airport to pick him up. I didn't go. But I asked him to take a photo to show me what his brother's girlfriend looks like. And Li Yaoyao took the phone and looked at the group photo. I was speechless and felt like I had lost all desire to live. In a way, his brother's girlfriend's appearance is so average. And I spend hours dressing you up. And after all this time, this is all they look like. And come on, even if you don't dress up, you look much better in cartoon pajamas than them. And it was all in vain. I wasted my beauty sleep. It's really not worth it. And Su Mushue quickly said, no, how could it be in vain, no. And my husband praised me after seeing me dressed like this. And he said he didn't expect his wife to be so beautiful. And Yaoyao, do you know? I really didn't know before that sweet clothes like this would suit me so well. And before, I thought this kind of clothing was too childish. And although I am not very old, And but I think it's better for girls to dress more maturely. And after all, I have entered society and am now a manager in a company, and if I don't dress more maturely, I'm afraid they'll laugh at me, and but now, I have decided to change my route, and from now on, I will focus on the sweet style. And since my husband thinks it looks good, I will wear this kind of clothes often in the future. And so when the time comes, I'll have to trouble you, Yao Yao, n. Li Yao Yao looked desperate, and Mu Shui, are you serious, n? Li Yao Yao was so desperate at this time. Please, do you want there to be a next time? This time alone was enough to drive Li Yao Yao crazy. I was woken up by the phone early in the morning. Running around to pick out clothes, and then dressing up, changing hairstyle and so on. Thinking about how those morning hours went by. Li Yao Yao felt terrified. Isn't this the last time? But, just beginning? Chapter 110, What do you think of my husband? Thinking of this, Li Yao Yao's face was filled with despair. But Su Muxue didn't care about all that and continued to pull Li Yao Yao's arm and talk. And what's up, Yao Yao, n? Ana's a good sister, you wouldn't be unwilling to help me with even this little favor, right, n? Seeing Su Muxue's expression, Li Yao Yao was unable to refuse. It seems that I have been controlled by this guy. And okay, I owe you this in my last life, n. And just call me on Saturdays and Sundays. N. Su Muxue laughed when she heard this, then took Li Yao Yao's hand and said, "And Yao Yao, I knew you were the best. N. And don't worry, I will definitely introduce you to someone suitable when I meet one in the future. N. And or I'll go to my husband's company some other day. If I meet a young, promising, and good-looking guy, I'll introduce him to you and help you get out of being single sooner. N. Li Yao Yao quickly said, "And hey, no, let's forget about this. N. And you introduced it to me, can I watch it, n?" Su Muxue quickly said, "And why, you're questioning my aesthetic taste, right, n? And although, the boy I introduced to you, in terms of looks and talent, is definitely not comparable to my husband. N. And but don't feel any pressure. I've never met a guy who's better than my husband, and I don't believe such a guy exists. N." After hearing what Su Muxue said next to him, Li Yao Yao, who was sitting next to him, spread her hands and muttered to herself. "And okay, Mu Shui, you started again. N. And will you die if you don't praise your husband every 3 sentences, n?" Su Muxue giggled, answering, I'm used to it. N. Li Yao Yao rolled her eyes. "And forget it, there's really nothing I can do about you. N. Li Yao Yao stood up and said, "And is everything fine? If not, I'll go back first. N. And when you called me just now, I was accompanying my parents. N. And I haven't been home for a long time. I finally went home to spend time with my parents, but you called me back from so far away. N. Su Muxue said quickly, "And Yao, don't be so anxious to go home, stay with me for a few more hours. N. And when it's evening, you can go. N. And otherwise, I'd be alone at home, and it would be really boring and uninteresting. N. No one talks to me. And how boring. N. Su Muxue looked at Li Yao Yao and said, "And how about, Yao Yao, please sit down first. I'll go get you some drinks from the refrigerator. We also have a lot of snacks and desserts at home. N. And just watch TV series with me for a few hours. It's up to you to choose whatever you like, idol dramas or costume dramas. I definitely won't fight with you for the remote control. N. Li Yao Yao smiled helplessly, "And okay, I really can't do anything about you, so I'll stay with you for a few more hours. N. After watching TV for half an hour, Su Muxue suddenly spoke, and then looked at Li Yao Yao with a serious expression. "And Yao Yao, I want to ask you something very important. N. Li Yao Yao asked curiously, "And what's the important thing, n?" Su Muxue asked, "And just, what do you think of my husband, n? And I want to hear your honest evaluation. N. And it's mainly based on appearance, career and other aspects, and a comprehensive evaluation. N. And I want to hear the truth, without any dilution. N. And hurry up and tell me. N. Li Yao Yao had a look of despair on her face, but she was still listening seriously. After a long time, they talked about her husband Lin Feng again. Despair. And Mu Shui, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're so proud of having a husband. N. And you're not asking a question, you're just showing off. N. And your husband Lin Feng is so handsome, and you still ask me, n? As for career, I don't even need to answer. Just search online and you'll get the answer. N. And mu shui, you are deliberately showing off in front of me, right, N? And what are you thinking, N? Li Yaoyao curled her lips and gave her opinion. Su Mushua quickly explained, no, Yaoyao, you misunderstood me, I really didn't mean that. N. I am just asking you simply, what do you think of my husband, N? And or should I ask about my husband's current condition. N. And am I not worthy of him, N? Li Yaoyao was a little confused, and mu shui, why do you think so, N? And it's mainly because, look at my husband now, he's so successful in his career, and he's getting better and better in every aspect. N. And I feel like I'm a little unworthy of him. N. Li Yaoyao was somewhat speechless, and come on, mu shui, you used to be a very confident person. I have never seen you so self-deprecating. N. And maybe it's because, in front of the person I like, I always feel that I'm not good enough and not worthy of him. N. Su Mushue replied. Li Yaoyao then said, and if you say that, I can understand. N. And but don't have that kind of thought. N. And there is no such thing as being compatible or not, there is only like and dislike. N. And for example, when Lin Feng just graduated from university, you proposed to him. N. And Lin Feng at that time was not as successful in his career as he is now. N. And at that time, he was just a college graduate with no career. N. And but didn't you dislike him at that time, N? And if you put yourself in his shoes, he definitely wouldn't have such an idea, N. And if you ask me, I really don't know what you married girls are thinking about all day long. N. And either they have anxiety about their appearance, or they feel they are not worthy of their significant other. N. Su Mushue said, and I can't help it, because it's too important, so I'm worried about losing it. N. And but I think Lin Feng definitely won't do that, so you can rest assured. N. And although I haven't been in contact with Lin Feng for a long time. N. And however, we need to comprehensively evaluate his decisions in company management, his behavior in daily life, and his personality. N. And he is indeed a good man without a doubt. N. And mu shui, I have to say that I envy you for your success. N. And when it comes to this, I admit that even someone like me who doesn't yearn for marriage feels jealous. N. Su Mushue giggled, and hearing you say that, I feel much better. N. And well, what I said makes sense, right, N? And so. N. Don't be anxious at all. And I'll tell you this, Mushue. N. And I am telling you, don't look at me as a single dog. N. And but, based on my past experience of dating, I really feel that two people should never be anxious or have low self-esteem when dating. N. And it's about being confident and using that to attract each other. That's the most important thing. N. And so, you have to be more confident. N. Li Yaoyao looked at Su Mushue very seriously and continued to persuade. And besides, you are the best looking girl at the dinner tonight. N. And you should be more confident, N. And just like you said, you went there tonight to give Lin Feng some face. N. And if you're the one getting anxious, then there's nothing to be gained from competing. N. And perhaps, the girlfriends of Lin Feng and his brothers are not as pretty as you. N. And but, she is confident. The aura that comes from that confidence is the most attractive. N. Su Mushue nodded, and then said, and Yaoyao, you are right, N. I can't tell. Li Yaoyao had a puzzled expression on her face and asked curiously, and what can't you see, N? And I can't tell. You're not that good normally, but when you analyze a problem, you're pretty good. N. And I didn't expect you to be so good at speaking. N. Li Yaoyao rolled her eyes and said, and tisk, look at what you said. N. And that's because you didn't have good vision before. N. And I am a very good speaker, okay, N. After being praised by Su Mushue, Li Yaoyao was obviously a little flattered. Chapter 111. We are so cruel. At the same time, in a billiard room, Lin Feng and his friends played table tennis for several hours. In half an hour, it will be 6 o'clock in the evening. At this time, Lao Chao put the cue aside, sat on the table and said, and Lao Lin, we've been playing billiards for the whole afternoon, and we're exhausted. N. And otherwise, let's get ready and set off now. N. And go to your star-rated restaurant on the sea. N. And we brothers have rarely eaten in such a luxurious restaurant. N. Besides, it's a restaurant on the sea. And it looks like I can benefit more from your help this time, ha. N. When I was studying at Binhai University, who could have imagined that many years later, that 5-star restaurant on the sea would be acquired by Lao Lin? Who could have imagined that? Everyone nodded and said, and indeed, I never thought of it in my dreams, N. Lin Feng nodded, and then said, and okay, let's set off now.N. And I'll send Mu Shui a message to ask if she's done with her work.N. And we'll set off after she replies.N. Lao Chao and Lao Ma both nodded and said, and okay, no problem. Then you can send a message to School Beauty Sue to ask what's going on.N. Lin Feng nodded. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Su Mushue. And Mushue, we've finished playing billiard and it's getting dark.N. And we're just about to head to the restaurant.N. And you should pack up and go there early, so as not to be late.N. In the villa living room, Su Mushue and Li Yaoyao watched TV for the whole afternoon. After receiving the message from Lin Feng, he quickly typed a reply. And okay hubby, no problem, N. And I'll ask Yaoyao to drive me there right away. You guys should come early too.N. And when we get there, I'll let Shioro and the others make the arrangements.N. And when you guys get here, the dishes should be ready.N. After Su Mushue finished typing. Then, Lin Feng replied. And yeah, no problem, N. And then you should go there earlier.N. And okay, husband. Bye for now. See you in the restaurant later.N. Su Mushue giggled and opened WeChat. After the chat, Li Yaoyao, who was sitting next to Su Mushue, asked, and Mushue, what's wrong? Were you chatting with Lin Feng just now, N? And what's the matter? Did I ask you to go to the restaurant for dinner, Lin? And then let's go. It's getting dark now, and I should go back.N. And I am planning on having dinner with my parents tonight.N. Su Mushue smiled and said, and yes, no problem. But I'll have to trouble you to take me to the restaurant later.N. Li Yaoyao asked, and is it the restaurant on the sea, N? Su Mushue nodded, and yes, that's the restaurant. How is it? Is it okay, N? Li Yaoyao smiled and nodded, then answered. And of course, N. And come on, let's go.N. After Li Yaoyao finished speaking, she walked out of the living room and came outside the villa. After getting in the car and sitting in the driver's seat. After Su Mushue locked the door and got on the passenger seat, she said, and let's go.N. Soon, Li Yaoyao drove towards Lin Feng's Sea restaurant. At the same time, after finishing the chat with Su Mushue, Lin Feng looked at everyone in the billiard room and said, and okay, Mu Shui has finished her work and is heading to the restaurant right now. Let's go to.N. I estimate that Mu Shui should be able to arrive about 10 minutes earlier than us.N. Lao Chao said, and okay, then what are we waiting for, let's go, N. Leave the billiard room. Several people walked towards the Sea restaurant. The reactions of Lao Chao and Lao Ma were relatively normal. A face full of expectation. But Wang Bo next to him had a look of despair on his face. We'll be at the restaurant soon. He could already imagine the miserable scene at the dinner table, with everyone having a girlfriend and he being the only one sitting all by himself. When he imagined that scene, even he felt a little sad. And why, N? Wang Bo couldn't help but sigh. Lao Ma next to him asked, and Lao Wang, why are you sighing for no reason, N? Lao Chao also quickly said, and yes, since we graduated from college, it's rare for us to have time to get together.N. And this is such a rare opportunity. Wouldn't it spoil our fun if you sighed at this time, N? And that's right. So, Lao Wang, you can't do this when we get to the dinner table later.N. Wang Bo sighed and said, and you guys still have the nerve to say that.N. And have you forgotten, N? And did we talk about that when we were in college, N? Lao Ma and Lao Chao looked at each other, obviously not knowing what Wang Bo was talking about. Wang Bo said, and at that time, we all promised that we would not have girlfriends in the future, and that we would each work hard on our careers. When we get old, we would live in a nursing home.N. And then we'll enjoy our old age together, play League of Legends together, and become champions together, N. I've been dreaming about this for a long time. And what happened? It's only been a month or two since graduation, and you've forgotten everything, N. When he said this, Wang Bo's expression was extremely sad. He said speechlessly, and alas, all of you traitors are single, and I am the only one left, N. And I am the only one in Summoner's Rift, N. And can you bear it, N? As Wang Bo spoke, he was about to cry. Then, Lao Ma and Lao Chao looked at each other and spoke. And old Wang, actually, N. We are very hard-hearted. After hearing their two replies, Wang Bo became even more desperate. Hold. After so many years of brotherhood, it was ultimately wasted. Chapter 112, A Woman's Mouth is Full of Lies. See this scene. The girls next to them couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. And haha, I am dying of laughter. Look at them. They are indeed bad friends. N. And who said it wasn't? N. And I've never seen anything so damaged as this. N. Every man and woman present had an expression of gloating on their face. Only Lin Feng patted Wang Bo on the shoulder twice. And it's okay, Lao Wang. N. And although you are the only single person here, it doesn't matter. N. And you can be a witness to our happiness. N. At first, Wang Bo was somewhat moved. I thought Lin Feng was comforting me. After listening to the rest, I realized that I was overthinking. How can this be comforting? Have you ever seen someone comfort others like Lin Feng? Hearing Lin Feng's words, the people around him started laughing again. They all said, and look at what you said, how hurtful it is. N. Lao Ma and Lao Chao also patted Wang Bo on the shoulders twice. And how's it going, Lao Wang Wen? And now you know who treats you well, right, N? Wang Bo looked desperate, and come on, you are all the same. N. On the way to the restaurant. Throughout the whole process, Wang Bo had a miserable expression on his face. Now he can only place his hopes on Su Muxue. Hope. Can Miss Su introduce me to a girlfriend who is pretty, has a good temper, and is talented? When the time comes, he will have to show off in front of this group of bad friends. No matter what, I have to get back at the humiliation I suffered today. And just wait and see, you guys. N. Wang Bo thought secretly in his heart. The other side. Li Yaoyao had already driven Su Muxue to the door of the Sea restaurant. After getting out of the car at the restaurant entrance, Li Yaoyao looked at Su Muxue. And Muxue were already at the restaurant entrance. N. In you go by yourself. I have to go back to have dinner with my parents. N. After Su Muxue unbuckled her seatbelt, she got out of the car and waved to Li Yaoyao through the window. Su Muxue smiled, and Yaoyao, thank you for today. I asked you to help me dress up for several hours early in the morning, and it delayed your beauty sleep. N. And around noon, you stay with your parents, and I'll call you over to chat with me. N. And now I'm bothering you to drive me here again. N. And I've troubled you 3 or 4 times today. As your best friend and sister, I feel a little embarrassed. N. Hearing Su Muxue's words, Li Yaoyao couldn't help but roll her eyes. He said speechlessly, and come on, are you embarrassed? I don't believe it. Women's mouths are deceiving. N. And I am serious. I'm not kidding you. N. Su Muxue looked at Li Yaoyao seriously. Then he continued, and so, Yaoyao, listen to me. N. And if you have any problems in the future, just tell me, and as long as I, Su Muxue, can be of use to you. N. When she said this, Su Muxue patted her chest and made a solemn promise. And I will go through fire and water without hesitation. N. Hearing Su Muxue say this, Li Yaoyao curled her lips and looked at her speechlessly. And all right, got it, stop being so mushy here. N. And come in quickly, I should go back too. It's already this late, and my parents are waiting for me at home for dinner. N. Su Muxue made an okay gesture to indicate that there was no problem. Waved towards Li Yaoyao. And in that case, Yaoyao, please be safe on your way back and drive carefully. N. Li Yaoyao smiled slightly, and okay, don't worry, I will send you a message when I get home. N. Su Muxue nodded, and yes, and one more thing is, after this dinner is over. N. And if the effect is good, I will treat you to a meal someday to thank you for helping me dress up and adjusting my dressing style. N. Li Yaoyao spoke with a smile. In really, N. And of course, when did I ever say anything was false, Lin? Li Yaoyao was speechless and looked at Su Muxue. And who was it that swore to me on the phone this morning that he would treat me to a meal after helping her pick out clothes, N? Su Muxue asked, and didn't I treat you to dinner, Yun? Li Yaoyao was speechless. And you did treat me, but the question is what did you treat me to, N? And is that level of breakfast worthy of me staying up all morning and spending hours shopping with you, N? And it's not even enough for my hard work, N. Su Muxue giggled, and okay, don't worry, I'm serious this time. N. And I will definitely treat you to a great meal. N. And I am a man of my words. I won't break my promise this time. You can rest assured. N. And if that doesn't work, then I'll invite you to my husband's restaurant on the sea for dinner and treat you to the highest standards. Is that okay, N? After hearing Su Muxue's statement, Li Yaoyao nodded, and okay, that's more like it.N. And that's decided then. I'm leaving now.N. After saying that, Li Yaoyao closed the car window and drove away. Su Muxue stayed where she was, watched Li Yaoyao drive away, and then walked into the restaurant. As soon as she entered the restaurant, the manager and employees came up to her and greeted Su Muxue. And Mrs. Lin, you are here. Please come in.N. And by the way, isn't Mr. Lin here? Are you alone, N? The restaurant manager asked with a puzzled look on his face. The employees nearby were also very curious. Su Muxue replied, N is behind, he hasn't arrived yet, N. And besides the two of us, there are a few other friends.N. And please arrange a private room for us, thank you.N. Su Muxue smiled. The manager nodded and immediately gave the order. And Xiaoro, quickly take Mrs. Lin to the private room upstairs, N. And it's still the same as always, the best private room.N. And I am waiting for Mr. Lin here.N. Xiaoro bowed slightly, and okay, manager, I'll take Sister Muxue upstairs right away.N. After that, Xiaoro smiled and said to Su Muxue, and Sister Muxue, if that's the case, then come with me first.N. Su Muxue nodded, and okay.N. Under Xiaoro's guidance, Su Muxue came to the top-notch private room upstairs. After arriving at the private room, Xiaoro smiled and bowed, and Sister Muxue, we're here. Do you want to order now? Or should we wait until Mr. Lin arrives and order together, En? Su Muxue said, and order now, and when they arrive later, we can eat directly.En. I see. Xiaoro nodded. Then he continued, okay. And here is the menu, Sister Muxue, take a look at what you want to eat.En. After Su Muxue got the menu, she took a quick look at it and then ordered some more prestigious and expensive dishes. This time is different from the last time I invited my sister. When having a meal with my elder sister, I don't care about face. But the people present at this dinner were my husband's college friends, including their girlfriends. There are so many people here, we have to give them enough face. Su Muxue quickly said to Xiaoro, and Xiaoro, have one portion of all of these.En. And tonight is a dinner party for your CEO Lin and his college roommates.En. And so give the order and make the arrangements as impressive as possible. You know what I mean, right, En? Xiaoro bowed slightly, and Sister Muxue, don't worry, I understand what you mean.En. And I'll arrange it right away.En. And tell the kitchen to bring up all of our restaurant's highest quality dishes.En. Su Muxue nodded, then looked at Xiaoro and said, and okay, you're really smart.En. And then I'll trouble you.En. Xiaoro shook her head. No, Sister Muxue, what are you talking about? The entire restaurant belongs to Mr. Lin. We are just doing our job. There is no such thing as trouble.En. It's all as it should be. After finishing speaking, Xiaoro looked at Su Muxue and continued, and let's do this for now.En. And Sister Muxue, please wait here. I'll go down and tell the kitchen to prepare it.En. Su Muxue nodded, and okay, no problem, go ahead.En. And okay, Sister Muxue.En. Xiaoro said, and then I'll go down first.En. After going downstairs, he went to the kitchen immediately and took down the dishes that Su Muxue ordered. After doing all this, Xiaoro returned to the lobby on the first floor. At this time, the manager asked, and Xiaoro, how is it going? Has Mrs. Lin ordered her meal, En? Xiaoro nodded, then looked at the manager and replied, and yes, manager, the order has just been taken.En. The manager looked at Xiaoro and then asked, and have you given the instructions, En? And I have just explained it.En. After Xiaoro finished speaking, the manager stopped talking and just hummed lightly. Then he stood at the door of the hall, waiting for Lin Feng and others to arrive. At this time, Su Muxue, who was in the private room, sent a message to Lin Feng. And honey, I'm already in the restaurant, in the same private room we were in last time. When you guys get here, just go upstairs.En. And the restaurant manager is waiting for you at the door.En. After Lin Feng received the message, he typed a reply, and have you ordered your meals, En? And well, everything has been ordered, just come over here.En. And how long will it take to arrive, En? Su Muxue asked while typing. Then, Lin Feng immediately replied, and it's almost there. It should be here in another 3 to 5 minutes.En. And okay, I'll wait for you here.En. After chatting, Su Muxue put her phone aside and waited in the private room. Su Muxue waited in the private room for about 7 or 8 minutes. Lin Feng and his friends had already arrived at the restaurant. As soon as I entered the door, the restaurant manager took the initiative to greet me and Mr. Lin, you are here. Please come in. Your wife is waiting for you in the private room upstairs. N. And I'll take you up there. N. And this way, please. N. The restaurant manager smiled and walked ahead to lead the way. Lin Feng and the others followed behind and went upstairs together. At this time, Lao Chao took a look at the decoration of the restaurant and the tableware inside. It's worthy of being a restaurant on the sea. The style is totally different. What's more, it's a 5-star restaurant. Chapter 113 begins the dog abuse segment. A few minutes later, everyone came to the private room where Su Mushue was. After entering the private room, the cold dishes have already been served. As for the hot dishes, it will take a while before you can go up. The manager bowed and said, "And Boss Lin, please wait patiently for a moment. And the food is already being prepared. I'll go get you some wine. What would you like to drink? Inert wine or white wine? And how about a red wine bar? Our restaurant has a collection of red wine, and it's from 1972. Endo, you want me to bring it up? Lin Feng was just about to say yes. Lao Chao and Lao Ma beside them said, "And Lao Lin, forget about the red wine. We are all laymen and can't tell whether it is good or bad. And besides, it's from 1972, so it must be very expensive. Forget it. And it's a bit of a waste to give it to us, so let's sell it to the customers. And I heard that a bottle of foreign red wine produced in 1972 costs tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. And it's too expensive. I can't afford it. Wang Bo beside him also looked at Lin Feng quickly, and that's right, old Lin, what old Ma and old Chao said is correct. And I think we should just drink beer, like we did in college. And get 2 cases of beer and drink until you're drunk. And Lao Ma, Lao Chao, what do you think? Lao Ma and Lao Chao both nodded, and that's right, that's what we meant. And any brand of beer will do. Lin Feng nodded, and then said, "And well, since you all said so, then I'll listen to you. Lin Feng looked at the restaurant manager and gave an order, "And did you hear me? 2 boxes of beer. And okay, 2 cases of beer. And no problem, I'll get it for you right away. After saying that, the restaurant manager went downstairs and brought up 2 boxes of beer. The restaurant manager came up with the waitress Xiao. A few plates of hot dishes came up. After placing the food on the table, Xiao bowed slightly and said, "And please enjoy your meal, everyone." At the same time, the restaurant manager also said to Lin Feng, "And Boss Lin, enjoy your meal. We won't disturb you anymore and we'll leave first. And when the remaining dishes are ready in the kitchen, I'll have Xiao serve them to you. The restaurant manager glanced at Xiao and said, "And Xiao, let's go down and don't disturb Mr. Lin and the others from their gathering. And yes, manager. After the restaurant manager and Xiao left the private room, the atmosphere in the entire private room instantly became lively. First, Lama and Lao Chao took the initiative to say, "And school beauty Su, I haven't seen you for a month or 2. You seem to be more beautiful than when you just graduated. And that's right, I have to say that our old Lin is really blessed. Even Wang Bo, who had just met Su Mushue yesterday, was confused at this time. Why did school beauty Su change her dressing style? I have to say, this kind of sweet style of dressing really suits Su Mushue. So, when Wang Bo saw Su Mushue dress like this, he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. "And Sister Mushue, I didn't expect that we haven't seen each other for just a short while. And your dressing style has changed so much. Ain't as expected, she is the #1 beauty in our school. And in terms of temperament and appearance, it is absolutely overwhelming. And no matter what style of clothes, I can handle it perfectly. And one word to describe it, awesome. Lao Ma and Lao Chao next to them also spoke up, "And yes. And Lao Lin, you are really envied and hated by others. And look at you. You married a beautiful wife like Su Xiaohua right after graduating from college. And besides, my career is still so successful now. And if Miss Su gives you another baby in the near future. And then Lao Lin, you are really a winner in life. I'm so jealous. And Lao Lin, you don't know how much we envy you. After hearing their praises, Su Mushue felt very happy. It wasn't just because he praised her beauty, but because of Lin Feng's expression at that moment. Clearly, there is a sense of showing off pride. When Su Muxue also noticed this expression on Lin Feng's face. This made Su Muxue feel that the whole day's dressing up was not in vain. At this time, Cici and several other girls also spoke up. And school beauty Su, wow, you are so beautiful. N. And I am Lao Ma's girlfriend. N. And I am Lao Chao's girlfriend. N. And school beauty Su, we are all alumni, you may not have any impression of us. N. And however, we have admired your popularity in our university, including your academic performance and other aspects, for a long time. N. And I didn't expect that we would be here today and meet you in this way. N. And from now on, we are all friends, so please take care of me. N. Su Muxue smiled slightly, and of course, please take care of me. N. And of course. N. After the girls greeted each other, Lao Chao, Lao Ma and other boys all said, and alright, stop being polite. We are all family, so we don't need to be so particular. N. And everyone please sit down. N. And that's right, everyone sit down. We are all family. There is no need to be so polite. N. The girls all sat down and sat together. The boys sat together, drinking and playing finger-guessing games. And come on, let's all raise our glasses, and I suggest that we toast to Lao Lin. What do you think, N? And first of all, I would like to thank Lao Lin for hosting us so warmly. N. And it's in this 5-star restaurant on the sea, such a luxurious restaurant, such a luxurious private room. N. And this is a really big deal. N. When Lao Ma spoke first, Lao Chao next to him also said quickly, and that's right, everyone raise your glasses. N. After having a drink. As soon as the wine glass was put down, Lao Chao started to speak and began to abuse the dog again. And oh, by the way, let's talk about our dormitory. N. And except for Lao Wang, everyone seems to be single now. N. And besides, it's really rare for us to get together here today. N. And don't you think so, N? And but then again, Lao Wang, you have to hurry up too. N. At this time, Wang Bo's expression was extremely desperate. His grandmother. Are we finally entering the dog abuse phase? At this time, Wang Bo really wanted to escape from this place. You don't play like this. You guys are a bunch of people who are in relationships, is it appropriate for you to attack a single person like this? Then, Su Muxue said, and okay, everyone, stop making fun of Wang Bo. It's a rare opportunity for us to get together. Eat more, drink more, and have fun. The most important thing is to be happy. N. After saying that, Su Muxue smiled and said to Wang Bo. And Wang Bo, don't be unhappy. N. And everyone is just joking with you. There's no harm in it. N. And but I do have a nice girl here. She's pretty, has a good figure, and is quite successful in her career. N. And my name is Li Yao Yao. If there's a chance someday, I'll introduce you to her. N. Chapter 114, What if she is blind? Su Muxue had just finished speaking. Wang Bo became excited instantly. Without saying a word, he picked up the wine glass and drank it down in one gulp. Then he said, and Sister Muxue, I have to say, you are the best, N. And help me find a girlfriend, unlike those guys. N. And you just know how to attack me, N. Having said that, Wang Bo spoke to Lin Feng again. And old Lin, I have to say, school beauty Su is such a nice person. N. And you married such a good wife, you must cherish her. N. And if you treat Su Xiaohua badly, let's not talk about other things. As a brother, I can't stand it, don't you understand, N? Lin Feng next to him was also a little helpless, and okay, I get it. N. Enan Li N. Lin Feng changed the subject. Everyone present widened their eyes. Wang Bo was also a little curious and asked, and just what, En? At this time, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Feng, with the same curiosity on their faces. At this moment, Lin Feng said calmly, and it's just that Li Yao Yao, N. And to be honest, people may not think highly of you, Lao Wang. And I've seen it before when I was at the company. N. And although she is not as good as our Mu Shui, she is also a very outstanding girl. N. And the chances of him liking you aren't very high, N. Lin Feng had just finished speaking. The boys and girls next to them, Lao Chao, Lao Ma, Cici and the others, all burst into laughter instantly. They are indeed a group of bad friends. Isn't it a bit too much to attack like this? We haven't even met each other yet, how do you know that Li Yao Yao doesn't like you? Su Muxue comforted her, and don't be discouraged, be more confident. And how do you know if it works if you don't try? What if she's blind and happens to fall in love with you, and then you've made money, haven't you, when? Hearing this, Wang Bo was stunned for a moment, and School beauty Sue, how can you insult me like this too, and Lin Feng and the others burst out laughing on the spot. And I have to say, Mu Shui, your level of insulting others is really high. And look at our Lao Wang's face, it turns dark in an instant. No, I'm dying of laughter. Su Mushue's original intention was not to hit her, but to comfort her. But the wording was not appropriate, so they misunderstood. So I quickly added, don't get me wrong, I just want to say that you should be brave enough to give it a try. Yao Yao doesn't have a boyfriend anyway, and your personalities are quite similar. And maybe we can be together. Even if it doesn't work out, you won't lose anything, right, And how about it? If you're willing, I can help you arrange it another day. As soon as Su Mushue finished speaking, Wang Bo in front of her was instantly moved again. But after all, I felt embarrassed to show too much enthusiasm in front of so many people, for fear of being laughed at by these bad friends. So he pretended to be calm and said, okay. And then let's meet. Lao Ma, who was sitting next to Wang Bo, spoke at this time and teased him. And old Wang, look at your expression. And I really don't know how to say hello to you. And you really want to, but you're a little embarrassed, right, N? At this time, Lao Chao said, and hey, Lama, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you are a good person in every way, except that you are too honest sometimes. N. And you are obviously trying to embarrass us, old Wang, by saying this, right, N? And look at our Lao Wang's expression at this moment. How embarrassed he is. Are you satisfied, N? N. Lao Ma quickly shook Wang Bo's hand and pretended to be very sorry. And old Wang, I'm so sorry. N. And I must pay attention next time. I must pay attention. N. Tonight's party is the first formal dinner after graduation. Everyone is very happy. After all, it's a reunion of old friends. However, Wang Bo is the most miserable one. They had agreed at the beginning that they would remain single till the end, so after graduation, he was not in a hurry to find a partner. Unexpectedly, at this roommate party, I was the only one without a partner. The clown is actually me? It's a real pit that everyone sells out their teammates. The worst thing is that I have to watch them show off their love one by one, and even criticize and tease myself crazily. They are indeed a bunch of bad friends. Are you still human? It was not easy for school beauty Sue to introduce a girl to him, but he still had to be teased by them. It's really bad. And alright, everyone stop teasing Lao Wang. And speaking of which, Li Yao Yao is Mu Shue's best friend. She is indeed a pretty good girl. And although to be honest, I may not be able to look down on our Lao Wang, but it's just like Mu Shue said. And there's nothing to lose by trying. And just in case. N. When Lin Feng said this, he immediately added, and what if she is blind and really falls in love with our old Wang? And then Lao Wang, didn't you make a fortune, N? After listening to Lin Feng's words, Wang Bo's mood at this moment can be said to be mixed. It's a nice thing to say, why does it sound so awkward? No, Lao Lin, are you insulting me or are you insulting me? And Yuri's so smart. You figured that out, N. Lin Feng admitted it openly. Puff. Su Mushue, Cici and other girls nearby couldn't help but laugh. Not to mention Lao Chao and Lao Ma, they almost fell to the ground laughing. And okay, no more jokes. N. And let's all raise our glasses and have another one. At this time, Lin Feng raised his glass first, then looked at everyone and said, after clinking glasses, drink the wine in the glass. Then, he stopped teasing Wang Bo. Let us talk about some interesting things that happened during our school days and reminisce about that youthful era. About 2 or 3 hours later, around 10 o'clock in the evening. The dinner is over. Because they came to Binhai from other places. There was no place to stay at night, so when he arrived at the lobby on the first floor, Lin Feng specifically asked the manager to help prepare a few rooms. The manager bowed slightly, and okay, Mr. Lin, leave this matter to me, I'll arrange it right away. N. The manager nodded and then looked at Xiao next to him. And go and arrange it quickly. N. Xiao said, and okay, manager, I'll arrange accommodation right away. N. Although this is a restaurant on the sea, it also has its own accommodation services. Basically, it costs thousands of yuan to stay for one night, and tens of thousands of yuan for a luxury room. It is a 5-star restaurant after all. And everyone, please follow me, this way please, and Shiro said with a smile. Before going to Shiro's residence, Lao Chao, Lao Ma and the others all said, and Lao Lin, will go over first.N. And we will be going back by this time tomorrow.N. And let's have dinner together next time if we have a chance.N. And but I'm sorry to bother you with what I asked of you before, N. If there are suitable jobs for us in your company, please let me know. And we also want to stay in Binhai to develop, so that we can get together more often in the future. How great it is.N. And Lao Wang, Lao Ma, don't you agree, N? Lao Ma and Wang Bo both nodded. Lin Feng nodded and said, and don't worry, I know. I'll keep an eye out for you guys when we go to work tomorrow, Monday.N. And I'll notify you to come over when there's a result.N. And but when you go back tomorrow, make an arrangement early.N. They all nodded and said, and okay, don't worry about this.N. After that, they followed Shiro to the residence of this sea restaurant. Chapter 115 Precious Friendship. After watching them leave, the restaurant manager stepped forward and spoke to Lin Feng. And boss Lin, it's getting late.N. And how about I ask the driver to take you and your wife back home.N. Lin Feng waved his hand, then looked at the restaurant manager and said, I drank a lot of wine tonight, and now my head is a little dizzy.N. And I want to take a walk so you don't have to drive us.N. And it's getting late now, you should get off work quickly.N. The manager bowed and said, and okay, Mr. Lin, we'll pack up and leave work soon.N. After saying this, Lin Feng looked at Su Mushue beside him. And Mushue, let's go back early.N. Of course, when Lin Feng said this, Su Mushue beside him nodded slightly, and okay, husband, let's go home.N. And it just so happened that I had a few drinks with Cici and the other girls at the table.N. And I feel a little dizzy now, so it's good to take a walk home.N. Su Mushue took Lin Feng's arm and smiled slightly, and let's go.N. When Lin Feng and Su Mushue left the restaurant, the restaurant manager and other employees all said, and Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, take care.N. After they left, the manager glanced at the employees behind him. And well, it's late.N. And everyone just mop the floor, and then you can go home.N. And thank you for your hard work today.N. The employees said, that's not the case. This is our job.N. The manager nodded calmly, and well, everyone, hurry up and try to finish mopping the floor within 5 minutes, and then go home.N. And good manager.N. After that, the restaurant staff picked up the mops and started cleaning and mopping the floor. After a few minutes, it was finally done and then everyone went off work one after another. And at this time, Lin Feng and Su Mushue have already arrived near the square. When passing by the billiard room, Su Mushue pointed it and said to Lin Feng, and husband, did you play billiards in this room this afternoon?N. After Su Mushue finished saying this, Lin Feng immediately replied, and yes, we played billiards here this afternoon. What's wrong? Is there any problem?N. Su Mushue shook her head. No, I was just asking casually.N. And come to think of it, husband, I've never seen you play basketball before. You must be very handsome, right?N. And it's a pity that I didn't see it. It's such a pity.N. When she said this, Su Mushue pouted. Lin Feng smiled and said, and who can you blame for this? You can only blame yourself. Who told you not to come?N. Su Mushue snorted and glanced at Lin Feng. And I just wanted you to save face at the dinner tonight, didn't I?N. And seeing my wife, the whole audience was amazed by this scene.N. And if it weren't for this reason, I would definitely come.N. And I really want to see what my husband looks like when he plays billiard.N. Su Mushue sighed, no, what a pity, I didn't see it.N. Lin Feng smiled and said, and it doesn't matter. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. This time is not a big deal.N. Su Mushue nodded, and then said, and yeah, that's true.N. And oh, husband, let's be serious.N. And please give me an objective evaluation of my performance at our dinner party tonight.N. And can I use the word stunning?N. Lin Feng quickly replied, and of course, it's absolutely amazing.N. And especially Lao Chao and Lao Ma, they were all stunned on the spot.N. And especially Lao Wang. He just saw you yesterday.N. And even he was shocked.N. And it seems, Mushue, this sweet dress really suits you.N. And you should wear this style of clothes more often in the future, okay? Promise me. N. And from today on, don't wear your old style of clothes anymore. They don't suit you very well. N. And look at this style, it looks so good on you. N. It's really cute. Lin Feng smiled helplessly. I really don't know what you were thinking before. You are obviously a sweet-looking girl, but you dress yourself so fashionably and maturely. N. And is it so that you can establish a cool image within the company, N? Make your employees fear you? No need. Promise me that you will wear this style of clothes from now on, okay, N? Su Muxue giggled, then nodded obediently, and okay, no problem, I promise you. N. And to be honest, I didn't expect that wearing this kind of clothes would look so good. Not to mention you, even I was shocked. N. After saying this, Lin Feng nodded slightly, and okay, then it's settled. You are not allowed to regret it. N. Su Muxue quickly said, and don't regret it, don't regret it. Isn't it just changing your dressing style? It's just such a small thing, why are you regretting it? Really. N. And don't worry. N. And from now on, I will change to this style, N. At the same time, Su Muxue couldn't help but think secretly in her heart. And oh, I really didn't see that, N. And Yao, that guy, really has a sense of aesthetics, N. And not bad, not bad. I guess I should treat her to a nice meal someday to thank her. N. When talking about Li Yao, Su Muxue suddenly looked at Lin Feng and spoke. And hubby, do you think Yao will like your brother Wang Bo, N? And to be honest, Yao has very high standards. Although at the dinner table, I promised to introduce Wang Bo to a girlfriend. N. And but I'm not sure. N. When Su Muxue said this, Lin Feng smiled and said, and it's okay. Isn't that what you said? Anyway, whether it succeeds or not, Lao Wang won't suffer any loss. N. And what if Li Yao is blind and really falls in love with him, N? And didn't he make a lot of money, N? As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Su Muxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. She covered her mouth, then laughed, and hubby, I have to say, you guys are really mean, you are indeed a group of mean friends. N. And look at how you guys insulted Wang Bo tonight at the dinner table. N. And it's just that you don't have a girlfriend. Look at you guys. You made fun of them during the whole meal. N. Even I can't stand it anymore. Lin Feng smiled and said, and haha, it's okay, we are all family. N. And besides, the main reason why we tease him is not just because of this. N. And but we did make a promise when we were in college. N. And that is, we will be single for the rest of our lives, and when we are old, we will go to a nursing home together, play League of Legends, and spend our old age in peace. N. And as a result, everyone in our dormitory is no longer single, and they don't take this seriously at all. N. Only Lao Wang took it seriously, so I couldn't help laughing at him. N. Isn't this too honest? Su Muxue smiled helplessly, and you guys are so mean. N. And but to be honest, I envy you guys. N. And envy us, when? Lin Feng was a little surprised and asked, and what do you envy us for again? And though tonight, while we were eating at the table. N. And you guys have been teasing Wang Bo, but I can see that you two have a pretty good relationship. N. And so, I really think that being able to maintain such a strong friendship during college is really precious. N. I'm really envious. And unlike me, I don't have any close friends except Yao. N. And most of them are just superficial friends. N. Not to the extent that it's particularly good. And I envy you so much. N. Lin Feng smiled and said, and in the future, you just need to get along well with Cici and the others, isn't that enough? En. Su Muxue smiled slightly, and yes, don't worry, I will get along well with them. N. And after all, they are your brother's girlfriends. N. We may have dinner together more often in the future. And the feeling I got from interacting with them tonight was pretty good. N. And they are all very nice people, very down to earth, unlike many people nowadays who are competitive and vain. N. And still quite polite and well educated. N. Su Muxue and Lin Feng were chatting on their way home. Before I knew it, I had arrived at my doorstep. After returning home, after Su Muxue finished taking a shower, the two had another in-depth conversation. After all, Su Muxue's dress style is different today. It feels different to experience it. Chapter 116, Receive Your Bonus. The next morning. Today is the time to collect your bonus. Before going to work, Lin Feng drove and took Su Muxue to the award collection point. Looking at the staff inside, Lin Feng said politely, "And hello, I am Lin Feng. You called me before and asked me to come over to collect the bonus. But I was busy with work, so I didn't come to collect it yet. And so I plan to come over this Monday. After the staff listened to what Lin Feng said, he nodded quickly, then said with a smile, "And Mr. Lin, please come this way. And I'll take you to go through the collection procedures, and then you can take the prize money away. Lin Feng nodded, and okay. Then he looked at Su Muxue, who was standing there. "And Muxue, I'll go and handle the formalities with the staff. And just wait for me here. And when I come back, we'll go to work together. And okay. Su Muxue nodded slightly, and yes, sure, no problem at all. And go ahead, husband. And don't keep them waiting. And after all, you should have come to claim this bonus a long time ago. And as a result, it took so long because of work reasons. And I guess people are still wondering. And how come someone who won the prize didn't come to claim it for so long? And how rich is this guy? When she said this, Su Muxue couldn't help but cover her mouth and then laughed. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, "And why, Muxue, are you mocking me, and sarcastic about you, and really? It seems not. I'm just telling the truth. Su Muxue snorted and laughed. "And besides, what I said was the truth. And my husband is really rich now. After all, even I, as his wife, don't know where you make so much money. And they acquired the Fukalai Group without saying a word. And I thought you were short of money to start a business. And so I took out 20 million, and in order to support your business, I also borrowed 200 million from my father as startup capital for your company. And after all this time, you're so rich. They all have the money to acquire listed companies. And after getting the bonus, I couldn't even spare the time to come and collect the money. And it seems, husband, I really underestimated you before. When she said this, Su Muxue's tone was obviously a little deliberate, although it is not stated explicitly. However, Lin Feng could hear the complaints in her heart. Maybe it's because my acquisition of the Fakalite Group was too sudden. Su Muxue was shocked. At the same time, she couldn't understand why her husband refused the acquisition by MS Group. Besides, Fengshan technology is still in the development stage and is not profitable yet. If that's the case, how could he possibly come up with so much money to acquire the Fokla Group? But when asked Lin Feng, he hesitated and refused to say. "Are you blaming yourself?" Lin Feng smiled helplessly and shook his head. "And okay, Muxue, I know you are deliberately mocking me, but don't worry. And after a while, when everything is settled. And I'll tell you. And but now is not the time. Su Muxue smiled helplessly and glared at him. "And okay, I'm just kidding you, and you don't really think I'm angry, and my husband is so successful, as his wife, I am so surprised. And how could I be angry, and okay, go and collect your prize with the staff. Look how long they've been waiting here. And don't delay people's work time. Lin Feng nodded, "And okay, I'll go in first. And go ahead. And I'll be waiting for you at the door. After you've collected your gifts, just come out and find me. After saying that, Su Muxue came out and stood at the door waiting. After waiting for about half an hour, Lin Feng finally came out. Then he patted Su Muxue on the shoulder. "And okay, Muxue, the bonus has been collected, it's okay. And we can go now. When he said this, Lin Feng took out his cell phone and checked the time. "And it's almost 8 o'clock. I'm going to be late for work. And today is Monday. And it's the start of the week. As the boss of the company, it's not good to be late. And let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng walked ahead. Su Muxue, who was standing there, had a look of curiosity on her face. While following him, she also said, "And hubby, don't walk so fast, wait for me. And hurry up, don't dawdle, you'll be late for work. Ain is the project manager of the company, is it appropriate for you to be late for work on Monday, And besides, haven't you always been known for your serious work attitude as your personality in the company, And why, are you trying to ruin your image, Lin Feng opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, and started the car. Drove towards Su Group Corporation. Su Mushue, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked curiously, "And honey, what makes me more curious is why you stayed in there for so long just now. N. And how big is the prize money, N? And it takes so long to complete a procedure early in the morning. N. And tell me quickly, how much is the prize money? I really want to know. N. Lin Feng was driving while looking at Su Mushue beside him. And you really want to know, N? Su Mushue nodded quickly, and of course. N. And just tell me. N. And don't keep me in suspense. It's very uncomfortable if you don't say what's on your lips. N. And don't be like last time. N. And let me wait a day and a night before I announce it. N. And absolutely not. N. And otherwise, my whole day's work will be in a very bad state. N. And or did you do this on purpose? N. Lin Feng smiled and said, "And okay, I won't keep you in suspense this time. My phone is right next to you, you can take it and have a look. N. And okay. N. Su Mushue nodded. Then he picked up Lin Feng's mobile phone and looked at the record of the payment. The expression changed from calm to shocked. Then to incredible. It only took 5 seconds. 5 seconds later, Su Mushue's reaction was indeed quite big. "And what, husband, this is impossible, the bonus is so much, N. And 500 million? Of. And oh my god. N. That's outrageous." When Su Mushue saw this, she asked curiously, "And husband, have you ever thought about how to spend this bonus? What do you plan to use it for, N?" Lin Feng smiled and answered while driving. "And how do I spend it? Isn't it simple, N? And of course it's for women, N." When Su Mushue heard this, her face changed instantly. Then he quickly asked, "And what? You're going to spend all this money on women, N? And which woman are you going to give the flowers to, N?" Chapter 117, You Have to Be Gentler. Seeing Su Mushue's expression, Lin Feng knew that she must be having wild thoughts again. "And wife, why are you so stupid, N? And of course I'm spending this money on you, woman, N. And who else could it be, N?" Su Mushue scratched her head and smiled subconsciously. "And that's right. N. And but I can't spend all this money by myself. N. And or I think we should save this money. N. And how about using it as a reserve fund for our future baby, N? And reserve funds for raising a baby," and Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Su Mushue nodded quickly, "And yes, when we have a baby in the future, of course we will have to pay for daily expenses. N. And it would be fine if it was a girl. N. And but what if it's a boy, N? And won't it be very expensive to get married in the future, N? And so the two of us have to make some preparations in advance, don't you think, N?" Lin Feng nodded, "And that's true. N. And so, this money is perfect for use as a reserve fund. N. And how is it? Is it good, N?" Su Mushue looked at Lin Feng seriously and said. Lin Feng smiled, although he was busy driving at this time. But he still glanced at Su Mushue and replied, "And okay, no problem, whatever you say is what I'll do, N." Su Mushue giggled, "And okay, then it's settled. N. And well, when I get to the company, I'll transfer the bonus to your card. N. You manage it." Su Mushue was slightly stunned. "And this is the prize you won. Is it appropriate for me to manage it, N?" Lin Feng curled his lips, "And what's inappropriate about this, N? And you are my wife after all. N. And besides, if you hadn't suggested it, would I have won the prize, N? And so, in a sense, you deserve half the credit. N. And wrong. N. And it should be all your credit. N." After hearing this, Su Mushue's face was instantly filled with smiles. "And okay. N. And then don't worry, I will keep the money safe. N. And when we have a baby in the future, we will use this money to raise the baby. N." When she said this, Su Mushue's face was full of anticipation. You know what, she really wants to be a mother. Maybe it's because I'm married. As a career-oriented woman, I gradually started to give up my career. Looking forward to returning to the family. And I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I'm the one making the money. N. When he said this, Lin Feng grabbed Su Mushue's hand. Su Mushue nodded, "And then you have to work hard. N. And by the way, today is my first day at work. N. Endo, you need me to bring you lunch at noon? 1. Lin Feng shook his head, then looked at Su Mushu at Eno. It's not worth it to come all the way to the company to deliver lunch. And not to mention that it affects your work.N. It's quite troublesome. Su Mushu quickly said, and trouble? How could that be? No way.Un. And let me bring you lunch.Un. Lin Feng said, and really, no need, I can just have lunch with the employees today.Un. And is that so? Alright then.N. And when you want to eat the lunch I brought you, remember to tell me.N. And I'll help you deliver it.N. Lin Feng nodded. And okay, I'll stop talking so as not to disturb you while you're driving.N. Su Mushu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, fell silent at this moment. With a smile on his face, he said, and just focus on driving.N. About 10 minutes. Finally arrived in front of the Su Group's corporate building. We should have arrived earlier, but because today is Monday, there was a lot of traffic coming and going. There was a traffic jam on the road for a while. So we arrived a little late. When she arrived at the company's door, Su Mushu opened the car door. I just got out of the car and walked to the window next to the main driver. And husband, please drive carefully on the road.Un. And when I arrived, I went into the company first.N. And if you are free during the day at work, don't forget to send me a message.N. And okay, N. Su Mushu giggled. She is dressed very beautifully today. After last night's nourishment, her entire face was slightly flushed. Although the hairstyle has not changed, the dressing style has changed to a pure and sweet style. The more Lin Feng looked at it, the more he felt it. My wife is like a fairy from heaven. It seems that my wife is really suitable for this style. Lin Feng leaned against the car window and couldn't help but teased, and Mushu, you look really beautiful dressed like this.Un. And how about we have another discussion in the evening, N. Su Mushu rolled her eyes, and you stinky husband, you only know how to bully me, N. And I can't stand the torture you caused me last night, N. And are you coming again tonight, N? Lin Feng curled his lips and said with a smile, and why, she is my own wife, can't I communicate with her, N? Su Mushu said quickly, and it's not that it's impossible, it's just, N. And you need to be gentler, N. And ha, N. Lin Feng smiled and said jokingly, and okay, I get it, N. And hurry up and go to the company, or you'll be late.Un. And I should go back to the company too.Un. And maybe. The company still has a lot of things to deal with today.Un. And yesterday, I promised Lao Chao, Lao Ma, and the others.N. And if you are free, please ask them if there are any suitable positions for them under the Fukulai Group.N. They also want to develop in Binhai. And if they also come to Binhai to work, we brothers can see each other more often in the future.N. And we can also keep in touch more often, Yen. Su Mushu nodded, and is that so? Then go to work.N. And bye-bye.N. I joined the company. Lin Feng looked at her and said, and then you go into the company first. I will watch you enter the company before I leave.N. Su Mushu snorted, Eno, you drive away first, I want to watch you leave.N. Lin Feng couldn't persuade her, so he had to drive away. After watching Lin Feng drive away, Su Mushu walked into the company. But, just after entering the company, all the employees in the lobby on the first floor of the company were instantly stunned. When they saw Su Mushu, they almost didn't react and thought they were seeing things. Is this woman in front of me really Su Mushu? Is this really their President Su? Is this true? How come a person changes completely after just a weekend? This is quite a change in dressing style. Oh my god. This is a pure and sweet dress. It's really different from her previous look as a cool and aloof president. Seeing this scene, the employees present were all stunned, looking incredulous. Chapter 118, Su Mushu's changes. After entering the company, Su Mushu also noticed their strangeness. And why are you looking at me like that, N? And is there something wrong with me today, N? Su Mushu asked. Just at this time, many employees answered. No.N. And Sister Mushu, I have to say, you are so beautifully dressed today.Un. And it's so different from your previous dressing style.N. Su Mushu smiled slightly, and oh, really? Then do you think I look better like this or as good as before, N? Several female employees said, and of course it looks good this way.Un. And really, N? Sumushiwe frowned slightly, and then a questioning expression appeared on her face. And is this true? Don't try to flatter me. Un. The female employees in front of him all shook their heads with certain expressions. And we are not flattering, we are speaking from the heart. And Sister Mushiwe, we didn't lie to you. Your outfit is really special. N. And well, how should I tell you, N? And anyway, I think this kind of innocent outfit really suits you better. N. And but what makes us curious is why you suddenly thought of changing your style, N. And your dressing style in the company, including in private, was not like this before. N. In response to the employee's curiosity, Sumushiwe smiled and said, and this. N. And it's a secret for now, I can't tell you. N. And Sister Mushiwe, why is this happening, N? The female employees all curled their lips. NUVE aroused my curiosity, but now you're not going to talk about it, N. That's a bit too much. And Sister Mushiwe, just tell us why you suddenly changed your dressing style. N. And that's right, I really want to know. N. And besides, Sister Mushiwe, you came to the company today. We sensed it the moment you stepped through the door. N. And you are very different today than you were before. N. Sumushiwe was a little curious. Oh, really? Then tell me, what's the difference, N? The female employee thought about it, then slowly said, and I really can't say for sure. N. And anyway, it's just a feeling. It gives me a different feeling. N. And I should say, Sister Mushiwe, you seem to be much more easygoing today than before. N. And when you were in the company before, you were always very serious. N. And although he is relatively easygoing in private after get off work. N. And but I never saw you like this during work hours. N. When she said this, the female employee looked at the time on her watch. And look, it's already 8:10, it's already time to go to work. N. And Sister Mushiwe, you're still here chatting with us. N. It's really different. And is it because you're married, N? And I often hear people say that a girl's personality changes after getting married. N. And seeing you like this, Sister Mushiwe, I really believe it now. N. Sumushiwe was stunned for a moment, and it's already 8:10? Then I have to go back to the project department to work, today is Monday. N. And there's a lot of work waiting for me to do when I get back. N. And okay, I'm going upstairs first. You guys should work hard too. Come on. N. Sumushiwe smiled slightly, and the smile on her face was very bright. The female employees present were all dumbfounded. I've never seen Sumushiwe like this before. Is this still the same Sister Mushiwe who was always very serious in the company, especially very strict about working hours? How come after the weekend, I feel like a different person? The female employees who stayed where they were all whispering and discussing. And tell me, what on earth did Sister Mushiwe do, N? And after the weekend, the attitude at the company has changed so much. N. A female colleague next to her nodded, and indeed, I feel the same way. N. I really don't understand. And what's so confusing about this? It must be Sister Mushiwe's husband who did this work for her. N. The other female employees asked curiously, and what do you mean, N? Then the other party said, and isn't this simple? Think about it. N. And our Sister Mushiwe's image in the company has always been that of a cold and aloof female CEO. N. And he is famous for his serious work attitude. N. And not only our employees, but also colleagues from other companies have heard about this. N. And but did you find out, N? And ever since Sister Mushiwe got the marriage certificate, especially recently. N. And I found that her work attitude was not as serious as before, and she seemed to be not as harsh to her employees. N. And don't you think so, N? Several female employees nearby nodded one after another. And I didn't feel anything at first. N. And but after hearing you say that, it seems to be true. N. And during this period, Sister Mushiwe's requirements on work attitude seem to be not as strict as before. N. And so. N. At this time, the female employee continued, and so we came to a conclusion. N. Ain't a married woman's personality changes. N. And even our Sister Mushiwe will not be an exception. N. The family's status has already been revealed. And besides, you all know how Sister Mushiwe's husband, Lin Fong, treats his employees, right, Ian? And I don't know, but you should have heard about it on your phone or the internet, right, N? The colleagues present all nodded, and of course. N. And the employee benefits of function technology are really beyond reproach. N. Although it is a newly established company. And it's not profitable yet. And but Mr. Lin's attitude towards employees, as well as his benefits and salaries, etc. N. It's not just the highest among internet technology companies. And even our traditional industries are 10,000 times inferior to it. N. The colleague on the other side continued, so. And Sister Mu Shui must have been influenced by her husband Lin Feng. N. That's why the change is so big. And it looks like we will have good fortune in the future. N. And maybe our company's employee benefits, as well as salary and benefits, can also go up with function technology. N. And if that's the case, that would be great. N. And we really need to raise the welfare benefits of our company's employees to the level of function technology. N. And when the time comes, colleagues from all departments of our company must treat Mr. Lin to a good meal. N. That's what I mean. And of course not. N. The Su group is in the lobby on the first floor. Colleagues were whispering, discussing Su Mushue's changes. Not only the colleagues on the first floor, but also the employees in the project department are no exception. At this time, colleagues in the project department were also whispering. And it's weird, it really is, N. And it's already 8:10, why hasn't Sister Mushue come to work yet, N. E and I still have a lot of work to do, and I have to wait to make a report to Sister Mushue. N. And if Sister Mushue doesn't come to the company, how can I do my job, N. Having said that, several colleagues from the project department nearby spoke up, and they also noticed it. Especially during this period of time. The difference between Su Mushue and before is too big. In the past, I would arrive at the company on time before 8 o'clock. Now what? Being late is a common occurrence. However, just as they were gossiping about their last time. Just at this time, Su Mushue came to the project department and heard their discussion. This scared the employees. Chapter 119, What stimulated you? See Su Mushue appear. The employees were immediately shocked. They quickly stood up, bowed and apologized. And Sister Mushue, N. And oh no, Mr. Su, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, N. The employees were frightened on the spot and hurried to apologize to Su Mushue. Su Mushue had a confused expression on her face at this time, looking at the employees in front of her. And what are you doing, N? And you haven't done anything wrong, why are you apologizing to me, N? And what's wrong, N? Su Mushue asked in some confusion. Colleagues quickly said, and Boss Su, please stop making fun of us. N. We know we were wrong. And it's work time now and we are not working seriously. N. And instead, they were just talking about random things and gossiping. And we're still talking about, you, President Su. N. And I am sorry, we promise it won't happen again. N. In fact, it's no wonder that my colleagues in the project department were so scared. The main reason is that Su Mushue has always asked for this before. You must never gossip or talk about things that are not related to work during working hours. After all, Su Ling had expressed her opinion before. You may not have a good work ability or work efficiency, but you must not have a bad work attitude. Otherwise, you will inevitably be scolded. If the situation is serious, you may even be fired. The company pays you a salary, not for you to come to the company to gossip. That's why the employees were so scared. Su Mushue quickly said, and it's okay. What are you doing? You're making me look so scary. N. Su Mushue patted several of the employees on their shoulders. And okay, it's okay, just don't gossip next time. N. And well, what I mean is that the workplace is really boring, and it's okay to gossip occasionally. N. And just be more restrained, at least until you finish your work. N. And chat when you have free time. N. And after all, work should be the main focus during working hours. N. Su Mushue smiled slightly and did not blame them. Alright. N. At this point, Su Mushue looked at one of the female employees and asked, and have you finished dealing with those work projects, N? The female employee in front of me was stunned for a moment. After waiting for a few seconds, he finally reacted and nodded quickly. And Sister Mushue, I've got everything ready. I'm just waiting for your signature, N. Su Mushue nodded slightly, and okay, in that case, then follow me into the office. N. After saying that, Su Mushue looked at the other employees with a smile on her face. And you guys should focus on your work, too. N. All the employees present responded, and yes, Sister Mushue. N. Then, Su Mushue and the female employee walked into the office. Then I started working on the project. Outside the office, all the colleagues in the project department were dumbfounded. Everyone looked at each other. The expression on his face was one of shock. Is this still Sister Mouchouet? In the past, if I heard them gossiping during work hours, I would at least be scolded. If you don't do it well, you will be criticized in the company group. The worst case scenario is that you may be fired by the company. What happened to Sister Mouchouet today? The employees present were all confused and didn't react at all. At this time, the female colleagues in the lobby on the first floor typed in the colleague group and said, "Colleagues. And has Sister Mouchouet gone upstairs? Has she arrived at the project department? And if you see the message, please reply.N." As soon as the message was sent, many colleagues in the project department typed, "And we're here.N. And I just came into the office not long ago, what's wrong? And do you feel that Sister Mouchouet is different today than before? And just now when we were downstairs, our colleagues on the first floor noticed it.N. It's really changed a lot. First of all, the style of clothing is very different from before. And of course that's not the point. The point is that my face is always full of smiles. I used to be very serious in the company.N. And besides, it was already past 8 o'clock, which was already working hours.N. And but Sister Mouchouet still chatted with us for a while.N. And this is not like the usual Sister Mouchouet.N. When the colleagues on the first floor finished typing these sentences, colleagues from other departments all asked, "And what? Is this true?" And many people tagged the employees of the project department in the group. Immediately, a colleague from the project department spoke in the group chat, "And it's true, you didn't know it just now.N. And the employees in our project department are all gossiping.N. And just at this time, Sister Mouchouet came in.N. And but instead of blaming us or criticizing us, he was very gentle.N. And oh, I don't know how to describe that expression to you.N. I'm just confused. And Sister Mouchouet's requirements for work attitude were extremely strict in the past.N. And what happened today.N. And this change is too big. We haven't seen each other for just 2 days over the weekend.N. In the next half hour. In this group of colleagues, many people are talking about Su Mouchouet's changes. Then somehow it reached Su Anchi's ears. So 10 minutes later. After finishing her work, Su Anchi made a special trip to the project department. Colleagues from the project department stood up one after another. Take the initiative to say hello to Su Anchi. And boss Su.N. Su Anchi nodded, and well, everyone, don't be too polite, just continue working.N. And be busy with yourselves.N. And I am here to look for Mouchouet.N. A female colleague wearing glasses nodded slightly, and boss Su, Sister Mouchouet is in the office, please go.N. Su Anchi said Enman. Then he walked into Su Mouchouet's office. At this time, Su Mouchouet was smiling and saying to a female employee, "And okay, it's all done, go and deal with it.N." The female employee nodded, "And okay, Sister Mouchouet, I'll get busy now and won't bother you anymore.N." I looked back at Su Anchi. The female employee continued, "And Sister Mouchouet, President Su is here to see you.N." Su Mouchouet nodded, "And okay, I understand, go ahead.N." After the female employee walked out of the office, Su Mouchouet, who was sitting in the office chair, had a smile on her face, and then stood up. "And sister, how come you have time to come here during working hours.N? And have you finished your work.N?" Seeing Su Mouchouet's abnormal look, Su Anchi was really a little puzzled, so she walked over and pinched Su Mouchouet's face twice. "And sister, what are you doing.N?" Su Mouchouet rubbed her face. Su Anchi looked incredulous, "And Mouchouet, are you still the Mouchouet who always puts on a serious expression and is serious during working hours.N?" After hearing Su Anchi's words, Su Mouchouet blinked and asked curiously, "And it's me.Un?" "And oh, what do you mean, sister.N? And you're not working properly during work hours, and you come to my office just to tell me this, when?" Su Mouchouet looked puzzled, "And sister, are you having a fever in your head.N?" As she spoke, Su Mouchouet touched Su Anchi's forehead. "See if she has a fever." Su Anchi was speechless, and stop it.N. "And let me ask you, what has stimulated you recently.N?" Chapter 120 Invitation for Cooperation. Stimulated? Hearing these 3 words, Su Mouchouet was stunned for a moment. "And sister.N? And what are you talking about.N? And what can I be excited about.N?" At this time, Suanchi said, and if you weren't stimulated by something, how could you change so much for no reason? And the whole company is talking about you now. N. Sumushua pointed at herself, looking confused, and talking about me? And are you sure you didn't make a mistake? And I am fine, nothing has changed. N. When Suanchi said this, and you still don't believe it, right? And okay then. N. And let me show you how your colleagues evaluate you privately. N. And look for yourself. N. Having said that, Suanchi handed the phone to Sumushue. Sumushue took out her phone and took a look. They are all screenshots of chats and so on. Many of them are colleagues from the project department, as well as colleagues from the first floor lobby. Many colleagues from other departments, including the human resources department and the marketing department, were also discussing this. See? And the employees in our company are discussing you privately. N. And they said that after coming back from the weekend, they found that you had changed so much that the employees couldn't accept it for a while. N. And in the past, you always had very strict requirements on the work attitude of your employees. N. But when I came back after the weekend, I found that it was not as strict as before. And I've heard about it recently. N. And Yuri always late for work. N. And what happened? N. Suanchi curled her lips, and this is not like the Mushue I know. N. Sumushue smiled, looking absent-minded. And so that's what happened. N. And it's nothing, actually. I just think, my husband is right, and don't be too serious when it comes to treating your employees. And so I plan to follow my husband's advice and be friendlier to my employees both during get-off work and work hours. N. So, you saw it. And this is the feeling I made. How is it? It's quite effective, right? N. Suanchi shook her head helplessly, and after all, a daughter who is married off is like water spilled. N. And now, everything depends on your husband. N. And Mushue, you are really something. N. Suanchi rolled her eyes and said, and also, the way you dress has changed a lot from your previous style. N. Hearing this, Sumushue immediately smiled and said, and how is it, sister? It should be pretty good, right? N. Suanchi commented, and well, it's pretty and it really suits you. N. And could it be that your husband is designing your outfit again? N. Sumushue shook her head, and that's not the case. N. And Yao Yao designed it for me yesterday morning. N. And because I had dinner with my husband's college roommates yesterday. N. So I thought, let us change the style. But, N. When she said this, Sumushue snorted and laughed. There was a smug expression on his face. At this time, Sumushue continued to say, but now it seems that the effect is still quite good. And whether it's my husband or his brothers. N. And including my own feelings. N. Even after coming to the company today, my colleagues gave me such good comments. They are all very good. And so I plan to take this route in the future. N. And sister, tell me the truth. N. And based on your always harsh aesthetic standards, does this outfit suit me? N. Suanchi thought about it, although she was reluctant to admit it. But to be honest, the previous aloof personality really didn't suit Sumushue. On the contrary, this kind of pure dress and style, it's just much more pleasing to the eye. It's beautiful. And it's just that the contrast is a bit too great, and it's a bit hard to accept for a while. N. Sumushue giggled, and don't worry, you will slowly get used to it in the future. N. And anything else? N. And if nothing else, I'll call my husband and ask if he has arrived at the company. N. Suanchi rolled her eyes, quite speechless. And Mushue, I found you, N. And oh, what can I say about you, N. And you keep calling me husband. I really admire you, N. And is it true that in your mind, the weight of me, our parents and I combined is not as important as your husband alone, N? Suanchi curled her lips, feeling a little jealous. Never mind. N. And I am going back to the office to work. N. And I don't want to bother with you. N. After saying that, Suanchi left the office. Then he looked at his colleagues in the project department and said, and everyone work hard and don't chat about anything else in the group during working hours. N. And although your sister Mushue is planning to change her image in the company and her style of managing employees. N. But don't go too far. N. And keep a low profile. N. And do you understand, N? Colleagues in the project department nodded quickly, and yes, Mr. Su, we got it, N. Immediately following. Su Anqi returned to her office. Started busy working. After Su Anqi left, Su Muxue, who was in the office, immediately called Lin Feng. The phone rang for about half a minute. Then he picked up the call. As soon as the call was connected, Su Muxue asked, "And husband, what are you doing? Why did you answer my call so late?" And Lin Feng's voice came from the other end of the phone, "En Muxue.N. Answery, I was driving just now and didn't have time to answer it.N. And is that so? Okay then. Next time, remember to answer my call immediately, otherwise I will worry about you.N. And okay, I got it.N. And so, husband, have you arrived at the company yet, N? Lin Feng nodded, and yeah, I just got off the car.N. And I am just about to go into the company.N. Su Muxue nodded slightly, and okay, then I won't disturb you at work.N. Hang up the phone. Lin Feng walked directly into the Function Technology building. The employees in the company all took the initiative to greet him and boss Lin Yen. Lin Feng returned to the office and had just sat down for less than half an hour. The secretary knocked on the door and said, "And Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry to disturb you at work. Can I come in, N? E and I have something to tell you.N." Lin Feng nodded, and then responded, "And come in.N. And okay, Mr. Lin.N." After Lin Feng agreed, the secretary walked into the office. Come to the office. The secretary bowed slightly, then looked at Lin Feng, and Mr. Lin, this is what happened.N. And there is a company that wants to discuss strategic cooperation with Function Technology.N. And so I'd like to play golf with you.N. And let me ask you when you are free.N. And if you have time today, that would be great.N. Ain't as for when, it's up to you.N. And the other party said it's all right.N. Lin Feng put down the work in his hands and spoke curiously. And oh, really, N? And which company wants to cooperate with Function Technology, N? The secretary opened the file and said solemnly. And it's a company called Zhurong Network Technology.N. This is a gaming company. E and I hope to reach cooperation with our company.N. E and I want to develop an online game based on our function system.N. And so I want to invite you out to play golf and talk in person.N. And Mr. Lin, do you have time to meet with him today? If so, I can respond to him.N. After the secretary said this, Lin Feng was instantly attracted. You know, Zhurong Games is a large online game development company. He is well known in the industry. Their company has many games, which are very popular among young people. As a computer system, if only we could attract a gaming company with such strength. That is crucial to the development of the company. So Lin Feng immediately nodded and said, and okay, tell the boss of their company.N. And just say that after 2 o'clock this afternoon, I have time and can go out and sit with him.N. And as for the meeting place, let him arrange it.N. And golf, huh? I'm not very good at that. Let him decide.N. E and I don't mind.N. The secretary nodded and said, and okay, Mr. Lin, I know what you mean.N. And I'll reply right away.N. E and I won't bother you, Mr. Lin, for now.N. After saying that, the secretary closed the office door and walked out of the office. Chapter 121, A Sensible Wife. After leaving the office, the secretary called Zhurong Games. After the call was connected, the secretary got straight to the point and said, and hello, Mr. Wang, I have just asked our general manager Lin.N. And oh, really, N? The voice on the other end of the phone belonged to a very young person. He asked, and so what did your general manager Lin say, N? And have you agreed, N? And are you free this afternoon? Or this evening, N? The secretary replied, and Mr. Wang, this is it.N. And our general manager Lin said that he will be available after 2 o'clock this afternoon.N. And so, when the time comes, let your boss come and pick up our CEO Lin.N. Mr. Wang on the other end of the phone said, and okay, no problem, N. And that's great. If our boss knew that Mr. Lin agreed to meet, he would be very happy.N. And that's it for now then.N. And if there is any situation, I will call you again to let you know.N. And bye.N. The secretary nodded and replied, and well, bye.N. After finishing the call, the secretary returned to Lin Feng's office. and said to Lin Feng, "And boss Lin, I just talked to the other company on the phone.N." Lin Feng looked at the secretary and nodded, "And well, you talked to the other party on the phone, right, N?" The secretary nodded and said, "And yes, Mr. Lin.N." "And what did the other party say?" and Lin Feng asked again. The secretary replied, "And the other party said it was no problem and he went to talk to their boss.N. And I already told you on the phone.N. And after 2 p.m., have them drive to the company to pick you up.N." After the secretary finished speaking, Lin Feng smiled and said, "And okay, I understand. You can go do other things now.N." "And okay, Mr. Lin, N." After the secretary left the office, a few colleagues asked curiously, "And hey sister, I heard that our company is going to cooperate with Jerome Games, right, N? Is this true or false?" And I heard from colleagues in other departments of our company that Jerome Games plans to develop an online game specifically for function technology, N. And is this true, N? Before the secretary could reply, several colleagues in front of him all had expectant expressions on their faces. "And if this is true, it would be wonderful.N. And who says it's not true? You know, the most important thing for an operating system is the game and software business, N. And these two items can be said to be the lifeblood of the operating system, N. And after all, mobile phones are so advanced nowadays that few people use computers anymore, except for office software and games.N. And so, if our function system can win the cooperation with Jerome Games this time.N. And that will be a great help to the development of our company, N. It's definitely a great opportunity." My colleagues all had gossipy expressions on their faces. "Hey, sis. And you just walked out of General Manager Lin's office. What did our General Manager Lin say, N? And does Mr. Lin mean that you agree, N?" The secretary replied, "And well, Mr. Lin has agreed to meet with the CEO of their company.N. And just after 2 in the afternoon. They said they were going to play golf together.N. And however, whether the cooperation can be concluded or not, I am afraid we will have to wait until we meet in person to see it.N. And as for now, it's hard to say.N. My colleagues nodded, "I see. I hope we can reach a cooperation." And well, I hope so, N. At noon, Lin Feng, like other employees, went to the staff cafeteria to have lunch. While eating, Su Mushue called me via video. After the call was connected, I saw Su Mushue appear on the phone screen. She was at a restaurant outside the company. Su Mushue asked, "And husband, are you eating, N?" Lin Feng nodded, "And well, what about you, Mushue.N? And have you had lunch yet, N?" Su Mushue shook her head and replied, "And not yet.N. And this afternoon, my mother asked me to have lunch with her and said she wanted to talk to me about a few things.N. And I've been here 10 minutes, but she's not here yet.N. And I am waiting for her now.N." Su Mushue then asked, "And by the way, husband, the food in your restaurant looks really good. And I want to eat it too.N." Lin Feng smiled slightly, "And you want to eat our company's food? Isn't that easy, N? And I'll deliver it to you.N." Su Mushue shook her head. "And forget it today. I have an appointment with my mother for lunch.N. And after lunch, I can't eat anymore.N. And but you can send it to me tomorrow.N. And I am just worried that you'll get into trouble.N." Lin Feng quickly said, "And too much trouble? That's impossible. I'm delivering food to my wife, how could I find it troublesome, N?" Hearing Lin Feng say this, Su Mushue curled her lips. "And tisk, you are so sweet and good at talking.N. And but.N. And I really want to eat at your company's restaurant.N. And since you said so, remember to come tomorrow at noon, N. And don't regret it.N. And don't stand me up then.N." Lin Feng quickly said, "And don't worry, I won't stand you up.N. And I will definitely drive to your company at noon tomorrow and bring you lunch.N." Su Mushue giggled, "And okay, that puts me at ease.N. And but the prerequisite is that you have to deliver it in person.N. And you can't just send a driver or an assistant over here.N. And that would be insincere.N. Lin Feng then said, "And okay, don't worry.N. And I promise to deliver it to you personally.N. And is everything alright, N?" Su Mushue giggled, "And yeah, no problem, N." When she said this, Su Mushue looked up. Only at this time, Zhao Yalan took her bag and walked into the restaurant from outside. So, Su Mushue hurriedly spoke on the phone. And hubby, I won't tell you for now. N. And my mother is already in the restaurant. And we'll have dinner soon. N. Lin Feng nodded, and okay, let's eat. N. And by the way, remember to pick me up at the company early after get off work in the evening. N. Lin Feng said, and okay, just wait for me in the company then. N. And but I can't say when I'll be done. N. Sumu Xue asked curiously, and why, are you busy this afternoon? Yen. Lin Feng nodded. And well, I am indeed busy. My secretary just told me that the boss of a game company wants to meet with me to discuss cooperation between the companies. N. And so, we agreed to meet after 2 p.m. N. And play some golf together. N. And I don't know when we can finish the talk, so I'll tell you in advance. N. Sumu Xue nodded and said, and okay, I understand. N. And if you haven't finished your work by the evening, just give me a call. N. And I can take a taxi back by myself, or ask Yao Yao and my sister to take me back. N. And after all, your job is more important. N. I'm so happy to see that my wife is so sensible and considerate of me. Lin Feng as a husband. After listening to it, I really felt warm. Indeed. Marrying a wife who is sensible and understanding is better than anything else. It's much better than making trouble unreasonably. I can't just go and pick her up from get off work myself before I finish my work. Then he asked me, is work more important or am I more important? Puts you in a dilemma. Fortunately, Lin Feng will not face this situation. And then by first, N. And see you in the evening. N. Lin Feng nodded and hung up the phone. Chapter 122, Self-Destructing Truck. At this time. Inside the restaurant. Sumu Xue looked at Zhao Yalan who was walking over and waved. And Mom, I'm here. N. Zhao Yalan saw Sumu Xue waving at her. Just walked over. After sitting down, Zhao Yalan smiled and said, and Mu Xue, I'm sorry, Mom is late and kept you waiting for a long time. N. Sumu Xue quickly said, no, I just arrived not long ago. N. And have you ordered? And Zhao Yalan asked. At the same time, the waiter was called over. After the waiter came over, he bowed to Zhao Yalan and Sumu Xue, and then said, and madam, would you like to order? N. Zhao Yalan nodded, and well, let's order. N. He glanced at Sumu Xue next to him, and then asked, and Mu Xue, what do you want to eat? N. Sumu Xue quickly said, and I don't care, I can eat anything. N. And whatever you want, Mom. N. And besides, we didn't really come here for lunch. N. And don't you want to tell me something? N. And anything is fine. N. Zhao Yalan nodded and said, and okay, let's have 2 servings of this beef noodles first. N. The waiter bowed slightly, and okay ma'am, please wait a moment. N. After the waiter left the table. Zhao Yalan hasn't spoken yet. Sumu Xue asked curiously, and Mom, you asked me out for lunch at noon, what do you want to tell me? N. And why are you being so secretive? N. I really don't understand. Zhao Yalan's expression seemed to be half smile. And oh, really, N. And who do you not understand, me? N. Zhao Yalan asked back. And of course, Mom, you're asking even though you already know the answer, right? N. Sumu Xue curled her lips. And you don't understand Mom, and I don't understand you either. N. Sumu Xue didn't understand, and what's wrong with me? N. And what else? N. Zhao Yalan rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, and look at your dressing style, it's so different from before. N. And I am puzzled. N. And didn't you think that this style of dressing was too childish? N. And why did you come to the company dressed like this today? N. And having just a weekend, your aesthetic taste has changed so quickly. N. And or. Lin Feng thinks this style of clothes looks better, so you wear it like this. N. And I heard everything about what happened in the company today. N. And normally, you have always been the most strict with your employees' work attitude. N. And even stricter than your father and sister. N. And but it's not right to be in the company today. N. And your colleagues in the project department are not working properly during working hours. Instead, they are chatting nonsense in the colleague group and talking about the manager of their department. N. And if it were you, you would have criticized them a long time ago, right? You might even have deducted their year-end bonuses, or even fired them. N. And you don't want to tell Mom that this big change in you has nothing to do with Lin Feng, do you? N. And you can't be sure that you are not affected by Lin Feng at all. N. Su Muxue curled her lips and looked at Zhao Yalan speechlessly. And mom, you were so boring. And from the tone of your voice, it seems that you think my change is terrible. And that's not the case. Zhao Yalan quickly smiled and said, as the manager of the project department, it's not a bad thing to have a good relationship with the employees and not be so strict with their work attitude. And although, during working hours, you should concentrate on your work and not be too lax. And otherwise, why would the company invite them here? But we can't be too strict with our employees. And too nervous about work will actually reduce efficiency. And there's no harm in relaxing a little bit. And it's just that, your dad, your sister, and I have told you countless times, but you just wouldn't listen and still hold on to your own ideas and opinions. And how come you changed your mind just because Lin Feng said a few words over the weekend? And after all, my husband is the closest to me. Su Muxue felt a little embarrassed after being teased by Zhao Yalan. And mom, why are you making fun of me again? Did you ask me out for lunch today just to make fun of me? Su Muxue curled her lips and said angrily. Seeing Su Muxue's angry look, Zhao Yalan quickly said, and okay, I won't tease you anymore. And seriously. And Muxue, this is what happened. And your father and I are very curious about one thing, and I hope you can give us an answer. And well, how can I tell you? And it's still about the Fucali Group. And since Lin Feng has so much money, he can even acquire the Fucali Group in full. And then when you got your marriage certificate, why did you tell me and your dad that Lin Feng had no money? And he took 20 million and cheated your father out of 200 million of his dowry. What on earth is going on? And Lin Feng is so rich, and you still say he has no money? And you took 200 million from your father to help him start a business? And Muxue, your dad is still sulking about this. And you need to explain. And otherwise, not only will you not be able to convince your dad, you won't even be able to convince me, okay? Su Muxue has already explained this matter. She doesn't know either. How could Lin Feng be so rich? If she knew, how could she still go to cheat her father? And mom, didn't I tell you? And when Lin Feng just graduated, I really didn't know he had so much money. And at that time, it was really difficult for him to start his company. And that's why I took 20 million of my own money. I wanted to support him in starting his own business, but unfortunately he refused to accept it. And in the end, I had no choice but to trick him into buying lottery tickets. And let Yao Yao help and transfer the money to Lin Feng in the name of his company. And I just lied to him and said it was a bonus. And he then accepted it, and then I asked him to use the 20 million as a betrothal gift to give to my father. And I took my father's 200 million yuan dowry and used it as the company's development capital. And I have witnessed the company's development step by step to where it is today, and I am sure I am right. And it's just, the recent acquisition of the Fucali Group, I really don't know what's going on. And Lin Feng didn't tell me, so I didn't ask any further questions. But, mom, please believe me. And when Lin Feng and I first got our marriage certificate, he really had no money. After saying this, Su Muxue noticed that the expression on Zhao Yalan's face suddenly changed drastically. Her mouth opened slightly, with an expression of disbelief. The whole person froze on the spot. Zhao Yalan looked at Su Muxue in surprise. It was as if he had just heard something unbelievable. And Muxue, and you, what did you just say? Su Muxue said subconsciously, and what did I just say? I didn't say anything. And you just said, And Shaolin gave our family 20 million yuan as a betrothal gift. And you actually lied to him and said it was a bonus and a gift for your dad? Chapter 123, The air leakage is so serious. When Zhao Yalan finished speaking, Su Muxue in front of him immediately covered her mouth with her hands. Only then did she realize that she had just said the wrong thing. Finished? I was so careless. You said this out loud? If my dad knew, he would be very angry. When Lin Feng first learned about this, he was also very shocked. However, Lin Feng didn't say anything, because he had no reason to be angry. But Su Jiangwo was different. After all, he was the one who was cheated. If Su Jiangwo knew that his own daughter had cheated him out of 200 million yuan in dowry, I guess by then, your nose will be crooked from anger, right? When I think of that picture. Sumushiwe found it terrifying. Sumushiwe quickly explained, and Mom, what I want to say is Ian. Before Sumushiwe could explain, Zhao Yalan immediately smiled and said, and okay, Mushue, you don't have to explain, I understand. And in other words, you originally supported Lin Feng in starting his own business. And so N. And just use your own money and get 10 times the return from your father. N. And scammed him of 200 million, N. And is this what you mean, Mushue, N? Su Mushue didn't know how to explain it. Although she wanted to fool him, she found that there was no way. I can't find any reason at all. In the end, he could only whisper to Zhao Yalan, and well, Mom, please keep it a secret. And don't tell my dad. N. And if Dad knew that his daughter was planning to help her husband start a business, she would set her sights on him. N. I guess. Dad will be mad to death, right, N? Zhao Yalan couldn't help but cover her mouth and burst out laughing. And Mushue, it seems that we really underestimated you before. N. And originally, we thought you were too nice to Lin Feng and forgot about me, your father, and your sister. N. I didn't expect that your little cotton padded jacket would leak so much air. N. And are you targeting your own father, N? Sumushiwe quickly said, and Mom, please stop making fun of me. N. And promise me. N. And this matter must be kept secret. Dad must never know about it. N. And otherwise, Dad will definitely be angry. N. And if things go wrong, you'll just ignore me in the future. N. And what if they blame it on my husband Lin Feng? You know, this matter has nothing to do with Lin Feng. N. And besides, he didn't ask me to do this. N. It's all me. And Lin Feng was kept in the dark from beginning to end. He was completely unaware of the situation. N. Zhao Yalan asked curiously, and really? In that case, Lin Feng doesn't know that the bonus is actually yours now, N. Sumushiwe nodded, and I really didn't know at first. N. And then he actually won a prize. Then it was exposed. And under his questioning, I had no choice but to tell the truth. At that time, he even advised me to confess to my father as soon as possible. N. And but I fooled you, N. And so this matter has nothing to do with Lin Feng. N. And don't get me wrong. N. Zhao Yalan smiled and nodded, and don't worry, Mom and Dad certainly know that Xiao Lin is not that kind of person. N. And but our daughter is this kind of person. N. And as soon as I got married, I started taking things from my parents' home and giving them back to them. N. And is it, N? Sumushiwe lowered her head and said, and Mom, you laughed at me again. N. Zhao Yalan laughed and said, and okay, I won't tease you anymore. N. And now that the matter has been clearly understood. N. And then there is no problem on Mom's side. N. And okay, let's eat quickly, the food is getting cold. N. And it's getting late now. Don't you have to go to the company later, N? And it just so happens that Mom has something else to do later. She has to meet the wife of a company boss to have afternoon tea and talk about business. N. Half an hour later. After walking out of the restaurant and waiting for Zhao Yalan to get in the car and leave, Sumushiwe called Lin Feng. I planned to tell him what just happened. After receiving the call from Sumushiwe, Lin Feng asked, and what's wrong, Mushue, N? And did you finish lunch with your mom so soon, N? Sumushiwe nodded on the phone, and yeah. N. Hearing that Sumushiwe's tone was not right, Lin Feng asked curiously, and what's wrong? You sound unhappy, Helen. Sumushiwe replied, N. And just now in the restaurant, when I was having dinner with my mother. N. And there is something I accidentally let slip. N. Lin Feng asked curiously, and what's the matter, En? And well, N. And it's about returning the original betrothal gift tenfold. N. And just now in the restaurant, my mother asked about the Fukalai group. N. And I let it slip by accident. N. And now my mother has found out that the 20 million yuan in betrothal gifts was actually my money. N. And although my mother promised to keep it a secret, I don't think it will take long. N. And my dad will know. N. And it's over, it's over. If my dad knew the truth, he would be furious. N. And what if he gets angry and ignores me? N. And oh, if I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have agreed to go out to eat with Mom. N. And I should have thought of it earlier. She asked me to have dinner alone outside for no reason. N. And it's definitely not just a meal.N. And otherwise, there's no reason not to invite my sister along as well.N. After hearing what Su Mushue said on the phone, Lin Feng smiled helplessly. And I thought it was no big deal.N. And don't worry.N. And even if your dad knew, he wouldn't say anything.N. And of course, I am angry for sure.N. And but I think most of them are just crying without tears.N. And if it were me, I would probably do the same.N. And but, Mushue, believe me, he is your father after all, how could he be really angry with you, and don't worry.N. Su Mushue nodded, and well, husband, I feel much better after hearing you say that.N. And I hope, and okay, I have to go back to the company. I'm hanging up now.N. And well, bye.N. After hanging up the phone, Su Mushue went straight back to Su Group. Back to the company. After arriving at the office, Su Mushue found that Su Anchi was sitting in her office chair. It seems like it has been here for a while. And sister, why are you in my office, N? And didn't you go to lunch, N? Su Anchi did not answer the question, but asked curiously. And Mushue.N. And did you go out to eat with our mother just now, N? Su Mushue nodded, and yes, I was just having dinner outside with my mother.N. And so what did our mother talk to you about, N? And why, you're hiding this from me too, N? Su Anchi curled her lips and said, and anyway, even if you don't tell me, I can roughly guess what question our mother asked you.N. And honestly, Mushue.N. And in fact, not only are our parents curious, but even I can't figure it out.N. And since Lin Fenglian used the money to start his company with the return of our father's betrothal gift.N. And now his company is in the development stage again.N. And how can there be money to acquire the Fukulai Group, N? And Mushue, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know, N? And are you deliberately not telling us, Un? On this issue, Su Mushue really did not lie. And I really don't know, N. Chapter 124, Jarong Game Manager. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Feng was busy working in the office of Fengshan Technology. At this moment, the secretary walked into the office, looked at Lin Feng and said, and Mr. Lin, Jarong Game Company has arranged a driver to pick you up.N. After hearing the secretary's words, Lin Feng nodded with a calm expression. He nodded and said, and okay, I understand.N. And I'll be downstairs right away.N. The secretary nodded slightly and said, and okay, Mr. Lin.N. And then I'll wait for you in the lobby downstairs.N. Lin Feng nodded, and then the secretary walked out of the office and went downstairs first. After arriving at the lobby on the first floor, I saw the person in charge of Jarong Games. A female manager wearing a hip-hugging miniskirt and with long legs. The other person is very beautiful and has a good temperament. After she came over, she smiled politely and said, and hello, is your general manager Lin coming down, Yin? The secretary nodded slightly, and yes, Mr. Lin will be down soon. He was busy working in the office just now, but he has finished it.N. And please wait a moment. Sorry.N. The other manager quickly smiled and said, no.N. Then the secretary stood aside and stopped talking. But the female manager looked at her curiously and asked, and by the way, ma'am, can I ask you a question, Lin? And of course, if it's inconvenient to answer, I won't force you.N. And but I still hope that I can answer as many as possible.N. And the CEO of Jarong Game Technology is indeed very curious about this question.N. When the female manager said this, the secretary was a little surprised and asked curiously, and what do you want to ask, Ian? The female manager replied, Ian, I want to ask about Lin Feng from your company, Mr. Lin.N. Are they really treating their employees very well as they say online? And or is it just a persona for outsiders to see? Or is it just a publicity plan for the company, N? The secretary quickly said, and that's not the case.N. And our CEO Lin treats his employees with kindness from the bottom of his heart.N. And this, even if you are not asking me, but another employee in our company.N. And I can vouch for it with my own career that every employee in the company gave me the same answer.N. And I can even guarantee that no matter which company it is, they will offer high salaries to poach people.N. And I am sure that no employee of Fengshan Technology will be poached.N. The female manager asked, no, that's strange to me. Why don't your employees want to leave when they obviously have a better future, N? The secretary smiled and replied, and there's no special reason, I just think that besides salary, the boss's character is more important. And just like our general manager Lin.N. I dare say that there is no one as good as Mr. Lin in any industry. We are truly impressed by his character. And so last time, the outside world spread the news that MS Group decided to acquire our function technology.N. And at that time, we really thought Lin Feng was planning to sell the company.N. And at that time, we employees all decided that if the company was sold, we would resign collectively.N. And no matter where Mr. Lin goes, we will follow him.N. And in our minds, no boss can compare to Mr. Lin again. And so you saw the news about General Lin on the internet.N. I still heard it. And it's absolutely true. This is not a character setting.N. And as long as you have contact with Mr. Lin, you will understand. N. The female manager nodded. And okay, thank you. I have a rough idea now.N. Just at this moment, Lin Feng went downstairs and walked over. And Mr. Lin, N. The moment Lin Feng went downstairs and arrived at the lobby on the first floor, the secretary quickly bowed to Lin Feng, then greeted him and said, and Boss Lin, you are here.N. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, and yeah.N. Before Lin Feng could speak, the secretary quickly introduced him, and let me introduce you, this is Mr. Lin from Function Technology.N. After introducing Lin Feng to the female manager, the secretary quickly looked at Lin Feng and said, and Boss Lin, this is the person in charge of Jarong Game Company. He is here to pick you up.N. And the boss of their company is waiting for you to come over and play golf together.N. As soon as the secretary finished speaking, the female manager smiled and said, and that's right. Our boss has been waiting for a long time.N. And Boss Lin, please get in the car.N. And I'll take you to see our boss right away.N. The female manager smiled slightly and was very polite, and the smile on her face seemed to come from the heart, rather than a professional fake smile. It can be seen that whether it is the boss of Jarong Games or herself, they all admired Lin Feng very much. But that's true. Like Lin Feng, he started his own business successfully at a young age, and he is a young entrepreneur in the field of operating systems. Who wouldn't appreciate that? The female manager smiled and said, and Boss Lin, please get in the car.N. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, and yeah.N. Then, he sat directly in the back seat of the car in front of him. At the same time, he rolled down the car window, looked at the secretary and said, and okay, go back and do your thing. I'll go with them first.N. The secretary stood at the entrance of the company and nodded, and okay, Mr. Lin.N. And take care, Mr. Lin.N. And if anything happens, feel free to call me.N. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, and okay, I understand.N. After the female manager got in the car, she said to the driver calmly, and drive.N. The driver said, yes, manager. When the car in front of me leaves. The secretary then returned to the company. But as soon as he got back, he was surrounded by employees from all over the company. Everyone is very curious, does the company really plan to cooperate with Jarong Games? Jarong Games' position in the online game market is quite high. Maybe not the recognized boss. However, it is definitely one of the best and one of the top companies in the gaming industry. If Function System really cooperates with Jarong Games to develop an exclusive system game, that would definitely shock the entire internet. It will also be a crucial opportunity for the development of the Function System, as long as the game is liked by the majority of players. And this game can only be run on the Function System. So many players have to use the Function System in order to play this game. If you want to use the Function System, you must give up the MS system. This is definitely a great opportunity. After hearing this, many colleagues felt their blood boiling. They are also an indispensable part of the Function System's current popularity. Everyone hopes to see Function System defeat MS operating system under MS Group, become the number one in the operating system field. And so, our CEO Lin has already gotten into the car of the manager of Jarong Games and is going with her to meet their CEO, and hey, everyone, please analyze this carefully. Do you think this cooperation is reliable?N? Will there really be a collaboration? Many employees talked about it. And those that even need to be said? It's a must.N. And although our Function System is still in the development stage, it has been welcomed by a large number of users.N. And let's not even talk about the distant past, let's just take the MS Group's several acquisitions as an example. N. And it's like free publicity for us. N. And this time, the CEO of Jarong Games took the initiative to talk to our CEO Lin about cooperation. There must be hope. N. And let's all just wait for the celebratory drinks. N. And if we really reach a cooperation, given Mr. Lin's personality, he will definitely treat all of us to a good meal. N. And of course, N. Thinking of this, the employees present became excited. Chapter 125, Boss Kai Jarong. The other side. After Lin Feng got into the female manager's car. After a few minutes, the female manager asked, "And by the way, Mr. Lin. N. And there is something I want to tell you in advance. N." Lin Feng nodded, and well, just go ahead. N. The female manager smiled slightly and said, "And it's like this, our boss really admires you, Mr. Lin, but your personality is a little, well, how should I put it to you. N. And it's just that my personality is a little too casual. N. Lin Feng didn't quite understand. And that is to say, he speaks very directly. N. And if anything I said during the cooperation process made you unhappy, Mr. Lin, please bear with me. N. And our boss has that kind of personality. He's more straightforward and frank. N. And but because of this, it's easier to offend people. N. And at the same time, in addition to the CEO, there are other shareholders in the company. N. We are all looking forward to cooperating with Fengshen Technology. And so, I hope you won't be too surprised, Mr. Lin. N. Lin Feng smiled slightly, and okay, got it, I have an idea. N. And okay. N. The female manager nodded and continued, and that makes me feel relieved. N. And after all, Mr. Lin, you are so young. N. And generally speaking, young people are more genuine, and I am also more worried that if the cooperation discussion is not pleasant, it will make everyone embarrassed. N. And so I thought of saying hello to you, Mr. Lin, in advance. N. Lin Feng nodded and said, "And don't worry about that. What I admire most is a straightforward person like your CEO Kai. N. And it doesn't matter if the words are harsh. N. And I hate people who smile on the surface but are calculating behind the scenes. N. The female manager smiled and said, "And that's great. Mr. Lin, your personality is very much to our boss's liking. N. And it seems that this meeting today. N. It's worth looking forward to." 10 minutes later, I got off the bus. Led by the female manager, Lin Feng came to a golf course. As soon as I arrived at the golf course, I saw a middle-aged man in a white shirt playing golf with a club in his hand. There were also several assistants in suits next to them. And Mr. Kai. N. And Boss Lin is here, that should be him, right? N. Several assistants pointed in that direction. Kai Jarong glanced over and nodded, and well, that should be it. N. And very young indeed. N. As Kai Jarong spoke, he threw the golf club to the assistant next to him. After putting on his coat, he walked straight over. Came in front of Lin Feng. Kai Jarong stretched out his hand with a smile on his face, and Boss Lin is here. N. And I've been waiting for you here for a long time. N. And come on, come over and play a couple of rounds together. It's boring to be alone. N. Before Lin Feng could react, Kai Jarong, the CEO of Jarong Games, came over and said enthusiastically, "And Boss Lin, come on, come and play a couple of rounds. N." At the same time, he looked at the female manager and said, "And go and do your thing. There is nothing for you to do here. N. And I'll let you know if there are any arrangements. N." The female manager bowed, then nodded and said, "And okay, Mr. Kai. N. And then I'll go do other things first. N." Before leaving, the female manager looked at Lin Feng and said, "And by the way, Mr. Lin, don't forget the agreement between us two. N." Lin Feng smiled and nodded, and well, don't worry, I won't forget it. N. And okay. N. And then you can play ball with our CEO Kai. I wish you a pleasant cooperation and a happy game of ball. N. After saying that, the female manager left. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "And Mr. Kai, please. N. In please, N." After Lin Feng and Kai Jarong walked over, he asked curiously, "And by the way, Mr. Lin, what did she say to you just now? N. And what agreement? I'm a little curious about this. N." Lin Feng smiled slightly, and then told the truth, "And actually, there is nothing else. It's just that when I came here just now, the female manager said that you have a straightforward personality. N. And when discussing cooperation, please do not have any objections just because you are too direct in your words, Mr. Kai. N. Kai Jerong smiled and said, Ian, I don't think it's a big deal. After all this time, this is all you can do. You're just worrying about nothing. And but then again, it's exactly as she said. Ian, I am a very direct person and I don't know how to speak properly. Several times when we were discussing cooperation, the talks fell through. Ian, I can't help it. Maybe it's because I'm a programmer, and my main interest is in product development. As for dealing with people in the business world, I'm really not very good at those things of courtesy and favors. And so, I'm not really good at saying nice things. And if I said anything unpleasant, please bear with me, Mr. Lin. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, Mr. Kai, what are you talking about, Ian, I have always admired outstanding entrepreneurs like you, Mr. Kai. And of course I know the name of Jerong Games. And if Fengshen Technology can really reach a cooperation with your company, as the boss of the company, I would indeed feel very honored. And although our Fengshen system is very popular and well supported right now, and it was recently acquired by the MS Group, it caused quite a stir online. But at the end of the day, we are just a small company that has just started. There is still a lot to learn from big companies like Jerong Games. And besides, I'm still young. And it wasn't long since I graduated from college. And Mr. Kai is my senior. I still have a lot to learn from you. After Lin Feng said a few simple polite words, he picked up a golf club and hit a ball. This shot can be said to be perfect among perfection. Even Kai Jerong, who plays basketball frequently, has to admire him. Kai Jerong exclaimed, and this golf shot was beautiful, And Boss Lin, you must have played golf before, right, And this ball skill is quite impressive, Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, it's just a casual fight. You are too polite, Mr. Kai. And Boss Lin, I didn't say that. And for someone your age, it's certainly a good thing to be humble. And but then again, we can't be too modest, right, That shot just now was so impressive that even I, a professional golfer who plays golf every day, had to admire it. And it's rare to hit such a beautiful ball once out of 10 times. Lin Feng just smiled and didn't say anything. Chapter 126, A Powerful Alliance. Half an hour later. After playing ball, the two were a little tired. Kai Jerong sat down on a chair on the court and took a sip of water. And Boss Lin, you also said you can't play basketball. You are so modest. Lin Feng smiled and said, and Boss Kai, you fight well too. And hey, compared to you, Mr. Lin, it's still not worth mentioning. Kai Jerong waved his hand and said, and okay, let's get down to business. Ian, I invited you to come here today, Mr. Lin. Besides inviting you to play golf, I also want you to meet and get to know each other. Ian, I believe the female manager who brought you here just now should have mentioned it to you, right, Ian? And to be honest, our company has already done some special research on your Fengshen system in the past few days. And whether it's your company's reputation in the industry, or the level of support from netizens online, or from the perspective of supporting domestic systems, Ian, I hope to achieve this in-depth cooperation with the company, When he said this, Kai Jerong took out a plan and handed it to Lin Feng. And Boss Lin, please take a look. And this plan is for a large-scale online game that our company is planning to develop next. And it was originally intended to be developed based on the MS system, And however, we decided to take a risk and cooperate with Fengshen system, which is just starting out and has not yet occupied a large enough market share, and it's probably out of consideration to support domestic operating systems, That's the most important aspect. And secondly, of course, is the business part. Currently, your company's Fengshen system is very popular on the internet and is very popular and sought after by young people. And if we create an online game specifically for the Fengshen system, we might be able to reap some benefits. This is also our business consideration. While looking at the plan, Lin Feng listened to every word Kai Jerong said to him. They are all true words, without any empty talk. Kai Jerong asked, and how about it, Mr. Lin, what do you think, And are you willing to cooperate with our Jerong Games, And if possible, we would like to be your company's first partner in the gaming field, Lin Feng put the plan down, then smiled and said, and okay, of course no problem, and we at Fengshen Technology definitely welcome you. And just as you said, Mr. Kai, although our Fengshen system is very popular at present, its market share is still very low after all. We are just getting started.N. And however, we maintain a win-win cooperation attitude and are willing to cooperate with any non-foreign company.N. In good, N. And it's settled then.N. When he said this, Kai Jiarong stood up and shook hands with Lin Feng. Both of them had smiles on their faces. Even Lin Feng did not expect that reaching cooperation would be much smoother than he had imagined. Kai Jiarong's personality is indeed a bit direct. However, it is simpler and easier to cooperate with such people. And okay, let's find a time tomorrow morning to discuss the details of the cooperation together, Ian. And when the time comes, I will go to your company in person.N. Lin Feng nodded, and okay, no problem, let's go tomorrow. Let us discuss the details of the cooperation. Kai Jiarong smiled slightly, then looked at Lin Feng and asked, and how about we have dinner together this evening? Just to celebrate our successful cooperation in advance, how about that, Ian? Lin Feng thought about it, then replied, and forget it this evening.N. And why not discuss the details of the cooperation tomorrow and officially sign the contract? It won't be too late to celebrate then.N. Kai Jiarong was slightly stunned. He thought Lin Feng would not refuse. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng declined. So I asked curiously, and why, do you have something tonight, N? And is it inconvenient, N? And it's not inconvenient, but I promised my wife that I would pick her up from the company in the evening and have dinner together.N. Just after Lin Feng finished answering, Kai Jiarong spoke again. And hey, what's the big deal to me? No problem, it's just a small matter, N. And my wife happens to be here tonight, so why don't we have a meal together and treat it as a party.N. And wouldn't it be nice to have my wife with her to chat and stuff, N. And besides, I have long wanted to get to know you, Mr. Lin, and establish a good relationship with you.N. And after all, I am still very optimistic about the future development of your company with your function system, N. And we all work in the internet industry, and I'm not good at talking, so I often offend people easily. So I don't have many true friends in the business world.N. And but Mr. Lin, you are different from them. You are younger. Young people are always simpler than older people.N. I love dealing with people like this. And so if Mr. Lin doesn't mind, let's do this. What do you think, N? Since Kai Jiarong has said so much, if Lin Feng continues to refuse, it would seem a bit impolite. After all, they are one of the giants in the online gaming industry. What's more, whether the function system can have a phased development depends entirely on this cooperation with Jiarong Games. If the next game developed by their company can really be a big hit. Moreover, it can only run on the function system. Then it will definitely bring a large number of users to the function system. This is certainly what Lin Feng was happy to see. So after thinking about it, Lin Feng nodded and agreed. And okay then. When I'm almost off work, I'll call my wife and ask for her opinion.N. And if she doesn't object, I'll go get her right away.N. And then let's find a place to eat and have a meal together.N. Kai Jiarong quickly said, and hey, there's no need to find a place, why not just go to my house for dinner.N. And my wife is a great cook. I'm not bragging to you, Mr. Lin, but it's not an exaggeration to say that the food is not much worse than that of a star hotel.N. When he got to this point, Kai Jiarong suddenly changed his tone, looked at Lin Feng and asked, and hey, I heard that Mr. Lin just acquired the Fukalai Group some time ago, right, N? And that star-rated restaurant on the sea in Binhai City seems to be owned by the Fukalai Group, right, N? And so, Mr. Lin, you are the owner of that restaurant now, N? Lin Feng smiled slightly, and well, why, Mr. Kai, do you often go to my restaurant for dinner, N? And of course. After all, doing business requires socializing.N. And what's more, the sea restaurant under your name, Lin Feng, is the best restaurant in all of Binhai City, N. And I should say, the most ostentatious and generous family, N. That should be a bit more rigorous. Kai Jiarong smiled and said, and but in the future, if we discuss business, or have a family dinner or a private party.N. And if we go to eat at the restaurant owned by you, Mr. Lin, again.N. And remember to give us a discount.N. Kai Jiarong said half-jokingly while smiling. Lin Feng replied, and of course, it's my duty. I'll arrange it later.N. And hey, I'm just kidding, Mr. Lin, don't take it seriously.N. Kai Jiarong quickly waved his hand and said. Lin Feng replied seriously, and I am not kidding you, Mr. Kai. Since we are about to become partners, we will be friends in the future.N. And on the way here, the female manager also told me that Mr. Kai, you have a true character.N. And after I met you, Mr. Kai, I could feel it too. It's indeed true. N. E and I usually like to make friends with people who are genuine. N. And if you don't mind, Mr. Kai, we can call each other friends, N. And after all, no matter what, I am also the younger generation. In terms of age, you are qualified to be my uncle. N. Kai Jiarong said quickly, and hey, Mr. Lin, what you said is too polite. What uncle? I am older than you. N. And but when it comes to running a company, I may not be as good as you. N. And in our industry, age is never important. Whoever does well in the company is the senior, Yen. And besides, Mr. Lin, your company is still in a stage of rapid development. N. E and I also believe that one day in the future your company's function system will definitely defeat MS Group and become the largest operating system service company in the market. N. And so there will definitely be a lot of cooperation between our two companies in the future. N. And I, personally, am also very willing to make friends with you, Mr. Lin. N. And from now on, we will call each other brothers. N. Kai Jiarong smiled and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Lin Feng nodded slightly, and well, then I will call you Brother Kai from now on, and you can just call me Xiao Lin. N. Kobayashi? Considering his age, it is not an exaggeration to call him Lin Feng. However, Kai Jiarong would never dare to really call him that. As I said, age cannot be used as a criterion in this industry. Although he speaks a little directly and has a very straightforward personality, his emotional intelligence is not very high. But he still knew about this kind of thing. You can't call it that. Kai Jiarong quickly said, and I'll call you Lao Lin from now on. N. And what do you think, N? Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, and okay, no problem, you can call me whatever you want. N. And okay, N. Kai Jiarong patted Lin Feng's shoulder excitedly, and old Lin, the combination of our two companies will surely make them better and better in the future. N. And come on, now that we've finished discussing business, come play a couple of rounds of golf with me, bro. N. When he said this, Kai Jiarong immediately picked up the golf club and stood up. While playing golf, he said, and old Lin, to be honest, I don't have any other hobbies. I just like playing golf and occasionally driving to the mountains to fish. N. And if you are free some other day, let's go together and bring our wives and children. N. And just treat it as a vacation. N. And how about it, N? Lin Feng smiled and looked at Kai Jiarong. And okay, no problem, N. And I'll definitely do it some other time if I have time, N. Kai Jiarong nodded, and well, let's just say we have agreed on this in advance. When the time comes, you can't refuse. N. And okay, come on, Lao Lin, come over and play a few more rounds. N. And it's getting late now. When your wife gets off work, I'll have the driver pick her up and we'll go together. N. And then come to my house, we can have a good meal and see each other. N. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, and okay, no problem, N. Lin Feng sat up and continued playing golf with Kai Jiarong. Chapter 127. You 1T let me down. Until the evening when it was almost time to get off work. Sumushu sent a message and asked, and husband, have you finished discussing the business, And we're going to get off work in 10 minutes. Can you come pick me up later, N? And if you can't pick me up, I can take a taxi back by myself. N. And or let Yao Yao pick me up. N. Soon, Lin Feng sent a message back, saying, En Mushui, wait for me at the company. I'll pick you up right away. N. Sumushu replied, and okay, I'll wait for you at the company. N. And by the way, where are we going to eat tonight? Otherwise, how about we have dinner with Yao Yao, N? And didn't she help me dress up and change my style before? I promised her that I would treat her to a nice meal someday. N. It just hasn't materialized yet. And how about tonight? That way, she won't have to complain or make suggestions. N. Lin Feng quickly typed, and not today. N. And what's wrong, husband? Haven't you finished your business yet, N? Sumushu asked while typing. And the business has been discussed, but Mr. Kai from Jiarong Games said that he would like to invite you to come over and have a meal at his house. N. And his wife's cooking is really delicious, and she wants us to go over and try some. N. And well? Are you willing to go, N? Sumushu was slightly stunned when she saw the message sent by Lin Feng. But he quickly typed, and okay, of course no problem, N. And Jiarong Games is one of the giants in the gaming industry. He took the initiative to invite us to dinner, so of course we have to give him face. N. Ain as a wife, of course I have to give her face. N. And you can't slap someone in the face and not even give him face, right? In. And what's more, if his wife's cooking is really delicious, I have to learn from her. And that way, I can cook more delicious meals for you in the future. And I feel embarrassed to always ask you to cook. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, then said, "And okay, then hurry up and pack up. Mr. Kai and I are going to go there soon. And okay, got it, hubby. I'll clean it up right away. And let's meet at the company entrance later. Lin Feng typed, "And okay, see you later, Ken." After chatting with Su Mushue over text, Kai Jiarong next to him asked, "And how's it going, Lao Lin? Did your wife agree? When? And will you come to eat with us? When?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "And well, she agreed and is now sorting out some company matters. And let's just go over there. Kai Jiarong nodded and said, "And okay, and." Then, Lin Feng and Kai Jiarong got directly into a white car outside the golf course. As soon as he got in the car, Kai Jiarong said to the driver, "And drive. And yes, Mr. Kai. Soon, the driver drove directly to the building of Su Group. After arriving downstairs, Kai Jiarong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, smiled and said to Lin Feng, "And old Lin, why don't you go up to pick up your wife?" "I won't go up. And originally, this company belongs to your father-in-law. Logically, I should go and pay it a visit. And but I came here in a hurry today and didn't prepare any gifts. I feel sorry for that. And I'd better make a special visit to you some other time if I have time. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, "And okay, it's okay to end. And then Mr. Kai, just wait for me in the car. I will go pick up Mu Shui and come back soon. And okay. Kai Jiarong smiled and nodded. Then he watched Lin Feng leave and go up to the office building in front of him. Then, the driver slowly asked, "And Boss Kai, does that mean your discussion with Boss Lin went smoothly? And has our company really decided to cooperate with Fengshen Technology? And?" Kai Jiarong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, nodded and said, "Enman." The driver quickly said, "And that's great, Mr. Kai. Now is the time when the Fengshen system is the hottest. Let's take advantage of this popularity to develop an online game. Maybe we can reap the first batch of popularity dividends. And however, I don't know how far the Fengshen system can go. Kai Jiarong said beside him, "And not only you, no one can predict the future of the Fengshen system. And after all, this is the first company in the history of the entire internet industry that has emerged to challenge and threaten the MS Group. Perhaps in a few years, it will gradually be forgotten in a corner. And but it is also possible that it will become the largest company in the entire operating system field. And these are all uncertain." The driver asked curiously, "And if that's the case, Mr. Kai, do you still plan to continue cooperating with their company in development? And what if after a few months, the popularity online decreases and no one pays attention to it anymore? And I heard that the MS system is developing a new version of the system, and it is said to be more powerful than the Fengshen system. And if a new version is really developed, then the current leading advantage of the Fengshen system and the system will be gone. I don't know how many people will support the Fengshen system by then." Kai Jiarong didn't think too much, he just did things based on his intuition. What's more, he is indeed optimistic about the development of the Fengshen system. It shouldn't be possible to cool down so quickly. And if things go wrong, it will get worse and worse. If that is the case, then Jiarong Games would be the first partner. By then, the benefits brought to Jiarong Game Company will be indeed huge. Although there are some risks. But if this risk is taken, a top domestic operating system company can be created. That's worth it. Kai Jiarong smiled calmly, and then said, "And you don't have to worry about this. I trust my intuition. And this Lin Feng, and his wind god system, will definitely not let me down. And the driver watched quietly from the side without saying anything. But you can see, Kai Jiarong really admires Lin Feng. That's for sure. Chapter 128 Employees' Confusion. Come to Su Group. Lin Feng just walked into the company. Immediately, several employees came over and said hello. "And hello, Mr. Lin, N." Lin Feng smiled back politely. "And hello, N. And I am here to see your CEO Su. She's in the office, right, N?" The employees in front of them quickly said, "And Boss Lin, Boss Su is not in the office right now. She has gone upstairs for a meeting. N. A few minutes ago, the company suddenly called an emergency meeting and she went. N. And otherwise, you can wait here.N. And if you're in a hurry to find Sister Mu Shui, I can help you go upstairs and see if they've finished their meeting.N. Lin Feng waved his hand and said with a smile. And don't bother.N. And I'd better wait here.N. And but how long will it take for the meeting to end, N? Several employees responded, and we don't know for sure, but it shouldn't take too long. It's just a short meeting.N. And it will probably be over in 10 minutes at most.N. Lin Feng nodded, and then said, in 10 minutes, right? Okay. Then I'll wait for her here.N. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, these employees hurriedly spoke. And Mr. Lin, N. And please come inside and sit down, N. Lin Feng followed these female employees and sat down on the sofa. Several female employees gathered around and said to Lin Feng with a smile. And Boss Lin, actually, N. And we have something that's very curious, N. And I hope you can answer our confusion.N. Lin Feng took out his cell phone and was about to check his moments. I heard these female employees talking and was slightly stunned. He turned off the phone screen and asked, and oh, really, N. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask.N. And what's it about, N? These female employees said, and it's about Sister Mu Shui.N. And well, what's wrong, N? They hurriedly said, and Boss Lin, when Sister Mu Shui came to the company today, we were all shocked.N. Lin Feng smiled. He had already guessed what they were going to ask next. It's simply that Su Mu Shui has changed so much that it has brought a shock to them. Lin Feng continued, and well, how do you say it, Yen? They quickly said, Boss Lin, the changes that Sister Mu Shui has made since she came to the company today are really huge. And not only is her dressing style very different from before, but her temper also seems to be much better than before, and take the issue of gossiping during work hours, for example, N. And what Sister Mu Shui values most is the work attitude of her employees.N. And but today, my colleagues in the project department gossiped during work hours, but Sister Mu Shui said nothing and didn't blame them at all.N. And instead, she was very gentle. If it had been before, she would have scolded me a long time ago.N. And so we really want to ask, Mr. Lin, what did you say to Sister Mu Shui.N? And how come she has changed so much after the weekend? She is like two different people.N. Lin Feng smiled, then looked at them and said, and it's nothing, actually. I just made a small suggestion.N. And our corporate culture at Fengshan Technology emphasizes equality between superiors and employees, N. And there is no distinction between high and low, and you cannot criticize employees arbitrarily just because you are a boss.N. Employees must be treated with respect, their salaries and benefits must be high, and they must feel respected. And I believe you have all heard about this, so I won't say more here.N. And so, I talked to Mu Shui about it. I didn't expect to change anything in her, but I didn't expect her to take it seriously.N. After Lin Feng finished speaking, the employees were very excited. They all surrounded Lin Feng and spoke with starry eyes. And Boss Lin, I have to say it, N. And you are truly our benefactor, especially the project department's benefactor, for being able to change Sister Mu Shui's always harsh work requirements, N. And so, Mr. Lin, if you have time someday, you must come out with us to have a good meal or something.N. At this time, the employees looked at Lin Feng with a smile on their faces. And don't you think so, N? The employees nearby also nodded, and yes. Mr. Lin, we must have a meal together someday when we have time.N. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, and it's nothing, after all, it's just a small suggestion.N. And it would be best if Mu Shui could listen to me.N. And it's not easy for you to earn money working outside, so it's not appropriate to ask you to treat us.N. The employees quickly said, and hey, Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? What's inappropriate about this.N? That's right. And no matter what, we still have to eat this meal.N. That's right. The employee had a determined expression on his face. Lin Feng also said helplessly, and well, in that case, we must have dinner together some other day if we have time.N. And I'll see when I have time.N. They quickly said, and yeah, that's great.N. When I said this, I heard the ding-dong sound of the elevator door opening. Bite. The elevator door opened. Su Mu Shui walked out of the elevator. She walked with her long legs to the lobby on the first floor of the company. Then I saw Lin Feng chatting with a few employees. Su Mu Shui walked over with a smile on her face, and hubby, you're here.N. Holding Lin Feng's arm, Su Mushue said apologetically, and I am sorry, husband, for making you wait for so long. I should have come down earlier, but I had a meeting, so, but it's okay now, let's go. Lin Feng smiled slightly, and well, let's go. Lin Feng and Su Mushue got up and left. Before leaving, Su Mushue waved and said hello to the employees, and bye, you guys should get off work early too. The employees quickly smiled back and then continued speaking. And okay, Sister Mushue, and Sister Mushue, Mr. Lin, please take care. After Lin Feng and Su Mushue walked out of the company gate, the employees all whispered, and did you see that? Sister Mushue, who is always very serious in our company, is like a kitten in front of President Lin. She turns into a young wife in an instant. And plus, Sister Mushue has changed so much. And is this the change that love brings to people? And sweet love, when will it be my turn? The male employees nearby all looked disdainful, and come on, who would like someone like you? The employee was a little unhappy, and what do you mean by that? What do you mean by me being like this, Lin? And what's wrong with me, And look at my appearance. Although I can't be compared with Sister Mushue, I am at least naturally beautiful. The employees present almost vomited when they heard this. Each reaction was more exaggerated than the last. The employee was speechless. And hey! You guys, dare you to be more exaggerated? And am I that bad? And look at you all. All other employees asked soul-searching questions at the same time. And who gave you the confidence to think you can compare with Sister Mushue? And that's right, you still want to compare yourself with Sister Mushue. Please, sister, please don't insult Sister Mushue, okay? When the female employees around me started to say these heart-wrenching words one after another, the female employee's expression immediately became distressed. I say, are you guys still my colleagues in the same department and have worked with me for so long? And don't be so heartbreaking. I know the gap between me and Sister Mushue, but you don't have to remind me like this, right? And wouldn't it be nice to let me live in a dream? And why do you have to break it? I really can't stand you. All the colleagues around couldn't help but burst out laughing. And haha. I'm dying of laughter. And okay, no more jokes. Let's discuss this with our colleagues in the project department later. And when Mr. Lin has time some other day, I'll have to treat him to a nice meal. That's what I mean. And I heard that the impromptu meeting just now seemed to be about improving the food situation in our restaurant. I don't know what the outcome of the meeting will be. And if you ask me, Sister Mushue will definitely fight for us. And you can tell by looking at how much she has been influenced by President Lin. And well, I hope so. If our company's lunch every day could be similar to Fengshen Technologies, I would wake up with a smile even in my sleep. Chapter 129, Visit Mr. Kai's House. After Lin Feng and Su Mushue left the company, he got directly into the car at the door and sat in the back seat. Kai Jiarong, who was sitting in the passenger seat, quickly said, "And old Lin, why did you pick up your wife just now, And I sent it already done, Lin. And the driver and I have been waiting in the car for so long that the flowers are almost wilting. Hearing this teasing, Lin Feng smiled and said, "And Boss Kai, I'm sorry, it's because Mushue had a meeting at the last minute. And so I waited for her inside for a while. But it's all right now. And it's time to go. When he said this, Lin Feng looked at Su Mushue and said, "And Mushue, I went to play golf with Mr. Kai this afternoon and discuss cooperation. And he is the boss of Jiarong Games. You should be familiar with him. Although Su Mushue is in the cosmetics industry, I don't know much about industries other than cosmetics. However, after all, they are young people and often play online games and mobile games. Jiarong Games has several popular mobile games and PC games. Therefore, the reputation of this company is still very loud, especially among young people." Of course, Su Mushue had heard of it. "And hello, Mr. Kai. Kai Jiarong nodded, then looked at Lin Feng and said, "And old Lin, I didn't expect your wife to be so beautiful. You are so lucky. And but that's true. Lao Lin, you are so handsome, so your wife must not be much worse. And but you know what, the two of you sitting together do look like a couple. Not bad, not bad. After hearing what Kai Jiarong said, Lin Feng felt fine. Su Muxue, who was sitting next to him, felt a little embarrassed. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, and okay, Mr. Kai, let's go. N. And don't let your wife wait anxiously at home. N. And yeah, okay, N. Kai Jiarong nodded, then said to the driver, and drive, go to my house. N. Half an hour later. The driver drove to the door of Kai Jiarong's villa. After the car stopped, I got out. Kai Jiarong said to Lin Feng, and Mr. Lin, Miss Su, please come this way. Un. After entering the villa, I rang the doorbell. The person who came out to open the door was Kai Jiarong's wife. A middle-aged woman, but with a good temperament. The moment she opened the door, Mrs. Kai said, and honey, you're back. I've already prepared dinner. Un. And hey, the two people next to you are Mr. Lin and his wife, the ones you told me about on the phone, right, N? Mrs. Kai was slightly stunned. She didn't know much about the company's affairs, nor did she care particularly about them. As a full-time housewife, she doesn't know much about the company. However, I have also heard that during this period, there was a company that developed an operating system. I heard the boss is still very young. She had heard of it, too. I didn't expect he was so young. Young people nowadays are really getting more and more amazing. They have achieved such great achievements just after graduating from college. It's really not that easy. When her husband Kai Jiarong started his business, he failed countless times. It has only developed slowly in recent years. When Lin Feng was that age, he had not achieved anything. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. But it's no wonder that her husband attaches so much importance to Lin Feng and even invites him to dinner at home. As for the previous partners, they basically ate in restaurants outside. But today, he specially invited her to his home for a treat, and also asked her to cook a few more delicious dishes. It can be seen that Lin Feng holds a very important position and weight in Kai Jiarong's heart. And yes, such a young and promising entrepreneur should be made friends with. N. And it may be of great benefit to you in the future. N. Mrs. Kai thought secretly in her heart. So she smiled and said, and you must be Mr. Lin, right? Is this your wife? Your wife is so beautiful. N. And come in quickly. N. Mrs. Kai is very enthusiastic. Unlike Kai Jiarong, she is not as straightforward, but she is very good at speaking. I also understand things like human relationships and etiquette. So he quickly took Su Muxue's hand, and then smiled and said, and Mrs. Lin, come, don't stand outside, come in and sit down. N. And in the future, when they discuss business, they might visit each other more frequently. N. Ain't as each other's wives, we should get to know each other, don't you think, N? Su Muxue smiled and said, and yes, of course. N. After seeing Mrs. Kai's performance, Kai Jiarong also smiled and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. And okay, Lao Lin, come in quickly. N. And my wife has already prepared the meal, let's come in and eat. N. And let me show you my wife's cooking skills. I'm not bragging to you, but it's definitely not worse than the ones in the restaurant. N. And if you don't believe me, I still say the same thing, try it and you will know. N. After Lin Feng walked into the living room, sit down at a dining table together. Mrs. Kai smiled and said to Su Muxue and Mrs. Lin, just sit next to me. Their men may want to drink some wine and chat for a while. N. And let's not disturb them. N. Su Muxue nodded, and okay, no problem, sorry to bother you then. N. And want. N. Mrs. Kai smiled, and then they both sat down. And come on, have a try. It's just some home cooking. Don't be disgusted, Mr. Lin. N. And certainly. N. Lin Feng smiled back politely. Then he picked up the chopsticks, picked up a few dishes and tasted them. Kai Jiarong immediately asked, and Lao Lin, how is the food my wife cooked? Her cooking skills are pretty good, right, N? And compared to restaurant chefs, do you think there is a big difference, Un? As soon as Kai Jiarong finished speaking, Lin Feng replied, and well, I have to say, Mr. Kai, your wife's cooking skills are really good. N. Su Muxue next to her was also surprised, and yes, Mrs. Kai, these dishes are indeed delicious. N. And if you have time some other day, could you teach me, N? I would like to make it for my husband too. And it's a pity that I'm not very good at cooking. N. We are still in the learning stage. Mrs. Kai smiled and said, and okay, isn't it just teaching you how to cook? It's a small thing, no problem. N. And how about you and Mr. Lin come to my house again tomorrow night, N? and let them chat about their own things. I will teach you how to cook.N. And what do you think, N? Sumushua quickly said, and this, will it disturb you too much, N? Kai Jarong then said, and hey, I won't bother you. How could I bother you, Un? And anyway, I don't usually have anything to do at home.N. And if you could come to my house every now and then, chat with me and have a drink.N. And that's what I want.N. And besides, it's rare for me to meet a friend like you who I can chat with, Lao Lin. It's really not easy, Un. You should move around more. Lin Feng smiled, then looked at Kai Jarong and said, and well, since you said so, Mr. Kai.N. And that's it, if I have time in the next few days, I will come and bother you often.N. Kai Jarong and his wife were both very enthusiastic and couldn't stop smiling. And okay, I won't bother you anymore.N. And welcome, N. Chapter 130 Welcome Cooperation. One night down. Mrs. Kai said after eating for more than half an hour. And hubby, go chat with Mr. Lin. Sit on the sofa for a while.N. And I'll go clean up the dishes.N. And how about, Mu Shui, come with me, N. And after we clear the dishes, I can teach you a little bit.N. And won't it be much easier when you come back tomorrow, Wen? And besides, if we teach a little bit every day for 2 or 3 days, we will learn faster.N. And otherwise, if you teach them all in one day, they won't remember it.N. Sumushua smiled and nodded, and okay, no problem, N. Kai Jarong looked at Lin Feng and said, and come on, old Lin.N. And let them clean up the dishes, and we'll sit here and chat for a while.N. Lin Feng smiled slightly, and well, Mr. Kai, please take a seat.N. And hey, why do you keep calling me Mr. Kai? Didn't we agree to call me Brother Kai from now on, N? And I assent that too formal, N. Lin Feng smiled and said, and yes, Brother Kai.N. And hey, that's right.N. Kai Jarong then added, and it seems so intimate to call him that.N. And Boss Kai, Boss Lin, that sounds a bit too unfamiliar.N. And speaking of which, old Lin, I am going to tell you something from my heart. I don't know if you believe it or not.N. When he said this, Kai Jarong's expression became noticeably more serious. He said seriously, I have been in the internet industry for many years.N. Before I started Jarong Games, I had started many businesses, but all of them failed. And at the same time, I have worked in many large companies and experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature.N. And but, believe it or not, you are really the friend I get to talk to the most in the industry, N. And so, Lao Lin, let's get closer in the future. It will be considered as a favor to you in the industry, right, N? When Kai Jarong said this, he patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. A full smile on his face. Lin Feng also continued, and well, Mr. Kai, oh no, Brother Kai.N. And to be honest, I think so too.N. And although our function technology is currently developing well, it is true that it has only been in operation for a short time.N. Kai Jarong said, and well, then our two families will take care of each other from now on in. And what's more, in addition to the company's interests, we also have a personal relationship, right, Hin? Lin Feng smiled and said, yeah, that's right.N. And besides.N. Kai Jarong pointed at Su Mushua and Mrs. Kai, then said with a smile, and besides, you can see that the two of them get along very well.N. And it's settled then.N. And in the next few days, if you have time, please come to my house more often and have a meal together.N. Lin Feng smiled and said, and well, that's fine, N. And well, let's make it a deal.N. Kai Jarong smiled and nodded. I continued to stay at Kai Jarong's house for about half an hour. After they had almost finished chatting, Sumushue came over, looked at Lin Feng and said, and hubby, I think it's getting late, let's go home.N. And don't bother Mr. Kai and Mrs. Kai.N. Lin Feng nodded, looked at the time, then stood up and said, and Brother Kai, let's go back first.N. And if I have time tomorrow, I'll come again.N. In good.N. Kai Jarong quickly said, and I'll ask the driver to take you there.N. And no need, Mushwet and I can just walk back by ourselves.N. And it wasn't long after dinner. The two of us like to take a walk in the evening.N. Lin Feng said as they left the villa and arrived at the door. Kai Jarong nodded, and is that so? That's fine too. I won't force it.N. After watching Lin Feng and Su Mushue leave, Kai Jarong and his wife returned to the living room of their home. After returning to the living room, Kai Jarong sat down on the sofa and glanced at his wife. And well, wife, what do you think of this Mr. Lin, N? Mrs. Kai sat down on the sofa and replied, and well, she gives me a feeling of being mature and steady, even though she is very young. N. And whether it's talking or dealing with people, I feel pretty good about it. N. And he doesn't have the kind of craziness that he should have at his age. N. Kai Jiarong nodded and said, and yes, generally young people of his age start their own businesses successfully right after graduating from college, and they also receive such great attention. N. And most people would have floated into the sky long ago. N. And but you also saw that Lin Feng is very humble and low-key. N. And so, this guy is really to my taste. N. And in addition to the cooperation between the companies, I really want to make friends with him. N. And who knows, maybe in the future, their function technology will become more and more powerful. N. And if things go well, their function system could become the largest operating system in our country in the future. N. And if we build good relationships now, it will be very helpful in the future. N. And otherwise, if you wait until that day to establish a relationship, it will be too late. N. And wife, what do you think, N? Mrs. Kai thought for a moment, then replied, and it's hard for me to comment on your men's careers. I don't really understand them. N. And I just think that Mr. Lin's wife is pretty nice. N. And we get along pretty well. N. And very nice personality. N. And so if possible, I also want to have a good relationship with her. In this way, the relationship between our two families can be closer, right? N. Kai Jiarong nodded, then looked at his wife and said, and well, your idea is right. N. Indeed. And we should have a good relationship with Lao Lin. N. And so if Lao Lin comes to visit us again in the next 2 days, you must teach his wife how to cook. N. Mrs. Kai smiled slightly and said, and husband, don't worry about this. N. And I am an outsider in the company's affairs. N. And but when it comes to cooking, I'm an expert. N. And don't worry, N. Kai Jiarong nodded with satisfaction, and well, that's good. N. And I've made up my mind to be friends with Lao Lin, N. And tomorrow morning, I plan to go to their company and discuss the details of the cooperation as soon as possible. N. Once everything is done, we can start developing the game. And it's not certain whether this game will become a hit after it goes online. N. And after all, I personally am very interested in the development of the function system. N. NMS Group has raised the price twice in a row and is determined to acquire it. N. And it can be seen that this company has posed a threat to their MS Group. N. And this kind of company with great potential will definitely have a bright future. N. Kai Jiarong thought secretly in his heart. Then he took out his mobile phone and called several other shareholders of the company. I briefly told them what happened this afternoon. Let them prepare. Welcome to cooperate with function technology.